At this crucial moment for the family, it was up to her to hold things together. Chui stood up, ready to make a sacrifice. Then she noticed her father had already risen, his face still stern, but his steps were quick, showing both urgency and concern. By the time he reached the door, the car horn outside had stopped, and he didn't pause at all. Chui thought for a moment and nudged her younger brother, saying, "Maybe you'll really escape punishment today." The 15-year-old shrugged, knowing he couldn't avoid it, but having someone to share the blame made it less frightening. Their father disliked people who got drunk and acted out, and with Lin He causing a scene, even if he usually tolerated her, he probably wouldn't this time. The siblings fell silent as their father carried Lin He inside. Jiang Qiao ignored his children and intended to take Lin He upstairs. Just as they passed the kitchen, he received 2 sharp pats on his neck. "Get some fruit." Chui was stunned, then sighed in defeat. This was bad. A drunk person didn't know their own strength, and the pats left red marks on his skin. Being slapped on the neck felt just as humiliating as being slapped in the face. Even if she stepped in, she couldn't save him. A slap was more insulting than just being called names. What fruit? Blueberries and grapes. Jiang Qiao turned and carried Lin He to the kitchen, carefully placing her in a chair, worried she might fall. He moved the chair forward slightly, but Lin He just leaned over the table. The fruits in the fridge were already washed by the servants, and Jiang Qiao brought them to the table. "Eat a little, but don't have too much cold food tonight." Lin He heard the sound of the plate hitting the table and knew the fruit had arrived. As for Jiang Qiao's words, they went in one ear and out the other. She didn't even register them. "I want blueberry grapes, not blueberries and grapes, but blueberry grapes." Lin He pouted and once again showed the clumsiness of someone who had been drinking. She thought she was gently pushing the plate, but it actually slipped right off the table. The plate was sturdy and didn't break, but it made a loud noise when it hit the ground, startling Lin He, who flinched and didn't understand where the sound came from. Jiang Qiao came over, wrapped his arm around Lin He's shoulders, and gently patted her head. This was a little gesture they shared while dating. Despite Lin He usually appearing calm, she was actually easily startled. Although she didn't show it, sudden loud noises made her heart race. Whenever this happened, Jiang Qiao would pat her head and softly say, "It's okay, just a little noise." This had become a reflex for him. He would comfort Lin He right away. Fear was only temporary, and after a couple of head pats, Lin He said, "Blueberry grapes. Stay put, I'll get them for you." The fridge with the fruit was just a few steps from the dining table. Jiang Qiao quickly took out the blueberry grapes, and this time Lin He didn't fuss. She quietly started eating them one by one. Jiang Qiao sat beside her, looking down with a neutral expression, but his aura was different. The 15-year-old could clearly feel that their father's attitude was much gentler now. If he had acted like this earlier, he wouldn't have given him a moment of silence. The first-year student was stunned. How is this different from being obedient? Oh my. In his lifetime, he never thought he would use the term obedient to describe his father. Happy while eating, Lin He shook her legs, and her toes bumped into a blueberry. She frowned in displeasure and mumbled, "What's this?" "Qiao Qiao, clean it up." Jiang Qiao's love-struck behavior was different from others. Hearing Lin He say this made him happy. Even when drunk, her words were still about him, and he instinctively responded. He bent down to pick up the blueberries and grapes, then used a napkin to wipe up the juice on the floor, not wanting Lin He to step in it and get upset. The first-year and 15-year-old stood still, and at that moment, the twins' telepathic connection kicked in. They both thought the same thing. Is this a dream? Their father was actually doing housework. They both instinctively pinched their thighs, wincing in pain, but their movements were perfectly synchronized. It wasn't a dream. Then Lin He looked over at the dining table and waved to them, like calling a puppy. "Chuyi and Sherwu. There are too many uncontrollable situations, so I don't really want to go over." Seeing her son and daughter not moving, Lin He looked up at Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao shot her glance, and without hesitation, Chuyi and Sherwu quickly walked over and sat down at the table. "One for Chuyi, one for me, one for Sherwu, one for me." Lin He began to divide the grapes. It was unclear how she decided to share them. Although it wasn't fair, both of them got one. But by the end, it somehow changed to one for Chi, one for me, one for Shiru, one for me, one for me, one for me. In the end, Chi and Shiru each got 3 grapes, while Lin He had an uncountable amount. Xiao Xiao, let's split these in half. Lin He generously divided them and let Jiang Qiao sit down, placing the grapes in front of him. This half was a real half, and Chi and Shiru silently felt the unfairness of it.
Eat, eat.
Lin He encouraged them, her eyes filled with love for Chi and Shiru. Jiang Qiao's gaze softened. Chi and Shiru didn't understand why, but he did. This was a game Lin He played with the siblings when they were young. Kids couldn't have too many milk candies, but they always wanted them, so Lin He used this method to share. At 2 years old, the children didn't understand that. They just thought their mom was playing a game with them. The 2 kids, who would cry if they got fewer candies, ended up happily eating 5 candies thanks to Lin He's clever trick. Thinking back to those happy times, Jiang Qiao's heart softened. Then he remembered that shortly after this, Lin He had an accident and disappeared. His hand holding the grapes trembled slightly, and a shadow crossed his eyes. "Who did you drink with?" Chi suddenly asked as she bit into her 3rd grape. Shiru looked at her sister in surprise, wondering why she was starting a conversation now. Shouldn't they be quiet to lower their presence? It would be best to sneak back to their room. Chi had her own thoughts. She believed that a tipsy Lin He would be more open. Her suspicion was bold. Even if their father were there, he probably wouldn't notice anything, especially since she asked in a gentle way. Everything would be fine. Chi didn't expect that her question would stir up a hornet's nest. "With your father's admirer, you and Shiru should know her. She said she has sent you many things at school." In one sentence, 3 people were sweating profusely. Chi initially wanted to hint at something but ended up revealing too much. She quickly stated, "I'm not familiar with Gully Li. She only delivered a test paper to me once." 15 always bothers her. After saying this, Chi wished she could bite her tongue. Not because she regretted blaming 15, but because Lin He hadn't mentioned who it was, and she had already said Gully Li's name. Wasn't that obviously drawing attention to herself? I don't know her well either. There was just one time when the housekeeper was sick, and she attended a parent meeting for me. Later, she helped me get some game benefits. That's all. 15's voice grew quieter as their father's gaze turned stern. Great, the younger brother was just adding fuel to the fire. It was one thing to mention a name, but 15 also revealed about attending the parent meeting. Chi quietly shifted away from him, wanting to keep her distance. Jiang Qiao felt a headache coming on. Children really were a source of trouble. He quickly explained, Gully Li later became a secretary. Before that, she worked with Assistant Zhang as my personal assistant. Because of Chi, I specifically added a female assistant. Having a daughter made handling certain matters easier with a woman's perspective. Oh, that's good. When Lin He mentioned admirers, her tone was so calm. It was hard to tell if she was angry or sarcastic, but her cool demeanor made it even more unsettling. 15 averted his gaze and swallowed hard, feeling that Lin He and their father were alike. The calmer they were, the more frightening it became. After finishing the last grape, Lin He glanced at the trembling trio and felt amused. She really wasn't angry. She had drunk a bit, but not enough to act out. She felt much clearer now. She had just been teasing Jiang Qiao earlier. On the way back, Lin He received a message from the housekeeper, outlining the situation at home. 15 definitely needed to be taught a lesson, but not in a confrontational way. Their parent-child relationship was already strained, and making it worse wouldn't help. So, she decided to use her tipsiness to break the tension and vent a little. While having a meal with Gully Li, Lin He easily dominated the conversation, seeming to have the upper hand, but she didn't feel comfortable inside. In their meal, Gully Li was the one who drank too much, and her later words were more heartfelt, which made Lin He feel frustrated. After returning, Lin He noticed Jiang Qiao rarely ate spicy food, and thought his taste had changed. When she asked, he said he still loved it, and from then on, he always ate spicy dishes. However, Guli Li mentioned that years ago, Jiang Qiao had a stomach bleed and was hospitalized, and she took care of him for 3 or 4 days. Since then, she always ordered less spicy or non-spicy food for him to reduce irritation. I took the liberty to change the meal, thinking Mr. Jiang would criticize me, but he didn't say anything. This feeling of being taken care of gave me a secret happiness. Gu Lily shared many sweet moments she believed she had with Jiang Qiao over the past 15 years. Lin he felt uncomfortable. Jiang Qiao never mentioned these things, and she often unconsciously thought of him based on past habits, which led to misunderstandings. Yet, Jiang Qiao said nothing and just indulged her. Lin he didn't feel very happy about that. In the end, Gu Lily was completely drunk, and Lin he, with her own worries, also started to feel tipsy. Lin he gradually sensed the impact of her 15-year absence. When it came to Gu Lily, why did Shi Wu and Chu Yi feel uneasy? Because they once thought that if their father were to find a new wife, Gu Lily was the most likely candidate. Gu Lily had a very delicate personality, paying attention to every detail in a way that felt considerate. For example, when she handed in homework to Chu Yi, she prepared cold drinks and ice cream because of the hot weather, asked if he wanted some, and mentioned that Mr. Jiang finished work early that day, asking if he wanted to go home. She thought of everything, making it clear she cared without being annoying. After attending a parent-teacher meeting for Shi Wu, she learned that he had skipped classes to play games multiple times. Gu Lily helped him find strategies, marking them up for him. Naturally, he no longer played games day and night, and later, Gu Lily even found a way to get him limited edition merchandise. Overall, she was a very well-rounded person. During their few past meetings, the siblings had mentioned Gu Lily and wondered if their father was planning to start a new marriage. Of course, they didn't take it too seriously. They just mentioned it and moved on. That thought lingered in their minds. In the end, Gu Lily didn't become the new partner. Lin he took her place. So when they talked about Gu Lily, Chu Yi and Shi Wu reacted this way. Of course, it was also because they recognized Lin he more. They would feel uneasy about any other woman. Lin he returned to her room, and as Jiang Qiao helped her upstairs, he thought about Gu Lily. This person definitely shouldn't be around. When Shi Wu saw them go upstairs, he sighed in relief and asked Chu Yi, "Am I in the clear?" Chu Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Father probably won't hold a grudge. Based on past experiences, if their father didn't react at the moment, he wouldn't pursue it later. But as it turned out, they were wrong. The next morning at 7:30, they had the housekeeper wake them up. Time for class. 15 and first year have different schedules. 5 teachers were invited to analyze their grades and focus on their weak points during tutoring sessions. They study from 7:30 in the morning until 5 in the evening, and then have another session from 7:30 to 9:30. First year reviews, while 15 does self-study and completes homework. Each day, they are only allowed to use their phones for 1 hour. All other devices like iPads must be handed in. The housekeeper suggests that their teacher is preparing them for the challenges of senior high school. However, first year and 15 know that's not the case. They want to resist, but the security at home is too strict. The housekeeper implies that they should follow the rules, or their teacher's future actions will make things even harder for them. The housekeeper doesn't say it outright, but the meaning is clear. 15 and first year decide to behave, thinking there are only a few days left until school starts, so they can endure it. But they soon realize it's really hard to bear. Everything is worse when compared. They are suffering at home, while their father and Lin he are out having fun. Is that fair? The siblings found out about their father and Lin he's trip on their own. They didn't see anyone at breakfast, lunch, or even dinner. Where is Lin he? Their father might be working late, and Lin he had drunk too much the night before, so it's understandable she is still asleep. But why is she still not up by evening? Sir and Madam have gone out to have fun, and will be back in a few days. First year looked at the housekeeper and asked, "You just said they went to have fun, right?" "Yes, I heard that too." 15 chimed in. It was a slip of the tongue. The sir is out for business, and the madam is accompanying him. It is fun, but the housekeeper is afraid the truth might upset the two left-behind kids. First year and 15 scoffed. If they want to have fun, so be it. What can they do? They can only feel powerless and angry. As for this trip, Lin He and Jiang Qiao's outing was very spontaneous. Jiang Qiao sensed Lin He's unhappiness and wanted to cheer her up. Lin He didn't want to go. She just wanted to rest. Then Jiang Qiao pulled out his secret weapon. Let's go CNN. He is leading a negotiation for the first time and must be very nervous. After thinking for a moment, Lin He agreed. Jiang Qiao felt very sad. He had noticed since her pregnancy that the baby would take away Lin He's love for him. That petty man still remembers how the baby name was taken away. The travel route for Jiang En changed. The last stop was originally planned for Port City, but due to the partners' reasons, it was changed to Sea City. This city is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and is a famous tourist destination. The Jiang group has developed a seaside resort there. On the way, Lin He noticed something was off with Jiang Qiao, especially after learning where Jiang En was. She saw Jiang Qiao's expression change instantly. Lin He understood that Jiang Qiao suggested going out to help her relax. She had previously declined, thinking there was no need for a distraction, as she wasn't unhappy because of Gu Lily. The main issue was the 15 years that had passed. She felt she needed to adjust her mindset on her own. It didn't matter where she was. As she was about to tell Jiang Qiao her thoughts, she saw his cautious demeanor and decided against it. Speaking up would only make Jiang Qiao worry, and recalling the past 15 years brought unhappiness to everyone. It was better to agree to go out and have some fun. First, they could see an inn, and second, it would give space for the younger ones at home. After returning, the atmosphere between father and son would hopefully be better, making future discussions less tense. Lin He had no idea that Jiang Qiao had already planned a punishment for her and was unaware that he had hired 5 teachers. And N is staying at the Holiday Inn. Should we go now? Jiang Qiao asked Lin He how she wanted to arrange it. Assistant Zhang said and would be here for a few days? 3 days. Then let's wait until the 3rd day to see our son and go home together. Since he's working now, we shouldn't disturb him. Lin He wasn't the type of parent who couldn't let go. Her child was already grown. Waiting until the last day for her son to finish his work wouldn't be a problem. Jiang Qiao's eyes lit up. He thought that in Lin He's heart, going out with him was more important, and seeing their son was just second. Feeling a boost in his status, Jiang Qiao relaxed a bit. But then he heard the sound of waves crashing and frowned again. It would be better if they could change the location. Everything was so last minute that Lin He hadn't prepared much and had to buy many things on the spot. Jiang Qiao, who was in charge of shopping, knew Lin He's preferences and clothing size, so he told her to rest in the room while he went out. Before long, Jiang Qiao returned with a lot of items, but he was limping. Lin He had just finished showering, her hair still wet, and rushed over when she saw him. What happened? A kid on an electric bike fell by the roadside and hit my foot. It's nothing serious. Jiang Qiao downplayed it, looking like it didn't hurt at all. Don't be so stubborn. Sit down, you're hurt. You could have injured your bones. Lin He was very concerned. Many people think minor bumps are fine, but later they can hurt more, and when they go to the hospital, they find out it's a fracture. Jiang Qiao's foot was bruised and had a small cut that was oozing blood. He hadn't bandaged it on the way back. If only he hadn't changed into slippers before leaving the hotel. Wearing dress shoes would have offered some protection. Lin He had Jiang Qiao sit down and called the front desk to ask for the resort doctor to come. The doctor checked him and said the bones were fine, but it was best not to get the wound wet. To be safe, he also gave him a tetanus shot. Lin He thanked the doctor and showed him out. She warned Jiang Qiao about the bandaged wound, saying, "You can't go into the water at the beach. Just watch from a distance. If you get it wet, you'll be in trouble." At this time in City B, the weather had turned cooler, but High City was still warm and breezy, with the beach feeling just like summer. Lin He wanted to swim a bit, and knowing Jiang Qiao's personality, he would want to join her. She wanted him to be there with her, but the situation was special since he was injured. Lin He firmly told Jiang Qiao not to go near the water until he promised he wouldn't. Once they reached the beach, Jiang Qiao sat under an umbrella on the shore, not asking to go into the water. Seeing him behave, Lin He felt a little relieved, but while swimming, she still glanced back at him from time to time. She couldn't completely relax. She worried that he might suddenly surprise her by jumping in, as he sometimes acted rebelliously. While swimming, if she suddenly felt an embrace from behind, it would definitely be Jiang Qiao, who might not take care of himself just to give her a surprise. So, Lin He swam with a sense of unease. She realized she wasn't enjoying swimming at all. Her thoughts were entirely on Jiang Qiao, and eventually, she decided to stop swimming. During her short time in the water, she noticed several groups of people trying to talk to her. Jiang Qiao sat there like a blooming flower, attracting attention. After 15 years, his physique had improved significantly, and he looked like a competitive swimmer when lying down. He expressed concern that he might not look good anymore, and Lin He would dislike him. "Not interested. Go away," he said, remaining expressionless when approached by a woman in a bikini. He didn't even look at her, keeping his eyes on Lin He in the water. When he noticed Lin He had been underwater for a while without coming up, his expression changed, and he quickly stood up. After spotting her orange swim cap popping up, he sighed in relief and sat back down. Lin He was watching Jiang Qiao, and he was watching her too. The two women who approached thought Jiang Qiao's action meant he wanted to talk to them, so they stepped forward. But Jiang Qiao, lying back down, coldly said, "Go away." With a cold expression, she told him to leave. Most people couldn't handle such behavior. The usually charming beauty mumbled something about who he was and then walked away angrily. Jiang Qiao didn't react much. He was thinking about asking He if she wanted to go to a private beach later, where they wouldn't be disturbed and it would be easier to see people. As they stepped onto the beach, Jiang Qiao quickly grabbed a large towel and draped it over Lin He. Then he asked if she wanted to go to the private beach. Lin He rolled her eyes internally. This guy had bought her the most modest swimsuit, so what was there to cover? "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm hungry. Let's eat something first." They walked to the roadside, and Lin He stopped to take a closer look at Jiang Qiao. It wasn't just the lighting. She wasn't mistaken. "Why is your face so pale?" "Pale? Maybe it's because I just put on your sunscreen." Jiang Qiao rubbed his face. "Why did you put on sunscreen?" He had been under the umbrella the whole time. "I was afraid that if I got tanned, you wouldn't like it." Don't you like fair skin?" Jiang Qiao sounded a bit pitiful. Lin He had a very specific and lasting preference. From the first day they met, she thought handsome celebrities were like delicate boys, and later it changed to younger, charming types. Concerned about his appearance, Jiang Qiao felt he needed to take good care of himself. Lin He chuckled awkwardly and looked away, admitting to herself that she was indeed someone who cared about looks. The reason she was willing to hang out with Jiang Qiao was that she found him easy on the eyes and enjoyable to be around. Walking behind Lin He, where she couldn't see him, Jiang Qiao rubbed his stomach and massaged the back of his neck, letting out a slow breath. Jiang Qiao's injury wasn't serious. He just needed to avoid water and had no special dietary restrictions. They found a busy restaurant nearby that looked nice. The front desk lady had her hair styled in a fluffy updo that gave off a retro vibe. Though she had wrinkles and wasn't young anymore, it was clear she had once been beautiful. When she spoke, her voice was lively and warm. "Sister, what seafood do you like? Everything here is fresh, bought this morning." As she spoke, her gaze landed on Jiang Qiao beside Lin He, and she paused before saying, "Is this your boyfriend? It's been a while since I've seen such a good-looking couple in my restaurant." Lin He smiled and replied, "He's my husband." "Sister, do you have private rooms here?" "Yes, we have a room that overlooks the sea, number 7. The view is great. Come on in." The boss lady smiled and led the way, while Jiang Qiao found himself squeezed at the back, frowning slightly. Once inside the private room, Lin He was very pleased. The view was indeed great, and the large floor-to-ceiling windows let in plenty of light. "Qiao Qiao, you order the food. I'll go to the restroom." Lin He didn't need to be present for this. Jiang Qiao knew what she liked to eat. As soon as the boss lady heard this, she said, "Miss, come with me. The restroom is upstairs. I'll take you there." Then she called a waiter to take the orders in the private room. Lin He followed the boss lady, while Jiang Qiao sat down to look at the menu, sending a message to the bodyguard waiting outside the restaurant to keep an eye on the entrance. This boss lady seemed quite strange. The third floor also had private rooms, and since Lin He arrived during a non-peak time, there were many empty rooms on the second floor, and the third floor was completely empty. Lin He observed the boss lady closely, noticing that she kept glancing back, as if checking for someone following them. Once she confirmed there was no one, the boss lady took Lin He's hand and said, "Dear, I need to tell you something. Be careful of your husband." Lin He. Seeing Lin He's confused expression, the boss lady lowered her voice and said, "He definitely has issues. Is he hiding them well from you? I've read some news recently about a young woman who was married for 5 years, with a 2-year-old child, only to find out her husband was mentally ill and harmed them." The boss lady was quite talkative, quickly sharing her thoughts. These kinds of people are very intelligent, high IQ psychopaths. You were just worried about him walking slowly and being careful with his foot. Let me tell you, he hurt that foot himself. With that last sentence, the boss lady hit the nail on the head. You two don't have kids, right? There's a saying that it's better to break a temple than a marriage, but I can't keep this to myself. It's better to divorce and stay away from that kind of person. Hearing the boss lady about to give more examples, Lin He quickly interrupted, asking sister, "How do you know he did it to himself?" Lin He's soft voice calling her sister made the boss lady feel even more compelled to help the young girl escape her troubles. What a lovely child. She shouldn't be held back.
I saw it.
I have it on my surveillance. The boss lady's shop was located in the commercial street of the resort, not far from the hotel where Lin He was staying. Early in the morning, when there weren't many people around, the boss lady sat at the bar, looking outside, and immediately noticed Jiang Qiao, a tall and handsome man always catches the eye. Then she noticed the problem, who would knock over an electric bike and hurt their own foot. It looked painful just watching, yet the other person remained unfazed. Just as the shop owner was about to take a closer look at what was happening, 2 groups of customers came in. By the time she finished helping them and looked outside, the person was gone. A handsome face leaves a deeper impression. The shop owner remembered that striking face. When Lin He arrived and saw Jiang Qiao beside her, she paused for a moment. It was the same person. Oh no! This crazy person has a girlfriend.
What?
They're a couple?
No, she had to do something.
The shop owner wanted to warn Lin He and took the chance while she was in the restroom. I have security cameras at my shop. They might not show the face, but they can capture his legs and movements. You should recognize his shoes. I definitely didn't make a mistake. Girl, if you know about this, just consider me a busybody. But if you don't, you need to be more cautious. Even though she said that, Lin He clearly didn't know. Look at this footage. Saying this, the shop owner took out her phone connected to the security camera and scrolled to the time she remembered. The footage only showed Jiang Qiao's legs and below. The way he walked and the shoes and pants he wore were exactly the same. Lin He wouldn't mistake it. The shop owner wasn't lying. Think about what to do, but don't let him know you're suspicious. Otherwise, you could be in danger. Take a business card when you leave. If anything urgent happens, call me. My brother-in-law is a police officer, and he won't let you be bullied here, but if you go home. The shop owner was warm-hearted. Everyone on this commercial street knew her. She had been running this place for over 20 years and had a great reputation.
Hee.
At that moment, Jiang Qiao's voice called from downstairs, along with footsteps coming up. After ordering food and waiting for a while in the private room, Jiang Qiao grew worried when Lin He hadn't returned and came up to the 3rd floor. The shop owner's expression changed, and she quietly instructed, "Don't let him find out." In her mind, Jiang Qiao was like a volcano ready to erupt. If Lin He showed any sign of suspicion, the volcano would explode. There were cases of people with mental issues attacking strangers. It was better to keep things calm for now. Sorry, young man, the restroom door was just fixed. She just went in. The shop owner smiled and apologized. She called the younger customer's brother and sister. Jiao, please wait a bit. Lin He said, then entered the restroom. Hearing Lin He's voice, Jiang Qiao felt relieved. However, he didn't return to the private room and continued to walk up, saying to the owner, "I'll wait for her here. You can go ahead with your work." Okay. The owner left, and she was particularly gentle with Lin He, while others remained cold, making her more certain that something was off with the other person. Regarding acting skills, the owner thought she was quite good. But facing Jiang Qiao, she felt that her natural acting was easily seen through by him. Her guilty gaze avoided his, she awkwardly played with her hair, and her forced cheerful laughter all hinted that she had done something extra. As the owner went downstairs, she felt the gaze from above, and the warm weather made her break out in a cold sweat. Jiang Qiao stood in a position where he could see the shared bikes parked below. He glanced over, looking thoughtful. Suddenly, he smiled. Faced with the owner's evidence, Lin He believed her. The surveillance footage wasn't very clear, but it showed the outline of the injury, matching up in various places. The person in the footage was indeed Jiang Qiao. But why did Jiang Qiao act this way? After getting hurt, Jiang Qiao acted very calmly, trying hard to seem unaffected, afraid of ruining her fun. This was actually a bit unusual. Jiang Qiao was very sensitive to pain, at least in front of her. Even a small cut on his hand would make him come to her for comfort, wanting her to on it and coax him while he took the chance to act cute. After hurting his foot, the only result for Jiang Qiao was that he couldn't go into the water. Going into the water. Suddenly, Lin He's phone chimed with a new message. She quickly realized that if she stayed any longer, Jiang Qiao would call for her again. As she opened the message while heading outside, she saw Jiang Qiao at the door and waved her phone, saying, "Chui asked where we were going to play. What happened to you?" The last part of the message was Chui sending a crying emoji, saying how miserable he felt. It was easy to guess that Jiang Qiao had dealt with the two kids after they left. He hired a few teachers to give them extra lessons. They can only play on their phones for an hour a day, and at this time, Jiang Qiao subtly wrapped his arms around Lin He as they went downstairs and checked his watch, saying, "They should be resting. They had 30 minutes of phone time in the morning. Some things are only appreciated once they are lost." Chuyi and Shiwishi realized for the first time how much they relied on their phones. "Usually, I don't play on my phone. I use the computer, or if not that, I have an iPad or watch TV. If all else fails, I can go shopping or play basketball to pass the time. Now it's different, endless tutoring and constant studying." The twins are smart and quick learners, so they don't need to put in much effort for their studies. They have never even tried the tactic of doing lots of practice questions. This tutoring will improve their grades, but it's really exhausting. Jiang Qiao has really taken charge this time, and both of them have only one thought. They must not make their father angry again. While talking to Jiang Qiao about the twins, Lin He set aside the news she got from the boss lady for the moment. She actually wanted to talk to Jiang Qiao about it, but then she thought that if he wanted to share, he wouldn't have hurt himself. So she decided to observe him a bit more and continued chatting with Jiang Qiao as usual. "Where is that private beach you mentioned? I want to go there this afternoon." Jiang Qiao paused while serving soup, then softly said, "It's to the left of the dock. Let's take a nap after lunch and go in the afternoon, okay?" Lin He nodded. She was feeling a bit tired since swimming is physically demanding. It was also a good time to think about the boss lady's words and Jiang Qiao's unusual behavior. The sea, endless seawater, waves crashing into her throat, making it hard to breathe. Lin He dreamt of the plane crash scene. She had lost consciousness too quickly to feel much pain, so now she dared to go into the water without any fear. After waking up, Lin He stared at the ceiling, suddenly realizing that the scene in her dream was not the sea. When she struggled during the crash, her limbs were submerged, but in her dream, when her hands collided, she felt cold objects, like the material of a bathtub. Was it the scene of waking up in the hotel bathtub? Lin He turned slightly. Jiang Qiao was still asleep, looking serious even in his sleep. Did he also dream of something bad? Lin He thought it through and felt that Jiang Qiao had intentionally hurt his foot just to avoid going into the water. Why didn't he want to go into the water? In Lin He's memory, Jiang Qiao was very good at swimming. In their senior year, when Lin He was repeating a year, she felt a lot of pressure. A group of friends, including Jiang Qiao, went to the beach to relax during a day off. Lin He didn't know how to swim, and it was Jiang Qiao who taught her. Jiang Qiao opened his eyes and saw Lin He's curled eyelashes blinking, her grape-like eyes wandering as if lost in thought. "Are you awake?" Jiang Qiao leaned in and gently kissed the corner of Lin He's eye. In private, Jiang Qiao was quite affectionate, finding Lin He adorable in every way. The moment their skin touched, it brought him a comforting feeling that he could never resist. Lin He approached Jiang Qiao, and she thought this was her chance to ask him something. "Why don't you want to get in the water?" Jiang Qiao wasn't honest with himself, and Lin He decided to ask him directly. While she was cautious and calculating with others, she wanted to be straightforward with someone she cared about. I don't know," Jiang Qiao stammered. Lin He noticed a moment of panic in his eyes. She pursed her lips, sensing he wasn't being truthful. "This afternoon, I want you to swim with me." Lin He didn't mention Jiang Qiao's injured foot that couldn't touch the water, and he didn't bring it up either. He simply replied, "Okay." Hearing this made Lin He even more frustrated. Why wouldn't he just say it? When they reached the beach, Lin He acted a bit cold and distant towards Jiang Qiao. Despite her attitude, he remained considerate and patient. This made Lin He feel even more annoyed. It was his issue, yet it seemed like she was the one being unreasonable. Since Jiang Qiao wasn't taking care of himself, Lin He couldn't ignore it. She took a waterproof bandage from her bag and said firmly, "Put this on." Since Jiang Qiao wouldn't speak up, Lin He decided to use a process of elimination. If he could get in the water, then his reason wasn't about swimming, and she would find out the real reason. She was determined to figure it out. Lin He didn't plan to swim for long. She just wanted to test the water briefly. Putting on the waterproof bandage and getting in for a short time wouldn't affect Jiang Qiao's injury. "Let's go." After Jiang Qiao put on the bandage, Lin He took his hand and walked toward the sea. Jiang Qiao smiled, but it looked forced. As they reached the water, which was up to their knees, the waves splashed around them, reaching up to their waists. Lin He turned back to look at Jiang Qiao's face, but she couldn't read anything because he had put on her sunscreen. However, his smile didn't seem genuine. After swimming a little, Lin He didn't notice any issues. Could it really be unrelated to getting in the water? "I'm tired and don't want to swim anymore. Let's go back," she said, losing interest. The water rose and fell, droplets on her wet cheeks. She swam alongside Lin He, unaware of Jiang Qiao's trembling lips and his gaze that lingered on her without moving. When they reached the shore, Lin He immediately looked at Jiang Qiao's foot. Seeing that the waterproof bandage hadn't come off, she felt relieved. Just as she was about to say something, she felt a weight on her wrist. Jiang Qiao stumbled and half-kneeled beside the beach, gagging but unable to throw up, looking utterly weak. His hands were shaking. Lin He had never seen Jiang Qiao like this before. No, she had seen it once on her first day back, in the hotel bathroom. "Qiao Qiao, are you feeling unwell? Hold on, I'll call for help right away." This was a private beach, and there weren't many people around. Lin He knelt beside Jiang Qiao, supporting him with one hand while tremblingly dialing on her phone with the other. She felt anxious and was very afraid something might happen to him. "I'm fine, he." Jiang Qiao raised his hand to hold Lin He's wrist, his voice hoarse. "It's just an old issue. I'll be okay after a bit." Hearing the term old issue made Lin He's heart sink again. In the end, she didn't call for help because after resting on the beach for a while, Jiang Qiao seemed to feel better. She helped him back to the hotel. Once they arrived at the hotel, Jiang Qiao looked completely fine, his face no longer pale. Lin He realized that her new sunscreen wasn't meant to lighten the skin, and now that Jiang Qiao was better, his complexion was normal. So, when they first came to the beach, his pale face was a sign of discomfort, not because of the sunscreen. How could she have been so careless? After coming out of the sea, they quickly rinsed off in the bathroom. Once they were done, Jiang Qiao lay down with his head resting on Lin He's lap. She dried his hair. Jiang Qiao wrapped his arms around Lin He's waist, wanting to be close even when he felt unwell. "Just rest well." After drying his hair, Lin He didn't ask any questions and let Jiang Qiao sleep for a bit. Before she got up to leave, he grabbed her hand. Stay with me. His soft hair fell over his forehead, and with a slightly weak expression, his eyes looked innocent and moist. The usual commanding tone was now weary. Jiang Qiao seemed to be saying, I need you. Lin He could never refuse him like this. Lying on the bed with her phone, Lin He said, I'm not sleepy. I'll play on my phone to keep you company. Okay. Jiang Qiao smiled contentedly. That was enough for him. Holding Lin He's waist, with his head resting on her shoulder, Jiang Qiao quickly settled into a steady breathing pattern and fell asleep. Lin He had intended to call the housekeeper, but now that she was holding Jiang Qiao, she could only send a message. What's Jiang Qiao's old issue? What old issue, madam? Do you want me to ask the previous housekeeper? This response indicated that the housekeeper didn't know. Lin He replied that it wasn't necessary and then messaged Gu Lily. She certainly didn't mention Jiang Qiao's current situation and subtly tried to find out about his health. Gu Lily's reaction showed she was unaware as well. Even Lin He asked the children about their health checkups, but didn't reveal anything about Jiang Qiao's condition. Chui and Shiru didn't have their phones yet, so they could only reply after half an hour of phone time in the evening. Jiang responded quickly, but he clearly didn't know either. So, Chui and Shiru probably wouldn't know. Everyone's feedback to Lin He was that they were unaware of Jiang Qiao's health issues. Lin He looked at Jiang Qiao beside her and gently touched his face, wondering why he was afraid of water when he was so good at swimming. Based on Jiang Qiao's behavior, Lin He guessed that he had a fear of water. The touch made Jiang Qiao frown slightly. He slept lightly, and Lin He quickly withdrew her hand. He instinctively pulled her closer, but he didn't wake up. Holding Lin He in his arms was a natural action for him, even in his sleep. Jiang Qiao slept for a long time, and when he woke up, it was already dark outside. Lin He was still lying beside him. Qiao, why are you afraid of water? Lin He asked directly, wanting to understand this matter. Jiang Qiao remained silent. Lin He felt like she was pressuring him. She already knew something was wrong, but he still didn't intend to tell her. 15 years later, their feelings remained, but perhaps it was just her one-sided wish. Not wanting to face the silence in the room, Lin He decided to go out for a walk alone, fearing she might shout in frustration. Lin He didn't realize how cold her expression was when she looked away, as if Jiang Qiao had suddenly become someone she no longer cared about. Jiang Qiao felt a rush of panic and pulled Lin He back onto the bed. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Because of you." Lin He was taken aback. Because of her? In her mind, Jiang Qiao's fear of water must have stemmed from something that happened over the past 15 years. His unwillingness to tell her indicated he had some hesitation. He was weighing his feelings for her. Thinking of this, Lin He suddenly felt disheartened and wanted to leave the suffocating environment. But Jiang Qiao said it was because of her? She immediately recalled the plane crash. If it was because of her disappearance, then Jiang Qiao shouldn't be afraid of water, but of flying. Without Lin He needing to ask, Jiang Qiao began to share his story. After your plane crashed into the ocean, I searched for you immediately. Day after day, year after year, as time passed, it only meant that my chances of finding you grew slimmer. Even more frightening is that during this time, I found several other victims' bodies. Some were left with only half a skeleton after being eaten by fish, while others were unrecognizable. The autopsy results came out quickly. The plane did not fall straight down. Most people drowned when it crashed into the sea. The tragic deaths of others brought endless pressure to Jiang Qiao, and he had nightmares every night. He dreamed of Lin He falling into the sea, the malfunctioning plane becoming a trap, with water rushing in through the broken windows. Passengers in life jackets couldn't escape and sank to the bottom with the plane. Among them was his he. In my dreams, you call for me over and over again. Didn't you say you would always protect me? Why aren't you here now? I'm in so much pain. Qiao, please come save me. Jiang Qiao tried to mimic Lin He's tone, but it felt strangely off.
I'm sorry.
If I hadn't attended that meeting and had gone with you, you wouldn't have been so scared and alone. Lin He wanted to say that the water had rushed in so quickly that she didn't have time to think and had fainted, not experiencing the helplessness Jiang Qiao described. When someone falls into sadness, they tend to add all sorts of reasons to their guilt, endlessly blaming themselves for not being able to save what they lost. Before Lin He could explain, Jiang Qiao continued, "I can't forgive myself. In the 3rd year of searching for you, I made a decision. At that time, I was very confused. My heart told me that as long as I hadn't found you, there was hope, but my rational side pulled me back, saying you wouldn't come back. I miss you, hee. I miss you so much. I thought, if I can't find you in 3 years, maybe it's because I'm not searching for you, but because you're waiting for me." The tone in which Jiang Qiao spoke was very different from his earlier excitement. Beneath the calm surface, darkness grew, and madness intensified. Lin He's expression stiffened, and she turned pale as if she realized something. Hee, I want to die. I want to find you in the same way. Jiang Qiao began to attempt drowning. Before he had this idea, he had already experimented multiple times. I filled the bathtub at home with water to simulate a closed space. In the first 3 years of searching for Lin He, Jiang Qiao tried to feel her pain. Water rushed in from all sides, overwhelming his senses, as if his heart was about to explode from the pressure. Every time he emerged from the water, he thought that Lin He must have felt even more pain inside the cabin. Countless times he wanted to follow Lin He, and countless times he emerged from the bathtub, reminding himself he still needed to find He, and that he couldn't give up yet. 3 years had passed, and hope was fading. Jiang Qiao was losing his strength. He chose to simulate Lin He's situation, trapped in a box and thrown into the Pacific Ocean, feeling the pressure of the rushing seawater that he couldn't experience in the bathtub. It should have been painful, but Jiang Qiao smiled. He was happy to be going to see He. Then he was rescued. While searching for Lin He in the Pacific, Jiang Qiao had a professional medical team on the boat, equipped with top-notch medical equipment. He worried that once they found Lin He, they wouldn't be able to check her condition immediately at sea, so he prepared everything they might need. In the end, he was the first to use it. Jiang Qiao told the crew not to save him, but a passing passenger ship saw him and thought it was a murder. If Jiang Qiao died, everyone on board would face charges. Jiang Qiao was rescued. Before losing consciousness, he dreamed of Lin He, who scolded him. He couldn't hear what she said, but her expression was so vivid. He hadn't dreamed of her in a long time. Even hypnosis couldn't help him dream of her. The hypnotist said his pain over Lin He's accident was too deep to allow for hypnosis, a first for the hypnotist, who felt helpless. If nearing death could let him see He, Jiang Qiao would willingly do it again. Did this mean that his death could truly lead to a reunion with He? Jiang Qiao was desperate. He tried again. This time, the crew was cautious. They realized that if anything happened to Jiang Qiao, even if they were just following orders, it wouldn't matter. His identity was too special. His country wouldn't let them off easily. They would assume they had done something to cause Jiang Qiao's state. At first, everyone thought Jiang Qiao was just a wealthy man, but after the passenger ship reported it, they understood Mr. Jiang's power. The interests tied to Mr. Jiang were extensive and connected to their own country, meaning they could face accountability both domestically and internationally. Everyone realized that Mr. Jiang wanted them to share his fate. They had to clarify this misunderstanding. Jiang Qiao was solely focused on finding Lin He, completely ignoring those around him. How could they be accused of plotting against him? Everyone had one thought. This mission was expected to last 3 months, and with only 2 days left, they just needed to hold on and then return home to rest, avoiding any further dealings with Mr. Jiang. So, whatever Jiang Qiao said, they listened, but when it came to life-threatening situations, they pretended to agree while secretly resisting. They would throw away the boxes? Yes, they would. But they would retrieve them later, ensuring it wouldn't endanger Jiang Qiao's life. When Jiang Qiao realized what everyone was thinking, he no longer wanted to die. This was after he had been saved for the 2nd time. Finally, he heard Lin He's voice. She scolded him for not listening, told him not to meet her in such a way, to take care of himself, and to wait for her. Jiang Qiao promised to be good, but once he returned to the ship, he wanted to see Lin He again. This led to a third encounter, where Lin He warned him that if he continued like this, he would never see her again. Jiang Qiao was too afraid to risk his life again. After that, I became afraid of the ocean. I was fine on the ship, but whenever I touched the water, I thought of you. I wanted to find you, but couldn't. I remembered your pain in the water. The ocean brought Jiang Qiao very mixed emotions. Later, I thought those 3 meetings must have been just my imagination. Deep down, I believed that death meant disappearing, that it meant nothingness. I was afraid that if I died, I wouldn't find you. I wanted us to live together, but at that time, I was too desperate, standing on the ship's deck, looking at the endless ocean, feeling like you were so far away. Whether Jiang Qiao truly believed it or was just fooling himself, those so-called fantasies gave him hope and made him start searching for Lin He again. Qiao Qiao. Lin He's voice trembled. Jiang Qiao, and he didn't mention the 15 years. She didn't dare to think about it deeply. She felt Jiang Qiao was acting in front of her. Why was he acting? Because the experiences of those 15 years were too painful and heavy. Just hearing about his 3rd year of searching made her feel overwhelmed, let alone 15 years.
I'm sorry.
For Lin He, 15 years felt like a blink of an eye. After returning home, her biggest realization was about the children. Jiang Qiao looked much more mature, but he hadn't changed much from the past. The children were different. They had all grown from little ones to big kids, each taller than her. This change was significant and noticeable. So Lin He focused on the children. She recognized and, after understanding the personalities of the 1st and 15th, wanted them to accept her as their mother from the heart, not just as an unfamiliar but blood-related mom. She began to find ways to help the children get to know her, guiding them as they grew, slowly building their relationship. She blamed Jiang Qiao for not caring for the child all these years and complained that he raised the child in this way. Jiang Qiao is the father, and he indeed did not fulfill his responsibilities. But how could she, who also did not fulfill her duties as a mother, have the right to complain? Having not experienced Jiang Qiao's 15 years, why should she suddenly hold him to various standards? She felt that Jiang Qiao had changed, but he was still the same. He always faced her unreasonable behavior with patience. No matter how outrageous her actions were, he never got angry as long as it was something she did. Even about his fear of water, he hid it to avoid making her sad. Qiao Qiao, I am always so selfish, putting my feelings first. Lin He thought. She realized she always prioritized loving herself. Even though Jiang Qiao had given so much, she still selfishly couldn't change. He. Jiang Qiao interrupted her, saying, From the first time I met you, I liked you. I never expected you to return my love equally. As long as the man you love is me, I don't mind how much you love yourself. When I love you, you are like this. You don't need to apologize. As long as you don't leave me, that is the best response to my love. Lin He sniffled, burying herself in Jiang Qiao's embrace. I won't leave. Qiao Qiao, of course, I won't leave you. Jiang Qiao gently stroked Lin He's hair, his dark eyes shining softly. Hearing her say she wouldn't leave filled him with a mix of calmness and stubbornness. His long eyelashes fluttered, casting shadows over his eyes. He sighed softly and held her tighter, a small smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, thinking, My he, please never leave. In the office, Jong-un looked at the message from his mother and felt something was off. Why was she asking about a health check at this time? The annual health check at the end of the year was a rule set when his mother was around. The meeting was starting in 5 minutes, so Jong-un decided to put the message aside and call his mother after the meeting. After working late, he thought his mother might be asleep and considered calling her tomorrow instead. Just then, he received a message from Jiang Qiao. Your mother knows about my fear of water. Jiang-un's pupils widened in shock. Amid Jiang-un's confusion, he received a second message from his father. Your mother and I have come to Haicheng. The fear of water was real, and what Jiang Qiao told Lin He was true, though he had left out some details. At that time, Jong-un was also with him. That summer, Jong-un learned that his father was going to search for his mother, and he wanted to go too. He missed her very much. Jiangmin felt he had grown up and could handle life on a boat. However, at 9 years old, he was still too young, and perhaps it wasn't just his age. The shadows of the past still lingered. Once on the boat, before they even set sail, Jiangmin started to feel sick and couldn't stop throwing up. Even after his stomach was empty, he continued to gag, feeling like the whole world was spinning. In the end, Jiangmin stayed on the shore. While waiting, he saw his father again and noticed that his father seemed different. And do you know? I saw your mother. Jiang Qiao was almost delirious with excitement. No one knew how hard the past 3 years had been for him, but now he saw hope again. Even though there would be many disappointments later, at that moment, he was happy. Jiang Qiao didn't tell Jiang and how he found Lin He. He just wanted to share his joy. Jiang En, who had learned 2 languages since childhood, communicated easily with foreigners and overheard conversations among the crew, learning what was happening on the boat. Could he really see his mother this way? Jiang En was a determined and wealthy child. He used his own money to persuade a crew member on the shore to help pull him up with a rope. He wanted to see his mother. The crew member was reluctant, thinking it was foolish for an adult to play along with a child, but the offer was too tempting. With the gold bars in hand, he felt he wouldn't need to go to sea for years. Money can make things happen, so in the end he agreed. Jiang En tried twice. The first time, he felt dizzy, and the second time, he almost drowned and saw nothing. When he tried a third time, he looked up and saw his father standing by the second-floor cabin, expressionless, watching him from the shore. At 9 years old, Jiang En had only one thought: his father was crazy. Events that followed only confirmed this belief. In his heart, he saw his father as a madman. He knew his father was afraid of water and understood many things, but he didn't tell his mother about the past, thinking his father wouldn't mention it either. What did it mean for his father to let his mother know about this? Was it to unravel the events of the past 15 years? What was his father planning regarding his mother? Jiang En's gaze grew colder. Location: Jiang En thought he should go take a look. Soon, Jiang Qiao sent a location. Your mother is sleeping, come back tomorrow. Jiang En paused with the car keys in hand, sat back on the sofa, and sighed. He absolutely won't allow his father to hurt his mother. Is Lin He asleep? No, she is having dinner. Since Jiang Qiao slept too long and missed dinner, the two of them ordered room service from the hotel, and then sent a message saying he will come tomorrow.
He is very worried about you.
He doesn't want you to know about my fear of water because he is afraid it will upset you. Lin He felt soft-hearted. Even when En was little, he knew how to take care of his mother. Lin He could sense her son's favoritism, especially in contrast to his father Jiang Qiao. She felt like a real mother, while the father seemed more like a stranger. He must be angry with me. Jiang Qiao stared at the food on the table, looking disappointed. I haven't done anything right. For the past 15 years, Jiang Qiao needed to maintain relationships, especially the delicate aspects like the parent-child bond, but he had failed completely. Because of Lin He's absence, he immersed himself in work to vent his feelings. Looking back, he felt it was only natural that the children were distant from him. To put it bluntly, if he hadn't met Lin He might not have wanted children at all. Jiang Qiao's parents raised him to be a successor, and their marriage was a business arrangement without love. They each had partners outside. Every time he returned home and heard about his academic progress, they would leave right after. As long as Jiang Qiao performed well, nothing else mattered. His existence was solely for inheriting the company. His parents never let each other gain an advantage, maintaining a balance of power in their relationship. The more they clashed, the more stable Jiang Qiao's position became. In the second year after Jiang Qiao took over the company, his father passed away due to illness at the beginning of the year, and a month later, his mother died in a car accident. Losing both parents in quick succession, Jiang Qiao didn't feel sad. He had never experienced affection from them, so there was nothing to miss. If Lin He were here, he would know how to be a good father, but she was gone. Jiang Qiao arranged for a nanny, a postpartum caregiver, and a chef. Just like when he was a child, he set up a team around the kids, supervised by a housekeeper, and he would check in occasionally. But what else did he need to do? He had grown up this way. Jiang Qiao's disappointment was genuine. If he had known he would worry about the children, he should have done more. Of course, there was also an element of performance in this. He was very self-aware. As a father, he felt he should weigh less than his children in He's eyes. How could a father compare himself to his child? But who can blame Mr. Jiang for being a bit petty? He wasn't really upset. He just wanted Lin He to lean towards him a little more. So, he had to speak in a roundabout way. Otherwise, when their son arrived, he would have a harder time. Mr. Jiang knew his son was quite capable of giving Lin He a hard time. As he expected, after that incident during the day, Lin He felt sorry for him. If he brought it up again, she wouldn't blame him. She would only feel more pity. He comforted Mr. Jiang for a while, telling him that the future was more important and that he should fulfill his responsibilities as a father to make up for things. I will be a good father. It's normal for the child to feel upset. Don't worry, whatever Anan says tomorrow, I won't be angry. We will comfort our son together. Once Mr. Jiang said this, Lin He felt reassured. As long as one of them softened their attitude, there wouldn't be any conflict. Because of Mr. Jiang's cleverness, he even received a sweet kiss from Lin He. This is probably what they mean by experience brings wisdom. Their son was obediently waiting for tomorrow, while Mr. Jiang had already prepared a way out for himself. That night, before going to bed, Jiang En's ears were warm. However, there is a saying, even the best plans can have flaws. Mr. Jiang thought he had covered all bases, not realizing that Jiang En had no intention of following his plan. Given Jiang En's personality, he would definitely arrive at the resort early the next morning. Mr. Jiang woke up early, waiting for him. He wanted to talk to his son first, mainly because he was worried Jiang En might speak without thinking. But after a night passed, emotions should have calmed down. He waited until 10 in the morning, but Jiang En still hadn't come. Why are you up so early? Lin He asked, surprised to find the bed empty. Mr. Jiang usually stayed in bed with her even if he woke up early. I thought Nan would come over, so I got up a bit earlier. But it wasn't just a bit. Mr. Jiang had already waited for 4 hours, thinking Jiang En would arrive around 6 or 7. Anan called me from the airport. He said he had to go to Hong Kong for some urgent work. Mr. Jiang was in the living room, and since the bedroom was at the back, he planned to talk there because it was soundproof. Sure enough, it was quiet. Mr. Jiang frowned, and Lin He comforted him, saying, Anan isn't upset with you. He even said he was afraid of making you angry. Jiang, the child may not express himself well, but he cares about you as his father. Does he really not know if there's work? Going to Hong Kong was just an excuse, but Mr. Jiang couldn't say that. It would only make Lin He think he was being unreasonable. Jiang Qiao said gently, okay, seeing Anan at home will be the same. After all, how can they not be considered father and son? Knowing that neither can truly defeat the other in this situation, he wanted to win over Lin He to lean more towards his side. In a way, the father and son were very much alike. Jiang En left Haicheng, and Lin He planned to return to B City with Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao asked Lin He if she wanted to stay a couple more days. As long as he didn't come into contact with the sea, he wouldn't react too strongly. He could wait on the beach while Lin He played in the water. Lin He declined. Having been away for just 2 days, she already missed her 2 children at home. She didn't say much about Jiang Qiao's psychological issues. Healing a heartache requires a heart's remedy. As their family's happiness gradually overshadowed the nightmarish memories of the past, Jiang Qiao's fear of the sea might just heal itself. This was Jiang Qiao's revealed attitude. Lin He was still worried. The reason she didn't bring it up more was that the other party had quickly stopped her. Later, Lin He decided to observe a bit longer. Once the family conflicts were resolved, if Jiang Qiao still feared the water, they could seek help from a psychologist then. As the sun set, the shadows grew long. Jiang Qiao and Lin He sat on the balcony loungers, gazing at the beautiful horizon where the sea met the sky. They had an evening flight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened. On the way to the airport, Lin He finally had time to check her phone for the latest online news. The buzz from the Plum Blossom Charity Gala was still lingering. The trending topics weren't high, but there was ongoing discussion. From time to time, it would briefly appear on the trending list before being pushed down by the power of money. Days passed, and the public sentiment seemed to change a bit. Lee's past was becoming less clear, as she subtly shifted the audience's attention. Initially, the focus of netizens was on Lin-hee, which showed that Lee was becoming a bit anxious. If it were an ordinary person, she could manipulate the situation easily. But Lin-hee had her own means, and she also had Jiang Qiao by her side. When talking about the Plum Blossom Charity Gala and mentioning Lin-hee, the honorary director, her husband would inevitably come up. Once her husband was mentioned. No way. Is Mr. Jiang someone who can be casually discussed? Just because he attended the charity gala and appeared on camera doesn't mean he can be trivialized. Is the legal team at Jiang's group just for show? Just look at the recent bullying incident involving Mr. Jiang's son. Besides Mr. Jiang's tweet, can you find any related reports online? No, you can't. What is the scale of the Jiang family group? The Manhwa Charity Foundation has stood strong for over a decade, but it cannot compete with the Jiang family group. Lee was harshly criticized by the chairman and quickly withdrew her actions, realizing her mistake. She could no longer direct public opinion towards Lin-hee. Her plan to use the Jiang family group to bury the incident was ruined. So what should she do? Lee began to fabricate facts. She rationalized 3 of her photos and, under the guise of an ordinary person, leaked information claiming she had evidence of attending classes at a prestigious university abroad. Netizens couldn't tell what was true or false. Some believed her, while others did not. Throughout the process, Lee did not appear in person, so any positive or negative comments did not directly affect her. After a series of actions, she reported on her charitable work over the years, improving her reputation significantly. The calmness around her was due to Lin-hee not having the time to deal with her. Then she realized that the situation was like a domino effect, with consequences that were interconnected. Because Lin-hee was too busy to handle Lee, it allowed Lee to flourish, and surprisingly, Han-sun became the one who benefited. To suppress her own news, Lee not only exposed a celebrity couple's relationship but also generated buzz for a certain show. This shifted the focus of netizens towards that direction. The show was a talent competition in which Han-sun was a contestant. Lee had a personal interest in the show because her husband was one of the producers and she had invested some money in it. For a new show to succeed, it needs a hook, and that often comes from the contestants. Han-sun was one of the more controversial and talked about contestants. He quickly picked up the momentum that Lee had pushed towards him, and within just a few days, he became one of the top 3 contestants in popularity. Fan clubs were formed, and social media discussions began to flourish. Lin-hee was somewhat surprised, given her daughter's hatred for Han-sun. How could he be so high-profile without her taking action? She had been too focused on Jiang Qiao to deal with Lee these past few days. What was going on with the first day of the lunar month? This brings us to the unfortunate life of the twins. Why was there no intervention? It wasn't neglect, it was because they didn't have a phone. Han-sun's boldness was certainly eye-catching, and she planned to take action today to strike back. However, due to being lazy and not completing her homework last night, along with losing many points on a test due to carelessness, her hour of phone privileges was taken away. The first day of the lunar month thought, it's okay, I can borrow a phone on the 15th to log into my account and contact people to explain. The result is, all of 15th's hour allowance has been taken away. The reason is that this person deliberately rebelled and submitted a blank paper. I didn't know there would be a punishment. If I had known my phone time could be deducted, I wouldn't have submitted a blank paper. 15 sighed, but he quickly perked up. It's okay, just 3 more days until school starts, and this tough life will be over. Chui gritted his teeth. 3 days? If he waited 3 more days, that guy Han-sun would be in the spotlight. The show officially airs tomorrow, and Han-sun has already signed with the production team, who will definitely give him the spotlight and attention. He will attract a bunch of crazy fans who will blindly support him, saying they love him and that he did nothing wrong. Just thinking about it is annoying. Even those crazy fans, Han-sun doesn't deserve them. He's half in the entertainment industry, and she wants to pull him out. Chui whispered to 15, who widened his eyes and hesitated, saying, "Can we really do this? Isn't it wrong?" Then he gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, thinking it's not wrong at all, let's do it. Finally, Han Sun's time has come. He looked at his phone screen, filled with excitement. Contestants are not allowed to use their phones, but Han Sun managed to sneak a peek while in the restroom, thanks to the production team's special treatment. First, he had connections with Manhwa, which made him feel like he had insiders in the production team. Then, with Tu Li's popularity, he gained more attention, and the production team was willing to give him some perks. Looking at the online situation, Han Sun knew how to cooperate and create the effect the production team wanted to achieve the popularity everyone desired. Ever since Chui posted that message on the school forum, Han Sun clearly felt a change. Even before school started, he had a lot on his plate, and once school began, even more troubles would come his way. He and Chui were like eggs hitting a stone. It was already a blessing that the Jiang group hadn't targeted him yet. Han Sun just wanted to focus on developing himself and didn't want to deal with school. Especially after earning money from live streaming, he experienced the thrill of making quick cash and couldn't let go. Stars earn millions from endorsements. Why couldn't he? He had already applied for a leave of absence from school and was fully committed to the talent show, determined to break into the entertainment industry. He worked even harder to showcase himself, knowing from his streaming experience what kind of persona would attract fans. Han Sun was a quick learner, shedding the greasy image of internet celebrities and with the production team occasionally adding filters and creating some drama to engage fans. He was ready. The show hasn't officially aired yet, but the preview has already attracted a large number of fans for Han Sun. The more fans Han Sun has, the more money they spend, and the more money they spend, the more videos the production team releases about him. With more videos, he gains even more fans. After coming out of the bathroom, Han Sun hid his phone and felt satisfied with the online situation. He believed that after this show, he would become a hot new star in the entertainment industry. At that moment, Sherwoo was working hard. "Don't shake. You exercise so much, and I can barely stand on my toes. You're just a lightweight." Sherwoo's face turned red. It wasn't about being lightweight. He was standing on his toes to reach the window. If he swayed even a little, it was too much. He was not a lightweight. "Hurry up. I can't hold on much longer." Sherwoo could no longer feel his little toe. It was numb. The siblings came to their father's study to borrow a phone. Chui remembered there were several old phones in the study, so she casually picked one and connected to the Wi-Fi, just needing something that worked. Sherwoo's room was connected to the study. Although the door was locked, there was a small window on the right side they could climb through. He stepped on the desk to get the phone and left. The butler was asleep at this time, so as long as they were quiet, no one would see them. Chui told Sherwoo that if he helped her, he wouldn't have to pay back the money she lent him. Sherwoo hesitated for 3 seconds before quickly agreeing. After dinner, the siblings began their mission. Thanks to Chui's persistent efforts, no, it was Sherwoo's persistent efforts, they finally managed to get Chui over the window. Once inside the study, Chui whispered, "Hurry back to your room. Don't get caught. If you hear me knock 3 times, come back."
Got it.
Sherwoo sneaked back to his room. To avoid being caught by the butler, Chui didn't dare turn on the light and used a flashlight to search. She opened the bottom drawer and found 2 black phones and 1 brand new, unopened phone. Chui took the new one, thinking she would buy a replacement after these few tough days. As she prepared to leave, Chui noticed a red booklet that caught her attention because of the words marriage certificate on it. When she opened it, she found no photos, but the date indicated it was her father's marriage certificate with her mother. No way. Chui's expression changed. At the charity gala, her father appeared as Lin He's husband, which meant they at least acknowledged their marriage. Otherwise, he could have introduced himself as her boyfriend. She had felt something was off back then, and seeing the marriage certificate made it clear. Although the mother has been missing for a long time, the father has not filed for divorce and even refuses to acknowledge her death. Legally, how can his father marry Lin He? Is the father deceiving Lin He? Or? Chui felt like she was losing her mind. Clearly, there were two people involved, but she kept thinking about one possibility. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could Jiang Manhwa have put a spell on her? Otherwise, why would she be searching for ways to confirm what the other person said? On the other hand, many things seemed to match up, which left Chuyi feeling confused. Chuyi, are you okay? Is everything all right? Chuyi realized she hadn't thought for long, but 20 minutes had passed, and 15 had come looking for her. She took a photo of the marriage certificate's date with her phone and carefully put it back. I'm coming.
Keep your voice down.
The siblings whispered, afraid of disturbing others. It was easier to leave than to enter, and they successfully returned to the room. Chuyi activated her new phone and, after a series of friend verifications, she finally logged back into her alternate account. Chuyi wasn't foolish. Since he wanted to stay hidden in the situation, she made a backup account for easy cancellation anytime. She didn't reveal her true identity to those she contacted. For them, it didn't matter who they worked for as long as the payment was prompt. Spreading the news as Chuyi sent out the information, actions began on the other side. Hanmu's previous comments had been mentioned by netizens after Han Sun gained popularity from the show. The production team monitored public opinion and either reported or suppressed such comments, preventing any major backlash. This time was different. Most bloggers who had previously posted would delete their posts after being attacked by fans. Facing 10 or even 100 opponents, even when one is right, it can lead to internal conflict. Few are willing to stand firm, so they often delete their posts and move on. What was strange was that this group of troublemakers was very determined. It didn't matter if they were insulted. The more insults, the higher the heat. The higher the heat, the more visible the post became in search results. The production team realized someone was targeting Han Sun. The staff informed the chief director that the current situation couldn't be resolved just by suppressing the heat. If it escalated, they would likely trend on social media. The pressure to trend and the money spent on trending topics are worlds apart. The show will launch tomorrow at noon, and before it even airs, so much money is spent on one contestant. Is it worth it? This is what the staff thinks, and it reflects the director's hesitation. Finally, the director sighed and said, any publicity is good publicity. The staff understood that they didn't need to worry anymore. Without the show's interference, another trending topic appeared under the name of the contestant, Han Sun. Han Sun's mother's comments. Some viewers might not click on the trending topic about Han Sun, but seeing the topic about his mother made them curious about who Han Sun is. As expected from someone experienced in the industry, as the director said, any publicity is good publicity. Han Sun, who was previously unknown in the entertainment world, was starting to gain recognition. Chu-yi is going to be upset. In just an hour at the airport, he witnessed Han Sun's shift from being ignored to gaining attention. Chu-yi's actions were not wrong, but the entertainment industry is complex. Some kick a person when they're down tactics might actually help someone become famous. He guessed that it was Chu-yi's doing and realized that although Han Sun seemed to have a bad reputation, it was actually opening doors for him in the entertainment industry, bringing him real benefits. More people were starting to learn about him. Zhang Qiao frowned. If he had his way, he wouldn't bother with Han Sun at all. He was someone who could be dealt with in one sentence, yet his family was making a big deal out of it. What are you frowning about? He narrowed her eyes. Zhang Qiao immediately smiled, not wanting to waste a second. What frown? He didn't have one. Before he could ask further, her phone rang with a video call. Zhao Qing? He, who had Zhao Qing's contact information, received a video call invitation for the first time. After pressing the call button, the person on the screen was Chu-yi.
Chu-yi?
Are you at Zhao Qing's house? After asking, he quickly dismissed the thought. The decor was clearly her own home. I'm using her number to log in. His phone was out of service, and he couldn't make calls. Chu-yi hadn't added he on his secondary account, and his main account was locked with a security code that required the original device to log in. Upon hearing this, he's first reaction wasn't to ask why Chu-yi didn't use his own phone, but to say, why didn't you use Sherwoo's? Sherwoo also had he's WeChat. The siblings exchanged a silent glance, wondering if they could say they didn't expect this. The phone screen captured the moment when Chu-yi and Sherwoo stared at each other blankly, and Lin he found it cute, quickly taking a screenshot. Chu-yi, where's your phone? Is it broken? Listening to this, Chu-yi had a lot to say. You don't know how strict Dad is. On the day you all went out to play, we were assigned a tutor. No, a strict tutor. We had to do endless exercises. Even though it had only been 2 days, Chu-yi was full of complaints. Each day felt like a year. Sherwoo shook his head beside her, saying, Women are too emotional. Let's talk about something serious. When are you coming back? We have a ceremony when school starts. Do you want to join us? If your phones were taken away, which phone should I contact you on? The siblings didn't expect Lin. He not only didn't answer, but also asked a tough question. We went to Dad's study to get it. As soon as she finished speaking, Sherwoo quietly added, I didn't go in. I was just keeping watch. Chu-yi crossed her arms in anger. Do you think you can escape this? I'm stuck with extra lessons because of you. It felt unfair. If Sherwoo hadn't said something to upset Dad, she didn't believe he would have hired a tutor for no reason. Now, she was suffering too. Sherwoo felt guilty and stopped talking. Forget it, I'll be honest with you. I want to ask you something. Chu-yi wasn't one to beat around the bush. Just when she was trying to set the stage, Sherwoo interrupted her.
Han Kek-sun.
Looks like you know about what's happening online. I suddenly feel like I've been used.
Reeducate.
After seeing the situation online, she realized that while her actions brought her temporary relief, in the long run, Han Sun was the one benefiting. The online variety shows have fewer restrictions, so even if Han Sun gets into various controversies, as long as he doesn't make serious mistakes, the production team actually prefers him to have some buzz. She realized this after seeing a post from a netizen. Han Sun is just another celebrity being promoted. A popular internet star suddenly rising in status, while countless minor roles go unnoticed. He, on the other hand, is trending, raising the show's popularity before it even airs. Han Sun knows how to take advantage of situations. Chu-yi understood now. During the live broadcasts, Han Sun noticed he was being targeted, but he kept calm. Once he found an opportunity to enter the entertainment industry, he decisively gave up live streaming to join the variety show. He didn't forget what happened during the live streams. If someone disliked him, they would likely strike again. He needed to use that energy, turning what could have been a closed-off live stream into a chance to boost his popularity. Sure enough, Han Sun did it. In just a few hours, Han Sun's poster on the website was moved to the center position. The website is clearly optimistic about Han Sun, using him as a hook to attract viewers. Lin he smiled and asked, Who are you?
Me? Cheheui?
What kind of question is that?
Who am I?
Lin he pointed to herself with her finger. You are Lin he, Chu-yi answered honestly, and Sherwoo nodded in agreement, saying Chu-yi was right. To outsiders, I am the wife of the president of the Jiang Group, and you are the daughter of the president. In one sentence, Chu-yi understood. Han Sun needed to rely on others, but she, Chu-yi, did not need to. She was powerful on her own. Earlier, when she argued with a friend in the industry, the other person said that if she didn't have Jiang Qiao as her father, no one would be able to stand her. Besides having the surname Jiang, you are nothing. Chu-yi understood how to provoke, and she didn't find the words hurtful. She smiled back. What? Are you jealous because you couldn't be born into a good family? Maybe nothing, but just having the surname Jiang is enough. In dramas, rich kids often rebel and refuse to acknowledge their family. Chu-yi was different. Although she wasn't close to her father, the weight of the Jiang name was significant, and she liked it. Many rich second-generation kids claim they want to start from scratch and rely on themselves, but that definitely does not include Chu-yi. A simple introduction of identity made Chu-yi feel excited and ready to take on Han Sun. In the end, she just showed a villainous side, but she was still the same person. So what should I do? Chu-yi asked humbly. Work with me. Work together? Chu-yi didn't understand. Tomorrow when you wake up, I'll be home, and we can talk then. Okay. Hearing that Lin he would be back tomorrow, Chu-yi's eyes sparkled. Lin he added, As for the stolen phone, let your father handle it when he gets back. Chu-yi and Sherwoo looked gloomy. Don't tell Dad. I'll return the phone right away, without anyone knowing. In the minds of the two kids, Jiang Qiao was just as scary as a fierce king, the one responsible for hiring those strict teachers. They thought this but didn't dare show it. Their father was intimidating. He used to ignore them, but now he had all sorts of methods. Your father heard everything while he was with me. He turned the phone around, pointing the camera at Jiang Qiao's face. They heard two gasps, and then the call was abruptly ended. Were the two kids scared? Jiang Qiao sneered. You can run away from the monk, but not from the temple. He. It is a bit scary. Chu-yi and Sherwoo had already returned to their rooms, wiping away the cold sweat that quickly appeared after seeing their father's face. She took her phone out of her pocket and found a photo of their marriage certificate. Chu-yi let out a long sigh, relieved that she hadn't spoken too quickly and made their father angry again. She and Sherwoo would be in big trouble. Right? It can't be mentioned directly, but they can talk about it secretly. Jiang Manhwa has been having a terrible time lately, facing obstacles at work. The company initially valued her connections, but Jiang Manhwa's performance has not met expectations, leading the management to repeatedly reduce her deputy editor privileges. Now, even a small reporter dares to talk back to her. Where does this little reporter get the courage to oppose her superior? She has the editor-in-chief backing her, and the whole company is sidelining Jiang Manhwa, the newcomer. Despite graduating from a prestigious school and being quick-witted, Jiang Manhwa has learned some experience during her years at Yum. She really wants to show her skills. But not only is no one cooperating with her, others are deliberately sabotaging her work, making it difficult for her to succeed. Jiang Manhwa is on the verge of breaking down. The employees at Yum are all elites, and after joining this media company, she realized how low some colleagues can go. But what can she do? Her influence has diminished, but at least her promised benefits remain unchanged. Unless the company actively dismisses her, she will not leave. Jiang Manhwa, who once looked down on petty tricks, has started to use workplace tactics, becoming the kind of person she used to disdain. Amid the chaos of work, Jiang Manhwa saw He's elegance and beauty at the charity event, and she felt a deep resentment. So she worked even harder to help Han Sun. She couldn't deal with He herself, but Han Sun might be able to create an opportunity for the Jiang family. Jiang Manhwa knows that Han Sun harbors hatred for the Jiang family and is a petty person who holds grudges. Once he gains power, he will surely take a big bite out of the Jiang family. She is just waiting to see He fail. Seeing Han Sun's fanbase grow online, she felt that her goals were getting closer. On her day off, Jiang Manhwa planned to go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients and cook the big meal. She had never cooked before, but out of necessity to save money, she learned to cook for herself. As she was carrying 2 bags of ingredients and preparing to cross the street, a sports car stopped at the curb, and He appeared in front of her, wearing sunglasses and rolling down the window. Get in the car. In the restaurant, He leisurely ordered from the menu and then gestured to the opposite side, prompting the waiter to approach Jiang Manhwa. I don't need anything, Jiang Manhwa said, lacking any appetite. The waiter nodded and went to the kitchen to place the order. You called me here for a reason? Jiang Manhwa's voice was low and unclear, and her hands were tightly clenched under the table. Ever since she learned He's true identity, she felt particularly tense during their meetings. He didn't want to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Do you think you've done everything perfectly? Jiang Manhwa's heart sank as she immediately understood what He meant. She believed she had discreetly arranged for someone to take care of Han Sun, but there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Despite her hopes, Jiang Manhwa was discovered. The show had only aired its first episode, and Han Sun had already landed a personal endorsement. Although it wasn't very significant, it was a great start for a newcomer. His fans believed they saw his commercial value, but in reality, it was Jiang Manhwa's connections at play. Jiang Manhwa had some connections after years in the industry, and it was normal. Besides, it was just a short-term endorsement for 3 months, so it wasn't that important. Jiang Manhwa, do you think I'm a kind person? Without needing to ask further, her words made Jiang Muhua break into a cold sweat. After her actions were exposed, the fact that Jiang Qiao hadn't come after her was undoubtedly thanks to Lin He. Though she didn't know Lin He's intentions, she felt secure for now. Since you don't like stability, then as you wish. Lin He's words made Jiang Muhua's heart race. She quickly replied, I can tell you about Han Sun. The details she referred to included Han Sun's flaws, information that could potentially ruin him, and what he relied on, among other things. Jiang Muhua's top priority was herself. Hearing Lin He's implication of reckoning made her panic. Though she was currently unhappy, she didn't want to face dire consequences. Life is unpredictable, and only by living can one see the endless possibilities of the future. She believed that by sacrificing Han Sun, she could protect herself. In her mind, her relationship with Han Sun was never an equal alliance, and betrayal was not an option. In the Jiang household, Chui seemed to be listening attentively in class, but her mind had already wandered outside. She arrived in B City by plane that morning, and Lin He still hadn't returned home. Where could she be? Their father was already back and staying in his study. Due to the previous trouble, Chui didn't dare to ask her father where Lin He had gone. Wu was also distracted. Their father had come home and gone straight to the study. Did that mean he wasn't planning to punish them? That would be great. All right, we have a 2-hour lunch break. We'll continue at 1:30 p.m. Class dismissed. The morning session ended. Chui hurried downstairs and saw the butler watering the plants. She asked him where Lin He was. Before the butler could respond, she heard a car approaching in the distance. Lin He was back, and Chui rushed to greet her. Wu looked out the window from the dining room and shook his head at Chuyi's excited demeanor. Chui was becoming increasingly eager to please, completely unaware of how flattering she had become. I had a chance to meet Jiang Muhua. Lin He noticed her daughter's wide-eyed expression and smiled, explaining why she was late. Under Lin He's gentle gaze, Chui suddenly forgot what she wanted to say. A thought crossed her mind. If only Lin He were truly her mother. Jiang Muhua has provided a lot of new information, enough for you to feel better. Chui was momentarily stunned. Was this for her benefit? No one would teach her how to handle various situations or genuinely help her when she sought assistance. Lin He's actions made Chui realize how fake the kindness of Jiang Muhua and Min Jun had been over the years. In truth, Lin He had already shown her what it felt like to have a mother. Before that, I need to tell you something. Chui looked serious, which reminded Lin He of the last time the siblings took her to their secret base. Following Chuyi's gaze, Lin He spotted Jiang Qiao watching them from the study on the second floor. When Jiang Qiao noticed Lin He looking at him, he waved and smiled. Chuyi's expression changed, and she turned slightly, presenting the back of her head to Jiang Qiao. At this distance, their father couldn't hear what she was saying, but facing him still felt very pressuring, especially since she was about to speak ill of him. Did you know that my father and mother never finalized their divorce? Even though my mother has been missing all these years, they are still legally married. Lin He was surprised when Chui suddenly brought this up. I know. Chui, who had a lot to say next, suddenly fell silent. You know? Last night, she guessed that either Lin He was deceived and unaware, or she knew the truth about her actual identity. Chui lowered her head, her eyes sparkling as she murmured, So you two are not actually married. Chui perked up, eager to catch every word, but was interrupted by Wu. Even though the weather is getting cooler, the autumn sun is still strong. Why aren't you coming inside yet? Wu stood at the door, rubbing his stomach. He wanted to eat, but they needed everyone to be there first. Thanks for your concern, Wu. Let's have lunch first, then we can talk about Han Sun. Seeing Lin He dropped the earlier topic, Chui felt like tearing Wu apart for interrupting at such a moment. At the dining table, Wu faced Chuyi's revenge. Wu, you ran away from home before, right? I heard you went on a date. I've seen that girl. She's quite pretty and seems like a nice girl. I wasn't dating. Wu quickly denied it, trying to clear his name. Noticing his father wasn't looking at him, Wu sighed in relief. thinking his father was ignoring it as usual, but then saw his father put down his chopsticks. Sherwoo immediately added, I just helped her once when I saw her being bullied in a small alley. She comes from a tough background, with no parents, and needs to work during holidays to pay for living and school expenses. I felt sorry for her. It's not a date. Chuyi, don't think just because you're in love, everyone else is too. I'm not in love anymore. You are? That girl has you all flustered. I'll say it again. I have no relationship with Inju beyond friendship. Ha, who believes that? Big brother Sherwoog, I feel sick. The sibling harmony was just a facade. Their playful bickering had been the norm for years. Which school does Inju attend? Linhee suddenly asked. Sherwoo had a good memory. He recalled Inju mentioning it once and replied, Bayun Girls High School. Is she not doing well in her studies? Because she has to work and has family pressures, she can't focus on her studies, so her grades are average. And Zhu had once asked Sherwoo for help with some problems, but he found her foundation was weak. She didn't even know many basic formulas. He tried explaining using his own methods, but Inju didn't understand anything. Sherwoo felt he had simplified it enough. Finally, he lost patience and suggested that Inju enroll in a tutoring class to strengthen her basics first. Inju said at home that there was no money for extra classes. When Shawishi offered her money, she refused, saying she had hands and feet and didn't want charity. Since then, Shawishi never helped her with her studies again. The Manhwa Charity Foundation has set up scholarships and grants at Bayun Girls High School. No wonder she wants to work and study her own. Her grades aren't great, and her family isn't very wealthy, Linhee said wisely. Shawishi realized this might be true. The last time they met, Anju wore a new dress, claiming she saved up for it. If she were truly struggling, she wouldn't spend her savings on a dress. Does she have any good qualities at all?
Chi chimed in.
Shawishi frowned, not because he favored Anju, but he was annoyed by Chui's attitude. He replied, Anju sings pretty well. Actually, Shawishi hadn't heard her sing. Anju had mentioned she participated in a talent show to win a prize but was eliminated because she was underage. She received a gift card for her good performance, which helped her save money on cooking oil for a year. Anju wanted to sing for Shawishi, but he was too busy playing games and just said it was impressive before putting on his headphones. Remembering this, Shawishi quickly brought it up. How about this? I'll arrange a generous prize for a singing contest at the girls' high school. Even if Anju just wins a runner-up prize, she could get some money for living expenses. This isn't charity. She should be able to accept it. Shawishi nodded, knowing Anju would likely agree. But why would Linhee help? Was it because he cared for his friend? He glanced at Chui, who looked pleased, and wondered if Linhee was trying to win him over. He certainly didn't want to become like Chui, who was overly flattering. In reality, Linhee hadn't thought that deeply. She just believed that ordinary people could also accept help. Smart students could get scholarships, and those from low-income families could receive grants. Students who were managing but still struggling could also benefit from some support. The singing contest was just one idea. Linhee planned to organize other activities so everyone could participate. She wanted to bring joy to the children with a small effort and also give Lee a little nudge to be more serious. The charity fund at Bayun Girls High School was initiated by Lee and was one of the reasons she became a board member. When Shawishi mentioned it, Linhee took the opportunity to act. At that moment, Jiang Qiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Shawishi, come with me. Jiang Qiao turned his head and, with a serious tone, softened as he said, Hee, I'm going to the study now. Chui gave a smug smile to Shirshir, saying she shouldn't have trusted too early. This silly person actually thought their father would let him off easy. Last night, Chui sent Jiang Qiao a message reflecting on herself, admitting her mistakes and promising to correct them next time. When she saw her father didn't call for her, Chui thought her message had worked. But just a few seconds later, she heard her father say, After I'm done talking, Chui, you come over too. Chui's smile froze. Mr. Jiang, who is strict and fair, wouldn't be fooled by Chui's little tricks. He prioritized Linhee's matters. Because Lin he wanted to talk to her about Han Sun and even met Jiang Muhua for this reason. Naturally, Lin He's issue took precedence. It turned out she wasn't the only one getting scolded. With a companion, Shir immediately felt better. Out of Jiang Qiao's sight, she secretly made a funny face at Chui. Fine, I'll go. Chui pushed the matter aside for now. After her father and brother went upstairs, she asked herself a question she was concerned about. Do you think just offering a reward will work? I've heard of that school. They have so many rules. Even if you offer money, they might not accept it. Chui thought Lin he was being too naive. The principal was stubborn and not short on money. Even her father's reputation wouldn't help. Chui knew this well because she almost attended that high school. No, before going upstairs to see her father, she had to speak up. She felt Lin he was too blindly in love with her father. Some things needed to be said, even if they were hard to discuss. Don't worry, I have friends over there. Seeing Chui lost in thought while using a spoon to drink from an empty bowl, Lin he smiled and reached over to help serve soup. Thinking of friends, Chui recalled the time they ate at a private restaurant. Her father had no connections, but with one call from Lin he, they got a table. Lin he had said she had many friends. At the charity gala, Lin he mentioned having friends in the organization, which is why she was listed. And then there was the Vienna International Hotel. Chui felt Lin he was becoming more mysterious. Still, she needed to say what was important. Your father is a very cold person. Right now, you think he treats you like the best in the world, but one day, he might treat you like a stranger. Lin he, intrigued, placed the soup bowl in front of Chui and asked, Why do you say that? Chui began to share an experience from her elementary school days. Before Chui reached 6th grade, the person taking care of her had been the nanny, who came when she was 2 years old. Although she didn't meet her father often, every time he visited her, he treated her caregivers with kindness. Even though her father wasn't very cheerful, people thought highly of him, describing him as a cultured gentleman. Perhaps because she had been around for a long time, the caregiver began to act superior. Initially cautious and worried about money, she eventually felt entitled to control everything around the child. After arriving at the Jiang family, the caregiver's life changed significantly. The eldest son's company collaborated with a subsidiary of the Jiang Group. The youngest son got a job at a branch of the Jiang Group, and the daughter became a nurse at the Jiang Group's affiliated hospital. It seemed that the whole family was connected to the Jiang Group. In the past, the child had not thought about these things, but now reflecting on it, she realized her father's willingness to help was to encourage the caregiver to pay more attention to her. Over time, the caregiver lost sight of her role. As older staff left and new ones joined, she became the senior of the team. She had contact with Mr. Jiang and the housekeeper, and everyone looked to her for guidance. People can change, and the caregiver became arrogant. She started to control the child more, perhaps feeling familiar enough to place herself in a position of authority. Her approach shifted from gently reasoning and caring for the child to strict commands, saying things like, "You can't do that," or "I disagree." The child, unable to stand up to an adult, began to dislike the caregiver instead of liking her. The housekeeper noticed this change and informed Jiang Qiao, who then took the time to visit the child. The caregiver was very attentive to Jiang Qiao, showing more eagerness to please than when she first started working there. Initially, she had no idea how powerful the Jiang family was. Jiang Qiao called the child to a study for a talk. The child, afraid of her father, instinctively shook her head when he asked if she liked Aunt Chi. "Do you like Aunt Chi?" He rephrased, and she shook her head again, indicating she did not like her. Jiang Qiao then sent her away. He called Aunt Chi into the study next, and the child secretly listened at the door. Within about 10 minutes, she heard crying from inside, which sounded quite tragic. Aunt Chi claimed it was all a misunderstanding and tried to justify herself with many excuses. The child did not hear her father's voice, and soon after, the housekeeper came to take Aunt Chi away. After a while, the caregiver returned to pack her things, looking very worn out and gloomy. When she saw the child after school, she shouted angrily, "Have I treated you badly all these years? How could you be so heartless?
My home has been ruined by you.
If I'm not doing well, neither should you. The two maids beside the nanny looked very upset. The housekeeper meant for them to tidy things up and send them out. Out of respect for the past, they secretly let her in to clean up at the nanny's request. However, when she saw them, instead of hiding, she started shouting angrily. Was she crazy? They were finished. The two maids knew they would definitely be fired. Chui was startled. From the nanny, she learned that her daughter had been expelled from the hospital, her younger son had also been expelled from his branch, and her eldest son's company partnership had been terminated. What was once a bright future for the family had now turned bleak. 3 people were out of work, the eldest son's company was in crisis, and their finances were stretched thin. Faced with a huge mortgage and complaints at home, the nanny shifted her resentment onto Jiang Qiao and Qi. She thought she had only made a small mistake and didn't have bad intentions, yet she was treated this way. After all these years in the Jiang family, she had at least put in hard work. Later, I heard the two maids talking. Aunt Qi went to prison because of my father. Chui thought her father could be really ruthless when he turned against someone. The maids believed that although her father didn't smile much, he seemed gentle and had a good temper. Having seen her father with a serious face, Chui knew it was all a facade. This was indeed the case. After witnessing her father's methods a few times, Chui deeply felt that he had no compassion. If a business rival was a friend, he could still ruthlessly drive them to bankruptcy for an acquisition. Her father was an extremely cold person. Chui found her father's love for Lin He puzzling and thought it was insubstantial. At any moment, if Lin He did something her father disliked, she could end up like the nanny, discarded without mercy. Of course, Chui benefited from the nanny's situation and didn't think her father was wrong. She just learned more about her father's character from this incident, which made her even more afraid of him. She looked heavily at Lin He and noticed that instead of being fearful, Lin He seemed a bit pleased. Lin He felt relieved. Hearing Jiang Qiao defend his daughter made her genuinely happy. After everything that had happened, Lin He thought Jiang Qiao had left everything to the housekeeper and ignored his children. Jiang Qiao stepping in because the nanny stood up for Chui made Lin He think that perhaps he hadn't been as neglectful as she imagined over the years. Let's just ask and find out, Chui said, confused. Ask what? Lin He called the butler, who had been with the Jiang family for 10 years and was responsible for this matter. From the butler, Lin He and Chu Yi heard another version of the story. Just like Chu Yi mentioned earlier, when the butler discovered issues with the caregiver, he reported it immediately and began investigating her. This time, he found many more problems. First, the caregiver falsely reported expenses, claiming many items were necessary for Chu Yi's learning, but instead, she took them home for her own grandson. Sometimes, she would submit receipts for items she had never used, pretending they were for Chu Yi. Though these amounts seemed small individually, they added up to hundreds of thousands over the years. Upon review, it was found that many of Chu Yi's hair clips were missing. These items looked small but were quite expensive. For example, a single sapphire on a small crown cost 30,000, and there were 6 of them, along with diamonds on dolphin clips. The caregiver claimed they were lost due to the child's carelessness and took them home. Her daughter, who was unaware of their value, encouraged her to complain about her job, and when she discovered the worth of these clips, she suggested that wealthy families wouldn't mind losing a few. Indeed, Chu Yi, being carefree, thought she had lost them, while the caregiver had secretly taken them to sell. These records were easy to trace. Although it wasn't frequent, the caregiver had been doing this for years. The butler estimated that the caregiver's improper gains amounted to around 4 to 5 million, a sum most ordinary people wouldn't earn in a lifetime. The fact that a caregiver could extract so much money from the Jiang family showed how loose their spending was, which also explained why Chu Yi spent money so freely. Jiang Qiao had never shortchanged his children. Jiang Qiao entrusted the butler with managing this situation. As long as the caregiver returned the money, the Jiang family would not pursue the matter further. However, returning the money was difficult, and the caregiver felt the pain of giving it back, wiping out her savings. She quickly sought another job. thinking her experience with the Jiang family would help her find work with other wealthy families. But no one was as generous as the Jiang family, and she became too picky. While job hunting, she would boast about her time with the Jiang family to raise her value, but her son faced problems too. Her eldest son's company had a contract with the Jiang family that was about to expire. When he prepared to sign for the next quarter, they informed him they would not continue the partnership. In response, the eldest son confidently and subtly mentioned his connections, but the other person sneered and said, "Go ask your mom." The fact that they didn't pursue the theft from the Jiang family was already a huge act of leniency. There was no way they would let anything else slide. The housekeeper contacted the company to explain, so the cooperation was over. The youngest son, who was supposed to be confirmed as a full-time employee next month, was fired before his internship ended. The daughter, who worked as a nurse in the hospital, was also let go due to a work mistake. Everyone hinted to the leaders not to pursue this matter, as they had some connections with the Jiang family, but they all ended up embarrassed. Coincidentally, all three children faced issues on the same day. When they returned home, they learned that their mother no longer worked for the Jiang family and had lost all her savings. They were furious. They all blamed her, and the nanny had been pleading with the housekeeper for several days to let her return to work, promising to change her ways. It was useless. The housekeeper would not agree. The nanny secretly entered the Jiang family, intending to plead with the eldest child to help her return. However, upon seeing the child's indifferent expression, the nanny suddenly lost her composure. She felt that she had cared for them for so long, only to be met with a coldness that felt like being a stranger. How could she ask for help? The housekeeper then dealt with the nanny, stating that if she didn't appreciate the help she received, the law would take its course. The nanny just got out of prison and is currently in a legal battle with her children. None of them visited her while she was in prison, and they are unwilling to support her now. The housekeeper recalled this incident clearly, as it was the first major issue he handled after joining the Jiang family. The eldest child was stunned. She didn't know about Aunt Chi's greed. From the maid's tone, it sounded like the employer was too harsh and retaliated excessively, so she thought her father was involved and didn't dare to ask him for confirmation. Now, seeing so many underlying issues, Lin-hee asked the housekeeper to leave, leaving just the two of them in the dining room. She said, "Chi, there may be misunderstandings in many things, so let's not jump to conclusions. Can you give him a chance to understand and get to know him again? He can be a good father, okay?" Seeing Lin-hee speak up for her father, Chi absent-mindedly agreed. She didn't actually believe there were many misunderstandings because she noticed that Lin-hee seemed more interested in her past, which is why she used the nanny as an example. There might be misunderstandings, but she had seen many other things. However, judging by Lin-hee's attitude, Chi realized that simply using examples wouldn't change her mind. Returning to the topic, Chu-yi felt a bit moved. Looking back at the past, she realized that her father cared about her and Sherwoo. She just hadn't noticed this care before. Perhaps there was a deeper concern she hadn't discovered? Chu-yi looked at Lin-hee with mixed feelings. She had planned her life and was responsible for it. She had said what she needed to say, and she wouldn't interfere with Lin-hee's choices. Yet, when something happened, she couldn't help but give advice. When did she start worrying like a mother? Everything felt chaotic. The father she remembered had changed, and she felt different about herself too. Changing her thoughts wouldn't happen overnight, but the shift in her fixed impression of her father was a good start. Lin-hee didn't continue the conversation and changed the topic. "I got a lot of information from Jiang Manhwa about Han Sun. There are quite a few issues with him." This caught Chu-yi's attention, especially with Lin-hee's disdainful smile during the pause, making her feel there was something juicy here. On the way back, Lin-hee summarized the events of the past few days, realizing that Tu-lee's matter was somehow connected to Han Sun, which was both absurd and amusing. "I looked at the chat records between Han Sun and Jiang Manhwa. To clear herself, Jiang Manhwa revealed everything about Han Sun. She was a cautious person, communicating with Han Sun mostly through calls, often purposely lowering her voice. Han Sun wasn't as careful. He sent many messages, including some voice notes. The chat records were what Jiang Muhua finally shared, and after talking with Lin He, she noticed the other person had no expression. Was she dissatisfied? Reluctantly, she took out her phone to show Lin He the chat records and offered to take screenshots or record the screen for her. In their conversation, Jiang Muhua's replies were simple, mostly aha responses, with the longest sentence not exceeding 4 words, while Han Sun talked a lot more. After reading it all, Chu Yi was stunned. She blinked in disbelief and said, Han Sun he. After thinking for a moment, she finally muttered, disgusting. At that moment, she even felt like throwing up. How could she have liked such a person before? This would be her lifelong shame. The content of the chat was clear to anyone. Han Sun was trying to please and flirt. The ambiguous messages and the occasional photos of his abs were simply too much. Jiang Muhua could practically be his mother. Han Sun actually likes Jiang Muhua. Chu Yi was still in shock. Lin He denied it, saying, no, it's not liking. She has many problems, and that's just one of them. Han Sun is someone who would sell his feelings for money. Previously, he went undercover at Shungan High School for Jiang Muhua's benefit, showing how low his character is. During live broadcasts, he uses cheesy lines to please his fans. Based on his behavior and chat records, Lin He is not surprised at all. Even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how down Jiang Muhua is, with her connections and experience, she can easily support Han Sun. Han Sun clearly understands this. After the assistant director greeted him, he realized Jiang Muhua has great value for him. They initially collaborated because of the first-year students, but now that the first-year students are off-limits, how can they deepen their relationship? In the entertainment industry, more connections mean more opportunities. Han Sun thought of using charm. Although Jiang Muhua is not as young as before and has more wrinkles, she still looks younger than many women her age and has maintained her figure well. Han Sun thinks it's okay to flirt a bit, which is why he has those chat records. Even though she hasn't responded, her continuous support shows she's interested. Little does he know that Jiang Muhua is also using him, hoping he can deal with the Jiang family one day. They are equally matched. From Jiang Muhua's perspective, having met someone like Jiang Qiao, Han Sun seems extremely dull and unappealing. She just plays along a bit to make him feel clever. There's no need to overthink this illusion, so when Lin He approached her, she was quick to hand him over. Han Sun has some brains, but he lacks social experience, making his cleverness seem foolish. After spending a long time in the entertainment industry, Han Sun is still lacking. How disgusting. Oh my, how did I ever think he was pure and untainted? The first-year student pretended to poke her eyes out in frustration, making Lin He laugh. It's good for her daughter to listen. In the future, when she encounters cunning men, she should be careful and keep her eyes wide open to avoid being deceived. Lin He teased, wait to poke your eyes out. I'm not done yet. There's something even worse coming. Han Sun is currently having a hot affair with a female director from the program. Why does Han Sun perform so well on the show? Even if the assistant director owes Jiang Muhua a favor, he wouldn't go so far as to give him special treatment. The female director secretly contacted Han Sun and informed him about various script elements in the show. This is why he consistently performs well. Jiang Muhua said she discovered this herself, and Han Sun appeared nervous, trying to hide his guilt. It was obvious, but she chose not to engage with him. Zhang, the director of Gusher Film, is a man of good reputation and one of the producers of the show. Han Sun wants to send a strong competitor, King Kong, who has more popularity than him, to Zhang's bed and then expose him during the semi-finals to ruin his career. Han Sun is trying to please Jiang Muhua to get her help while also having the female director set up a gathering to scheme against King Kong. That's disgusting. Han Sun is a troublemaker. If he becomes a star in the entertainment industry, who knows how many people he would harm. Chu Yi shook her head, feeling that calling Han Sun a scoundrel was an understatement. Dealing with Han Sun was personal for her, and after hearing all this, she felt like she was acting out of a sense of justice. She was eliminating a threat. Baiyun High School has been very lively lately. Before the school year started, The teachers announced activities for the upcoming school year in the group, claiming it was to warm up for the school anniversary in 2 months. Everyone found it interesting since there hadn't been any pre-anniversary events in previous years. Listening to the teacher's voice message, students who were initially uninterested became increasingly serious. Some even took notes on the singing competition, original poetry contest, debate competition, sports events, luck games, and gaming competitions. In the past, school competitions were only for those who excelled academically or were talented in arts. Ordinary students were just there as audience members. But this time, it was different. They could participate in several competitions. The luck game sounded fun. And what was the personality showcase? Was the gaming competition about electronics or something else? All activities have a maximum prize of 50,000 and a minimum of 2,000. Everyone who participates will receive a prize. What? There are cash prizes? There are requirements for registration. First, all subjects must be passed. If that's not met, the second requirement is that scores on the exam 1 week after school starts must not be lower than the last time. The school is actively organizing activities to enrich students' break times, and at the same time, they can't neglect their studies. These competitions aim to boost students' academic performance, achieving a win-win situation. The student group at Bayun High School became lively because of these activities. Many students shared about the school's events online. "Oh my gosh, our school is amazing," comparable to major TV stations. These activities are just as good as any variety show. The key point is that the judges we invited are all impressive. For the first time, I feel our principal is really amazing. Hee, we are from the same school, and the rumor is that the principal isn't the main reason. It's the generous people funding these activities who are impressive. What's the inside story?
Tell me more.
From what I know, this event has a charitable aspect, and the sponsors are just giving away money. You know our school has scholarships and grants. Besides the government support, that popular Manhwa Foundation online is also involved. The Manhwa scholarship at our school comes from this foundation. I don't know how the initial talks went, but since the Manhwa scholarship was established first, the school can't accept other funding, so that sponsor lady is giving money to students in this way. You don't need to be top students or come from poor families. Regular students can enjoy it too. Haven't you noticed that many activities allow those without special skills to participate? Hey, you must be a teacher at our school to know all this. I know too. It's said that the big shots coming to judge our school's events are also doing it because of the sponsor's influence. I'm really curious about who this sponsor lady is. As the discussion grew, netizens joined in, amazed by the activities at Bayun Girls High School, wishing their own schools had similar events. The excitement started to build, but Tuli wasn't paying attention. Little did she know that within half a day, this topic would trend online. And it was closely related to her. As the excitement increased, more students began to speak up. According to the sign-ups in the group, these activities have turned into a school-wide event. Our teacher accidentally let it slip, haha. She said that even if there are no rankings, there are participation prizes, and the participation prize is a gold piece worth 500. With about 2,000 students and teachers at our school, just the participation prizes alone would total 1 million. How is that different from just giving away money? I told my cousin I wanted to play games today, but she was too focused on studying. She said she needed to improve her scores to participate in the event. That's what this is about. To put it this way, I have a grant of 4,500, and I have to give 2,000 to my advisor as a class fee, which really just ends up in their hands. But any prize money I win from this competition will all go to me. As the discussion continued, netizens began to stray off topic. Bayun Girls High School not only receives national funding but also support from the Manhwa Charity Foundation. Why do students feel that scholarships and financial aid are insufficient? Netizens began to investigate. Years ago, the Manhwa Charity Foundation specifically established a scholarship program for Bayun Girls High School, and many news reports covered it. After further investigation, netizens discovered that the Charity Foundation had been playing word games. In the past 2 years, the financial aid given to students has been pitifully low, while major expenses have shifted to donations for multifunctional classrooms, rewards for outstanding teachers, equipment donations, and so on. The Manhwa Charity Foundation has done charitable work, but none of it has directly benefited the students. Everyone can see that there are too many ways to manipulate donations for equipment and classrooms. The Manhwa Charity Foundation is doing good for free, which is commendable, but they shouldn't claim to be supporting students. They gained a good reputation and established connections, which is quite a clever move. Then Tuli faced criticism. She was the one who promoted the scholarship program, so she must have known about the traps involved. Tuli was criticized again. She has been mentioned too often lately, and each incident has sparked significant controversy. After learning about the activities at Bayun Girls High School, Tuli contacted the director there to inquire about the situation. The director said that this time, the activity was directly coordinated with the principal, and he had no say in it, even being unaware beforehand. Although she didn't get a clear answer, Tuli received important information. The person causing all the trouble was Lin Hee. Not receiving a call from Lin Hee, Tuli realized that the other party had no intention of backing down. Watching the discussions online, Tuli felt a chill. Lin Hee's seemingly chaotic actions were ultimately affecting her. Initially, Tuli thought there was some misunderstanding, but now it was clear that Lin Hee was targeting her. Suddenly, she recalled the phrase about spending 2 million and felt a cold shiver run down her spine. Tuli took out her phone and called Hu Dai, but no one answered. Then she remembered that Hu Dai had gone abroad. The new product was completely sabotaged by Mo Xing, and Beijing Company was on a downward spiral. Hu Dai was trying to save herself by going abroad to seek a fragrance master, planning to launch a perfume series. It was both innovative and a means of self-rescue. There was a gap in the domestic perfume market, and if Beijing could fill it, everything would be different. It was said that the fragrance master was on a farm in country a place with poor signal. Hu Dai sent a message a couple of days ago to report her safety, but hasn't replied since. Tuli wanted to get information from Hu Dai, but couldn't reach her at all. Moreover, it wasn't just her work that had problems. Her husband's variety show was also struggling. While Lin Hee was managing various affairs at Bayun Girls High School, Chu Yi started targeting Han Sun. First, she arranged for an anonymous netizen to leak information, claiming that a popular contestant from the talent show was getting close to a staff member, suggesting they might be in a relationship. Talent shows usually air during winter and summer breaks when students are free and can attract more fans. The only show currently recording during the school season was the one with Han Sun. Among the popular contestants, there were about 7 or 8, including Han Sun. With this leak, netizens began analyzing who might be in a relationship. Once the news broke, the interactions between contestants and staff became very formal, and they even started avoiding each other. Everyone understood that if someone was photographed during this time and it ended up online, their future would be severely impacted. Fans would leave, and even if there was an explanation later, it would be too late. Without fans, there would be no support votes, and the path to debut would be blocked. The atmosphere in the entire production team became quite awkward. As the person involved, Han Sun felt no guilt. He didn't even suspect himself and believed it was the work of other contestants. He thought he hadn't dated the female director. At most, they had some flirtation. The female director couldn't provide any evidence of a relationship, let alone anyone else, so the leaker couldn't possibly be referring to him. However, because of this leak, Han Sun was now afraid to have private contact with a female director. Not only the netizens, but also the contestants were observing who was dating the staff. Without any spoilers, Han Sun's shine diminished significantly. He was not only hesitant to approach the female director but also cautious in speaking with the assistant director. The leaker's statements were vague, and some began to speculate that the relationship might not be limited to male-female. It could also be male-male. Fans watching the talent training camp live streams clearly noticed that staff members appeared less frequently on screen. Netizens joked about how one leak changed the entire tone and ecosystem of the show. Chu Yi was very satisfied. She wanted Han Sun to feel anxious all the time. The revenge phase would come step by step, and the next move would wait until Chu Yi finished school. As summer vacation ended, students returned to school. Early in the morning, the siblings sat in their family's car heading to school, both wearing sour expressions. They were now schoolmates. Previously, Zhang Qiao had spoken to them about the transfer issue. He first asked if they could keep up with the curriculum and then mentioned the drawbacks of their old school, noting that the situation with Feng Shou had indeed had an impact and the media was watching the school closely. No matter how powerful the Zhang family is, they cannot control everything. They can manage public opinion, but some media outlets do not care about that, and some even post directly online, making it harder to control. St. Anne's School is a private institution with very strict security measures, which is more suitable for Shiwishi. Shiwishi actually feels indifferent, but if he gets photographed yawning at his old school, he would prefer to accept the transfer. As for the curriculum, the school has already completed the third-year courses by the second year. Shiwishi has done well in several mock exams, so switching schools won't affect his studies. After discussing with Shiwishi, he called Qi to go upstairs. Zhang Qiao informed her about her brother's transfer and reminded them to look out for each other. He also mentioned that they wouldn't stay at school during their third year and would be driven to and from school every day. St. Anne's High School is about a 20-minute drive from the Zhang residence, and walking from the school to the classroom takes about 10 to 20 minutes, so there isn't much difference. Chui had no objections about staying at home, as she still needed to deal with Han Sun and discuss things with Lin He. Chui and Shiwishi have a love-hate relationship, and the tension from their previous romantic rivalry hasn't faded yet, so they were both sulking. "Don't tell anyone I'm your brother when we get to school." "Perfect. Let's pretend we don't know each other." They both looked out the window and huffed at the same time. Originally, Lin He planned to attend the opening ceremony for the two kids, but the school notified that third-year students would not participate, so she didn't go. To prevent the siblings from fighting, they were placed in different classes. Shiwishi got out first at the school entrance, and then Chui got out at the gate. The siblings were pretending not to know each other. At home, Lin He imagined the warmth of her children looking out for each other at the same school, and she couldn't help but hum a tune. As the siblings went to school, Zhang Qiao went to work, and Lin He planned to go upstairs to sketch. Just as she got up, a guest arrived. Seeing the visitor, Lin He raised an eyebrow and said, "Zhang Qiao has gone to the company." "I'm here to see you," Gu Lily said calmly, but the next moment she broke down in tears, looking very upset. Lin He was puzzled. She and Gu Lily weren't close enough to cry on each other's shoulders. Upon closer inspection, Gu Lily's eyes were swollen. How long had she been crying? "What happened to you?" "President Jiang wants to send me away."
Wah!
After their last chat in the company cafeteria, Gu Lily had been on guard against Lin He, waiting anxiously every day. Today, she finally reached the end of her patience. She had taken it for granted that Lin He would use her connection with Mrs. Jiang to make trouble, but it turned out that Lin He didn't need to do anything at all. The wife who has the most confidence is the one who is married to her husband. She doesn't need anyone else and can just talk directly to Mr.
Jiang.
At this point, Gu Lily realized that Mr. Jiang was willing to drive her away for Lin He, which meant there was no chance for her with Mr. Jiang anymore. Before, Gu Lily's confidence came from years of being by Zhang Qiao's side and his indifferent attitude towards women. But after meeting Lin He, she felt completely defeated. Gu Lily had admired Zhang Qiao for many years and had worked hard to win him over. The process didn't matter to her. As long as the result was good, she thought it was worth it. She tried to improve herself and finally felt ready to pursue him, only to find out he was married. But that was okay. She wasn't too upright. She could try to win him over. After all her efforts, she didn't even get a chance to try before Lin He brought her down, and then Zhang Qiao did too. Just when she finally returned to headquarters, she was being transferred again. They say that if you fail in love, you should succeed at work, but what was happening to her? At that moment, Gu Lily realized for the first time that her love for Mr. Jiang wasn't as pure as she thought. For many years, she had aimed for Mr. Jiang, but it was also about her own career goals. Her ambition, desire, and admiration had mixed together, confusing her into believing she was working hard for Mr.
Jiang.
Looking back, If she had been assigned to a less promising position years ago, she might not have stuck it out. She believed that if she worked hard, her career would improve, so she persevered in Hong Kong. What she truly loved was her career success. Once Gu Lily understood this, HR had already spoken to her about the transfer. She realized the seriousness of the situation. This time was different from before in Hong Kong. Being transferred again would likely mean being left there for good. Through her subtle inquiries, she learned it was Mr. Zhang's decision. Gu Lily felt completely crushed. She couldn't deceive herself anymore. Mr. Zhang loved Lin He. The only reason for her transfer was that she had unknowingly offended Lin He. With Mr. Zhang at the company, Gu Lily went to the Zhang residence. This was her only chance. I want to stay at headquarters. I have no ulterior motives regarding Mr. Zhang. I swear, Gu Lily said urgently, knowing that Lin He was her only hope to remain. Gu Lily, you are a refined, self-interested person. You say you like Jiang Qiao, but once he can no longer benefit you, you'll change your attitude immediately. You will always choose what is best for you. Today, you want to stay and think about cutting ties with Jiang Qiao, but if an opportunity arises, you will cling to him without hesitation, ignoring our conversation today. Once you get what you want, today's talk won't matter and I won't matter either, so you won't feel the need to keep your word. Lin He picked up her tea, blew on it gently, and took a sip. Seeing Gu Lily's stunned expression from her words, she set the cup down and said slowly, "Am I right?" "Yes," Gu Lily admitted. She didn't expect that the person who understood her best would be Lin He. She was someone who wouldn't miss any opportunity, and if a chance arose, she would seize it, including with Jiang Qiao. Why didn't she just lie and deny it? Gu Lily smiled, knowing in her heart that even if she lied, Lin He would see through it. She still hadn't figured out Lin He's true nature, so how could she win? It was foolish of her to underestimate Lin He back in Hong Kong. "You can stay." Feeling disheartened and ready to give up, Gu Lily suddenly looked up, surprised. What? During the crucial review period, the high school seniors did not attend the lively opening ceremony. Instead, they faced a test on the first day. After a wild summer, the students were struggling to adjust to the school routine and felt a bit restless. This restlessness was not only due to the ceremony outside but also because of the recent gossip. Han Sun was actually going to become a star. He was the one who had announced he would take care of things in middle school. At St. High School, most students came from well-off families, except for those with special talent admissions. They viewed the identity of a star through a filter, but not too much, and believed that entering the entertainment industry was not a good path. Perhaps because of his previous attitude, they had held Han Sun in high regard, thinking he had a bright future. But now he was turning to the entertainment industry. Not only were they surprised by his choice, but they also saw it as Han Sun's rebellion against middle school. Students had previously circulated videos of Han Sun's live streams, which were completely different from the personality they usually saw. Most students believe this is Han Sun's true nature, and the reason for their fallout is that Chui saw through Han Sun's real self in the first year. This confirms previous guesses. To be honest, Han Sun's greasy appearance during the live stream was quite disappointing. If Han Sun had always been like this from the start, it would have been fine, just like the viewers of the live stream who didn't see any issues. The key point is that everyone has seen each other's cool and calm side, and when compared, it's hard not to feel disappointed. Anyone who has been deceived will feel sad. After all, Chu-yi has supported Han Sun for 2 years. Any kind of relationship would surely cause some heartache. Even those who usually don't interact much with Han Sun felt deceived, let alone Chu-yi. Everyone was prepared to see Chu-yi looking worn out, but instead, she appeared radiant and unaffected. This brings us to the reason. With Lin He's help and guidance, Chu-yi wasn't truly influenced by Han Sun, but she wasn't glowing for no reason either. Her blush came from a playful kick she gave him when they got off the bus, and when she noticed he was chasing her to the school gate, she ran to shake him off. A female classmate who was close to Chu-yi couldn't hold back after the first exam and asked, "Are you really letting him off the hook?" "Of course not." The classmates understood, and there was more excitement to come. They thought the drama would unfold quickly, but they didn't expect it to happen so soon.
Binun, Han-sun responded.
Why did Han-sun feel the need to respond? Because he had to. The boy band audition program had started its live broadcast, and the top 7 contestants by popularity would interact with viewers on camera. Currently, the hottest topic in the show isn't the contestants' talents, but the buzzing romance rumors. One contestant openly addressed the rumors during the live stream, stating that the person everyone was talking about online was not him. Regardless of what others said, he felt it was necessary to explain to his fans. This put others in a tough spot. If they didn't speak up, they would be suspected of losing fans. If they did speak, what would happen? Why should they address things they didn't do? Several contestants explained the situation one after another. Han-sun wanted to play dumb, but given the current situation, if he didn't speak up, it would be pinned on him. After talking with the female director, Han-sun realized that the rumor was about them. They had secretly agreed on their story, so Han-sun felt no burden explaining it and wasn't afraid of the director coming after him. The main issue is that the two have not confirmed their romantic relationship. The female director likes Han-sun, and Han-sun expresses trust in her and relies on her. Han-sun manages this balance very well, making the director willing to help him without giving anyone a reason to gossip. They do not have any substantial relationship. Even if the director turns against him, he can still defend himself by saying he misjudged her character. That would be a negative scenario. Right now, Han-sun cannot admit that he and the director are the two people mentioned in the rumors. His explanations would not convince netizens, so he should avoid making their relationship public as much as possible. Han-sun firmly denied in front of the camera that he was the person in the news, and to gain the trust of his fans, he revealed details about his first love. I had a girl I loved very much. We were officially together for only a few days before breaking up. It was my lack of appreciation that caused the breakup. I know we will never have a chance to be together again. I have failed in love, and for the next 10 years, I will not think about relationships and will focus entirely on my career. I must say, Han-sun knows how to sell himself. He creates a deep, emotional persona while making it clear to fans that he has no future with that girl. His cool and reserved style adds to the sense of redemption. He is also prepared well online. Although it wasn't the right occasion to discuss these matters, it doesn't hurt to address them now, especially to clear up any issues from the live stream. Fans began to speculate and defend Han-sun, suggesting that his behavior during the live stream was due to his decline after breaking up with his girlfriend. Otherwise, why would he smoke continuously and create an ambiguous atmosphere? It seemed like he was punishing himself. Later, after experiencing some family issues, he found the strength to participate in a talent show. Great! With this background story set, fans loved him even more. Han-sun defended himself and attracted a group of supportive fans. The dating rumors online have nothing to do with me. So far, I have only been in that one relationship. All the students turned their attention to the corner table where the first-year students sat. It was lunchtime, and the school cafeteria had a large LED screen that played various programs, sometimes variety shows, sometimes midday news, randomly selected by the TV station. Today, they were airing entertainment news. Unfortunately, the segment featured the host discussing the talent show and responding to the rumors. The students pieced together the timeline and connected Han-sun's words. That girl. Could it be the first-year student? Feeling the stares from the crowd, Chewie glanced back sharply, causing those around her to quickly look away like startled rabbits. She continued eating calmly, showing no signs of being affected after her warning glance. The classmates began to whisper again, wondering if they had misunderstood. Did that girlfriend belong to someone else? Otherwise, why was Chewie so composed? It seemed like it had nothing to do with her.
Composed?
No. If Han-sun appeared in front of her, Chewie would want to stab him with her chopsticks. How dare he mention her? Even though she was mentally prepared, she still felt disgusted. His handsome appearance spoke of love, looking beautiful yet tragic, but beneath that skin was a rotten, foul heart. Just a whiff would make her sick. Right now, Chewie wanted to hurl the dirtiest insults at Han-sun. Her calmness at this moment was all thanks to Lin He. Lin He had already predicted Han Sun's reaction. She said that once the news broke, Han Sun would definitely show up, and it was likely he would mention Chu-yi to make it seem more real and overshadow the news. If this opportunity allowed Chu-yi to hear it and soften her attitude, it would be a big chance for him. No matter how much help Manhwa or the female director could provide, it was nothing compared to Chu-yi. Han Sun was greedy, wanting everything: what was on his plate, what was in the pot, and even what was in others' bowls. Chu-yi admired Lin He even more. She was so smart to accurately guess the other person's reaction. That feeling of having everything under control was just amazing. Just as you said, it's happening. Chu-yi messaged Lin He before the lunch break. Don't rush. Go at your own pace, Lin He replied. Before receiving her message, Chu-yi had been feeling anxious, but once she got the reply, she felt calm again. In the end, she would definitely crush Han Sun like a cockroach, so letting him have a little leeway was no problem. The key was that this situation involved not just dealing with Han Sun, but also those around him who were helping him. And this little leeway was just allowing Han Sun to smile a bit more that afternoon. Knowing that Chu-yi couldn't handle pressure and was impatient, Lin He deliberately kept the timeline short, giving just one afternoon for things to simmer. They needed to observe the online reactions and the program team's responses before deciding on the next steps. If Lin He hadn't warned her in advance, Chu-yi would have probably exploded as soon as she heard the news. Acting impulsively would only reveal her identity and give Han Sun more attention. There were 3 guests staying for dinner at the Jiang family that evening: Gu Lily, Zhou Bai, and Tu Li. Gu Lily was the first to arrive and also the last to leave. You were sent to Hong Kong a few years ago, and now you've returned to the Jiang Group headquarters based on your own abilities. Regardless of your thoughts, your skills are evident, and everything you achieved at work was earned through your own efforts. This is beyond doubt. Lin He had learned about Gu Lily's work situation. A woman who went to Hong Kong alone and achieved such results was admirable from that perspective. Gu Lily faced more challenges than Jiang Muhua did back then, yet she persevered. Meanwhile, Jiang Muhua was now struggling in a media company, which made for a stark comparison. You know that Jiang Qiao cannot tolerate any nonsense. He sent you away because he noticed your restless thoughts. It's important to support her husband, and keeping Gu Lily around doesn't mean Jiang Qiao made a mistake by sending her away. Gu Lily's face turned pale. Being close to Jiang Qiao, she understood his way of doing things. He wouldn't hesitate to dismiss her if he wanted to. Lin He's words made her realize that her transfer was not due to someone else's influence, but was Jiang Qiao's own decision. You can continue working in your current position. If you are dismissed or transferred due to incompetence or any other reason that offends Jiang Qiao, I will not intervene. Lin He believed Gu Lily was quite capable, and keeping her would be the best solution for the Jiang Group's interests. She understood the reasons behind Jiang Qiao's decision to transfer Gu Lily, so she chose to keep her. Moreover, she had other plans in mind. My help doesn't come for free. You need to tell me everything you've seen and heard about Jiang Qiao over the years in detail. This is our deal. There was nothing to refuse. For Gu Lily, it felt like a windfall. Okay. She nodded quickly, even afraid that Lin He might change her mind. Lin He was open and straightforward, which made Gu Lily feel more at ease. She asked, "Aren't you worried I might have feelings for Mr. Jiang? He's mine. You can't take him away." Lin He was calm and glanced at Gu Lily, suggesting, "Why don't you give it a try?" "I wouldn't mind." Gu Lily shook her head vigorously, even faster than when she had nodded earlier. She wasn't sure if she would have feelings in the future, but right now, she wouldn't dare to think about Mr. Jiang. "If you really could take him away, I would just be glad to see the truth about trash." Realizing that the other person wasn't just joking but was expressing her opinion, Gu Lily was a bit shocked. That was Mr. Jiang. Not just any man. If it were another woman, even if there were rumors, she would pretend not to see to keep her position. But Lin He's attitude was clear. If you are heartless, then I will move on. Thinking back to her few interactions with Lin He, Gu Lily realized that this young girl had a very strong spirit. After their conversation, Gu Lily left feeling a bit dazed. This was unexpected. Then she came back that evening. It was quite rude to show up empty-handed. It seemed like an equal exchange with Lin He, but she actually needed this opportunity more. So that evening, Gu Lily returned, holding the latest LK silk scarf as a thank you gift. Now, Gu Lily's mindset had changed. She wanted to befriend Lin He and happily accepted the invitation to stay for dinner. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, she was surprised to see two other guests coming down the stairs with the butler. And the atmosphere between these two guests was quite strange. Lin He briefly introduced them, and Gu Lily realized why the woman looked familiar. She was a popular figure online recently. Tu Li and Zhou Bai had an awkward relationship. Zhou Bai didn't feel it, but Tu Li was uncomfortable. When Zhou Bai divorced Hu Dai, Tu Li had scolded him a lot, and there were even 2 occasions where she had confronted him physically. Later, Zhou Bai and Tu Li's husband ended up in a fight because of Tu Li, and both ended up in the hospital. Their relationship had been fine before, but after that, they stopped interacting. No one expected their next meeting would be at the Jiang family home. Zhou Bai came to see Lin He for work-related matters. He recently started a gaming company and wanted to discuss copyright issues related to the world background of Wanli Jigua. Tu Li came over because of something online. Since Lin He wasn't reaching out to her, she decided to find Lin He instead. At home, Tu Li thought for a long time and believed it was best to resolve the conflict with Lin He. They shouldn't have any grudges, and Tu Li leaned towards thinking there was a misunderstanding. She also wanted to ask about the 2 million. How did the other party know about it, and where did the photo come from? She needed to clarify many things during her visit to Lin He. When she entered the living room, she saw Zhou Bai, and her cheerful expression froze. The reason they came downstairs was that when the maid brought water, Tu Li accidentally knocked over a cup, spilling water on Zhou Bai. Lin He asked the butler to take Zhou Bai to change into a shirt that had never been worn before. Given the closeness between Zhou Bai and the butler, he surely wouldn't mind. During this time, Tu Li said she would go apologize, but in reality, she was looking for a chance to be alone with Zhou Bai to ask why he came to the Jiang family. Zhou Bai could have simply expressed his apology downstairs, but Tu Li insisted on going upstairs. Lin He watched Tu Li's flustered figure with a smile, though her amusement didn't reach her eyes. It was quite interesting. The connections between everyone were becoming stronger. Just then, Gu Lily arrived. Another person showed up, and while Tu Li smiled on the outside, she was fuming inside. She had just wanted to say a few words to Zhou Bai, but he coldly turned away without saying a word, which made her furious, though she couldn't show it in the Jiang family. Tu Li initially thought highly of Zhou Bai, but since he chose to work for someone else instead of starting his own company, she began to look down on him.
No ambition.
We should all have something to say, so let's chat one by one. Lin He called Gu Lily upstairs, intentionally leaving Tu Li and Zhou Bai in the living room. Gu Lily didn't have much to discuss. She mainly came to express her gratitude and wanted to give time to the other 2 guests, but Lin He asked about past events. She could only answer one question at a time. Lin He didn't talk for long. After about 20 minutes, she and Gu Lily came out of the room. Gu Lily looked around and wondered, "Hey, why is there only one person left in the living room?"
Tu Li is gone.
The butler approached Lin He and quietly said, 5 minutes ago, Miss Tu received a call saying she had an urgent matter and needed to leave. She asked me to convey her apologies to you. Lin He looked at Zhou Bai, who appeared calm. They went to the study, and Lin He asked, why did Tu Li leave so suddenly? Zhou Bai chuckled lightly. Junior sister, are you suggesting that my presence scared her away? Zhou Bai is a decent person, but he has a mischievous side and enjoys playing tricks. Lin He thought that Tu Li must have put a lot of thought into visiting. Normally, she wouldn't leave without achieving her goal. When the butler spoke to her, he glanced at Zhou Bai several times, and Lin He understood that Zhou Bai must have said something. Junior sister, you really can't be fooled. It was like this in college, and it's still the same now. Zhou Bai always treated Lin He warmly, and this friendly tone made it hard for her to act cold. It felt like turning her back on an old friend. She followed up, so, what did you say that scared her off? Zhou Bai shook his head. I didn't say much. Because of my past with Hu Dai, I know a bit about Tu Li. She might be afraid of her secrets being revealed. Zhou Bai had heard about the image Tu Li presented to the world. As Hu Dai's ex-husband, he understood Tu Li's past, so it was normal for her to have concerns. She wanted me to go along with her story, but I told her I wouldn't lie. With a shrug, Zhou Bai continued, I don't know what she was thinking. She got a call and just left. Both Zhou Bai and the butler could tell that the call was just an excuse for Tu Li to leave. Tu Li was indeed overthinking. During the 10 minutes he was upstairs, Tu Li was in a state of confusion. The fact that Zhou Bai could meet Lin He indicated their close relationship. Normally, outsiders couldn't enter the Jiang residence. This made Tu Li uneasy. She wanted to ask Hu Dai about Zhou Bai, but she couldn't reach her since Hu Dai was abroad. She came to resolve her conflict with Lin He, but she was unsure of Lin He's attitude, so what she said could be partly true or false. And now Zhou Bai was here.
What could she say?
Could it be that Lin He knew she was coming and intentionally invited Zhou Bai? The more she thought about it, the more restless she became. She had to leave. This was a trap. By the way, why did you come here? Tu Li was leaving, but Lin He didn't plan to say much to her. She asked Zhou Bai about his purpose for coming. I just started a new game company, and the setting for the game, the Kingdom of Endless Miles, is so amazing that I took the chance to talk about it with an old friend. Lin He didn't expect Zhou Bai to come to discuss work. Since Lin He Mu resumed updates, many collaboration offers have come in, from milk tea partnerships to animation cameos. Everyone wants to collaborate in some way. There were also game adaptations, but they were all small puzzle games using just one character from the anime. There hasn't been a large online game like Zhou Bai's that takes the whole setting. Lin He was somewhat interested. She immediately gave him the studio's contact information, suggesting that he discuss the details with her staff. Once they outlined the terms, she would review the contract and sign it if everything was fine. With that, the collaboration was almost settled. Lin He trusted Zhou Bai's abilities and believed he would do a great job adapting it into a game. Zhou Bai joked that it was easier to work with old friends. After discussing the main topic, he wanted to continue chatting, but Lin He suggested they go downstairs. Gu Lily was still waiting downstairs, and Lin He didn't want to talk too long with Zhou Bai since she had someone jealous at home. This time, Zhou Bai had come to her house unexpectedly. If they were outside, she would have called Jiang Qiao as she promised. As they walked downstairs, Chu Yi and Shi Wu happened to return home. Uncle Bai? Shi Wu exclaimed happily. He had been wanting to invite someone over for a long time. Chu Yi, however, was more observant than Shi Wu. She noticed Gu Lily sitting in the living room and wondered why she was at their house. Gu Lily looked up and saw Chu Yi's unfriendly expression, as if she wanted to eat her alive. Before Gu Lily could react, Jiang Qiao walked in from outside. He had just returned from work. Tonight, he was supposed to work late, but he came home early after receiving a message from the housekeeper. The housekeeper had indeed reported about the new lady, but when something happened, he was genuinely concerned for his master. He quickly informed Jiang Qiao when he saw a man at home. Jiang Qiao rushed home, forgetting about working late. The house was on fire. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin He and Zhou Bai standing at the bottom of the stairs, looking like a perfect couple. Anyone who didn't know them might think they were the owners of the house. Not only was the house in chaos, but Jiang Qiao was also furious. Lin He had no idea how much Jiang Qiao could interpret from a single scene. On the last step of the stairs, Zhou Bai took a bigger step, and they both descended together. Then they quickly moved apart. It was the kind of scene that, even with slow-motion effects, wouldn't have any pink bubbles, yet Mr. Jiang was still jealous. Lin He looked towards the door, where the father and daughter both wore the same gritted teeth expression. Why is he here? Why is she here? Although they were not asking about the same person, it was the first time the father and daughter had such a mutual understanding. Lin He. For a moment, she didn't know which answer to give. In the end, neither Gu Lily nor Zhou Bai stayed for dinner. Gu Lily found an excuse to leave. The hostile gaze from Chu Yi was too obvious to ignore. Last time they met, things had been peaceful between them. Then she thought about her transfer, and Gu Lily's eyes widened. Could it be that Mr. Zhang's family knows everything? So, is Chui's attitude suggesting she came to show off? No, she came to apologize. Feeling the urge to explain, but not knowing how to start, Gu Lily felt frustrated. This time, Gu Lily saw Lin He had a commanding presence in the house. The usually stern butler listened to Lin He without question. From this, Gu Lily realized it wasn't just about marriage. Lin He had completely won over the Jiang family. Given this, her own unrealistic thoughts seemed ridiculous. Feeling embarrassed, Gu Lily quickly left. To make amends, she found an excuse to take Zhou Bai away. She noticed Mr. Jiang didn't like Zhou Bai and suddenly remembered who Zhou Bai was. He was the team leader who was supposed to get promoted in the development team, but ended up resigning. With so many employees at Jiang Group, why did Gu Lily remember Zhou Bai? Because when she went to the marketing department for promotion, she heard complaints that Zhou Go had left, and he was the best at his job. Otherwise, they would have finished early. Gu Lily learned about Zhou Bai's situation. He was someone who preferred to stand firm rather than compromise. He didn't want to be transferred, and even if it meant resigning, he wouldn't go. Gu Lily thought it was a pity. Jiang Group was such a good job, and he just gave it up. Other companies wouldn't offer the same opportunities. Having discussed this with colleagues, Gu Lily didn't expect to meet him in person. Did he resign just to annoy Mr. Jiang? Otherwise, why would Mr. Jiang be upset while Zhou Bai looked so happy? It turned out Zhou Bai indeed had ulterior motives. After leaving the Jiang family, he started whispering devilish words to her. If only Zhou Bai had spoken up sooner, Gu Lily might have been tempted. But since she had already made a deal with Lin He, she still found Lin He more trustworthy. Gu Lily went to Lin He again to complain. She was ready to expose everything. Mr. Jiang is upset about Zhou Bai coming to the house. After Gu Lily and Zhou Bai left, Lin He explained their visit. Both had important work matters to discuss. Lin He mentioned that Gu Lily seemed fine, and when she left, she specifically said goodbye, smiling, which didn't seem like a show of power. Chu Yi felt relieved. If Gu Lily dared to trouble Lin He, she would see how Chu Yi would respond. In Chu Yi's mind, Lin He was already part of her family. Chu Yi genuinely accepted this explanation, while Mr. Jiang was only pretending to. He didn't act out in front of his daughter, because he knew Lin He would handle him coldly. Mr. Jiang feared cold treatment the most. Note: only Lin He's cold treatment is feared. So, even though Mr. Jiang was jealous during dinner in front of Chu Yi and Shi Wu, he didn't show it at all. It wasn't until he returned to his room that he started to act out. Zhou Bai had worked steadily at Jiang's company for many years, but after Lin He returned, he refused promotions and left to start his own company. He even came to discuss cooperation under the name of that struggling game company. What a hidden agenda! How could there be fewer cooperation opportunities? Zhou Bai's main goal in this partnership was probably just that. Otherwise, why would he suddenly make such a big deal about opening a company now? The Jiang Group has an esports club, and the Kingdom of 1,000 Miles is being developed into a AAA game. Lin He raised her hand, looking serious as she replied, "The entire cooperation will be handled by the studio staff. I won't interfere at all, okay?" Mr. Jiang was not satisfied. Did he think Lin He was treating him like a child? Once there was cooperation, the connection couldn't be cut off. It didn't matter who was following up on the work progress. Lin He was not giving Zhou Bai any special treatment. Even if it were someone else proposing such a plan, she would still be tempted to agree. Zhou Bai presented the idea of adapting the comic into a game so well. He didn't go into all the details, but the general framework, how to approach it, and how to expand the background of the Kingdom of 1,000 Miles were all part of the discussion. Lin He was very intrigued. Zhou Bai touched on points that she, as the author, wanted to see. If they followed Zhou Bai's suggestions, it would lead to a very interesting game adaptation. It would also bring new surprises to fans of the Kingdom of 1,000 Miles, which was what Lin He was looking forward to. Jiang Qiao is different. Although he understands the Kingdom of 1,000 Miles, he can't handle it himself. He took the adaptation rights and instructed his subordinates to do it. However, his subordinates lack passion and only follow the usual methods of other adaptations. If that were the case, the rights would have been sold 15 years ago. In Lin He's view, adapting it into a game is not much different from adapting it into an animation. If it strays too far from the original or is poorly modified, it will be very disappointing. Lin He does not set high standards for casual puzzle games since they only need a cartoon character, but for a large-scale game with a storyline, she must choose carefully. Lin He finds Zhou Bai's game adaptation interesting and promising. To be honest, the employees at Jiang Qiaozi Sports Company may be very capable, but when it comes to emotional depth, they might not compare to Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai has a comprehensive view. However, she cannot tell Jiang Qiao this. He seems calm, but his rationality is clearly lacking. If she says that Zhou Bai understands better and has a more thorough adaptation plan, Jiang Qiao would only think she is being biased. This might make things worse. Lin He cannot go against her conscience and tell Jiang Qiao to take the adaptation rights. The work is like her child, and she certainly wants it to be adapted beautifully. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Gu Lily called. "Miss Lin, are you available to take a call now?" Her inquiring tone caught Jiang Qiao's attention. Lin He's phone volume was unexpectedly turned up high, so since Jiang Qiao could hear, she decided to put it on speaker and place it on the table. She wasn't worried about Jiang Qiao knowing about her deal with Gu Lily. Mentioning it would help shift Jiang Qiao's focus. "Yes, I'm available." "Go ahead," Lin He replied, taking a sip of water to soothe her throat, which had gone dry from talking to Jiang Qiao. "You need to be careful of Mr. Zhou. He has ulterior motives." Gu Lily's voice made Jiang Qiao uneasy. Just when he had his assistant talk to Gu Lily about transferring her, she came to Lin He. If it weren't for Zhou Bai's matter at hand, Jiang Qiao would definitely want to clarify why Gu Lily was there. What could she possibly want to discuss with Lin He? Since Lin He didn't seem upset, Jiang Qiao put Gu Lily's matter aside and started talking about Zhou Bai, only for her to call and mention Zhou Bai directly. Jiang Qiao looked at Lin He with intense eyes. It wasn't just his imagination. Gu Lily said the same thing. Lin He was surprised. Gu Lily's only interaction with Zhou Bai was today at her house. How could she suddenly say that? The silence on the microphone made Gu Lily think that Lin He didn't believe her. She continued, "After leaving the Jiang residence, Zhou Bai told me he knew I liked President Jiang and that he could help me. I asked him why he wanted to help, and he said he liked President Jiang's previous wife, and President Jiang let her down." Zhou Bai said these things to trick Gu Lily, to make her lower her guard and team up with him. Jiang Qiao's face darkened. What did he just say? Zhou Bai was not a good person. He left his house and immediately started plotting. Now that we've turned enemies into friends, I can't let him fool me. I had to tell you quickly. Gu Lily was proud of herself. Only a fool would believe Zhou Bai's words. After years of ups and downs in her career, she was no novice. Maybe Zhou Bai wanted to collaborate with her, but he mostly saw her as a tool. It must be said that Zhou Bai chose the right moment. President Jiang's decision to transfer her could be blamed on her options being blocked. Given her personality, once she learned the risks, she might agree to take a gamble. But who told her to choose to visit Lin He and carve out another path for herself? "Miss Lin, I didn't refuse outright. What if I pretend to agree and then test what Zhou Bai's plan is?" Gu Lily was trying to increase her value. She felt that since Lin He had helped her so much, she only needed to talk about the situation, but she still felt a bit uneasy. If there was something like Zhou Bai's plan, she would feel more secure. Lin He thought that aside from initially underestimating her in Hong Kong, Gu Lily had been quite clever and adaptable throughout. After their conversation, Gu Lily looked up at the sky and sighed in relief. Great. She felt very valuable now. In Gu Lily's mind, having value meant she wouldn't be abandoned. She needed to work hard to prove her worth in front of Lin He. Of course, this didn't apply to President Jiang. No matter her value, if President Jiang decided to transfer her, she would be transferred. Why did Gu Lily give in so quickly? Because President Jiang had changed too much. Relying on her past experience was useless. So Gu Lily decisively chose to align herself with Lin He. Looking back, this choice seemed to be the right one. At the Jiang residence, President Jiang was also happy at this moment. During her university years, Lin He felt that Zhou Bai took care of her because she reminded him of his younger sister who passed away a few years ago. At the time, Lin He thought this reason was a bit melodramatic, but after seeing a photo, she realized it was true. The girl in the photo is about 15 or 16 years old. They both have similar eyes, but sadly, she passed away unexpectedly during her first year of high school. She realized why Zhou Bai always seemed to be smiling at her. It almost caused a misunderstanding. Today is different from the past. Lin He feels something is off about Zhou Bai. Her sudden appearance took even Jiang Qiao some time to get used to. Now, when he sleeps holding her, he has to grip her wrist tightly, as if afraid she might run away again. Zhou Bai remains calm when he sees her, as if nothing strange is happening, and he readily accepts her very questionable explanation. 15 years have passed, and his attitude towards her is still the same as it was in college, which makes Lin He uneasy. But since he hasn't done anything wrong, and she is busy with her own matters, she doesn't have time to think too much about it. This time, however, Zhou Bai actually encouraged Gu Lily to create a rift between her and Jiang Qiao. Lin He felt a chill when she heard from Gu Lily that Zhou Bai claimed to have a crush on Jiang Qiao's original partner. She doubted that he truly liked her and thought he was just trying to deceive Gu Lily. Regardless, Zhou Bai's intentions were not good. Once he sends the proposal to the studio, I'll find a reason to reject it. Even if she appreciates Zhou Bai's proposal, after what he did, Lin He won't collaborate with him, no matter how appealing his revisions are. Hearing Lin He say this, Jiang Qiao laughed, surprised that Zhou Bai had revealed himself. Suddenly, he found Gu Lily more likable. Lin He couldn't understand Zhou Bai. Is he crazy to say that? He has been married to Hu Dai. Even if Jiang Qiao weren't in the picture, Lin He wouldn't be with Zhou Bai. He was married to Hu Dai, and their friendship from back then still matters to her. This is a matter of principle for Lin He. Plus, she genuinely doesn't like Zhou Bai. If she did, she would have made a move long before he married Hu Dai. She told Jiang Qiao the same thing. Jiang Qiao, you know I'm straightforward in relationships. If I had feelings for Zhou Bai, I would have broken up with you back in college to be with him. Jiang Qiao felt relieved that he had been attentive. He knew that if Lin He didn't love him, she would end things. So whenever he had free time, he would seek out Lin He, and their walks together filled every corner of the university campus. Lin He aimed to ease Jiang Qiao's heart, but instead, she found his heart racing. God knows that even now, thinking back to those times makes him feel a flutter. Meeting Lin He made Jiang Qiao realize what it feels like to care for someone. Seeing that Lin He had a worse impression of Zhou Bai, Jiang Qiao decided to mention something else. Initially, Hu Dai and Zhou Bai were together after a night of drinking, which led to a marriage due to an unexpected pregnancy, but the child was sadly lost. Jiang Qiao had not mentioned this before, fearing that Lin He would think Zhou Bai was a victim and end up siding with him against Hu Dai. He couldn't say it, absolutely not. Now, however, things were different because Lin He was already unhappy with Zhou Bai. Bringing this up would definitely catch her attention. Sure enough, Lin He scoffed. A night of drinking? That's just an excuse for their desires. If someone really drank too much, they would just pass out, not cause chaos. Jiang Qiao nodded vigorously, his expression clearly showing that he was different from Zhou Bai. Lin He, I've been drunk before but never acted out. Zhou Bai's behavior shows his poor character. It's no wonder he ended up with Hu Dai. People of the same kind attract each other. Jiang Qiao not only wanted to criticize Zhou Bai, but he also wanted to bring him down as much as possible. It would be best if Lin He viewed him as being similar to Hu Dai, so no matter how Zhou Bai tried to defend himself, he would always be seen as flawed and unsuccessful. Lin He appeared to be deep in thought, wondering if Zhou Bai had changed over the past 15 years, or if he was always like this in college. If it was the latter, then she would have to reevaluate many past events. Lin He and Jiang Qiao didn't say much more. She still needed to check on Chu Yi. If it weren't for Jiang Qiao being so worked up, she would have already talked to Chu Yi about Han Sun. Now that Jiang Qiao was calmed down, she hurried to see her daughter. Chu-yi was likely reaching her limit with Han Sun's antics. Both of them needed some comforting. Midnight, Tu-li finally got in touch with Hu-dai. On the other end, Hu-dai had reached a place with signal and quickly replied to all of Tu-li's messages and voicemails. At that time, Tu-li was still awake. She couldn't sleep at all. After carefully considering the situation online, Tu-li became increasingly aware that her public opinion was not looking good. Lin He was a crucial breakthrough. If she spoke out, she could easily sway public sentiment. Due to Lin He's rise to fame, Zhang Qiao's identity was also revealed, and many netizens hinted at his background in subtle ways. Using a well-known name on Weibo was likely to get blocked, and two users had even been banned for being too outrageous in their comments. Everyone was now speaking more cautiously. This news is only being discussed among a small group, but the problem is that once Lin He makes another appearance, Zhang Qiao's identity will surely spread widely, making Lin He's words carry more weight. Tu-li couldn't sleep and kept thinking about how to counter Lin He if things took a turn for the worse. After considering her options, she realized the only angle she could use was Lin He's status as a divorced woman. Bringing up Zhang Qiao's original wife would be the way to strike at Lin He from a higher level, preventing her from being so reckless. Tu-li speculated that Lin He might be related to Zhang Qiao's original wife, which explained why she resembled her and knew so much about her. As for why Hu-dai didn't recognize Lin He, that was easy to explain. Hu-dai was a distant relative, so it was normal for her not to know Lin He's side of the family. Tu-li shared her suspicions with Hu-dai. On the other end of the phone, Hu-dai was skeptical. Could it really be like that? Tu-li vented about Zhou Bai, saying that after being married, he should show some respect, especially since his sister had given him a child. Yet, he showed no consideration for her as a sister. Don't be upset, sister. Zhou Bai is just a cold-hearted. Hu-dai was also frustrated with Zhou Bai, feeling he had no sense of loyalty, and she hadn't forgotten their last argument. I just thought of something that can handle Zhou Bai and make Lin He wary. Hu-dai decided to reveal her secret weapon. Unless absolutely necessary, Hu-dai didn't want to resort to this method, but the other side was being too unreasonable. In that case, she wouldn't hold back. The fragrance master Hu-dai hired needed to take care of some matters and wouldn't be able to return to the country with her for a few days. Hu-dai asked Tu-li to keep an eye on the Zhang family situation, and once she returned, they would take action. They would discuss the specifics when they met. Although Tu-li didn't know what the secret weapon was, Hu-dai's confident attitude finally allowed her to sleep soundly for a few nights. However, the next day, she woke up with a headache. Something had gone wrong. As the show gained popularity, Han Sun's fame grew. He stayed hidden in the training camp, trying to get exclusive news but couldn't catch any from the paparazzi, so he turned his attention to Han's mother. This paparazzi reporter had modern interviewing techniques, very different from the past. Instead of just waiting around or sticking to one spot, they now evolved into a more strategic approach to uncovering stories. First, as a salesperson, it only took 5 days for Han's mother to become close enough to affectionately call him Xiaoguang. After hearing her son's explanation and remembering the trouble she had from the internet last time, Han's mother has been very careful lately. She used to love showing off her son to those around her, but now she has learned to keep quiet and says nothing at all. Han's mother is doing well at holding back, but sometimes Xiaoguang brings up topics that make her want to join in and brag about her son. She really wants to talk about how great her son is. After holding back once or twice, she couldn't resist anymore after the 3rd or 4th time. Han auntie, your pension must be quite high, right? People who can live here are quite special. Han auntie, if your child isn't home and you have little problems like a leaking water heater, just ask me for help. It's easy to fix. This bracelet is beautiful, auntie. You have great taste. I have 2 clients who wanted to buy it, but there was none at the counter. I didn't expect to see it here with you. Han's mother couldn't hold back anymore. Xiaoguang, I don't have much of a pension. It's mainly because my son is so filial. This big villa is rented by him, and he tells me not to work, saying he supports me while I raised him. The bracelet was reserved by my son a long time ago. He knows I love phoenixes, and it has this carving on it, which is said to be very complicated. The reporter from Guangjing Xiaobao saw Han's mother taking the bait and was pleasantly surprised, planning to continue the conversation. However, he didn't need to do much. Han's mother shared everything herself. She had been holding it in for so long. Now that she had the chance, she wanted to talk about it all. Having lived at the bottom of society for so long, Han's mother was thrilled with the changes in her life and how successful her son had become. She wanted to show it off. Now that she had the opportunity, she decided to enjoy it. Xiao Guang, you don't know. My son is especially outstanding. In many talent shows, he is a popular contestant. He has always been a good student, and as he grew up, he became even more impressive, excelling in both character and academics. He does really well on the show and is also great in life. Do you know Jiang Group? Their young lady likes my son. They even dated. She really likes him. Han's mother was initially unaware of her son's identity, but she was quite surprised when he mentioned it. Her son told her not to mention it to outsiders, but she thought it was fine to share with the honest Xiao Guang, who promised not to tell anyone else. After sending Xiao Guang off, Han's mother felt especially happy. Her son is the best. It turns out that trust between people is very fragile. Han's mother cared deeply for Xiaoguang and even considered adopting him as her godson, but Xiaoguang ended up sharing her trust online. The next day, when Han's mother received a frantic call from her son, she was stunned. "Mom, can you please stop ruining my life?" Han Sun's last words on the phone left Han's mother speechless. How could she be ruining him? She never intended to harm her son. Han Sun didn't want to hear Han's mother's explanations. He called back to figure out what was happening while he was dealing with a mess on his end. The reporters from Guangjing Daily were very quick. They got information from Han's mother in the afternoon and published the news the next morning. The article about the daughter of the Jiang Group didn't seem like a sensational story. It appeared to be a casual mention. The reporter's plan was to use Han Sun's relationship with the Jiang Group's daughter as the main attraction, aiming for a big headline to grab attention. However, the editor rejected that idea. In the interview with Han's mother, the mention of the Jiang daughter was only a small part of the content, which was a factual report that couldn't be criticized. But if they made Han Sun's relationship the main focus, it would inevitably include some exaggeration. If any wording was wrong, the Jiang Group's legal team, known for their undefeated reputation, would not take it lightly. If they published it that way, the Jiang Group would come after Han's mother. If they published it the other way, the Jiang Group would target the newspaper. The editor repeatedly reminded everyone to write according to Han's mother's words and not to embellish. Even so, it still caused a huge stir online. What? Han Sun's ex-girlfriend is actually the daughter of the Jiang Group. No wonder he seemed so regretful on the show. That must be a huge advantage. Come on, I told you Han Sun is living off others. The daughter of the Jiang Group means wealth. Han Sun worked his own. When he was practicing day and night, where was that girl? Why should her presence erase all of Han Sun's efforts? What daughter? Isn't the Jiang Group run by someone else? Did the editor who wrote this article buy their way in? It won't work. The more dirty tricks you use, the stronger Han Sun will become. Are the fans going crazy? What are they saying? Do they even understand the value of the Jiang Group's name? In the past 15 years, with the rapid development of the internet, many wealthy families have made headlines for various reasons and have been widely discussed. The leader of the Jiang Group is incredibly quiet and low-key, making it hard for others to uncover details about him. However, this year, the mysterious Jiang family has frequently made headlines. Not long after the incident involving their son and school bullying, news about their daughter's relationship has surfaced. The Jiang family remains enigmatic. Despite the many discussions among countless netizens, the information available is still very limited. While other claims may be uncertain, one thing is clear. Mr. Jiang of the Jiang Group has 3 children. The last trending topic was about their youngest son, and this time it's about their second daughter. Many thought that the previous incident would reveal some secrets about the Jiang family, but once it was over, it truly ended there. There were paparazzi waiting outside the school of Mr. Jiang's youngest son, but they couldn't capture anything. The teachers and students kept quiet, and many netizens hoping to catch a glimpse of the Jeong family ended up disappointed. Now, regarding the relationship news of the Jeong family's eldest daughter, everyone is waiting for a response. Han's mother revealing the relationship caught Lin Hee off guard, something she did not expect. Given the current situation, Han Sun wouldn't normally reveal his relationship with Chu Yi. Unfortunately, he has an unreliable mother. Early in the morning, Chu Yi knocked on Lin Hee's door. Lin Hee, still sleepy, opened the door and signaled for silence, just as Chu Yi was about to knock again. "Your dad is still sleeping. Let's talk outside." Lin Hee lowered her voice, indicating that Chu Yi should be quiet too. Jiang Qiao had trouble sleeping last night and spent a lot of time talking with her. He expressed that he shouldn't have reacted so strongly when he saw Zhou Bai and admitted he had been overly concerned about her matters. There's a reason they can love each other. They complement each other's personalities and share similar qualities. Like Lin Hee, she is just as double-standard as Jiang Qiao. She can be tough with others, but she often softens when it comes to him. If Jiang Qiao continued to act up after the incident with Zhou Bai, Lin Hee's patience would run out, and her temper would flare. However, after he calmed down, he held Lin Hee gently, whispering sweet words and sharing his vulnerabilities. Lin Hee felt both sympathy and tenderness for him. They talked a lot, reminiscing about the past, and the quiet moments felt particularly special. Even though there were 15 years between them, they both held on to their fondest memories. The initial sense of unfamiliarity Lin Hee felt began to fade significantly during their conversation. Don't spoil your father too much. If you are too forgiving, you might lose yourself. Chui wanted to talk about online relationships, but seeing Lin Hee like that, she couldn't help but lecture her. After all, she had experience. "It's okay, your father spoils me too," Lin Hee smiled sweetly. Chui was taken aback. She realized that her feelings for Han Sun were one-sided. Unlike her father, anyone could see that he loved Lin Hee even more than he cared for them. She had overthought things. She was the fool. After silently criticizing herself, Chui's expression changed as she gritted her teeth and said, "Han Sun's mother has lost it." It was still early in the morning. Even though she had woken up according to her school schedule, she should have been asleep for another hour. The reason she was so awake was because of the trending news online. Chui was a phone addict. Even when she was sleepy, she took her phone to the bathroom at night and sat on the toilet, squinting to unlock it and refresh her feed a couple of times. That refresh changed everything. She found out she was trending, and all her sleepiness vanished. What a shocking surprise. "Lin Hee, I can't face the world anymore." Chui slumped on her desk, perfectly illustrating what it meant to feel hopeless. In the past, Chui had desperately wanted to be with Han Sun, even willing to go against her father for him, just hoping they could be together. The past was hard to look back on. Now, Chui felt that anyone who knew she had been with Han Sun would find it incredibly embarrassing. No, she wouldn't admit to that relationship. It had only been a few days, and it was mixed with lies. It wasn't a real relationship.
No.
Chui was going crazy. Last night, Lin Hee and Chui had already made a plan, mainly based on Chui's ideas, with Lin Hee helping her sort through her thoughts. Lin Hee took no lead and let Chui follow her own ideas, which would help Chui grow. The two had just agreed that if Han Sun dared to use their relationship to build his image, they would continue to expose him, revealing his gambling father. They would show the public the flaws in his family, making it clear that breaking up was not a loss for the girl, but a way for her to escape a difficult situation. With such a family, any girl marrying into it would be unfortunate. They aimed to shift the focus from Han Sun having a girlfriend to his family's situation, and then take the opportunity to expose issues with Tu Li. From Han Sun's family, they would bring up the charity project that was supposed to help poor families, which Tu Li was still in charge of, exposing some of the shady dealings and giving Tu Li a hard time. This is the plan between Chui and Lin Hee. Lin Hee wants Chui to experience the competition between them and grow little by little. This situation will inevitably change. As they make their moves, the other side will respond. Lin Hee has told Chui to face the rapidly changing situation calmly. Chui was prepared, but still felt caught off guard. The most embarrassing moment of her life was spread all over the internet. So humiliating, truly humiliating. What do you think Han Sun will do next? Lin he asked. Chui's hair was a mess, and she felt extremely frustrated. I think Han Sun will try to climb higher and gain attention for himself. Chui saw through Han Sun, a selfish person who would sacrifice his dignity for money. Just thinking about his greasy live stream made her want to. Lin he disagreed, saying, Han Sun will find a way to downplay this situation. Seeing Chui's doubtful expression, Lin he suddenly smiled. Don't underestimate how formidable your father can be. The legendary Mr. Jiang is indeed very formidable. After returning, Lin he learned some things about Jiang Qiao's strong reputation over the years. Lin he noticed that the news article mentioned the Jiang family's eldest daughter, effectively naming her. The media outlet that published the article has since deleted it. Not because the content was false, but because they didn't want to keep the original article that sparked controversy. It's enough for the public to know they were the first to publish this news. The subsequent deletion was a gesture of goodwill towards the Jiang family. If the Jiang family really wanted to cause trouble, they could explain it away, saying the editor was inexperienced and they deleted it as soon as they found out. In contrast, the Guanjing tabloid that published other celebrity-related gossip didn't have such a good relationship. Sending a lawyer's letter to delete it? No way. They wouldn't care about a lawsuit either. If it weren't for the company's poor performance recently, the Guanjing tabloid wouldn't have dared to publish this news. Mr. Zhang's influence is not limited to this. Han Sun is the one who should be most worried. He knows that his current fate depends on Mr. Zhang's words. Last time, he didn't understand why Mr. Jiang didn't target him, but this time, he felt the other party wouldn't be so lenient. That was something Han Sun genuinely wanted to say. His mother really caused him a lot of trouble. No one expected that the first move would not be made by Mr. Jiang, but by Mr. Xiao Jiang. While Lin He and Chui were talking, they noticed that the situation online had changed again, and an important figure had entered the scene. Mr. Xiao Jiang. Lin He paused while scrolling on her phone and turned the screen towards Chui. What Mr. Xiao Jiang? Chui looked down and couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw it. Yes, Mr. Xiao Jiang is 15, and his verified Weibo ID is Mr. Xiao Jiang. The verification content is simple and direct, as requested by 15, son of the chairman of Jiang Group. At that time, 15 wanted to get involved in the Manhwa charity gala online, but he missed the peak moment. By the time Weibo finished reviewing the information, the excitement had already died down. He missed the chance to join the fun. Later, 15 learned that there was a special fast track for verification, but the butler didn't mention it. He seriously suspected that the butler did it on purpose. While others didn't notice, 15 did. The butler was clearly Lin He's man. He followed orders without question. Back to the present. Tomorrow is Sunday and school is off. 15 stayed up all night playing games and was about to sleep when he heard a classmate exclaim loudly, urging him to check the trending topics online. 15 thought it was something big in basketball, but instead, he found news related to his own family. He knew about Han Sun. He wanted to confront him and give him a good beating. If it weren't for the butler saying that his father had a plan, that guy would at least be out of commission for 100 days. Seeing the trending topic on Weibo made him wonder what his father had done to Han Sun. It seemed the plan wasn't that great. Otherwise, how could that guy still be a star? 15, who only followed news about his favorite basketball players, hadn't paid attention to Han Sun before. Now that he understood the situation, he was even angrier. What a piece of work. That mother isn't any better. Mr. Xiao Jiangvi, where did this trash come from? At Han Sun, a Weibo post that reignited the heat. At first, netizens thought Mr. Xiao Jiang was just a hater of Han Sun, so it was normal to see such content in the trending topics. Some people scrolled past it, while others, with nothing to do, clicked on the profile to take a look. They were shocked to see if the verification was real. Confirming that the yellow V wasn't fake, and the verification text was officially generated, discussions began. This wasn't just anyone. The response from the second son of the Jiang family represented the family's stance. Soon, This doubt was cleared up when 15 replied to a netizen's comment. I stayed up all night playing games and saw the news before bed. The opinions on this account only represent me. A netizen replied to this comment. So, is your sister dating Hansun? If so, just say it. 15 replied to the Weibo post. Another dirty thing, get lost. The user who commented got blocked by 15. It's unclear if they were blocked because of their comment or because they had a profile picture of Hansun and a clear fan badge. From this, it's evident that this mention is not a friendly exchange. It's a question and an insult. I don't know when the second son of the Jiang family registered his account, but his attitude is very clear. The term dirty thing can imply many meanings, such as suggesting Hansun is a ghost and that the so-called relationship is fictional. Or it could simply be an insult directed at Hansun, criticizing his mother for bringing up the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. In any case, there are many meanings, all filled with 15's dislike for Hansun. It's fortunate that 15 only posted this one line, saying more could lead to mistakes, and everyone is watching. If Hansun finds a flaw in 15's words, it would be easy to clear things up. 15 pushed open the slightly ajar door and said to Chi, "Why are you in the study?" He turned his gaze and saw Lin He there too, which surprised him. After posting on Weibo, he realized it might affect Chi, so he immediately came to talk about it. He went to Chi's room, but the door was wide open and no one was inside. Thinking to check the study, he caught a glimpse of Chi through the gap and pushed the door open. Seeing the two of them together, both on their phones, 15 quickly figured out what was going on. He smirked and said, "Looks like you came to find her right away." As twins, they often argue, but when faced with real problems, they think of each other first. They might be sarcastic or tease each other, but they always help solve issues. It has always been like that.
And now,
Shui went to find Lin He right away, forgetting about him. 15 wouldn't admit he was jealous, but he felt a bit sour inside. 15 is really worried about his sister, Lin He said, ignoring 15's sour expression, smiling cheerfully. The sibling relationship seems bad, but they can never be separated, which is a good thing in its own way.
I'm not.
15 instinctively retorted. Seeing Lin He lift her phone and tap the screen, which displayed his Weibo post, 15 quietly lowered his neck. He hadn't even spoken before being found out. Ahem, I hope I didn't cause any trouble. 15 observed Chui's expression, hoping he hadn't messed things up. Chui looked at Lin He, asking if he hadn't caused any trouble, right? As the saying goes, those involved are often confused. With everything at stake, the situation on the first day was quite chaotic. Just as they began discussing the matter, it was disrupted by Mr. Xiao Zhang. Lin He glanced at the two of them, her smile unwavering. Her calm demeanor eased the tension for Chu Yi and Sherwu. This is a brilliant idea. I can't speak out about the online issues. If your father does, it might seem like bullying the weak. Mr. Xiao Zhang is just right for this. Mr. Xiao Zhang was a nickname Sherwu had given himself, which he thought was clever. However, hearing it from Lin He made him feel a bit embarrassed. But that embarrassment quickly faded as Sherwu excitedly asked, "What else can I do?" He sensed that Lin He wanted to involve him, and he was thrilled. Nothing at all.
Huh?
Sherwu was taken aback. Chu Yi looked at Lin He with pleading eyes and said, "Are you sure there's nothing he can do? This is serious. My reputation for the rest of my life is on the line. Please don't say that just to comfort him, because that tweet doesn't matter." The more she looked at Sherwu, the more he seemed like a loser, and she felt like the biggest loser of all.
Sherwu showed up just in time.
There are some things we can't say, but he can speak freely, perfectly countering any weak image the Han family might try to portray. Lin He explained the situation to the siblings. The earlier incident of school bullying had helped Sherwu establish a strong, positive image among netizens. He was seen as a righteous and kind-hearted classmate. Plus, at 17, he couldn't hide anything, and his words would be believed, as they were harmless. Now it's up to you. Seeing this, Chewie felt a bit awkward and said, "Thanks." Just yesterday, they had argued in the car, and now she needed his help. She avoided looking at Sherwu. Sherwoo appreciated their request and proudly declared, "No problem. I've got this." Linhee had initially planned to have Jiang Qiao use Chuyi's father's identity to publicly address the online rumors. But with Mr. Xiao Jiang stepping in, that was no longer necessary. Not only that, but soon after, another figure emerged, Mr. De Jiang. Regarding the recent online buzz related to the Jiang group, what are your thoughts on the matter? The reporter pointed the microphone at Jiang and the surrounding colleagues were surprised by the question directed at the young girl and quickly raised their microphones, with flashes going off non-stop. This was hot news. A major scoop. Everyone knew about this issue, but no one dared to ask, until now when someone bravely did. After the signing of the agreement for the Port Triangle Regional Cooperation and Development Forum, there was an official press conference. All cooperating companies were present, including Jiang'an, representing the Jiang Group. There was a red carpet and ribbon-cutting ceremony, and after completing the walk, Jiang'an was interviewed by reporters. The first few questions were quite normal until a young female reporter brought up a certain topic. Everyone knew that the hottest topic was the romantic relationship of the Jiang Group's young lady. The young reporter also left herself an escape route. She mentioned the most talked-about issue, and if the interviewee didn't want to answer, they could discuss the recent cooperation instead. This way of questioning was a gamble. If the interviewee responded in a way she hoped, it would be big news. As the saying goes, take a chance, and you might hit the jackpot. Are you referring to the successful implementation of the Jiang Group's 5-year plan or the chairman's personal matters? Both are quite hot topics. Jiang did not shy away from the question. His response was appropriate. The Jiang Group's 5-year plan in the financial sector was indeed a topic of conversation. When the Jiang Group's 5 management strategies were released 5 years ago, many in the industry found them amusing, thinking they were too unrealistic. But the Jiang Group succeeded. No one expected the rapid technological advancements over the past 5 years. The Jiang Group managed to ride the wave of progress remarkably well. However, the general public was more focused on entertainment news and didn't know much about these developments. But the reporters present were linked to financial news, and from another perspective, both topics had their own level of interest. There was no cold demeanor or silence as many had imagined. Jiang calmly responded, showing a composed and relaxed demeanor, which made everyone view this young man more favorably. He truly represented the Jiang Group well. People often describe the Jiang Group as a youthful and innovative company, and at that moment, they felt that sentiment strongly. The female reporter didn't expect Jiang to give her the opportunity to ask her question. She took a chance and said, "We are a new media platform, and based on comments from netizens, people are quite curious about the rumor relationship of the Jiang Group's young lady. Would you be able to respond to that?" Young and fearless, the reporter dared to ask. The man next to her sighed and leaned the microphone closer. They were indeed financial news reporters, but their company had an entertainment section, so they had to cover hot news when it arose. "This question is quite personal, so I can only answer from a personal perspective." Jiang looked back. His serious gaze made the female reporter blush, unable to help but daydream. This representative of the Jiang Group was so handsome.
She isn't blind.
With that one sentence, Jiang scanned the cameras, smiled, nodded, and then turned to leave. Everyone was prepared for this representative to explain a lot, thinking his gentle demeanor meant he would be easy to talk to. But instead, he dismissed them with just 3 words. Upon reflection, this brief response seemed to spark many speculations. Mr. Jiang's 6 words sent the online community into a frenzy, and now the Jiang Group's representative had reduced his words to 3, heating up the reporter's curiosity. Everyone was thinking about how to report this next, how to explain the meaning of those 3 words. Wait, this representative of the Jiang Group also has the surname Jiang? Although she isn't blind can be interpreted in many ways, the representative's attitude was clear. He was answering from a personal perspective, suggesting he was familiar with the Jiang family's young lady. Could he be a relative of the Jiang family? Then calling him Mr. Jiang wouldn't be a problem, right? If this angers Mr. Jiang, or if the Jiang family disapproves, they might issue a statement or something, which would create another wave of excitement. At this point, Mr. Jiang made his appearance. Everything seemed to coincide perfectly. At the breakfast table, Chu-yi was the first to see the news about Mr.
Jiang.
He called me blind? Chu-yi was furious. To her, that statement implied only someone blind would like Han Sun. Although she had been deceived before, it was true that she had liked Han Sun at that time. She could call herself blind, but when Jiang said it, Chu-yi felt angry. Finally, he got to see a joke about himself. He must be laughing in his dreams. Chu-yi muttered in dissatisfaction, feeling that this news represented Jiang An's malicious intent. 15 turned to look, quickly reading the news, his gaze landing on the "she isn't blind" part, first stunned, then a bit frustrated. Why didn't he think to respond like that when he posted on Weibo? As everyone knows, the shorter the words, the cooler they are. On the other side of the table, Zhang Qiao had a stern face and was in a bad mood. When he woke up that morning, he found he was not in bed. His arm reached out to an empty space, and that sudden feeling of weightlessness made Zhang Qiao open his eyes wide, panic filling his gaze. He was gone. As this realization hit him, Zhang Qiao began to breathe heavily, feeling disoriented, as if he didn't know what day it was. He hurriedly got out of bed, but tripped and fell onto the carpet. "Why are you sitting on the floor?" After talking with the kids, He returned to her room and saw Zhang Qiao sitting on the floor. She quickly went over to help him up. Zhang Qiao grabbed He's wrist, gently held it, and kept his gaze on her face as he stood up. In a hoarse voice, he said, "I'm fine. My foot just fell asleep." At the dining table, He's conversation with the two kids left Zhang Qiao confused. Why did it seem like he was being left out after waking up? Do you have a secret with the kids? No, it's about Han Sun. Seeing Zhang Qiao's eager expression, he briefly explained the situation. After hearing this, Zhang Qiao looked up and noticed the two kids whispering together. "Speak up if you have something to say," he said sternly. "It's Jiang'an. Dad, he's talking about me to others." The little one was reporting a complaint. No matter how much they argued at home, they always presented a united front to the outside world, not wanting anyone to laugh at the Jiang family. But now, Jiang'an had openly broken that unspoken rule and was the first to go against her. He took the phone, read the news article, and then opened the interview video, with Zhang Qiao watching beside her. "He's doing it for your own good," Zhang Qiao concluded. The little one didn't believe it and looked at He, who nodded in agreement. If it were someone else, the little one would surely understand their intentions, but with Jiang'an, she approached him with suspicion. What kind of grudge could exist between these two kids that led to such a deep misunderstanding? He recalled the last time she attended Mrs. Feng's gathering. Zhao Qing's mother called her after the incident with the Feng family, possibly feeling that Zhao Qing's identity was awkward and worried about her mental pressure, so she called to comfort her. He took the opportunity to ask many questions about the little one. Zhao's mother wasn't intentionally hiding things about the little one. She just couldn't think of everything at once. Besides a few memorable events, she wouldn't remember everything clearly. Casual chats were different. When a specific topic came up, she might suddenly recall something and bring it up. As they talked more, He and Zhao's mother became more familiar with each other. Zhao's mother mentioned that the little one is thoughtful and tends to overthink things. She seems indifferent but actually values emotions deeply. The little one, who is close to Zhao Qing, respects Zhao's mother a lot. When playing at the Zhao house, she notices many things that Zhao Qing might overlook. Zhao's mother has said that she thinks the little one is very sensible and her comments reflect her own thoughts. She was subtly reminding He to treat Chu-yi with sincerity. Chu-yi is not a child who knows nothing. In fact, He has been doing well, but since the conversation led here, it was said. He kept this matter in mind. Although her daughter usually acts carefree, if observed closely, one can see that Chu-yi has a delicate and sensitive side. Just like in the current news, Chu-yi misunderstood An's words, and the hurt in her eyes was genuine. She expressed great dislike for Jiang'an, and under the premise of their poor relationship, Chu-yi should naturally think that whatever Jiang'an does is expected. However, when Chu-yi brought this up, her anger was mixed with more feelings of unfairness, which were directed at Jong-un. The harsh words exchanged were, because she cared. Chu-yi does care about Jong-un. Deep down, she still sees him as a brother. If there were no feelings involved, there wouldn't be any sense of unfairness when reporting a grievance. 15 found Chu-yi's feelings of unfairness puzzling. They had said worse things during their previous arguments. It was just a matter of being blind to the situation. Chu-yi also felt disdain for herself, wondering what she had to be upset about. Could she really expect Jong-un to stand up for her? That guy wouldn't care. This time, he probably thought she was affecting the Jong family's reputation. Looking downcast, Chu-yi seemed low in spirit. He's trying to distract you, Zhang Qiao suddenly spoke up. After the media reports, netizens wouldn't speculate about his words like they did with 15. Their focus would be on uncovering Jong-un's identity. They would want to find out what his relationship is with the young lady of the Jong group, hoping to get personal insights. The more people involved, the more channels there are to learn about the Jong group's news, and most people enjoy exploring the unknown. Right now, Jong-un is the unknown. According to the plan, Jong-un's identity won't be revealed for the first 5 years he works at the Jong group. With his high-profile responses now, he can't hide it anymore. The second daughter and youngest son of the Jong group have no photos circulating, but this eldest son is different. He has been interviewed. His face is clearly visible. As Zhang Qiao said this, just after he finished speaking, 15 refreshed his phone and saw the breaking news. A marketing account has revealed Jong-un's identity. The identity of the Jong group's heir is no longer a secret within the company. When doing business outside, some uncles and brothers in the market have already recognized Jong-un's identity is not hidden, but there is no public way to confirm it. Now that there is news about his relationship with Chu-yi, Jong-un accepted an interview and answered questions, making his identity clear. When a marketing account revealed this, countless others followed suit, and many insiders confirmed that Jong-un is indeed the eldest son of Mr.
Jong.
This year, the Jong family has been very high-profile, with everyone trending online. The relationship with Chu-yi has been discussed for many days due to campus issues, and now it's Jong-un's turn. Previously, the charity event attended by Zhang Qiao and Lin He was brought up again, and netizens have confirmed that Mr. Jong refers to the head of the Jong group. The dean of the online institution is Mr. Jong's new wife. There are also rumors that Mr. Jong's eldest son gets along well with his new wife, while the second daughter and youngest son are not very satisfied. The gossip seems to have spread from somewhere, which is why the eldest son of the Jong group is mentioned so often. Now that the main person is seen, the gossip is less important. Netizens are more interested in his looks. Jong-un's appearance adds a lot of persuasion to his words. Netizens express that if they were Chu-yi, they wouldn't be able to focus on anyone else with such a handsome brother around. While beauty comes in many forms, there are levels to it. Jong-un's face is very high-class, while Han-sun seems a bit ordinary in comparison. With a brother like this, even if the sister is somewhat average, she probably wouldn't be unattractive. Originally, people imagined the Jong family's eldest daughter to be quite plain. After seeing Jong-un, they changed their minds. A wealthy and good-looking Jong family daughter wouldn't be as devoted to Han-sun as Han's mother suggested. Even if the Jong family's eldest daughter were blind to it, her brother and younger brother don't look easy to deal with. Netizens are getting more confused with each discussion. Nothing makes sense, yet with so many connections, the two involved should respond. There's too much information, and they're tired of guessing. At this moment, Chu-yi is struggling in front of her phone screen, deleting and editing before finally hitting send. Thanks. After listening to her father's analysis, Chu-yi had to admit that Jong-un helped draw attention away from her. She felt it was only right to send a thank you message, and for the first time in years, she was gentle with Jong-un replied quickly, and Chu-yi pretended to be indifferent, but her fingers unlocked the screen much faster than usual. Her expression froze. This time, she was sure she didn't misunderstand. Jong-un was insulting her. Just because he helped her a bit doesn't mean he can call her stupid. She wanted to respond with a series of comebacks, but the first word got stuck in her throat, and she tossed her phone aside. Forget it, I won't pay attention to him. On the other end of the phone, thinking about Chu Yi's angry expression made Jiang smirk. When he looked over, he noticed a young female reporter from the earlier interview taking pictures of him, so he quickly composed his expression and became serious. With Mr. Xiao Jiang and Mr. De Zhang's responses, the morning passed. At noon, Han Sun finally made a move. Han Sun started a live stream. Normally, he would just issue a statement to clarify things, but instead, he decided to go live. Viewers found it even more bizarre when Han Sun began the stream by saying, "Good evening, everyone. If we reach 30,000 likes, I will answer the first question when we hit 500,000. Fans. Wow, he has such a unique style. I love him. Other viewers. What is he doing? Is he trying to boost his numbers?" Despite their thoughts, the viewers diligently tapped the screen, quickly increasing the likes to 500,000. Inside the live stream, many viewers noticed several celebrities watching too, indicating that everyone was quite free and eager to see the drama unfold. As the number of viewers grew, they reached 500,000 likes in no time. Next, I'll randomly select a question from the viewers. Let's see. Han Sun leaned closer to the phone and read from the screen. Aren't you going to control your mom's loose lips? Is the relationship with the Jiang family's young lady real? I can only answer one question. For the next question, we need to reach 5 million likes. Now, I'll answer the first question from this viewer. My mom is an elder, and I can only try to advise her not to speak carelessly. But everyone is an independent individual. She agrees to things but then doesn't follow through. As her son, I can't do much. She raised me, and I also bear the consequences of her actions. This response gained a lot of positive feedback for his responsible attitude, which the public appreciated. After 5 million likes, I'll open the next question. After saying that, Han Sun went quiet again, just like before. With many people involved, they quickly reached 5 million likes. This time, Han Sun answered the question about his relationship with a young lady from the Jiang family.
We are alumni.
Now, for the third question, we need 50 million likes, and this will be the last question. The online users are very critical, but there's nothing to be done. To satisfy their curiosity, they can only strive for 50 million likes. What do you think about Mr. Xiao Jiang and Mr. De Zhang's statements? In response to the third question, Han Sun said, "Other people's opinions don't matter. It's enough to live seriously and work hard." Next, I will continue to participate in the competition. I hope everyone pays attention to our talent show and supports number 69, Han Sun.
Thank you all.
After that, the live stream went black and Han Sun's broadcast ended. Everyone suddenly felt scammed. Was that it for the responses? Then, users realized that this live stream seemed suspicious. Why did every answer seem perfect? Because these were pre-prepared responses. Although the live stream replay was deleted, many users recorded it. During Han Sun's answers, there were indeed comments in the scrolling chat. But after users searched for the IDs, they found that the 3 questioners were all newly created accounts, even registered that day. The production team was very careful. To prevent the audience from thinking Han Sun was reading fake questions, they arranged for people to post comments while also using new accounts to avoid being traced. They planned to delete the accounts after the live stream, but users were too quick and exposed them before they could do so. In summary, Han Sun didn't dare to offend the Jiang family. It seemed he clarified things, but in reality, he neither confirmed nor denied anything. Being classmates and being in a relationship are not mutually exclusive. The key point is that Han Sun's live stream was not just a lot of empty talk, he also used the audience to gain attention. Likes on the live streaming platform can be converted into earnings, and accounts with more likes are better supported. Previously, when searching for Han Sun, his videos were not prominent, but after the live stream gained likes, his videos overshadowed some negative comments on Weibo. Users are not easily fooled, especially after being exposed. The backlash can be significant. In terms of popularity voting, Han Sun is currently in 4th place. Thanks to user votes, his teammates have moved up, pushing Han Sun down to outside the top 10. In the next competition, where 12 will be narrowed down to 10, Not having enough popularity votes means Han Sun might be eliminated. He is anxious. Han Sun approached the production team, as he had only responded this way because they advised him to. The production team reassured him not to worry. They had their own strategies. As Han Sun left, he remained concerned about being eliminated and worried that the Jiang family would be unhappy with his actions and retaliate. He thought that this move would bring attention to the show, and people might not have a good opinion of him, but it could also be an opportunity. Just like Jiang Muhua said, if he puts himself in the worst position, maybe the Jiang family won't pursue the matter further. This was something Jiang Muhua taught Han Sun before. After the incident, Han Sun tried to contact Jiang Muhua, but he couldn't reach him. He thought the other party must be busy with work. By the afternoon, he understood why. A marketing account had new revelations, revealing the chat records between Han Sun and Jiang Muhua. What a deep emotional persona and a live-streaming genius. Look, this is Han Sun's true self. How could the young lady of the Jiang family be interested in someone like him? No wonder her brother and younger brother had that attitude. The content leaked by the marketing account probably reached the Jiang family already. Netizens were watching with interest and noticed something. Wait, that little profile picture of Jiang Jie that Han Sun mentioned looks very familiar. Jiang Muhua. Didn't someone say before that Jiang Muhua had a relative relationship with the Jiang group? If Jiang Muhua confirms she is the distant cousin of the Jiang family's young lady, then the relationship issue has more to it. It seems the young lady of the Jiang family helped her cousin connect with Han Sun and ended up getting herself mixed up in it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was the truth. After watching Han Sun's live response, he thought she might have overestimated Tu Li. Her methods were good, but her crisis awareness was lacking. She still hadn't realized that Han Sun's problems would affect her personally, allowing the show to use Han Sun for publicity.
Now, she wouldn't hold back.
He released the chat records at the perfect moment. At first glance, Shi Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. He was amazing. The frustration she felt when Han Sun and Jiang Muhua plotted against her was now replaced with satisfaction. The dirt was thrown back at the two of them. They had colluded before, and now netizens labeled them as a bad pair, sending them to join the ranks of those who deserved it. They were reaping what they sowed. But this wasn't the end. He never used just one tactic. Is it my turn now? Finally my turn? Shi Yi moved closer, eager to jump in. Jiang Qiao, sitting by the sofa, seemed to be reading documents, but was actually listening intently to the conversation at the dining table. The dining table had turned into a meeting table, and they gathered to discuss any new developments. Seeing Shi Yi's excited demeanor, Jiang Qiao couldn't help but scoff. If even Shi Yi was involved, why wasn't he using him? What are your thoughts on the situation online? He asked Shi Wu. Shi Wu thought he would directly tell him what to do, but he didn't expect to be asked for his opinion. Previously, he mentioned Jiang En's interview, expressing admiration for the decision as it would help with their future plans. Thinking of this, Shi Wu felt uneasy and bit his lip. He wasn't as smart as Jiang En, and now that he was asking him, he had no good ideas. The response from Han Sun was ridiculous. If he can speak, he should. If not, he should just stay quiet. His reply sounded like he was out of his mind. I just want to curse him. Shi Wu's anger shifted directly to Han Sun. He watched the live stream, and at such a moment, Han Sun was deliberately posing in front of the camera, occasionally biting his lip to make it look redder. A grown man. So pretentious. Disgusting.
Great.
That's the spirit. He clapped in approval. Shi Wu was stunned. He was praised for what he said. Before he could process it, the corners of his mouth were already lifted high. Feeling praised, Shi Wu suddenly gained confidence. He realized he wasn't any worse than Jiang En. After the live stream, Han Sun closely monitored online trends. Before he could see any action from Chi's father, he came across Shi Wu's new Weibo post. Mr. Xiao Jiangvi, pretentious at Han Sun sticking to the idea that fewer words are cooler. This time Shi Wu only posted 4 words. He thought that saying a lot would show he was affected by the situation, so it was better to be mysterious. Sherwoo found that saying something ambiguous made netizens speculate, and they would criticize Han Sun even more. Seeing the Weibo post, Han Sun's face turned pale. He couldn't understand why Chi was fixated on him. Their sibling relationship wasn't even that good. In the past 2 years, Chi mentioned having a brother, but they rarely contacted each other. From Han Sun's perspective, Chi and his brother weren't close. He felt it was like what was shown on TV. Wealthy families often lacked familial bonds, which was normal in their circle. So why act like they had a deep sibling bond now? If he was pretentious, wasn't the so-called brother being hypocritical too? Han Sun cursed inwardly, but couldn't refute it on Weibo. Sherwoo's post turned the comments section into a gathering place for Han Sun's critics. Every comment was from Han Sun's detractors, with many suggesting ways for Sherwoo to deal with Han Sun to hit him where it hurts. The onlookers were just there for the drama, fanning the flames. In response, Han Sun sought help from the production team. He had signed a contract with them, and they needed to manage this. The production team replied that they were trying to help Han Sun focus on the competition, but it wasn't easy for him to settle down. Han Sun looked troubled and very irritated. On the other side, Tuli was also anxious. The Jeong family's reaction to Han Sun's situation was very strange. She thought Mr. Jeong would step in and handle things decisively. But instead, it was the younger members of the Jeong family responding. Although their words seemed angry, the public opinion was deeply involved, and a slight shift in tone could easily redirect the focus from Han Sun to someone else, like her. Tuli didn't want to deal with Han Sun. It was better for him to attract the Jeong family's attention. She just needed to get through these days until Hudai returned, and then plan her next steps carefully. At this moment, she needed to keep a low profile. Sometimes the more you fear something, the more it comes to you. The next day, the trouble Han Sun was facing turned into trouble for Tuli. How much pressure does a gambling family bring to life? Is the sorrow of a family of origin a reshaping or a distortion of personality? The importance and significance of parental education and environment in growth. Suddenly, topics related to these issues were trending online. Tuli wasn't surprised. Discussions about social issues often popped up online. It wasn't until the topic shifted to Han Sun, and then to her, that she started to panic. She realized this had to be Lin He's doing. Oh my, Han Sun comes from such a family. No wonder he never mentions his father. Wait a minute, Han Sun's father was imprisoned for gambling when he was in middle school, and his mother was hospitalized for pancreatic cancer surgery. Han Sun didn't have the ability to earn money. This situation fits the criteria for the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation's assistance for poor families. I remember clearly that Han Sun's area was a key support area for the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation, which even advertised that no family suffered. So, what about Han Sun's family?
Highlight this.
If the reporter's interviews with Han Sun's neighbors are correct, his family definitely did not receive charity funds. Did the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation commit fraud back then? Also highlight this. The project leader is Ms. Tu Li, who has been trending online recently. This Guangjing newspaper is onto something. They reported on the Jiang family's daughter's romance. Tu Li felt a sudden shock upon reading these. It was true that she was in charge of that project back then, but she gained no benefits from it. She was just following her superior's orders. At that time, Tu Li was also aware that if things got out, she would be the one to take the blame. Fortunately, everything ended peacefully. Who would have thought it would resurface years later? Tu Li immediately contacted the production team to arrange for Han Sun to explain the situation. Han Sun realized that since he hadn't debuted, signing a management contract wouldn't matter, as the production team hadn't invested anything. If he had successfully debuted and had many endorsements, the production team would definitely do everything to protect him to avoid paying a penalty. But now, that wasn't the case. As Han Sun faced this reality with disappointment, he received a signal from the production team asking him to clarify the charity funds. They wanted him to explain quickly while the heat was still low, not for him to make a formal statement, but to arrange for a reporter to interview his mother, who could give a hint. This way, it would seem less forced and more acceptable to netizens, avoiding any backlash. Tuli was thinking very carefully and never expected Han Sun would not cooperate. The information she got from a female director revealed that the reason the production team wanted him to explain was that the producer's wife was involved with a charity foundation. If the situation got out, she would be implicated. Han Sun certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. He said he could admit that his family received charity funds back then, but only if he could debut in the show. It had to be in writing, not just words. He didn't care about the online opinions. He believed that once he debuted and officially entered the entertainment industry, he would soar high. Tuli agreed. It was just a debut position. She would give it to him. The urgent matter was to resolve her own situation. As long as she secured her position in the charity foundation, her husband would have countless opportunities to be a producer. However, calming the online uproar was not easy. Lin He had more tricks up her sleeve. The issue of the charity funds for poor families was just a warm-up. She later exposed photos of Tuli from her school days in the country and shared her classmates' contact lists. When Tuli graduated, it was popular for classmates to write each other's graduation messages, and her handwriting matched perfectly with her current one. Not only that, but Tuli's husband was also revealed to have been seen at nightclubs with young models. One thing after another, it was overwhelming for Tuli. Just when she was trapped in a painful cycle of proving herself, Hu Dai finally returned. The butterfly brought back an old man from abroad, said to be a master perfumer. Beijing has changed 2 production lines to focus on the perfume industry. Previously, Mo Xing's new product took away Beijing's market, and with the earlier issues in cosmetics, the butler was reporting, and now everyone at home and outside followed Lin He's orders. After the charity gala, Lin He wanted to see what actions Butterfly would take. It seemed that Butterfly was still someone who prioritized her career and interests. Today, Butterfly returned to the country, and Tuli personally went to the airport to pick her up. The butler adjusted his glasses. Tuli and Butterfly had a really good relationship. Despite the online discussions, Tuli still showed up at the airport to greet her. Lin He thought that with Tuli personally picking up Butterfly, they must be planning something together. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhou Bai. She glanced at the person beside her. Today, Jiang Qiao was not at work and had been accompanying Lin He the whole time. Mr. Jiang was very aware of his role as a companion. During the butler's report, he didn't interrupt with a single word. Zhou Bai is calling. Answer it. Jiang Qiao wanted to see what the other party had to say. The butler quietly stepped back, thinking that Mr. Jiang's smile just now looked quite dangerous. Xiao He, why aren't we collaborating anymore? Zhou Bai's voice was hoarse and sounded quite tired. Jiang Qiao raised an eyebrow at the name, Xiao He? His hands were crossed and resting on his knees. The relaxed position was actually quite tense, with subtle cracking sounds from his joints. Humph. The studio evaluated the situation and found that we don't need a game adaptation for now, and it conflicts with other marketing plans. I'm sorry, Brother Zhou. I'll contact you first when we have an intention for a game adaptation. Lin He didn't plan to sever ties. She wanted to keep Zhou Bai steady for now. After finishing the initial tasks, she still had questions for him. I see. That's really unfortunate. Zhou Bai sighed regretfully on the other end, then suddenly changed the topic. Xiao He, do you remember Professor Yu from university? I remember, the professor who taught the ideological course. Professor Yu had been very fond of Lin He and took good care of her. Professor Yu's birthday is at the end of next month, and many classmates plan to go celebrate. Do you want to join? A spark flashed in Lin He's eyes as she replied, Sure, if I'm free, I'll go. Zhou Bai paused for a moment, suggesting they go together if they both had time, then asked Lin He if she had any recommended comics. His new company is setting up a project, initially choosing Lin He's the country of thousands of miles. If they can't secure the copyright, they will naturally develop other options. Lin He briefly mentioned a few ideas she thought were good and quickly hung up the phone. He brought up Professor Yu on purpose to test when I would reveal my identity. I'm a bit confused about what Zhou Bai is trying to do. Through Gu Lily's testimony, it became clear that Zhou Bai had issues. but his behavior didn't reveal his intentions. After several contacts with her, he really didn't seem like someone who would say those things to Gu Lily, which made it even more frightening. The less he showed, the bigger his intentions seemed. It's only the beginning of the month. By the end of next month, her identity should be revealed. I will definitely be careful around him, so don't get jealous. Linhee put away her phone and reached out to pat Jiang Qiao's shoulder, but stopped when she saw his dark expression. When did he start looking so jealous? I certainly won't get jealous, Xiao He. Linhee. Is this not jealousy? The way he called her Xiao, he was so sarcastic. Jiang Qiao lowered his eyes, his eyelashes trembling in disappointment as he said, "He called you that all 4 years of college?"
Hee, I'm sorry.
As your boyfriend, I didn't care enough during your college years. I didn't even know you were called Xiao He. I'm not jealous. I just feel like I haven't done well enough. This is definitely a deliberate move. Jiang Qiao realized that if he still felt jealous after Linhee explained, he would definitely face consequences, so he reflected on himself. Honestly, he was truly reflecting on himself. In Linhee's 4 years of college, he didn't even notice Zhou Bai lurking nearby. But it's not entirely Jiang Qiao's fault. Zhou Bai was a year ahead of Linhee and a member of the student council, so he was busy. They never crossed paths, and Zhou Bai was good at hiding, so he naturally didn't hear any rumors. He just ignored that person. Linhee pinched Jiang Qiao's cheek, rubbed it a couple of times, and playfully scolded. "What do you want?" Jiang Qiao obediently replied, "I want a comic." Jiang Qiao mentioned the comic An's World from the charity gala. "I think our love story is also worth recording. I want the gift you gave to and Jiang Qiao rarely wanted anything. He was the epitome of someone with no desires. But when it came to Linhee, he became someone who wanted everything. He also wanted the artwork that Linhee created herself. It's not just a superficial love story between the two. Jiang Qiao wants to see deeper content. And Anne's World has many inner thoughts of Linhee as a mother. He wants to understand what Linhee felt during different stages of their relationship. Jiang Qiao wants to see the madness. The comic won't be published. He will keep it for himself. If his birthday hadn't already passed this year, he could have used it as a moral leverage to ask for it. Having thought about it for a long time, when Linhee asked, he instinctively spoke up. Jiang Qiao also has another thought. He has changed a lot over the past 15 years. He suppresses his darker side, fearing it might scare Linhee. If Linhee draws their past love story, he could use it as a model to disguise himself, becoming the person Linhee loves forever. Jiang Qiao seems emotionally stable, but he is actually quite troubled. In his mind, 2 inner voices are constantly pulling at him. He wants Linhee to know the real him, yet he also wants to pretend to be his past self, keeping Linhee tied to him. When he was in Haicheng, he purposely injured his foot, showing he would do anything to achieve his goals. Jiang Qiao tries to reveal his true self little by little in front of Linhee, but in the end, he is always held back by his inner fears. He is afraid Linhee will leave. Yet, he also thinks that many things can't be hidden forever. So now he wants to hold on to Linhee as much as possible, hoping to gain more of her love to strengthen his position. He wants to create a comic to see how their love appears in Linhee's eyes. Linhee thought Jiang Qiao was just joking, but seeing his insecure expression and the plea in his eyes, she replied, "Okay." And Anne's World spans a long time, but it is a short comic like a picture book. The comic she promised Jiang Qiao won't be a long story, and since she already has images in her mind, it will be easy and quick to draw. Linhee thinks she needs to speed up her plan to reveal her identity. Once everyone knows she is Jiang Qiao's first wife and that they have 3 children, Jiang Qiao should feel more secure, right? Plans change quickly. Before Linhee could announce it, someone else revealed her identity first. Now it's Linhee's turn to trend online. Online expose of Jiang Group's chairman's second wife, MS. Linhee. This is the title of a hot post on a certain forum. The current trend in the forum is that mentioning Jiang Group always attracts attention. People are afraid of being blocked and refer to the Jiang Group by its initials, JSJT. However, the title of this post clearly names the Jiang Group and even mentions individuals by name. That's really bold. The title is shocking, and the content is even more dramatic, comparable to a soap opera. It's even more exaggerated than the popular romance novels from years ago. The chairman of the Jiang group and his ex-wife had a campus romance, and they had 2 sons and a daughter. An accident caused them to separate, and Mr. Jiang has been heartbroken for years. Is the poster writing a novel? Poster, I suggest you use a pseudonym. You could get sued for this. Does no one believe it? I feel like the poster knows something. Amid the doubts from netizens, the poster continues to update the content. Here's something chilling. Mr. Jiang's ex-wife is also named Lin He, and everyone knows the name of his second wife. /image/ do you have any evidence? What you posted is just your opinion. If I could make up stories like this, I could post 100. As the doubts continued, the poster updated again. What's even scarier is that this second wife looks exactly like his ex-wife. Is this a case of life imitating art, or is it a carefully crafted scandal? /image/ after this update, responses from netizens slowed down as they were in shock.
Wow.
The photo is a graduation picture with a date marked on it, showing the entire class. The image is quite long, and while the details aren't very clear, you can see the general outlines. From the photo, the girl highlighted does resemble Ms. Lin He from the charity event. At least 6 or 7 out of 10. If Ms. Lin He from the charity event had no makeup, she would look even more like the girl in the graduation photo, maybe 7 or 8 out of 10. If the photo were clearer, would it really be as similar as the poster claims? The date on the graduation photo is now 21 years ago. I personally lean towards the idea of a scandal. Mr. Jiang has kept a clean image all these years. If he really wanted a look-alike, he wouldn't have just married this year. If this is the work of someone with ulterior motives, it makes sense. Recently, there was a trending topic about socialite training programs, where young women are specifically groomed to meet influential people and rise quickly. Jiang's second wife seems like a puppet trained by someone, lacking her own thoughts and actions that align with Jiang's first wife. It has been proven that the other party succeeded, and Jiang gave her a title. In this vast world, there are all kinds of wonders. I hope everyone can stay alert and not be deceived by others. End of this post. About 20 minutes after the last reply from the original poster, the post was deleted. Netizens speculated whether the deletion meant the person was right, which led to the post being removed. Why delete it? Keeping it would keep the discussion lively. Hyuri was puzzled by Tully's actions. Over the years, she had done a lot of publicity online, and several popular products from Beijing Cosmetics were launched by her, so she had some experience. Deleting the post will spark more speculation among netizens, just watch. After Tully said this, she refreshed the page, and the top 10 posts on the forum were all discussing the recently deleted post. She was right to ask for advice. Otherwise, based on her and Hyuri's usual methods, they would not have achieved such results. Tully felt a bit pleased. After creating some mystery, the promotion sped up and soon marketing accounts shared screenshots, causing the post to spread quickly online. Lin He entered the public eye. Previously, the incident with Han Sun used eye-catching topics to draw attention from the whole internet. Tully realized that Lin He clearly wanted to use Han Sun's matter as a trigger to slowly shift the spotlight onto herself. If Lin He wanted to take her down, she shouldn't blame Tully for fighting back. After learning about Hyuri's secret weapon, the two carefully analyzed the current situation and decided to reveal Lin He's background on the forum as their first step. The results were promising. As the forum gained attention, the trending searches also rose. Recently, the Jiang family's popularity was so high that anything slightly related would pique netizens' curiosity. What kind of juicy gossip do people want? Just this kind. The more it strays from reality and becomes dramatic, the sweeter it seems to the audience. Netizens who saw the trending searches were left in shock for a long time. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. This is the kind of game only rich people play. Netizens rushed to the Weibo account of the 15th to seek confirmation, and some bold ones even asked Jiang Qiao about it, noting that the names of the second wife and the first wife were the same, and their appearances were quite similar. There were so many key points that it was overwhelming. Not only were the netizens confused, but also the two, Chu-yi and the 15th exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. The most confusing part was the first year of middle school. She used to have such wild doubts and even sought proof, but in the end, it all came to nothing. However, she didn't think about it in a dark way. The trending topic made her a bit uncertain. Was Lin He really trained as a trap to catch her father? Did she think there was a connection between Lin He and her mother because of deliberate imitation? Given their personalities, the siblings should have angrily confronted Lin He by now, but they didn't. They were somewhat influenced but didn't fully believe it. The crazy conspiracy theories from netizens were based on their lack of understanding of Lin He. The siblings had spent time with her every day. Lin He is very smart. If she really wanted to learn something, I believe she could fool anyone, said 15, not out of bias but because he genuinely believed it. What would she marry our father for? To be a stepmother? To worry about a rebellious child? At the end, she glanced at 15, who had been quite rebellious himself. 15 scratched his head, uncertain, and said, for money? Power? Connections? The Vai International Hotel belongs to Lin He. She doesn't seem to lack money. When we go out to eat, if our father can't get a reservation, Lin He can. She always says she has many friends, and it turns out to be true. She easily organized the Bayun High School event and could get a title like honorary director at the Manhwa charity gala without much effort. She listed Lin He's past achievements. One thing must be acknowledged. Even if she hadn't married their father, Lin He would still be an outstanding woman. The siblings fell silent again, unable to comprehend it all.
Wait.
Why should they think along the lines of that post? The poster used anonymity, hiding their true identity, so how accurate could their words be? Suddenly, they realized the poster's malicious intent. If they were confused, others would be too. They needed to find Lin He quickly. This seemed like a small matter, but the impact could be significant. Lin He was in her study creating, and she had already thought of a name for her new comic, A Few Things About Love. The male lead? That would be Jiang Qiao. After promising to give him a comic, Lin He immediately started drawing. She had finished this month's work for the country of 1,000 miles ahead of time, so now she could focus on her new comic. Lin He thought she would draw smoothly. The scenes with Jiang Qiao were so clear in her mind that she could easily sketch them out. But the reality was that she had been in her study for 2 hours and was still working on their first meeting. She hadn't even finished the first scene. The first meeting was the initial encounter. The first impression of Jiang Qiao also counted as the first meeting, and their first interaction could be considered the first meeting too. How should she start the drawing? After repeatedly redrawing a piece she wasn't satisfied with, 2 hours had passed. This was the first time Lin He had such low work efficiency. Looking at the large blank space on the paper, Lin He stretched. Even though she hadn't done much, she felt exhausted. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent and strong knocking at the door startled Lin He. She said, "Come in." Seeing Chu-yi and Sherwoo come over, Lin He wasn't surprised at all. They were the only ones who would knock so hard at home. What's wrong? Whenever the siblings wore serious expressions, they would always say something shocking. This time, they didn't say much. Chu-yi said with a serious look, "Check the trending topics. Things are getting complicated." Lin He picked up her phone and opened Weibo. After seeing the content, her eyebrows raised a bit more. After a few minutes of reading, she said, "It's not a problem. I didn't plagiarize." Plagiarism? Chu-yi and Sherwoo exchanged confused glances and then got up to see what Lin He was looking at on her phone. What trending topic was she checking? Comic author Mu's scandal. This trending topic was ranked 7th, and there was nothing about what Chu-yi and Sherwoo had just seen. The two quickly understood. The trending topic must have been removed by their father. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiao had been in a meeting for over an hour, and he scratched his nose, feeling a bit itchy. He still didn't know what was happening online. No, it wasn't Jiang Qiao who removed the trending topic. "So we came to find you. We didn't expect Dad to act so quickly and remove the trending topic already." Chu-yi recounted what had happened online. Lin He searched for keywords like Jiang Qiao's ex-wife and her own name. Sure enough, she saw what Chu Yi mentioned. The discussions were still ongoing, but the ranking of the trending topic had been removed. Because the entry suddenly disappeared, netizens were even more excited to discuss it. It wasn't your father who removed it. Lin He understood Jiang Qiao. If he had removed the trending topic, the entry would have been completely blacked out, not still showing a blue title for everyone to continue discussing. Just like the previous method of deleting posts, this time dropping off the trending topic was also a tactic used by someone behind the scenes to create anticipation. The trending topic about Imu seems to be a series of clever tricks. Several seemingly unrelated events will eventually connect and become the key to solving the mystery, leading netizens to believe they have uncovered the truth. At this point, they will firmly hold onto their beliefs and won't easily waver. Lin He can probably guess that the ones behind this are Tu Li and Hu Dai. Having dealt with them before, Lin He is quite surprised. These tactics clearly don't match their usual style. Is there someone more powerful guiding them? What should we do? We are in the light while the bad guys are in the dark. You said that getting caught in self-justification is like stepping into a swamp. We'll only sink deeper. But if we don't explain, we can't control the situation online. Chu Yi is nearly frantic at Lin He's calm demeanor. Lin He is hiding her true identity as Imu so well. The other side knows this and is attacking from both sides. This is a serious threat. As long as we stay upright, we have nothing to fear. No matter how many tricks they have, we will respond steadily and tackle each issue one by one. Lin He smiles at Chu Yi. Don't worry, we still have time. Chu Yi feels reassured, while 15 watches Lin He with a complex expression. She really is impressive. The online accusations against Imu have two main points. The first claims that her creativity is plagiarized, stating that the personification of ceramics resembles last year's short drama style, which is considered theft. The second point questions Imu's character, saying that ceramics have a prototype, which are ancient artifacts from China that have been lost overseas. The new unit's central theme also revolves around the return of these artifacts and promoting the depth of Chinese civilization. In reality, there are no such artifacts. Imu has fabricated a story just to add value to her new work. Imu is deceiving her readers. Fans defend Imu, and uninformed netizens are stirred up, rallying to demand justice against the plagiarist. Lin He was right. This trending topic was indeed created by Tu Li and Hu Dai. The original creator of Imu is that person, and the fact that they can continue to update must mean Lin He is using them to achieve her own goals. It's unclear what the other side is after, but as long as they ruin Imu, it will be A to Lin He. Hu Dai is contributing her understanding of Lin He, focusing on the ultimate move, gathering all possible content to undermine Lin He, and then using it. By the time the ultimate move is revealed, netizens will naturally connect all the information prepared earlier. At that point, Lin He will be completely finished. She is too confident, thinking that being backed by the Jiang family allows her to do whatever she wants. It's naive and laughable. Seeing the overwhelming situation online, Butterfly suddenly felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have hesitated. If she had used her secret weapon earlier, Lin He might have been finished by now. That said, she knew this was the best time to act. The key was that she wasn't the only one dealing with Lin He. Tu Li was also involved, and her sister was much more reliable than Jiang Manhwa or Minjun. Tu Li and Butterfly were feeling pleased, unaware that Lin He had already started to fight back. The first step in the counterattack began with a phone call. After a call of less than 5 minutes, Lin He hung up the phone, having explained everything. Turning around, she saw Chu Yi and Sherwu staring blankly. Walking up to them, Lin He snapped her fingers and declared, "The light of righteousness can dispel all evil." Chu Yi swallowed nervously. Righteousness is official? Sherwu's eyes widened. Although he didn't understand the content of the call, he caught the mention of official. The siblings now completely believed Lin He's claim about having many friends. A call to the authorities, with a friendly tone and talk of cooperation. How could that relate to the trending topic online? They understood the individual words Lin He used. but couldn't grasp their meaning when put together. The siblings blinked at Lin He, seeking clarification. From the moment Lin He decided to create a new comic series featuring anthropomorphized porcelain, she had made up her mind to donate antique ceramics acquired from overseas auctions to the National Museum for exhibition. Donating a national treasure would earn recognition, and Lin He donated 5 pieces at once. She didn't set any conditions, except that she wanted to decide the exhibition dates. When the comic updates to the reunion of the 5 anthropomorphized artifacts, the actual items would be displayed in the museum, showcased in a collaborative manner. At that time, the promotion would focus on 2 aspects: the return of cultural relics and the rich heritage of the ancient Huaxia civilization, as well as the comic collaboration and the deeper meanings behind the little stories. The recently updated episode featured the 5 artifacts coming together, with the main characters embarking on an adventure. Coincidentally, the museum had an event next week where the 5 exquisite items could be showcased. Originally, this promotion needed careful planning, but with a trending topic about plagiarism, they couldn't miss the opportunity. Black trending topics? Not a chance. Lin He turned waste into treasure. The manga artist Imu has collaborated with the National Museum to launch a joint project called Wandering Country. The character prototypes in Wandering Country are inspired by artifacts from the museum. A post from the museum's official account surprised many people. A collaboration? They knew Imu's new comic was about antiques, but connecting it with the National Museum broke the boundaries. Just a moment ago, there were accusations of plagiarism, and now, the comic's character prototypes have a strong backing. The National Museum is not a place where anyone can easily make false claims for attention. Then, the museum's second post caused even more excitement. Among the artifacts to be displayed next week, 5 items including the jade and gold rain bottle, the dragon green screen, and the Qilin bronze mirror have been generously donated by the manga artist Imu. We thank Imu for the outstanding contribution to the return of cultural relics. This post created a buzz in the artifact community. I knew there would be new items at this exhibition.
Wow.
I've only read about that mirror in books. Am I really going to see it in person? So excited. Oh my, donating 5 artifacts for free? I apologize for saying Imu was just trying to get attention. From now on, Imu is my idol. I dream of seeing that rain bottle to see if it truly represents the finest craftsmanship of the Xia dynasty, as described in the literature, like mist and rain in the south. Imu's fans felt relieved. The accusations of plagiarism were frustrating for an original creator. If not clarified, they would face ongoing attacks from critics. They watched the so-called short film and realized that aside from the anthropomorphism of artifacts, the core was completely different. Many netizens jumped to conclusions, thinking the similar themes meant Imu had plagiarized, which was infuriating. Just as the fans were getting upset, the situation took a turn. It turned out Imu's talent was evident. She didn't need her fans to fight her battles. She could handle it herself and silence the critics. The National Museum not only posted on social media but also updated their official account with detailed information about the 5 artifacts. For example, the rain bottle originally belonged to a pharaoh in ancient Egypt, then was brought to an auction by a Jewish merchant, and had been stored until now. This backstory matched perfectly with one of Imu's characters, who is afraid of the dark, speaks Arabic, and has great business acumen. Through this information, fans discovered that Imu's characters and the artifact's stories fit together perfectly. Plagiarism? This is called realism. When netizens saw the similarities in the work, they couldn't help but be impressed. No wonder this is the most popular comic author. Just look at how the settings in their comics perfectly match historical artifacts, with many unexpected connections. It's a bit ridiculous to bring up plagiarism now. Netizens were also amazed by the author's wealth. They heard that the author is well off, but they didn't expect them to be this rich. It's incredibly difficult to bring even one historical artifact back to the country, let alone 5. Each artifact looks so exquisite that it must be worth a fortune. Just imagine how much it costs to bring 5 artifacts back. Did the author really donate them for free? Amazing! Attempts to label this as plagiarism are futile. Netizens aren't falling for it. Everyone is shocked by the author's generosity and high standards. No matter how various marketing accounts try to slander the author, they have genuinely done something good. In response to conspiracy theories or sarcastic comments on social media, netizens have a unified reply: if you can do it, then donate. In this atmosphere online, accusations against the author simply don't hold up. Marketing accounts that tried to stir up trouble quickly lost followers and changed their tune to praise the author instead. There's no way to argue against this. Even the strongest marketing accounts can't achieve that. Fans and netizens will really unfollow if they see something they don't like. Without fans, what's the point of being a marketing account? The focus on making a living is lost, and who cares about the task? They won't take any offers, no matter the amount. This is how public opinion shifted. In less than an hour, actually in under an hour. Did you plan this during your initial preparations? Upon hearing Lin He's familiar tone from the recent call, it was clear this wasn't their first conversation. Yes, it was done on the side. Lin He nodded. Initially, she hadn't anticipated the current situation. She was just used to doing things perfectly. The idea of donating artifacts came to her while contacting Nodi. Doing a good deed while gaining some benefits? She understood the significance of the 5 artifacts. The new comic series has the endorsement of the National Museum, which raises its profile significantly, and the artifacts will be well known. Why not take advantage of that? 15, who was listening nearby, was left speechless, unable to close their mouth for a long time. It turns out there are truly smart people who can think 10 steps ahead. Some people remain calm in the face of a crisis because their careful planning ensures that even if something goes wrong, they can handle it well. 15 thought to herself that she needed to be more steady in her actions, just like Lin He. Not only 15 but also Chu Yi was quite shocked. Every time she felt she was getting closer to Lin He's level, Lin He's performance would show her how far she still had to go. Fortunately, she had the chance to learn. Seeing the expressions of Chu Yi and 15, Lin He smiled. The growth of the 2 kids was inspired by their experiences. Some lessons don't need to be taught. When presented clearly, children will naturally remember them. Tu Li and Hu Dai never expected that their carefully crafted trap would not only fail to harm Lin He, but would instead become a tool for her to educate the children. In the apartment, the 2 looked gloomy. They didn't understand why Lin He always managed to turn bad situations into good ones. Who would have thought a national museum would pop up? Just take the final step. Tu Li said darkly, not believing that Lin He could escape this time. The conference room door opened, and Jiang Qiao walked out, followed by his assistant and secretary. In the corridor, General Manager Jiang, dressed in a suit, looked incredibly sharp. After nearly 2 hours of the meeting, everyone present tried their best to stay alert, but their fatigue was hard to hide. Jiang Qiao looked the same when he left as when he entered. No one could compare. It was just not possible. Other employees were rubbing their sore backs and stiff necks, and at that moment, they all had the same thought. Some people are just born to be leaders. How is the situation with Beijing? They found a perfume master and plan to launch their perfume brand before Double 11. Mo Xing has already captured most of the cosmetics market from Beijing. The assistant reported, feeling that everything was going just as Jiang Qiao had predicted. The Beijing CEO didn't even consider competing directly with Mo Xing, but chose to explore another path instead. It was hard to say whether this was bold or just foolish. Generally speaking, bold attempts can lead to surprises, as long as they aren't under Jiang Qiao's watch. Now, even if Beijing changed to 800 different paths, it wouldn't matter. Until they found the root of the problem with Jiang Qiao, they were destined to fail at everything. The most critical point was, the perfume master Beijing found is not very reputable. He is known for imitation scents. The assistant didn't need to say more. Jiang Qiao understood. Without a unique feature in the perfume market, the final product would end up resembling big brand scents. This wouldn't create brand effect. What would be the difference from counterfeit goods? The fragrance is not scary, but what is concerning is that the brand hasn't made a name for itself, and the products are too similar. It's not that I underestimate the skills of the perfumer, but given Beijing's situation, They need to quickly start production and market a hit product before Double 11. There isn't enough time for the master to research new scents. They will likely produce imitations based on the past work of the master. That perfumer has previously imitated brands like Alvin, CIO, and DLO. The similarity of these three scents is quite high, so Beixing will probably choose to try these. Jiang Qiao lightly tapped the table and said, I remember the group has collaborated with these three brands. Yes, Mr. Jiang, came the reply. Jiang Qiao sneered. Hu Dai's ambition is clear. Her brand's perfumes will not be cheap and will at least be mid-range. At the same time, the price cannot exceed that of the originals, or customers would prefer to buy the genuine products for the same price. Therefore, the price will be lower than the originals, but not by much, likely bundled with other Beixing cosmetics. That makes things easier. At that time, Jiang's subsidiaries that have previously collaborated can work with the original brands for promotions. This will definitely wipe out Beixing's perfume production line completely. Even if he asks later, Jiang Qiao can explain that it's just normal business cooperation and not a deliberate attack. It would be best to deal with Hu Dai early on to avoid her constantly bothering While Jiang Qiao was planning how to handle her, the person involved, Hu Dai, arrived sneezing. Since entering Jiang's group, her nose had been itchy, and after sneezing twice, she felt a bit better. With the help of her secretary, Hu Dai entered the president's office floor. Her mindset and situation were quite different from before. At the front desk, she had to persuade them not to wait for an appointment, but instead have them call the secretary to ask if Mr. Jiang would see her. Because Hu Dai had visited Jiang's company a few times before, the front desk didn't strictly follow the rules to keep her waiting for an appointment. After all, Mr. Jiang isn't someone anyone can just meet. Worried that Jiang Qiao might refuse to see her, she had the front desk pass along a message that she had something from her university days to discuss. This message would be unclear to others, but she believed Jiang Qiao would understand that it was related to Lin He. Sitting in the lobby, Hu Dai felt anxious. She had to see Jiang Qiao. Li was right. It was no longer just about whether they could benefit from the Jiang family. With Lin He involved, they would use the Jiang family's power to persecute them. So, we must tackle the potential danger first before discussing anything else. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the front desk called Hu Dai to help arrange a lift to the president's office floor. Hu Dai felt excited. Jiang Qiao wanted to see her. The reason Jiang Qiao agreed to meet Hu Dai was that he learned about the situation online. Lin He noticed the issue, and Jiang Qiao certainly did too, but he wasn't as certain as Lin He. Without solid evidence, Jiang Qiao was suspicious of everyone. When Hu Dai approached him, he immediately identified her as a suspect. What do you want? There were no pleasantries or niceties. Jiang Qiao didn't even show a friendly face. After all these years, seeing Jiang Qiao's expressionless face still made Hu Dai feel uneasy. She stepped forward and deeply bowed. Mr. Jiang, you have helped me a lot over the years, and I am very grateful. Jiang Qiao's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued by Hu Dai's sudden gratitude. He wanted to tell He about it. Hu Dai is here, and she immediately thanked me for my help over the years. There was no reply from Lin He, and Jiang Qiao wasn't in a hurry. He looked at Hu Dai's sincere expression and said, So? Jiang Qiao didn't treat Hu Dai with much care, otherwise, Beixing wouldn't be where it is now. He mostly passed time by giving her some benefits, hoping she would share information about Lin He. Hu Dai thought she was gaining a significant advantage and felt important in front of Jiang Qiao, unaware that she was being subtly manipulated like a toy. There are some things I've kept to myself for a long time and I've been feeling guilty about it lately. Hu Dai looked down, appearing very distressed. My 4 years in college with Lin, he made us very close friends. I know a lot about her, and she hasn't been seen for 15 years. I think you should know some things. She laid out a long introduction to pique Jiang Qiao's curiosity about what she had to say. Jiang Qiao was not easily led. He didn't press for details, and his expression remained mostly unchanged. Hu Dai noticed Jiang Qiao was focused on his phone, seeming to take her words lightly. Jiang Qiao was taking it seriously. He was reporting facts to Lin He. She said she wants to tell me a secret about you. After sending the message, Jiang Qiao looked at Hu Dai, her words seemingly having no effect on him, and he said in a steady tone, "Continue." Hudi took a deep breath and said clearly, "Lin He cheated on you while she was dating you." At this point, there was no turning back. Hudi thought Jiang Qiao would be shocked after hearing this, but he calmly looked down at his phone instead. Jiang Qiao was sending a message. "Hey, can I make Hudi log off?" After hearing this, Jiang Qiao was not unresponsive. He was actually very reactive. His anger was palpable. "Mr. Jiang, I have evidence." Seeing that Jiang Qiao didn't believe her and was trying to keep him in suspense, Hudi started to feel anxious. "Xiaohe, you shine so brightly on stage. Even when playing a small tree, you attract countless gazes. You are always so amazing. I never thought an ordinary person like me could have someone as dazzling as you." Xiaohe, the chef who makes delicious beer duck in the cafeteria, is back from leave. "Last time you said it was tasty, and you promised to cook it for me. You always bring me joy." "Xiaohe, my company is taking shape. I will work hard to earn money for you, buy you the bags you like, and take you traveling around the world, just like we talked about. A happy life." The letters on the A4 sheets expressed Zhou Bai's deep affection for Lin He. Anyone unaware of the situation would think Zhou Bai and Xiaohe were a loving couple. At that moment, Hudi finally saw the change in Jiang Qiao's expression that she had anticipated. It was fierce, gloomy, and filled with anger. This was the reaction of someone whose feelings had been betrayed. After marrying Zhou Bai, she had stumbled upon these letters and felt the same way. Hudi knew Zhou Bai's feelings for Lin He, but she thought it was unrequited love. She never expected they were secretly communicating. At that time, Lin He and Jiang Qiao were a couple. Indeed, Lin He was not a good woman. This was Hudi's secret weapon, a revelation no one could have imagined. Zhou Bai thought destroying the letters and denying everything would work. She had already secretly taken photos. Hu Ji didn't know this, and Hu Dai didn't mention it. She always felt it would be useful one day, but she didn't expect it to be now. If it weren't for the current situation, Hu Dai wouldn't have brought it up. When a man is betrayed by the woman he loves, the love can easily turn into hatred. Without love for Lin He, her friends no longer provide support. They won't care about her just because they care about Lin He. This was why Hu Dai kept this matter hidden in the past. Jiang Qiao no longer loved Lin He, and as a friend of the deceased wife, Hu Dai naturally found her displeasing. Not only could she not be a support, but she might also take out her anger on Hu Dai. So Hu Dai kept this secret very well. Even her good sister, Tu Li, didn't know. Now the situation has changed. Hu Dai has separated from the Jiang family, and with Lin He around, she can't gain any benefits. From Tu Li's words, Hu Dai thought of another possibility. After returning to the country, the two of them studied why Lin He could take over the Mu IP for profit. Why do they have such similar names and appearances? Why couldn't Jiang Manhwa, who had been close to the Jiang family for many years, shake Lin He's position? There is only one reason. Lin He has a closer relationship with her mother than Jiang Manhwa does. The same surname and similar looks make sense. Even if their appearances are different, with a similar background and some minor cosmetic changes, it's easy to look alike. Thinking this way, Lin He's identity is no longer a mystery. Now their relationship is no longer just a matter of keeping distance. Lin He clearly wants to settle scores with Tu Li. At that time, Hu Dai would also be in trouble. Having already gained nothing from the Jiang family, Hu Dai decided to expose the affair. There was no need to hide it anymore. Even if Jiang Qiao wanted to take out his anger, it would be directed at Lin He, his closer second wife, and not at her. With the former's influence, everything gained will be lost. Without Jiang as a support, it would be easy for them to crush Lin He. Hu Dai's only purpose today is to ruin Lin He. "Mr. Jiang, I know it's hard for you to accept right now. I suffered for a long time too. In my heart, Lin He was pure and innocent, but she did this. Get out." Jiang Qiao didn't listen to Hu Dai's words. After reading the last page, he noticed she was rambling on, and he coldly uttered one word. Then he pressed the intercom to call his secretary to take her away. Hu Dai was already prepared to be thrown out. After all, who is Mr. Jung? Certainly, no one would want outsiders to see them make a fool of themselves. Even if they were furious inside, they wouldn't show it in front of her. Someone who keeps their emotions hidden, upon seeing the content on the paper, couldn't maintain their composure and visibly cooled down, indicating that they were not at peace inside. That was enough. Even after being asked to leave, Hudai still felt very excited. This time it was truly goodbye. Lin He was finished. Achoo, achoo. In the study, Lin He sneezed twice in a row. After witnessing Lin He's quick handling of public opinion, the two siblings returned to their room. They wanted to continue observing the situation online and learn from it. They were quite stimulated by Lin He's way of handling things. How could someone be so smart? The siblings recalled their rebellious behavior when they first met Lin He. At that time, did Lin He look at them as if they were fools? They thought they were the best, but in reality, they were completely seen through. The two felt a mix of emotions: embarrassment, frustration, shame. Too many feelings finally converged into a force that surged into their minds, then directed towards Han Sun. Yes, Han Sun. He was the perfect outlet for their anger. The siblings pondered their words and decided to use Mr. Zhang's account to post another blog and expose him properly. They planned to scold him thoroughly. After the two kids left, Lin He noticed messages from Jiang Qiao on her phone. Looking at these messages, she could clearly sense Jiang Qiao's changing emotions. Upon seeing the last message, Lin He furrowed her brow. Hee, I'm going home now. What did Hudai say to Jiang Qiao that made him rush home? When Lin He saw this message, Jiang Qiao's car had already entered the yard. Seeing him come home through the window, Lin He went downstairs. Once inside, Jiang Qiao walked over and hugged her tightly. Hee, don't see Zhou Bai anymore. Hearing Jiang Qiao's fearful tone, Lin He was confused. Jiang Qiao didn't elaborate. He took Lin He to the study and handed her the A4 paper he had looked at earlier. He didn't let go of her hand during this time. As Lin He looked at the content on the paper, her expression grew darker, filled with confusion and shock. I have never communicated with Zhou Bai. Lin He was shocked by the content, but she felt uncertain because she was sure it was Zhou Bai's handwriting. During college, the student council held a writing activity, and she had copied some notes that belonged to Zhou Bai. Lin He remembered it so clearly because Zhou Bai's unique style was evident in the curved strokes of his writing. The handwriting on the A4 paper is exactly the same as the writing in Zhou Bai's notebook, which basically confirms it was written by him. However, Lin He has never communicated with Zhou Bai through letters. Did Hudai give this to you? Lin He knows that Hudai wouldn't dare to deceive Jiang Qiao. Since she brought this to Jiang Qiao, it proves the source is genuine. Noticing Jiang Qiao's serious expression, Lin He, with her hands on her hips, angrily asked, "Are you doubting me?" Jiang Qiao quickly looked up and shook his head. "Of course not. I have never doubted you. I was just following the thought process." As he spoke, Jiang Qiao pulled out a piece of paper and pointed to the part about beer duck, saying, Don't you find the content of these letters strange? Look at this. Beer duck is the dish I always order when we go to the cafeteria together. Lin He paused, realizing it was true. Beer duck was a dish they always ordered together, and she had even complained to Hudai about how the cafeteria chef was on leave, so they didn't get to eat it when Jiang Qiao came. Zhou Bai seemed to be present at that time. As she reviewed the letters again, Lin He felt a chill down her back. Jiang Qiao noticed Lin He's reaction and wrapped his arms around her, saying, "I noticed from the beginning that the content of the letters mostly involves things between us." He suspected that Zhou Bai might have some issues. That's why he told Lin He not to meet Zhou Bai anymore. Who knows what he might do if something went wrong? He felt uneasy because Lin He had met Zhou Bai alone several times before, which seemed quite dangerous. Lin He hesitantly said, "So Hudai found Zhou Bai's letters and thought she discovered an affair, so she brought them to you to try to ruin my image in your eyes?" Jiang Qiao nodded, agreeing that Hudai's intentions were clear. Lin He took a deep breath, feeling very complicated inside. How could this happen? After graduating from college, Lin He became pregnant with Jiang En, but she didn't give up her career. She continued to draw comics and even co-founded Beijing Company with Hu Dai. At that time, she had very little contact with Zhou Bai, maybe just a couple of words every few months, and their relationship was limited to liking each other's posts on social media. When she learned that Zhou Bai had encouraged Gu Lily to do bad things, he was already very surprised. Now, seeing these letters, she felt even more confused. She was good at thinking ahead, but she never expected this situation with Zhou Bai. Even after they met again, her wariness of Zhou Bai was based on whether he had bad intentions. Now, suddenly bringing up a love affair was simply baffling. I will investigate Zhou Bai more carefully. Please don't meet him privately anymore. He is capable of writing fake letters to create the illusion that you love him, which shows how extreme and secretive he is. This person is dangerous in many ways. He suddenly thought of Shiwu and said, Shiwu has been in contact with Zhou Bai a lot lately. They are always playing games together. Jiang Qiao nodded, then I'll see if Shiwu can find out anything. He's lips twitched. It felt like a mountain of fatherly concern had suddenly come crashing down. She meant to ask if Shiwu might be in danger, and was trying to think of a reason to keep him away from Zhou Bai. But Jiang Qiao was already thinking of using the child for this. Hearing he explained her thoughts. Jiang Qiao touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. He misunderstood her. How should I put it? Besides who makes Jiang Qiao constantly worry about potential problems, he can rationally analyze everyone else, including his own child. As for Zhou Bai, he was sure that Shiwu's contact with him wouldn't be dangerous and could continue to investigate. But when it comes to he couldn't reason it out. Even if there was no danger, he was still afraid. The only person in the world who could make Jiang Qiao afraid was He. These explanations sounded too cold-blooded and didn't seem like something a good father would say, so Jiang Qiao didn't dare to tell He and could only smile awkwardly before changing the subject. Actually, there was no need for Jiang Qiao to change the subject, because after discussing this matter, He fell into deep thought. Zhou Bai had changed in ways that didn't match her memories. The label of Zhou Bai being honest and reliable from their university days suddenly felt shaky. No, it should be said that it was completely torn away. In a few days, can you accompany me back to our university? He's gaze darkened. She needed to confirm some things again. In the apartment, Hu Dai walked in with excitement. I did it! She laughed joyfully. Once General Jiang saw the content, he wouldn't be able to handle it. I saw General Jiang read from the first page to the last page in the office. After saying this, Hu Dai took a big gulp of water and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand in a bold manner. She hadn't felt this good in a long time. Tu Li also showed joy in her eyes. She didn't expect it to go so smoothly. She thought it would take several days to meet him, but it was settled in one trip. That's great. We can respond within the golden time frame. The golden time frame refers to the response period for public relations events, usually within 24 hours after the initiation of public opinion, and is known as the golden time frame. Responding during this period is the best. Actually, Tu Li's response came a bit late, but her situation keeps changing, which keeps it fresh for the online community. Responding now is still timely. I have always believed that the truth will come out, and I hope to focus more on charity work instead of getting caught up in rumors and public opinion. Unfortunately, the negativity has increased, and it is no longer just a personal issue. I don't want to misuse public resources, but now I have to respond. Tu Li had already thought out this public relations statement regarding the charity gala photos, the Baiyun girls' high school scholarship incident, and the city's aid for low-income families. He was too harsh. She knew what mattered to Tu Li and aimed right at her weaknesses. These issues can be explained, but with He watching closely, Tu Li was hesitant to clarify. Now that He is preoccupied, after hearing from Hu Dai that Jiang Qiao has left the company to go home, Tu Li couldn't wait to post. Her explanations seem reasonable, but something feels off. The photos are real, each with a valid reason. The Baiyun girls' high school scholarship was placed in the prize pool as part of new reform conditions, and Han Sun has clarified the aid situation. The main idea of her response is clear. I, Tu Li, am innocent. Interestingly, The venting post from the 1st and 15th was published just 1 minute before Lee's clarification post. The two posts seemed to echo each other. It's you who seeks attention, you who claim to not misuse public resources, you who appear sincere on the surface, yet are hypocritical at heart, always boasting. Mr. Xiaozhang's verified Weibo account means that even if the 15th says this post only represents himself, the public will still associate him with the Jiang group. The 15th and the 1st really want to say Han Sun is foolish, but they held back and instead wrote a subtle prose poem. If this Weibo had a different verification, the siblings wouldn't care so much about maintaining their refined image. No matter how they behave, their family honor is at stake. They can't let the Jiang family lose face. All the negative words in that post were aimed at Han Sun. This person is really too shameless. Still trying to show fans that he is a sentimental person. The 1st can't jump out to refute, or else the attention they finally diverted would come back to her. Now, netizens tend to believe that the relationship between Han Sun and the 1st is fake. The 15th is angry because he feels his sister is being unfairly implicated and looks down on Han Sun. Perhaps because he received a promise, Han Sun thinks that after securing his debut position, his future will be bright, so he is not as anxious anymore. The main thing that helped him was the words of the female director. As long as he sticks to his story, he will have fans who will explain things for him later, like claims of pressure and other excuses to clear his name. There's no need to rush. It's most important to take advantage of the situation for his own benefit. When he thought about it, aside from all the online speculation, Han Sun realized he had gained a lot of attention from this incident, and with his debut position secured, things weren't as bad as he had imagined. He also felt a bit more at ease with the Jiang family. If they targeted him too much, it would only draw attention to Chu Yi, and the Jiang family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If 15 wants to criticize him, let her. It's just a way for the Jiang family to vent. It won't cost him anything. With this mindset, Han Sun became completely shameless, knowing his fans liked his vulnerable side, so he started posting some nostalgic and melancholic pictures on Instagram. The brother and sister, disgusted by Han Sun's antics, filled their new Weibo post with as many negative 4-character phrases as possible. This reflected their emotions and set the stage for their actions. Initially, Chu Yi wanted Han Sun to face the pain of gaining and losing, but now she changed her mind. What right does he have to receive anything? Let him always be just one step away from what he likes. Just because he thinks he's popular, he can get a free pass to the next round? Chu Yi won't let Han Sun have his way. He should go to the revival area and feel disappointed. He definitely won't make it through tonight's elimination round. The new Weibo posts from the siblings targeted Han Sun, but unexpectedly, Lee collided with them. Every vague reference and sarcastic remark matched the content of the other's statement, including Lee explaining the photos and the situation at Baiyun High School. 15's Weibo was full of contradictory attitudes. Lee said she worked hard and diligently, while 15's post mocked someone who only puts on a show and can't explain themselves when scrutinized, emphasizing effort. This pointed to Han Sun, whose dancing wasn't great, yet he marketed himself as hardworking, leading netizens to sympathize with him, saying he should get 5 stars for his effort despite his poor dancing. In the end, it aligned perfectly with Lee's statements. If there was only one coincidence, it could be dismissed, but netizens compared both posts and found them to match completely. The last line of Lee explaining her situation was directly countered by the next line from Mr. Xiaozhang. Lee, I work diligently. Mr. Xiaozhang, this person is all talk. Lee, I have good intentions. Mr. Xiaozhang, this person is fake and hypocritical. It was as if they were perfectly matching responses. The key issue is that Mr. Jiang posted a minute earlier than Lee, which is quite puzzling. They are both from celebrity studios that usually issue joint statements. They should either agree on a time to post or be only a few minutes apart. It's not like one can explain while the other undermines the situation and still collaborate, right? The audience was already skeptical of Lee's explanation, and Mr. Jiang's joking comments turned the serious statement into a funny meme. No one takes it seriously anymore. Some even joked about it being fate, suggesting that the heavens couldn't stand Tu Lee's nonsense. Too many people use charity as a cover for selfish actions. There have been similar news stories in the past, and the more netizens discuss it, the more they speculate. Tu Lee's image is not looking good in their eyes. Tu Lee must be furious. She thought he was too busy to notice, but then Mr. Jiang came out of nowhere. The crucial point is that his Weibo post was earlier than hers, clearly not aimed at her, yet all the negative attention ended up on her. In her anger, Tu Lee answered a call from an unknown number, her voice sharp. Hello. Hello, is this Miss Tu Lee? Came a timid voice from the other end. Tu Lee took a breath and replied, yes, it is. This number was personal, and she rarely shared it publicly. Due to the recent buzz online, many reporters wanted to interview her, and her other work number had already been overwhelmed. Who are you, and what do you need? Remembering she only gave this number to important people, Tu Lee softened her tone. My name is Anju. I received assistance from the Manhwa Charity Foundation for a poor family years ago. I think what people are saying online is too harsh. If needed, I can provide a statement. Miss Sen, how did you get my number? I saw a lady drop your business card at the charity gala, so I picked it up. I'm sorry. I really admire you and just wanted to keep it. If it weren't for the current situation, I wouldn't bother you. And Zhu sounded anxious, clearly a shy girl. A glimmer of something crossed Tu Lee's eyes, and she gently reassured her. It's okay. That day, Han Sun was overly confident. He thought everything would go smoothly from there, but reality hit him hard. During the live competition that night, his votes plummeted, and he barely passed the live audience's score, ultimately landing in the uncertain revival zone. When it came down to the final 8, the contestants from the revival zone would select one more contestant to compete for debut positions. 8 people were fighting for 5 spots. It seemed like an opportunity, but in reality, it was a tough competition, with over 20 contestants in the revival zone vying for just one spot. The competition was fierce. After the match, Han Sun approached the production team, questioning why he was on the verge of elimination when they had promised him a debut position. The director acted as if everything was under control. Remembering the agreement he had signed, Han Sun told himself not to panic. He thought of the revival zone as a way to build his fanbase. He believed that his loyal fans would only increase. Han Sun was being naive. He thought that the revival match the next day would guarantee him first place, leading him to easily enter the top 5 in the finals and become a debut member. In reality, he was eliminated. Contestant 04, Kong Jia, has successfully revived. He will enter next week's final match. Congratulations! After hearing the host announce someone else's advancement, Han Sun couldn't control his expression. He looked stunned and lost. He slowly turned to the director of the production team below. Eliminated? How could he be eliminated? What kind of expression is Han Sun making? What is he so shocked about? Kong Jia is a versatile talent. He was eliminated due to being sick that day, which gave him a score of 0. In terms of ability, how could Han Sun compare? Agreed, I think Kong Jia is the only standout in this show. Even casual viewers believe he will definitely succeed in the revival match. I don't understand why Han Sun has any expectations. He just sang off-key. I seriously suspect there's something shady going on. Did you know that right before the final vote count, Han Sun's votes skyrocketed? But somehow, they dropped back down at the end. I agree with the previous comment. Han Sun's gaze is clearly searching for the director below, looking for an explanation. He shouldn't be so obvious. This shows how sharp the viewer's eyes are. Everyone made guesses and pieced together information, ultimately finding parts that were closest to the truth.
Thank you, Dad.
In the Jiang household, upon hearing the news of Kong Jia's successful revival on the TV, Chu Yi jumped up in excitement and thanked Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao responded coldly with a grunt, showing little reaction. He wasn't home, so Jiang Qiao seemed less energetic. Chu Yi didn't mind and was already used to her father's indifferent attitude. As for the voting issue, it was handled by a computer expert from the Jiang group. The production team wanted to boost Han Sun's votes, but they encountered a bug, causing all contestants' votes to increase equally whenever Han Sun's votes went up. This situation is like a dark horse for one person, but when everyone is rising rapidly, it's called fake data. It will be investigated. The viewership ratings and playback numbers are clear. If they create inflated audience numbers, it will eventually be exposed. The production team that wants to operate without anyone noticing ended up failing and stopped the vote manipulation. They didn't realize someone was sabotaging them. They thought it was a voting system bug and, fearing other issues, quickly halted the process. This also led to Han Sun, who had few tickets to begin with, being eliminated after trying to turn things around with online votes. It seems that Han Sun had some agreement with the production team. The entertainment industry, despite its glamorous appearance, has many dark sides. In talent shows, those who make it to the end either have a certain level of skill or have established good relationships with the production team in advance. Many past winners of talent shows had signed contracts with the organizers. Without these connections, most people don't make it to the end. Han Sun is likely in the same situation. It's clear he wanted to debut through this talent show and seemed to have made arrangements with the production team, but he ended up eliminated. How will he react? How will the production team calm him down? Chu-yi scoffed. She was waiting to see. Han Sun's path in the entertainment industry will be difficult with her around. No, it's even worse. He won't be able to take a single step forward. Chu-yi was satisfied with how things were going. She turned off the TV and then noticed two people were missing at home. Where are Lin He and Sherwoo? They were just watching TV with her at the beginning of the show. Lin He went out to meet a friend, and Sherwoo left to take a phone call. Jiang Qiao flipped through a paper without looking at Chu-yi. He was reviewing documents. Chu-yi scratched her head and saw her father working. She asked, "Why aren't you working in your study?" Jiang Qiao looked up at Chu-yi, and she immediately felt curious. His gaze was filled with frustration. "I'm so tired. I'm going back to my room." Chu-yi quickly slipped away. Jiang Qiao returned his attention to the contract in his hands. He planned to wait in the living room for He, and if she didn't return by 10 o'clock as agreed, he would go out to pick her up. Lin He went out to meet Gu Lily. This meeting was arranged for noon, initiated by Gu Lily. Some things are easier to discuss in person. Zhou Bai is such a strange person. I thought we were just getting to know each other, but he has been observing me for a long time. He even knew about me when I first joined the company. Gu Lily's face turned pale, her expression filled with fear. When Gu Lily met Zhou Bai, he seemed quite normal, but the more she thought about it, the more frightening it became. After meeting Zhou Bai, Gu Lily felt uneasy, and the chill on her back never went away. I kept wondering why he would share all this with me on our first meeting. Didn't he worry I might betray him? It wasn't until this meeting that I realized he was sure I would obey, because he knew my past. Since her first day at the company, Gu Lily had admired Jiang Qiao. This feeling had grown from a simple crush into an obsessive attachment. Gu Lily thought she was the only one who knew this, but then Zhou Bai appeared as an observer who noticed everything. Unfortunately, he was too full of himself. In Zhou Bai's eyes, Gu Lily was a love-obsessed person, but in reality, her feelings were based on practicality and material benefits. She had allowed her love for Jiang Qiao to flourish because it brought her advantages and helped her improve her own situation. Now, with Lin He in the picture, Gu Lily was not someone who would recklessly walk into danger. She was not a lovesick fool. She was ambitious. Zhou Bai could use her feelings for Jiang Qiao, but Lin He could easily threaten her career with just a few words. Gu Lily was clear-headed and rational. Zhou Bai's tempting whispers had no effect on her. She had earned her place at Zhang's group through her intelligence. Choosing to turn away from darkness was always the smart choice. He also gave me a contact number in case I needed help during the operation, Gu Lily said, handing Lin He a note with the number she hadn't called yet. By discussing this with Lin He, Gu Lily aimed to prove her innocence. She was afraid that despite not collaborating with Zhou Bai, she might be misunderstood as his accomplice, leaving her with no way to defend herself. To avoid being discovered by Zhou Bai, she had chosen to meet at night. After saying this, Gu Lily left, stating she would update Lin He if there were any new developments. Holding the note with the number, Lin He returned home, pondering whether Zhou Bai had really joined Zhang's group due to poor management of his own company. Gu Lily had initially entered Zhang's group as an assistant, and Zhou Bai had noticed her back then. Rather than just noticing her, Zhou Bai was paying attention to everyone around Jiang Qiao. It was surprising to think that this went back so far. The mystery surrounding Zhou Bai was growing larger. Jiang Qiao sat in the living room, staring at the clock. If he goes out late again, he will find a way to be her driver. Jiang Qiao was very worried and kept thinking about it. He felt relieved when he saw Lin He come home. You're back. What is this? Jiang Qiao noticed the note in Lin He's hand. The butler followed Lin He, ready to report later. The lady had asked him to keep an eye on the young master and young lady and report back when they returned. When the butler heard Jiang Qiao's words, he glanced at the note with more interest. Is that Lu Jia's number? This was not Lin He's response, but the butler speaking. Both turned to the butler, and Lin He exclaimed, "You recognize this number?" Of course, the butler recognized it. It was tied to a significant mistake in his career. Lu Jia was the maid discovered to be a spy, selling information about the Jiang family to others. On the surface, she seemed to be a sly and greedy person, but secretly, she was a business spy, cleverly disguising herself to pass the butler's interview and cause trouble in the Jiang household. The butler had been monitoring Lu Jia closely, trying to uncover her secrets without alarming her. Besides the 2 phone cards in her modified phone, she had another card that she secretly switched to every night. That card was the number written on Lin He's paper, which the butler had memorized. The butler was particularly focused on this maid and was thinking about when to remove her to make up for his past mistake. Lin He was slightly surprised that Zhou Bai had a connection with the spy maid. Looking at each other, Lin He and Jiang Qiao shared a glance. Someone like Zhou Bai wouldn't reveal much to Gu Lily. Even if he said something, it would likely be false. Lin He initially wanted Gu Lily to avoid contact with Zhou Bai, but now it seemed they could take a different approach. If they couldn't get information from Zhou Bai, perhaps they could try contacting the maid instead. Regardless of whether they received any news, the maid's behavior during her interaction with Gu Lily would reveal her true character, which could provide valuable insights. Lin He formed a plan in her mind. Later, the butler did not report on the online situation because Jiang Qiao wanted to speak, so he left. He noticed that whenever the husband was home, he was always sticking close to his wife. Their conversations became much easier, and after washing up in the bedroom, they would lie in bed and chat. This was something Jiang Qiao had recently enjoyed doing, talking to Lin He before sleep. In the dim light of the lamp on a quiet night, it felt like they were the only 2 people in the world, and the feeling of having each other's entire world was intoxicating. That post on Weibo has been shared by many marketing accounts, mocking Tu Li as the mainstream opinion. Tu Li's husband, Jiang Qiao, frowned and said coldly, has poor character and uses dirty tactics. He flew to East City yesterday. He has a powerful backer there. Lin He understood. She guessed that Tu Li and her husband had risen from their initial poverty through questionable means. They must have done many bad things over the past 15 years. Their backer. Lin He hesitated to speak. Jiang Qiao continued, is Wen Zhaosheng, a real estate tycoon in East City. He has extensive connections and has been the biggest local power there for many years. With a light laugh, Jiang Qiao added, 10 years ago, when Zhaosheng planned to expand to B City, aggressively trying to rise by stepping on the Jiang family. After when Zhaosheng arrived in B City, the business scene became turbulent. He didn't follow the rules and often used violence to achieve his goals. Perhaps he had become so accustomed to being domineering in East City that he acted particularly arrogantly. His main target was the Jiang Group, which had thriving real estate projects and C2C ventures at the time, 2 lucrative projects that made Wen Zhaosheng eager to get a piece of the pie. He also aimed to make a name for himself in B City by stepping on the Jiang Group. With a sparkle in her eyes, Lin He looked at Jiang Qiao and smiled. When Zhaosheng is still holed up in East City, he's not in B City. Did you send him back home?
Yes.
Jiang Qiao gently kissed Lin He's cheek and said softly, you don't need to worry about him. I'm here. It wasn't just a simple business defeat back then. After leaving B City, Wen Zhaosheng went from being a healthy man to someone missing. Wen Zhaosheng, known for his ruthless methods, cast a shadow over B City's business circle, and people spoke of him with caution. Only Jiang Qiao, who had desperately searched for Lin He during that time, was unafraid. He was the only one who made Wen Zhaosheng feel apprehensive. 15 years later, while Wen Zhaosheng might not remember the lessons from the past, if he dared to reach back into B City to target Lin He, Jiang Qiao would not let him off easily. Unable to find Lin He, Jiang Qiao is becoming increasingly unstable. When he finally finds her, someone tries to disrupt their peace, which will only make Jiang Qiao more unhinged. Wen Zhaosheng's eldest son has been frequently visiting B City in recent months, indicating that this was planned. The fierce look in Jiang Qiao's eyes fades quickly, but the momentary killing intent is terrifying. No one can disturb his happy life with He. Lin He asks Jiang Qiao about Wen Zhaosheng, who is the godfather of the two Li couple, establishing a clear enemy relationship. Given the past grievances with the Jiang group, they cannot underestimate the Wen family. She needs to understand more. In response to Lin He's questions, Jiang Qiao is very patient. He rests his chin on her head and gently pats her back while speaking, his eyes filled with such tenderness that it feels overwhelming. The clock on the wall ticks away, and Lin He's voice grows softer until she falls asleep. Jiang Qiao reaches for his phone to send a message, then turns off the lamp and lies down, holding Lin He tightly in his arms. Meanwhile, Jiang En, who is preparing to return home the next morning, receives a message from his father. His previously expressionless face turns cold after reading it. He opens a flight app and changes his ticket from B City to East City. He was supposed to go home for his mother's sweet and sour ribs. As night deepens, Wen Zhaosheng in East City is having a restless sleep. In his dreams, he is chased and hit by a piece of ribs, feeling dizzy with each. The next day, the internet is buzzing again. Tu Li is not only troubled by the Jiang family, but now has another issue to deal with: Han Sun. After being eliminated from the talent show, Han Sun was taken away from the training camp by staff that night. He waited all night for a call, hoping the production team would give him an explanation. However, there was no call. When he tried to reach out, they initially reassured him to wait, but later stopped answering. After switching to a different number, he found that call was also unanswered, but a minute later, they called back. Han Sun didn't answer. He understood that the production team didn't take him seriously. Just like before, they told him to wait without resolving anything. If it weren't for the scandal about the charity funds for impoverished households, he might not have even been given a debut opportunity. It turned out that even if they promised him a chance, it never materialized. Now, they want him to wait again? No way. Han Sun begins to vent his frustrations online. He exposes the dark secrets of the show, claiming that during the top 16, the production team would talk to contestants they deemed to have potential. The contestants are required to sign a contract with the production team, which ensures their entry into the next round. Otherwise, they risk being eliminated in the top 16. This is a common practice in talent shows. The production team invests money and effort, so they naturally want the winner to be someone from their own company. If this is acceptable, then the unfair contract terms cannot be justified. Han Sun is clever. After signing the contract, the production team took it away and didn't give him a copy, but he secretly took photos of it. The terms inside would impress anyone, even Huang Shuren. For example, the income split is 1-9, and from the artist's share, they must cover packaging, promotion, makeup, and styling costs. These expenses are determined by the company, with no transparency on how much is charged. According to what Han Sun learned from the director, the artist won't even get that one share. For the first 3 years, they essentially work for free, ending up with about $7,000 or $8,000 a month. That's much less than his earnings from live streaming. Han Sun can accept this because he believes that debuting first is important. Once he has a stable fan base, he can negotiate with the company to break the contract. Many stars in the entertainment industry have legal battles with their agencies. His only goal is to debut, but that dream is fading. While exposing the situation, Han Sun also tries to clear his name, mentioning how the production team arranged dinners for him, portraying himself as having no control over his circumstances. He wants fans to think that his previous chats with Jiang Muhua were manipulated by an agent to help him connect with influential people. Since he has already severed ties with the production team, he decides to fully commit to this path and shift all the blame onto them. Han Sun revealed many issues, but kept one thing to himself: the previous clarification about being a beneficiary of poverty assistance. This is his trump card, and if used wisely, it could turn things around. By noon, Han Sun received a call from Tu Li, which he had been waiting for. He didn't share this information because he didn't want to offend anyone and was waiting for the other party to negotiate terms with him. Tu Li's online reputation isn't much better than his. If she overturns her previous statements and brings up the poverty assistance issue again, she will face not only online backlash but also real-world consequences, creating a domino effect of problems. Han Sun is waiting for Tu Li to make a concession. If he wants to enter the entertainment industry, he must seize this opportunity. Due to poor performance during tutoring, after the start of the school year, Chuyi and Sherwoo will no longer be allowed to use their phones. They can only get their phones back if they meet the required standards when the exam results come out next week. Chuyi and Sherwoo are not upset because they are confident they will score high and get their phones back. After estimating their exam scores, they feel even more assured. They just need to wait a few more days to get their phones back, so there's no rush. This situation has caused them to fall behind on online happenings, as they can only see what's going on when they get home in the evening. Of course, they could borrow a classmate's phone at school, but they haven't done so. They feel a bit embarrassed about it. No one at school knows that Sherwoo and Chuyi are siblings, so Chuyi's gossip won't reach Sherwoo. The classmates Sherwoo hangs out with aren't really into discussing online gossip either. Chuyi has a bit of a spoiled attitude, so no one dares to approach her to talk about Han Sun. This has created a disconnect. Both are very interested in Han Sun's situation, but when they are at school, they focus entirely on their studies. They are also worried that if their grades drop, their father might hire a tutor again, which they dislike. Is Han Sun going crazy? He's acting like a mad dog, attacking everyone. Sherwoo commented after seeing that Han Sun had posted 20 times on Weibo in one day. Didn't you notice he's only attacking the production team? He must have some ulterior motive, Chuyi said confidently. Sherwoo looked at Chuyi and remarked, "You've really changed. You're not the same simple person you used to be." Chuyi felt a bit embarrassed by the comment. Realizing her heartfelt insight might have been a bit much, Sherwoo quickly changed the subject. "Hey, didn't Jong-un say he would be back today? Where is he?" Sherwoo's abrupt change of topic reminded Chuyi of something. "What did you do last night?" she asked. She had planned to share her excitement about the revival match, but he had left. Their father said he was meeting a friend, while Sherwoo had received a phone call and then left. "Who called you?" Chuyi asked, and Sherwoo's gaze instantly shifted away. Although he quickly realized he shouldn't be acting so guilty and met her gaze again, Chuyi still noticed. "And Zhu?" The name slipped from Chuyi's lips, and Sherwoo's eyes widened in surprise.
How did she guess that?
Since he entered this house, Chuyi has become smarter and smarter. In the past, they didn't contact each other much, but just a glance when they met showed that her personality was still the same. If Chuyi had been even a little like she is now, she wouldn't have been so easily fooled by Han Sun. Of course, Sherwoo noticed that Chuyi had grown, but she didn't expect her intelligence to rise so high. How could she guess so quickly? While thinking about this, Sherwoo got distracted. Should she learn from He too? This lesson was a bit too intense. Chuyi crossed her arms and scoffed, realizing she really did go to see Inju. She didn't expect her trick to work. "Do you want to be the second me?" That statement was serious. Chuyi was willing to use herself as an example, showing that she didn't have a good impression of Inju. "Do you think she's really that bad?" Sherwoo asked, surprised. During their last two meetings, Chuyi didn't seem to dislike her this much. "Inju added me on social media. She seemed to hide it well, but she kept asking about our family situation. She wanted to get information about me while pretending to care for me." Inju was the opposite of Han Sun. One was overly warm, while the other acted like an iceberg. Although they were completely different, they gave Chu-yi a similar feeling. Listening to Chu-yi speak seriously, Sherwoo frowned as she explained why Anju had contacted her. Her brother got into a fight and ended up in the hospital. She borrowed money from me and asked me to go to her house to get her ID. On the phone, Anju, who usually seemed strong, was crying and said she had no choice, which is why she called him. Sherwoo thought it was just a small favor, and since he helped other friends too, he went. Chu-yi sneered at this, realizing it was a manipulation tactic. When she liked Han-sun, she had read about these things online, like showing strength and then suddenly appearing vulnerable to create a contrast in the other person's mind. The tactics between men and women were just a few tricks. She saw through it all now. She's doing this on purpose to lure you in.
Stop saying that.
There's nothing to lure me with. It's not the same thing. Can you honestly say that seeing Anju in tears didn't change how you feel? No, I didn't change at all. The siblings argued back and forth, unable to convince each other. At that moment, Jiang Qiao came down from upstairs. He said, "Get ready for the live stream." Chu-yi/Sherwoo.
What?
The comic author, Imu, received great recognition for donating 5 antique artifacts, and the positive energy of the comic content has garnered strong support from officials. In a cultural promotion program on Central TV, there will be a live connection with Imu. This is a very positive promotion for the country of 1,000 miles. A comic that has been on hiatus for 15 years has resumed updates without losing popularity and has broken multiple records. In the realm of national comics, the country of 1,000 miles not only leads by a wide margin, but has also become a representative work. The Ministry of Culture, in collaboration with CCTV, has launched a special live program featuring 10 exemplary stories, with Imu being one of them. The live connection will last about 10 minutes. Jiang Qiao asked Chu-yi and Sherwoo to tidy up, not to watch the live stream, but simply to clean up. The living room was too messy because of the 2 kids. Linhee planned to live stream in the living room, as the large windows and starry sky looked beautiful, so Jiang Qiao asked them to organize the space. The coffee table was cluttered with their study materials and some rough calculation papers, and the maid couldn't tell which ones were useful, so they needed to clean up themselves. "Why is there no news online?" Chu-yi asked. As a loyal fan of Imu, Zhao Qing would definitely know the news right away, but she hadn't made any noise, which meant she didn't know. If Zhao Qing didn't know, then other fans probably hadn't received any news either. Mystery guest, secret connection. Jiang Qiao answered Chu-yi's question as he walked toward the kitchen. He needed to prepare tea for he to drink during the live stream. Talking for a long time can make one thirsty. Chu-yi responded with an "oh," bending down to tidy up her things on the coffee table. Halfway through, she paused. Wait, was Linhee about to take off Imu's vest? That would be exciting. The mystery guest on the Central Radio live stream is Imu. The person herself appears. Shockingly, Imu is her. Linhee's live stream content. The luxurious background painting is worth millions. As Chu-yi thought, the online buzz was indeed lively. Some netizens were shocked to learn Imu's true identity was Linhee, while others were astonished that Linhee had a villa in the expensive V city that resembled a mansion, with a corner revealing a painting worth millions. Netizens became even more curious about Linhee's identity because she had too many aliases. Popular comic author Imu, honorary dean of a prestigious education institution, and the second wife of Mr.
Jiang.
Wait, if Linhee is the author of The Country of 1,000 Miles, then how old is she? Netizens began to dig deeper, but after searching, they still found nothing, not even her age. The other persons seemed to be in their early 20s just out of college, but they never mentioned their age. Judging by age alone, one cannot conclude that Linhee is actually Imu. That's not a reliable reference. Interestingly, the internet users made some progress. They found a photo of Linhee and Nodi together, taken during a party at Nodi's villa when they were discussing the return of cultural relics. It wasn't just any group photo, it was a picture of the 7 or 8 most important people at the party. One of the individuals posted this photo online, which then spread across the internet. The person who shared the photo also wrote a comment. It is said that the host of the party, Nodi, showed great respect for Ms. Lin He, so much that it's worth mentioning 3 times. If you don't know who Nodi is, look it up. Since this person was able to share the photo, it indicates they know someone in the picture, making their claim more credible. Oh my, I thought Nodi sounded familiar. Do you remember the return of National Treasures 7 years ago? It was live-streamed by CCTV, and they mentioned an antique dealer helping with the negotiations. This Nodi is that dealer. Nodi is more than just an antique dealer. He is also a noble, the kind of person who sits in the front row at royal family events. I searched around, and the CEO said Nodi has the typical traits of foreign nobility and is quite proud. How could someone like that respect Lin He? I find it hard to imagine. I initially thought Lin He's current success was solely due to Mr. Jiang, but now with Nodi in the picture, I'm not so sure. Look what I found. Nodi has made sarcastic comments about Mr. Jiang on foreign accounts multiple times, so their relationship is definitely not good. According to the previous comments, Nodi wouldn't respect Lin He because of Mr. Jiang. Oh my, I'm so curious about Lin He's background that even the proud Nodi shows her respect. Tuli looked at the trending topic online and couldn't believe the news. She commented with her alternate account, "Just one insider is making you all spin in circles. Nodi respects Lin He? That's hilarious." Once this comment was posted, many people agreed, saying it was just a photo. How could that show Nodi's respect for Lin He? It started with one picture, and now it's all just speculation, right? 5 minutes later, those people were proven wrong. Nodi replied to a message from a fan on his Weibo account. His last update was a month ago, promoting an auction. One fan posted a screenshot of trending news in the comments and provocatively asked, "Mr. Nodi, do you really respect Ms. Lin He?" This comment was clearly meant to provoke Nodi into responding angrily. If he denied it, it would be seen as disrespecting Lin He. The person who leaked the information had no connection to Lin He, and the content was not aligned with her views. However, if Nodi denied it, those who dislike Lin He could use it to mock her for seeking attention. Nodi responded, "I have great respect for her. She is the most respected person in the world, without exception." Fans were shocked. They didn't expect Nodi to reply, and his response was even stronger than the leak suggested. The leaker's claim of great respect seemed mild compared to what Nodi said. The phrase "without exception" is a strong affirmation. Moreover, Nodi didn't stop at just one reply. Another fan asked Mr. Nodi, "Do you really dislike Mr. Jiang?" Nodi's answer was very brief. Yes. This simple yes conveyed even more dislike than saying it 100 times. As a result, Lin He's identity became even more mysterious. People realized that Lin He's presence was never dependent on Mr. Jiang's status. Her first public appearance was at the Plum Blossom Charity Foundation Gala, where she was introduced as the honorary director. Mr. Jiang was introduced simply as Mr. Jiang. One important detail was overlooked. This introduction indicated that Mr. Jiang was Lin He's partner. She didn't attend as the president of Jiang's group. Her second public appearance was with the cartoonist Emu, whose comic IP is now very valuable. Even those who don't read comics have heard of it. Nodi's timing was very clever, connecting everything together. The 5 antique artifacts purchased by Emu clearly had Nodi's assistance. People discussed how the charity donation was meant to give face to Mr. Jiang's second wife, but what about these antiques? There was no need for that. In fact, this could even overturn the previous conclusion. Does Lin He need Mr. Jiang to help her gain recognition at the charity gala? Not at all. Wandering the World has been donating 5% of its income to charity for 15 years. Donating 5 cultural artifacts to the country is much more impressive than giving money at any charity gala. What's the point of showing off at that event? After watching the charity gala replay, Lin He's words about contributing to charity felt very sincere. Having heard too many similar speeches, people instinctively took Lin He's comments as just nice words. But it turned out she wasn't just making empty promises. Her subsequent actions proved that she truly meant what she said. The online buzz isn't over yet. The chairman of Jilin Online also responded to netizens. When asked about Lin He's relationship with Jilin Online, the chairman used Nodi's words. She is someone I respect very, very much. Netizens were puzzled. From their perspective, Lin He is a very young girl, and with a hint of malice, they thought she might be a fake socialite trained to charm the powerful, driven by vanity and greed. But the reality is quite different. There's nothing frivolous about her. She is clearly on a respected path. Nodi is middle-aged, and the chairman of Jilin is old enough to be a grandfather. Yet both speak of Lin He with respect. Who would believe it? Who would even think it? The excitement doesn't stop here. Netizens noticed that some official accounts of companies were also active. One marketing account posted a simple Weibo with a beautiful photo of Lin He on the charity gala red carpet, captioned, "I respect you very, very much." This post seemed to be just riding the wave, but the key issue was the accounts that liked it. Non-Heritage Embroidery Studio, Noah Airlines, Central Ring Film Base, New Energy Technology. When checking their profiles, these are all verified official accounts. What does this mean? They also respect Lin He? Can you believe it? The translation group I follow even liked this post. Do you know Yuan Wang? It's a well-known research website abroad, and they liked it too. I checked my follows, and several official company accounts liked it. This isn't just a personal influencer act, it's from official accounts. Even if the social media manager likes Lin He, they wouldn't dare to like it without the boss's approval. When Lin He first logged onto Weibo, many people sent her private messages. Among those Blue V accounts that liked the post, most were companies she had previously invested in. These people wanted to show their respect in a similar way, but Lin He stopped them, knowing they wanted to support her, but it wasn't the right time yet. They managed to show their support without disrupting Lin He's plans, and they wanted to help in any way they could, so they quietly gave her a thumbs up. This way, they expressed their feelings while keeping everything in balance. 1 like, 2 likes, everyone was liking it. In the end, this led to the current situation. Of course, after graduating, Lin He couldn't possibly invest in so many companies. The initial likes came from the businesses she had invested in, while the later ones were just joining in the fun. No matter how talented she was, she couldn't invest in local cultural tourism or the highest courts. Thanks to the Blue V accounts that tracked the likes, these official accounts gained a lot of attention, completing their promotional work, which was a win-win situation. Lin He first donated at a charity gala, then gave cultural relics to the country. As a comic artist, she actively engaged in charity work, and her creations were full of positive energy, promoting Chinese culture overseas. It was perfectly fine for such a person to express respect for her on social media. There would be no political mistakes. In the end, the term Respect Lin He reached the top of the trending list. The whole situation unfolded in a way Lin He never expected. She participated in the live stream to support the official promotion, and her appearance was a setup for gradually revealing her true identity. At the same time, she aimed to confront those who were secretly plotting against her. No matter how much negativity was thrown at her before, after this live stream, the CCTV brand effect made the accusations of plagiarism disappear completely. Not only did the bad reputation fade, but she also gained great respect, sparking a popular term, a respected person. Netizens began to use this term to refer to those who did good deeds or helped them. Although they couldn't uncover Lin He's true identity, their attitude towards her had changed. When they mentioned Lin He, there was more respect and less teasing. Just based on what they learned about her actions, Lin He was someone doing good and deserving of respect. Witnessing the development of events, the two friends were amazed. Lin He was incredible. Watching the netizens update the official list of likes, one friend exclaimed, "Wow, even my dad doesn't have this kind of influence." Most of the likes came from people who had no connection to the Jiang group at all. It was like they were from two different worlds. Everyone was here to support Lin He. Hey, isn't that your favorite sports club? As soon as I entered the homepage, I saw the latest updates on my account, and one of them was a post from Lin He, which left me stunned. Even the team club liked it. I found this world so surreal. How could two unrelated parties connect like this? At that moment, the likes from various accounts had lost their original meaning. The reason was that someone said after liking this post, they started receiving good news and they won 50,000 from a lottery ticket. Others commented that after liking it, they got accepted by their mentor, and some even found their long-lost headphones. There were all sorts of stories. Everyone was sharing how liking the post brought them good luck. In the end, this post became like a lucky charm, bringing fortune with every like. Whether it was respected or not, everyone wanted good luck, and it was easy to just click like. I guess my favorite team enjoyed playing with internet trends, which was probably why they liked it too. I could understand, but I still found it unbelievable. Lin, he really had strong energy. Was there anything in this world she couldn't solve? Far away in East City, Jong-un saw the online updates and smiled happily, thinking, Mom is amazing. Oh my, that troublemaker is smiling. The young man sitting across from Jong-un wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed, glancing at his phone, wondering who messaged him. Why was he so happy? The young man silently prayed for a call to come in and take him away. He was really struggling with this ancestor. Unfortunately, Heaven didn't hear his thoughts. Jong-un put away her phone, and her previously cheerful expression vanished. With a cold glance, she could freeze someone like a statue. Has young Master Wen not thought it through yet? Hearing young Master Wen, the young man felt his legs tremble. When others called him that, it was a sign of respect, and he enjoyed it. But now, hearing that title made him feel like his time was running out. This is really asking too much. When he forced a smile, wanting to argue but hesitating. Usually hot-tempered, the second young master of the Wen family restrained his fierce nature in front of Jong-un, his apologetic demeanor shocking the subordinates outside the office. They couldn't hear the conversation through the transparent glass or see the guest's back facing the door, but they could clearly see Mr. Wen's expression. It was rare to see Mr. Wen treat someone this way. Who was this visitor? While others didn't know who Jong-un was, when he knew all too well. 5 years ago, he met Jong-un while visiting City B with friends at a restaurant. When he did not recognize the other person, he had his eyes on the private room where Jong-un was and arrogantly approached to drive him away. Jong-un simply said, when he, the illegitimate son of the Wen family, and that made him realize who it was. That phrase sounded so familiar. Years ago, when his father took him to a banquet, the head of the Jong family, who was in conflict with the Wen family, said the same thing to him. The little boy who was with that person back then was none other than the one standing in front of him now. The Wen family, which had been thriving in B City, was being insulted for the first time, and when he remembered it clearly. Why did Mr. Jong say that about him back then? Oh, he recalled it was because he said Jong and had no mother. From that moment on, a grudge formed between him and Jong-un. Later, the Wen family's powerful backer was brought down, and the Wen family could not compete with the Jong family, returning to East City. 5 years passed quickly, and now he unexpectedly encountered Jong-un again. When he had a wicked thought and, with his group of friends, planned to teach Jong-un a lesson. He kidnapped him and stuffed him into a car, taking him to a rundown factory. Before he could even start torturing him, Jong-un's bodyguards cleared the area. The situation flipped instantly, when he found himself trapped, realizing that his plan had been seen through, and Jong-un had played him. Road cameras clearly recorded that Jong-un was taken by him to the factory in the mountains. When he was but didn't think much of it. After all, Jong-un was still just a teenager. What could he do? Even if he was impulsive, his bodyguards would surely stop him, right? It turned out when he was wrong. Jong-un was truly ruthless, and those bodyguards didn't care at all. He even suspected that Mr. Jong had given the bodyguards the order to ensure Jong-un's safety, but they could ignore everything else. When the third strike hit his back, when he thought he was going to meet his end, he realized for the first time that even the simplest act of hitting someone could hurt so much. The baseball bat he brought ended up hitting him instead. When he endured the torment of being knocked out and waking up multiple times, he thought the beating would be the end of it, but it wasn't. That little Jong even brought a snake from the mountains for him to eat, saying he wanted to see whose bite was more poisonous, his or the snake's. What was going on here? Faced with Jong-un's ruthless actions and few words, when he was genuinely scared. He had intended to show off and teach Jong-un a lesson, admitting he had bad intentions and wouldn't hold back. But Jiang and silent yet violent approach was something he couldn't handle. He was even thinking that if Jiang begged for mercy and cooperated with an apology on video, he would let him go, mainly to save face. On his side, he was so sorry that his tongue felt numb, while Jiang didn't even blink. Until the word argument came up, when Helling suddenly realized and said loudly, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended Mrs. Jiang. She's such a kind person, and good people get rewarded. Next time I see her, I will definitely apologize in person." When he felt that the pressure was easing, the stick had not come down as quickly, and the little snake was no longer being pushed toward his mouth. He finally found a way to save himself. When he frantically praised Lin He, insisting that he would return and apologize in person, mentioning Mrs. Jiang's kindness and generosity. He regretted not studying literature better. He couldn't find more suitable words. "Young master, a call for you," the bodyguard said, handing him the phone. Jiang put down the stick and the little snake. When he let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know what was said on the other end of the line, but Jiang left, and he was released. The other party didn't even glance at him as they left, and didn't warn him not to speak carelessly. For the first time, when he found being a minor quite frightening, the intensity reminded him of his older brother, who he feared even more than his father. Then, when he returned to East City, feeling defeated, he couldn't talk about what happened. How could he explain that he tried to deal with a young boy and ended up in trouble? That would be too embarrassing. Moreover, he couldn't say anything since all the surveillance footage showed him grabbing Jiang. In the end, Jiang might be fine, and he would have to apologize. When he didn't tell anyone about this, his friends involved had no idea what happened at the factory. Whenever they asked when he would get angry, and they stopped bringing it up. From then on, Jiang left a deep shadow in Wen He's mind. When he saw Jiang at the bar, his first reaction was back pain, every muscle feeling like it was being pulled painfully. The Jiang family's little was even more intimidating than 5 years ago. When he quietly looked away, planning to pretend he didn't see him, but Jiang walked straight toward him. They ended up next door at the bar. Wen He's company. When Zhaoxing's favored successor was the eldest son from the legitimate marriage, while Wen He, the illegitimate son brought home at 6, was not taken seriously. He himself was not ambitious. Aside from staying away from drugs, he had done all sorts of trouble. Now he ran a small lending company, idly going around with thugs to collect debts. Just using the second young master's name to arrange a meal. Nothing to think too much about, Jiang said calmly, but his tone lacked warmth. When he forced a smile, was this really just using his name? It felt more like he was being asked to deceive his father. Afterward, his father would definitely come after him, and his older brother wouldn't let him off either. Looking back at that meeting place, the villa halfway up the mountain, no one can stop us from doing something there. When he recalled the memories from the warehouse years ago, Jiang, while typing on his phone, casually said, "If young Master Wen is unwilling to help, then a personal visit is fine." Mr. Wen Zhaoxing will surely be very interested in the fact that young Master Wen lost 5% of the family shares and has a debt of 600 million. Upon hearing this, when he was stunned, how did Jiang then know about this? No, if his father found out, it would be the end for him. His father would never acknowledge him as his son again. He was already trying to find a way to make up for it. He could balance the accounts in 2 years. The condition was that this matter must not be discovered by his family. "Can you guarantee that my father won't be harmed?" Jiang smiled slightly. "Mr. Wen can come in and leave safely. Don't worry, I will provide a good reason. Your father won't suspect you afterward, since you were also forced into it, right?" When he pressed his lips together, feeling heavy-hearted. A few minutes later, he nodded. While when he was deeply conflicted, Jiang ignored him and focused on his own tasks, responding with emojis in the family group chat. This group was newly created by Lin He. Having been home for a while, Lin He suddenly realized a few days ago that their family didn't have a group chat. In today's fast-paced communication era, almost everyone uses WeChat, and every family has group chats named things like a loving family, the X-family, or happy family. Lin He immediately created a group chat and named it Family, where any important news could be shared. Today, the topic in the group was brought up by Chu-yi. Looking at the online posts, Chu-yi took a screenshot and sent it in the group, tagging Lin-hee. Netizens are praising you. The bad women must be furious. Now, Chu-yi didn't want to mention names like Hu-dai, Tu-li, or Jung-moo-hwa, referring to them all as the bad women. Chu-yi. This morning, Hu-dai turned off her online status. She didn't sleep at all last night, checking every 5 minutes. Chu-yi. She must be going crazy now. Her sister is also a troublemaker. She couldn't sleep either. As the siblings chatted, they ended up praising Lin-hee, who truly is impressive. Lin-hee sent an emoji of just okay, third in the world. In that moment, Jong-un sent a thumbs-up emoji. Lin-hee, when will you be back, Anin? Work is busy, but don't forget to eat and take care of yourself. Jong-un, okay, I remember. When I go back in a few days, I want to eat sweet and sour ribs. Lin-hee, sure. When you return, I'll cook a big meal for you. Chu-yi, I want to eat too. 15+1 at work. Jong Xiao glanced at his phone during a meeting and then sent a message. Lin-hee looked at the group chat with a smile, thinking about her first meeting with the 3 kids after returning. Although many things are still unresolved, it feels more and more like a home now. Everything is getting better, right? Han's mother has lost weight. Since the betrayal incident, she has cried day and night, saying she ruined her son's future, and she started feeling hopeless. Of course, she doesn't want to die. She acts this way to get Han-sun to stop her, to say he doesn't blame her, so she can continue to feel like a good mother. Who hasn't made mistakes? Everyone makes mistakes. After wanting to jump off a building for the 3rd time, believing her son would be better off without her, Han's mother finally heard him say he didn't blame her, and she calmed down. From her son, she learned that things weren't as bad as she thought. Although he was eliminated from the training camp, Han-sun was not banned from the entertainment industry. He received a new job to participate in a variety show on Cloud TV called The Strongest. This is an intellectual challenge show involving math, literature, and general knowledge questions. The contestants, who are the guests, will face challenges, and the last person standing is the strongest. Han-sun is very confident in his intelligence, and Tu-li has promised to ensure he can stay for at least 2 episodes. If he can get through this, he will have made his debut in the entertainment industry. Before the show, there is also a supporting role in a 10-minute per episode online short drama, and Han-sun is not picky about it. Many popular stars have emerged from web dramas. Online short dramas are very popular now. Who knows if this is a great opportunity? From what he heard from Tu-li, the training camp will disband 6 months after the debut selection, and by then, those people might not have better resources than him. Han-sun gladly accepted the fact that he was eliminated. Tu-li provided these 2 opportunities as a form of compensation, making sure Han-sun would not mention the support for low-income families again. She offered benefits first, then threatened Han-sun that if he didn't keep his word, she wouldn't be so nice next time. Han-sun understood this well. One threat was enough. If it happened too often, it would be more about survival than benefits. Han-sun also shared with Tu-li that he had genuinely dated Chu-yi for a few days and mentioned that they had a good relationship during high school. Tu-li's attitude clearly softened upon hearing this, perhaps thinking that Han-sun still had some value for future use. She spoke more kindly and explained the recording details. Han-sun thanked her repeatedly, remembering this kindness. Regardless of what they both thought inside, they appeared to get along well on the surface. The recording for the show was scheduled for the week after next, and Han-sun began preparing to shoot a short drama. The filming period for the short drama was quite short, and he could finish his scenes in 2 weeks, just in time for the day before the variety show recording. Once he joined the production, Han-sun didn't dare to post on Weibo. With all the chaos happening there, he preferred to stay low-key and instead quietly messaged his fan group, starting work. Working hard. Let's all cheer each other on. Fans asked what he meant by starting work, but Han-sun saw the questions and didn't reply. His filming of the online short drama was a secret project, meant to be a promotional highlight when it aired. Han-sun didn't have much influence, and his role in generating buzz was just to attract attention, so it was essential to keep things under wraps initially. But in the entertainment industry, how can there be secrets? Especially for Chu-yi, who got the news as soon as Han Sun arrived on set. Han Sun is actually acting. This plastic bag, is he really going to succeed on this path? Chu-yi slammed the table in anger, not understanding why anyone would cast Han Sun given his reputation. Why do you call him a plastic bag? What does that mean? Wu asked, having recently been surfing the internet more quickly thanks to the Xiaozhong account, but sometimes struggling to understand the trendy phrases that Chu-yi used. Zhao Qing explained, a plastic bag, as the name suggests, can hold things. Wu understood at once. Chu-yi, don't think about those unhappy things. Just because he can film doesn't mean it will air. Many dramas never get released. Zhao Qing's words were sweet, making Chu-yi feel much better. Yes, let him film. If it never airs, Han Sun will be frustrated. Chu-yi was already planning how to stir things up. As for that production team, they weren't innocent. If they dared to use Han Sun, they had to bear the risk. If it never aired, it was their own fault. It was the indulgence of people like them that allowed morally questionable artists to continue making money. Let's talk about something happy. Chu-yi, you're amazing. The school entrance exam results are out, and you got first place. The entrance exam was a joint exam among 10 schools in the district, and Zhao Qing's school was one of them. While there was no overall ranking, the top 10 students were announced. Chu-yi's first place was not just in his school, but among all 10 schools. Wu also did well, coming in 11th, just missing the list. Previously, the student from class 15 was in another district, so the curriculum was different and there were still 2 topics not covered, which caused some lost points. Otherwise, they could have made it into the top 10. In the past, the student did well in the first year of middle school, but not this impressively. This time, they scored first, and the school was amazed. Then, the other students became even more convinced that the first-year student and Han Sun were unrelated. It was surprising that someone who had just gone through a breakup could maintain their studies, let alone improve. The score this time was something Han Sun had never achieved before. First year, have you shared this joy with Aunt Lin He? Not yet. Aunt Lin He and my father went out and haven't returned. The first-year student glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. They chatted for a while longer before ending the video call. The first-year student turned to class 15 and asked, did the butler say when they would be back? Class 15 shook their head. The butler doesn't know what they went out for, or when they'll return. Unless Lin He and Jiang Qiao informed him, the butler wouldn't concern himself with the family's outings. So, it was normal for the butler to say he didn't know. Little did they know, at that moment, their father was feeling quite jealous. Lin He was still at the studio working late. Jiang Qiao, who didn't work in the afternoon, came to keep her company when he learned she was there. The rights to The Country of Thousands of Miles have been bought by the main station and will be aired on Central 1. To keep up with the promotional timeline, they needed to speed up the progress. What was once ample time had become tight, and Lin He had been working on the script all day. Everyone in the studio was extremely busy. They had all anticipated that the comic would be popular, but they never expected it to be this huge. It was a complete phenomenon. Jiang Qiao arrived after lunch, bringing some fruits and desserts to treat everyone. At first, the 2 assistants were very nervous upon seeing Jiang Qiao. He was the president of the Jiang Group, a person at the top of the pyramid. Without the boss around, they would never have the chance to meet someone like him. And now they unexpectedly encountered him? Their voices trembled as they greeted him. However, their excitement faded as work took over. They were too busy. During discussions about the details of the artwork or settings, they often gathered together to look at the same drawings or computer screens, naturally bringing them closer. Jiang Qiao felt a strong desire to keep the 2 assistants away from Lin He, but he held it in. He knew that usually, Lin He would enjoy comforting herself with these words, but now she was busy with important matters. Since he couldn't help, he shouldn't add to her troubles. Holding a pen and paper on the table, Jiang Qiao tried to assist with the drawing work. This required basic skills, and it wasn't something he could do easily. Naturally, Jiang Qiao couldn't draw. He was a bit unrealistic. Actually, at this point, Jiang Qiao wasn't very jealous. He only discussed a few things with her assistant, and they quickly separated after being close for a moment. What truly made him feel jealous was the guest who arrived at the studio in the evening. The guest was He's business partner, the manager of the marketing company responsible for promoting the country of 1,000 miles. Although good wine needs no bush, he was willing to spend money on promoting her comics if it could achieve better results. Comics were indeed her hobby, but they were also her current business, and she needed to consider it from a commercial perspective. He was very satisfied with this marketing manager, who didn't use exaggerated methods to grab attention but instead focused on practical promotion. She admired this young marketing manager. He viewed him as an excellent junior. He was quite young, only a few years older than Jiang'an. But he forgot that, in others' eyes, she was also not much older than Jiang'an. At the very least, this young marketing manager didn't see He as an elder. Even when he saw Jiang Qiao in the studio, he showed no signs of being intimidated. The phrases young and fearless perfectly described the young marketing manager. His gaze towards Jiang Qiao was fearless. He was checking the marketing plan when the office suddenly received a call that required her personal attention, and she couldn't pause any of her tasks. The marketing manager kindly said not to worry, and that he could take her time. He would wait. He then sat down on the sofa next to Jiang Qiao. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Xiao, the general manager of Zero Dawn Media Marketing Planning Company." Everyone in the office was busy, and no one noticed this corner. Jiang Qiao scoffed internally. Did a marketing plan really need the general manager to deliver it personally? "Hello." Xiao was a bit surprised. He thought Mr. Jiang wouldn't acknowledge him. Jiang Qiao continued to look through documents, not giving him a second glance. While Xiao and He were talking, he had carefully observed and recognized the other's ambitious nature. But so what? Not everyone who appeared was worth his caution. He never saw the other person as a man he could develop feelings for, so he didn't pay much attention to him. Mr. Jiang's jealousy was only for those who truly posed a threat to him and for whom he genuinely cared. Ordinary people weren't worth his concern. However, the marketing manager's words changed Mr. Jiang's expression slightly. "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to support Miss Lin's work so much. She's really amazing. She even said she could add me as a character in her comic. I'm looking forward to it." Xiao was showing off. Mr. Jiang remembered that the comic about love was created at his request for He. Before that, her comics had never featured his likeness. He told himself that a minor character was nothing, but his heart felt a bitter pang. After spending so much time with Miss Lin, she really has great ideas and is very smart. No wonder she could create a masterpiece like The Country of 1,000 Miles. Xiao's words were all praises for He, and Mr. Jiang sensed the provocation. What he was really saying was that they had spent a lot of time together and knew each other well. Mr. Jiang's rational mind told him it didn't matter, but he couldn't help thinking that Xiao reminded him of his younger self, not in looks, but in that youthful energy. No matter how he tried to stir up emotions now, he could never be as vibrant as he was 15 years ago. He might dress young, but the calm aura shaped by 15 years couldn't be erased. It wasn't something Mr. Jiang could change at will. He didn't take Xiao's provocation seriously. The other person wasn't a threat. But it did stir up Mr. Jiang's insecurities. After all that talk, Mr. Jiang remained calm, showing no change in expression. He was sure Mr. Jiang understood the underlying meaning of his words. Xiao had two goals: to drive a wedge between Mr. Jiang and He, and to provoke Mr. Jiang into anger, ideally to the point of hitting him, so he could have a reason to contact He privately. Miss Lin was too impenetrable. She didn't respond to any of his advances. Xiao tried hard, but Mr. Jiang was completely unfazed, his calm face showing no signs of anger. In reality, Mr. Jiang was boiling with jealousy, feeling a mix of emotions inside. After listening to Xiao's chatter, Mr. Jiang's only response was, He is my wife. Mr. Xiao, it would be best if you referred to her as Mrs. Jiang from now on. Mr. Jiang flipped through the documents without looking at Xiao Xiao, his calm tone carrying a strong sense of authority. It was not a suggestion, but a statement. In one sentence, the authority of the superior was fully displayed. Xiao Xiao clenched her fist and couldn't smile anymore. After finishing her tasks, Lin He, who came to find Xiao Xiao with the proposal, happened to hear this. Her movement paused for a moment. She glanced at Jiang Qiao and then said to Xiao Xiao, "I think we need to revise the third point. Let's discuss it in the office." Watching the two leave, Jiang Qiao frowned. He was unhappy. At 11:09 p.m., Lin He finally left the studio and got into the car, heading back to Jiang's house. After a long day of overtime, she felt exhausted and rubbed her neck. A pair of large hands came over to help massage her shoulders. Jiang Qiao was an expert in this area. During their early years of marriage, whenever Lin He was tired from drawing, he would give her a massage before bed. This time, Jiang Qiao had stayed with her from the afternoon until late at night while she worked late. They had a simple sandwich for dinner, and Jiang Qiao had only a few bites. Thinking of this made Lin He feel soft-hearted. In the world, Jiang Qiao was the best at caring for Lin He's feelings. If he wasn't first, he was definitely second. Noticing Lin He's softened attitude, he quickly seized the opportunity and said in a pitiful tone, "He, are you mad at me?" Lin He didn't show it much. She was too busy to give Jiang Qiao the cold shoulder. At most, she just didn't pay him enough attention. In the afternoon, Lin He was busy, but she would exchange glances with Jiang Qiao. Since marketing manager Xiao Xiao left, she hadn't looked at Jiang Qiao much. Jiang Qiao noticed this keenly. They had agreed to clear up misunderstandings and not hold grudges, so when Jiang Qiao asked, Lin He spoke up. It was only now, after being busy, that they had time to talk. "Jiang Qiao, I am first myself, and then I am Mrs. Jiang." Lin He didn't like being called Mrs. Jiang. She preferred to be called Ms. Lin. Of course, this title came up during events and gatherings with Jiang Qiao. She didn't like it, but she didn't hate it either. If it was someone she didn't care about, she wouldn't mind. But when she heard Jiang Qiao call her Mrs. Jiang in the evening, she felt defined. In her workplace, her partners had to call her Mrs. Jiang. If it weren't Jiang Qiao saying it, she would think someone was trying to undermine her. "Do you think my comic studio isn't a career? Or do you not recognize what I'm doing now?" Lin He felt a bit down. After 15 years, did Jiang Qiao think she was immature? Did he think her thoughts were stuck in the past? Busy with work, Lin He had no time to think about anything else. Usually, she focused well while working, but today her mind wandered twice, fixating on one question. After reconnecting, would Jiang Qiao feel that the Lin He in his memories didn't match the real her? Memories tend to be idealized, often enhanced by regrets. Did Jiang Qiao feel the same way? In matters of the heart, everyone experiences uncertainty, including Lin He. She could make decisions easily and bravely walk away, but when left guessing without answers, her confusion and unhappiness were real. Of course not. Jiang Qiao strongly denied it. At that moment, he felt completely awake. Realizing this was the first time after their reunion that he sensed Lin He's vulnerability. Both were cautious and Lin He cared. "Lin He, things aren't as you think." "I said that to annoy Xiao Xiao." Lin He suddenly looked up at Jiang Qiao, incredulously asking, "You're not jealous of Xiao Xiao, are you?" Jiang Qiao felt a flush of warmth. Maybe he was. "He calls you Miss Lin and talks about your private interactions. He even said you wanted to include him in your comic and that you brought it up. I admit I felt a bit jealous because I asked you to draw me, and he gets his comic character so easily." Lin He burst into laughter. "Are you silly? I created a separate comic just for you. Drawing Xiao Xiao was just to add a character. He was merely a background figure. I put a lot of effort into the Kingdom of 1,000 Miles. Even minor characters have their own stories. I've drawn everyone I know, and sometimes I go out to observe people for inspiration. Rather than saying I drew Xiao Xiao, it's more accurate to say he helped me add a character and saved me some work." After hearing Lin He explain, Jiang Qiao realized he had misunderstood. She didn't draw Xiao Xiao because she admired him. He was just a tool for her work. Manager Xiao is only 3 years older than Anan. I see him as a kid and have no other thoughts about him, Lin He said, reaching out to pinch Jiang Qiao's cheek, wondering what thoughts filled his mind. Their misunderstanding was cleared up. They didn't delve into deeper issues, as 15 years apart couldn't be easily explained. There were too many angles to consider. Besides, they had arrived home. The children all came out to greet them, and it was not convenient to say much. The youngest, acting like a little trumpet, pulled Lin He's arm to talk about Han Sun, while Jiang Qiao couldn't get close to Lin He to chat. At the back, Jiang Qiao listened to his daughter chattering nonstop, with 15 occasionally agreeing, while Lin He acted surprised. The three of them made the whole villa lively. The family was still missing the eldest son, so Jiang Qiao sat on the edge of the sofa and sent a message to Jiang'an. How is everything going? Tu Li's husband went to East City, clearly seeking help from the Wen family. The Wen family, having once allied with someone who is now making a comeback, wanted to show their value to secure a prosperous future. They were working hard to gather funds for that person. The Wen family was eyeing the market in B City again, planning to make a comeback under the guise of helping that person, while actually benefiting themselves. When Zhaoxing wasn't foolish enough to be just a. Jiang Qiao was aware of the Wen family's situation. He didn't even need to pay close attention. Everyone in B City knew about the past issues between the Wen and Jiang families. Companies that received cooperation offers from the Wen family secretly informed the Jiang group. Times had changed, and the Jiang family scale was no longer what it was 10 years ago. In the past, the Jiang group wasn't afraid of the Wen family, and now they were even less so. Of course, back then, Jiang Qiao didn't expect the Wen family to get involved with Lin He. Tu Li's husband going to complain to Wen Zhaoxing would surely lead to them targeting Lin He. Thinking about Wen Zhaoxing's dirty tactics, Jiang Qiao's eyes turned cold. He sent Jiang and to East City. While the Wen family was still sharpening their claws, Jiang Qiao would pull out their nails. He didn't send Jiang and for any subtle negotiations. He wanted him to take decisive action. With plenty of debts, the hatred from the Wen family was off the charts, and Jiang Qiao didn't blink. There was one condition. The Wen family had to dare to turn against him, and Jiang Qiao even thought that old fox Wen Zhaoxing would hold back. How it would play out depended on Jiang and's actions. Jiang Qiao didn't give specific instructions, just outlined the situation. His main idea was simple. If anyone wanted to target Lin He, they had to get through him first. After waiting for 10 minutes without a reply, he lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his eyes deep in thought. At this point, Jiang'an should have been wrapping things up. Jiang'an didn't reply because he was busy taking action. He was comfortably sitting on the sofa, watching Wen Zhaoxing's face change colors like a rainbow, shifting from black to red, white, and blue. During this time, Jiang'an took a moment to reply to Jiang Qiao with just one word. Jiang Qiao sensed his unwillingness to talk more. He didn't send any more messages, knowing that Jiang'an was fine. Jiang'an's casual phone-playing behavior only made Wen Zhaoxing angrier. It was disrespectful to speak like that while someone else was talking, such a childish attitude. The villa halfway up the mountain was brightly lit. It belonged to Wen He, who often brought friends over for parties. After receiving a call from the villa's butler about his younger son causing a scene, Wen Zhaoxing rushed over, angry, fearing that if it continued, the police would be involved. Parents feel a sense of responsibility for their children, no matter how much they may disapprove. Wen Zhaoxing knew that his younger son's behavior affected the family's reputation, so he decided to intervene. The last time when he got into a fight while drinking, it resulted in serious injuries, and the Wen family had to pay a large sum to settle the matter. Wen Zhaoxing was determined to teach his ungrateful son a lesson this time, bringing along a leather whip that he hadn't used in years. Upon entering the villa, he noticed something was off. Why was it so quiet? He saw Wen He and the butler crouching by the sofa. When he spotted his father, he jumped up excitedly, only to be kicked back down by someone behind him. "Dad, what are you doing here? Didn't you understand the butler's hint to stay away?" Wen Zhaoxing was taken aback. What hint? The butler was just stating the obvious about the trouble his son was causing. He had come specifically to discipline his son, and it was late at night, with only 4 bodyguards by his side. There were 8 people guarding the villa. Wen Zhaosheng felt a sinking feeling. How could anyone dare to scheme against him in East City? Such audacity. Why is young Master Wen sitting on the floor? There's a sofa right next to you, a surprised voice said. Wen Zhaosheng looked up to see Jiang and coming down the stairs. Mr. Wen, long time no see. Please have a seat, Jiang and said warmly. His enthusiasm made the bodyguards behind him stifle their laughter. Young master, this is the Wen family. Faced with Jiang En's tone, Wen Zhaosheng's expression darkened as he glared at his useless son. How could anyone be so disrespectful? Usually, when he caused trouble, Wen Zhaosheng would make him behave, but now he felt his son was not assertive enough. When he avoided his father's gaze, feeling guilty. When he, who was cooperating with Jiang En's actions, understood that Jiang En couldn't really do anything to his father. Otherwise, the Wen family would make sure Jiang En couldn't leave East City. He could only let his father feel wrong this once. After all, his father had made him feel wronged many times in the past, so it was nothing. Right? Kid, you have quite the nerve, Wen Zhaosheng said calmly, even though there were only 4 people around. After realizing he had been set up, he slowly walked to the main seat on the sofa. Though he spoke with a smile, the muscles on his face twisted, giving off a fierce aura that was quite intimidating. No wonder he was known as the Black Hand. He didn't look like a good person at all when he smiled. When he was really afraid of his father's smile like that. Seeing Jiang En remain unfazed and walk down the stairs confidently when he admired him. This Jiang family's young man had a courage that was truly remarkable. Wen Zhaosheng's smile couldn't intimidate Jiang En, who had faced even stronger pressures from Jiang Qiao since childhood. One father was stronger than the other. Dad, he is Jiang En, the eldest son of Jiang Qiao. When he whispered, clarifying Jiang En's identity to prove that he wasn't useless, his opponent was just too strong. Wen Zhaosheng paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, and his smile faded. What brings you to the Wen family? Upon hearing Jiang Qiao's name, Wen Zhaosheng became serious, his expression turning stern, and his vigilance heightened. I came to East City for a visit and to see Mr. Wen, since our families are old acquaintances, Jiang En said, pausing at the end, old acquaintances with grudges. Who would have thought that upon meeting, the second young master Wen would be so rude? I can only ask Mr. Wen to handle the child, he continued. By the way, Mr. Wen, those 4 behind you should take their hands out of their pockets. Otherwise, my people might misinterpret things and cause misunderstandings, Jiang En added, and as he spoke, several red lasers appeared on the bodyguard's hands. When Zhaosheng glared coldly at Jiang En, the silent pressure making when he hold his breath, fearing a violent confrontation could break out at any moment. His father had quite the temper. At that moment, when he truly admired Jiang En, how could he smile so easily under such pressure from his father and even make a shooting gesture to add fuel to the fire? Then something even more astonishing happened. His father smiled, slowly raising his right hand in a gesture. When Zhaosheng signaled for the bodyguards behind him to lower their hands to their sides, their expressions becoming more alert. When Zhaosheng's laughter, despite the threat, was calm. No wonder you are Jiang Qiao's son. Jiang En certainly did not take this as a compliment. He noticed the murderous look in Wen Zhaosheng's eyes. In Wen He's view, even though his father was outnumbered, he felt that his conversation with Jiang En was evenly matched. He believed that Jiang En wouldn't dare to do anything. Then he was proven wrong. After arriving at this villa, every thought he had was turned upside down. When Zhaosheng was hit, not to mention even when Zhaosheng himself never expected that at his age, he would still be struck by someone else. The opponent was just a young kid fresh out of school. In Wen Zhaosheng's mind, he shared the same belief as thinking that Jiang En wouldn't really do anything to him. Today's show of strength had already slapped him in the face, and because of the Jiang family, he was willing to take a step back. But Jiang En was relentless, demanding an apology from and insisting on a written apology. When Zhaosheng understood that Jiang En wasn't really making things difficult for he was looking for trouble because of Lei Han. This was the only connection he had with the Jiang family. Lei Han was the name of Tu Li's husband. Jiang family brat, don't get too cocky. I was already in this game before you were born. You have no manners. When Zhaoxing was not a refined person, when provoked, he couldn't help but curse loudly. Jiang didn't waste time and directly ordered him to rinse his mouth. Not only was he beaten, but when Zhaoxing also had to drink 3 bottles of mineral water, 1.5 liters each. It had been years since he had faced such humiliation. If it weren't for being at his son's villa, he would never have come unprepared. As a result, the Jiang family brat took advantage of him. The anger in his eyes could ignite a fire, and when Zhaoxing vowed that one day he would make this kid pay dearly. Kid, you've messed with the wrong person. With blood at the corner of his mouth, when Zhaoxing refused to back down, glaring at Jiang and with a sinister look, his cheek muscles twitching in anger, as if a venomous snake was writhing beneath his skin. Jiang smiled, casually crossing his legs and said, I'll return that line to you. It's okay if you don't understand it now. You will in the future. Anyone who dared to target his mother would find themselves in deep trouble. Look at me. I lost track of time. Your guest must be waiting anxiously at home, so hurry up. The only guest currently at the Wen family home was Lei Han. When Zhaoxing realized that Jiang was here to warn him, which was utterly ridiculous. The other party had come all the way from B City just to give him a warning, and the key point was that it had worked. When Zhaoxing felt a sharp pain in his chest, but at that moment, he didn't feel the injuries on his body. He was more angry. The pressure in his chest was overwhelming. When Zhaoxing turned and left quickly. After all, he was just a young boy. If he let the other person go now, he was sure they wouldn't make it out of the East City. Beside him, when he had his head down after his father was hit. The devil, Jiang is a devil. He had been tricked. He originally planned to settle the score later and tell his father about it. By then, he could say whatever he wanted, and Jiang wouldn't have a chance to argue back. But now, given the situation, he would be crazy to bring it up again. His father being hit was completely unexpected. He didn't need to think to know how furious his father would be. It was best for him to keep his cooperation with Jiang to himself. If his father found out later, it wouldn't just be a matter of not recognizing his son. He might even take drastic action against him. He never expected Jiang to be so bold as to actually make a move. Not only should he not mention it again, but this incident might also become a way for the other party to control him. When he wished he could slap himself. Jiang was a little troublemaker back then, and he had probably become even worse over the years. How could he use normal people's thinking to understand him? That guy was incomprehensible. When Zhaoxing had only taken 3 steps out of the villa, where he was caught and brought back, tightly bound and shoved into a room. After thinking it over, I believe it's better for Mr. Wen to wait until I leave V City before going back. When Zhaoxing widened his eyes, he wanted to yell at Jiang, asking why he let him go in the first place. Unfortunately, his mouth was completely blocked, and he could only make muffled sounds. Jiang glanced at Wen He, who immediately felt a chill and swallowed hard, understanding the situation. Mr. Wen could walk in and walk out. The other party was telling him that he was keeping his promise. Was he playing word games with him? Given Wen He's temper, he would usually want to lash out, but he didn't dare. His father had already been hit. If they really wanted to hit him, it would be easy. Wen He silently lowered his head in submission. He didn't even dare to show anger on his face. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. After thinking this, Wen He cursed under his breath. This was his roof. Jiang had seen Wen He's willingness to comply 5 years ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached him right away. A highly selfish person, someone who wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of his own father. Oh, he was somewhat similar to him. Jiang raised his wrist and gestured slightly. The bodyguards understood and stepped forward to tie up Wen He and the butler securely. I have matters to attend to at home, so I must leave. I hope to visit young Master Wen again next time. Jiang was very polite and courteous, but when he didn't feel like speaking at all, He didn't want to say anything that might upset him, like getting silenced by his father. Of course, when he wouldn't try to ask for help. In the villa halfway up the mountain, no one would come even if he shouted. He could only wait for the servant to arrive the next morning. Jiang didn't expect a reply from when he walked away confidently, eager to return home for his mother's delicious meal. Watching Jiang leave, when he felt uneasy. He never imagined that Jiang was just a big kid eager to go home to his mom. The Baiyun Girls' high school event was in full swing, with many exciting moments going viral online. Every student participating in the competition was very happy, except for Anju, who had been eliminated. On the day her brother got hurt in a fight, she missed her competition, and her absence was counted as a forfeit. The competition couldn't be rescheduled just for her. Coincidentally, the girl she was supposed to compete against gained popularity online and quickly amassed over 10,000 followers. Anju felt that if she hadn't missed the event, she could have easily won, and the attention would have been on her instead. Teenage girls often have a bit of vanity, and Anju felt she had missed a great opportunity. Seeing online comments praising that girl as cute made Anju feel frustrated. She was clearly cuter. Those compliments should have been hers. So, she went to find Sherwoo. Noticing Anju's gloomy demeanor, even Sherwoo, who usually didn't pick up on things, sensed something was off. "What's wrong?" he asked. Sherwoo treated Anju like a regular friend, but after their conversation in the first year of middle school, he felt a bit strange around her. Sherwoo, who usually didn't overthink things, wanted to distance himself after realizing that being around Anju made him uncomfortable. Several times when Anju invited him to hang out or asked about part-time jobs, he made excuses to avoid meeting her. This time, he hadn't planned to see Anju. He was just meeting up with friends to play games and was surprised to find her there. He didn't want to interact too much with Anju, but it wasn't to the point of avoiding her completely, so he greeted her normally. Others didn't notice anything wrong, but Anju did. She had invited Sherwoo to hang out yesterday, and he said he was busy, yet now he was free to play games? Clearly, he was avoiding her. Did she do something wrong? Remembering their last encounter was about her brother, Anju bit her lip, thinking she must have scared him. There is a vampire brother that no one can help but fear. Nothing much, Anju said with a forced smile. A classmate added, Anju was eliminated because she missed the competition, which counts as a forfeit. Anju didn't expect to see Sherwoo today. She came to share her tragic story with others, hoping it would reach Sherwoo through them. Well, about what happened last time. Anju continued. Finally, she said, I've already talked to my brother. This is the last time. If it happens again, I won't care about him. As she said this, Anju carefully watched Sherwoo's expression. Someone nearby chimed in, Anju, you're just putting on a brave face. If something really happens, you'll be the softest. Anju usually portrays herself as the kind fairy, so no one believed her determination, including Sherwoo. Anju felt anxious. She was serious. She had hesitated before, but now she was resolute. Thinking of what Miss Tu said on the phone, Anju decided she would call back and agree. If she hesitated any longer, her happiness would slip away. Meanwhile, Lin He, who was preparing dinner upon learning her eldest son was coming home, sneezed loudly twice. Lin He's response was strong, and Tu Li deeply understood. It seemed like the other party did nothing, yet they had done everything. During the sponsorship event at Baiyun High School, she never imagined it was aimed at her until she found herself in this situation. Only then did Tu Li realize she was already caught in the trap. Lin He could easily tighten the grip that trapped her. Tu Li felt panicked. She sensed Lin He's hostility towards her had suddenly intensified. She had tried to understand if there was a misunderstanding, but Lin He's refusal was clear. Unable to resolve the issue, all Tu Li could do was deal with Lin He. Why didn't Tu Li feel as strongly attached to the Zhang family? Because she was closely connected to the Wen family. Her parents had recognized Wen Zhaoxing as their godfather, making them allies. In contrast, the Wen family and the Zhang family were like fire and water. Tu Li constantly monitored online trends. The foundation couldn't protect her, and in a crisis, they might abandon her to save themselves. If public opinion turned against her beyond repair, she wouldn't be able to stay in the foundation. This was critical. Standing by the window and looking at the bustling street, Thule felt a mix of emotions, her mind racing with thoughts on how to resolve her current predicament. It seems she has temporarily quieted the public opinion, but Thule knows this is just the calm before the storm. He will still cause trouble, and she won't let Thule off the hook. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The office phone rang and Thule answered. The caller, anxious, said, "Why couldn't I reach you? I was so worried." Thule glanced at her phone on the desk and realized she had accidentally turned on airplane mode. "Honey, how's it going on your side?" The caller was Lei Han. At first, my godfather's attitude was unclear. He didn't say whether he would help. But yesterday, he finally confirmed. Lei Han sounded very excited. His godfather had promised to support them and told them not to be afraid. Why did they come to Dongqing to seek help from Wen Zhaosheng? It was because they understood the situation. That person is currently very influential and is about to make a comeback, which means the Wen family's value will definitely rise. Years ago, the Wen family dared to confront the Jiang group in B City, showing their decisiveness. Although they ultimately lost, the Wen family was the only one that had the courage to challenge the Jiang group directly over the years. Their resurgence will be even stronger than before. The Wen family has been low-key for years, which is also a way of gathering strength. Wen Zhaosheng's attitude not only provided them with a way out but also showed that he fully recognized their marriage, meaning they would benefit in the future. When the Wen family was at its peak, Wen Zhaosheng had many godsons and goddaughters, both near and far, not to mention those he had recognized. Fortunately, Thule knows how to handle relationships. Even when Wen Zhaosheng was down, she continued to send gifts during holidays and used her position at the foundation to help the Wen family. Otherwise, Lei Han wouldn't be able to stay directly at the Wen family home. Now that Wen Zhaosheng has said these words, he has completely accepted them as his own, and of course, Lei Han is excited. Thule's serious expression finally showed a smile. This was truly one of the few good news they had received. He has someone backing her, but now we do too. Honey, from now on, we won't be afraid of them. The couple talked for a while before hanging up. Thule's mood improved significantly. Then she received a call from Inju. After another conversation, Thule smiled, her expression brighter. Good news really keeps coming. The Most Beautiful Waitress A video went viral online. It features a waitress carrying a tray with wine glasses, captured in a clip that has been slowed down and set to music, creating a very atmospheric piece. In the video, the waitress has a stunning profile, looking even more breathtaking under the night lights. The action of slightly bowing and turning sideways while passing by the VIP adds a touch of allure. The female attendant never looked at the camera, making these candid moments feel more natural. The video caption reads, "I filmed a lot of material at the Manhwa Charity Foundation Gala when I was invited. Last night, I found this clip and thought it was beautiful, so I wanted to share it. If the person in the video feels offended, please contact me, and I will delete it immediately." The comments are divided. Some are praising the beauty, while others criticize the video for being posted without consent, saying it is disrespectful. The video went viral, trending not only on short video platforms but also climbing the charts on Weibo. The term Most Beautiful Attendant caught the public's attention. Many influencers jumped on this trend, recreating the content, but many commenters felt their versions were not as good as the original. This inadvertently promoted the original, encouraging people to search for it and see what made it special. The female attendant is Inju. By the afternoon, as the online buzz grew, the person who posted the video shared another update. I contacted her, and she said she really liked the video. Thank you for making her look so beautiful. She's a lovely girl at Xiaojuzi. This is her video account. Please stop criticizing me. Suddenly, countless netizens flocked to Xiao Zhu's video account, which only had one post. The content was 3 smiling photos released a week ago, filled with a sense of healing, with a caption encouraging a good and hard-working life. Netizens left various compliments, and within just one day, Zhu's Weibo account gained 500,000 followers. The power of trending topics across multiple platforms is impressive. 500,000 active followers is astonishing. Of course, these people aren't true fans. Most are just joining in on the excitement, but those in the media know this girl is on her way to success. In response, Chui felt very conflicted. She looked at Sherwoo and sincerely exclaimed, "Is the end of the universe becoming an influencer?" Chui then nudged Sherwoo with her shoulder, saying, "Did we poke the influencer nest?" Sherwoo strongly disagreed, knowing Chui meant that Han Sun had also become an influencer, but his situation was different. "I'll say it one last time. There is nothing between Inju and me." Chui completely dismissed her brother's seriousness, shrugged, and said, "You said that last time too, and this, last time, seems to happen a lot. It shows that a man's words can't be trusted, and your denial isn't reliable either." "People are obviously manipulating this," Jong-un lazily remarked. Chui and Shawishi looked over, their thoughts shifting in that direction. After the previous exposure of their relationship, the tension among the three siblings had eased significantly, mainly because Chui was less reactive now. In the past, when Jong-un said something like this, Chui would roll her eyes and huff in disagreement. Now, she calmly followed his line of thought. Shawishi nodded seriously and said, "It's rare to see multiple platforms trending at the same time." Recently, he had filmed a school promotional vlog with classmates, focusing on the online environment. Along with the previous incident involving Feng Shou and the recent exposure of Chui's relationship, it was usually one platform that broke the news first, with others following suit. In personal trending topics, it was uncommon for someone like Enju to trend across all platforms simultaneously. It wasn't just rare. In this fast-paced internet age, it was practically unheard of. Setting aside trending social news or major national and international events, having a personal topic explode across the entire internet was quite extraordinary. Is someone trying to promote Inju? Chui thought about Inju's insincere behavior and realized that a clueless rich kid might actually throw money at her. Her gaze fell on Shawishi. Her silly brother was just like a pet to her. If Lin he hadn't managed his allowance, who knows how much he would have spent on her. This made Chui recall the time she asked her father for 800,000 to buy a sports car for Han Sun. She suddenly understood Lin He's good intentions behind managing their allowances. Shawishi caught Chui's meaningful glance and immediately panicked, jumping up like a firecracker. "It's not me. Where would I get the money to support her? If I had that kind of money, I'd want to invest in a basketball club." Though he was broke, he often daydreamed about where he would spend his fortune, which was a typical mindset for someone without money. Chui looked away, thinking it probably wasn't his brother causing trouble. The suspect was ruled out. It might be that the girl is cute and charming, and some media companies are trying to make a splash because of her. Lin he didn't finish her thought. If media companies spent so much money on every ordinary person, they wouldn't last long. After all, not everyone can break even. Lin he had another guess in her mind. The girl might have met someone influential who was helping her. Based on the information mentioned during their argument, even if she had support, it was likely from someone new. Otherwise, she wouldn't have struggled so much in the past. If a new supporter was willing to invest so much, there must be many factors involved which could be good or bad. Without evidence, Lin he wouldn't say anything out loud. She just considered the possibilities in her mind. Once that girl sees the outside world, you won't have a chance to change your mind later, Shuru said, glaring at Chi, who was making sarcastic comments. You're only a year older than her, so stop calling her a little girl. It makes you sound like an old lady. The siblings often bickered and knew each other's weak spots, which made Chi quite flustered. You stubborn guy, just admit it. I've seen Inju. She likes you. It's better if you don't like her, but don't end up regretting it later, like those stories of chasing after someone you once ignored. It's just foolish. You're the one being dramatic. Even if she becomes an internet celebrity, she earns her own money. It has nothing to do with me or you or anyone else. Just because Inju's family isn't wealthy doesn't mean you can judge her unfairly. That's really low.
Low? Buffed.
That's not judging. That's what I've seen with my own eyes.
You.
The siblings started arguing again. This time, Sherwa lost because he was caught off guard. And Ju's rise to fame was not unrelated to Lin He, who was directly affected by it. And Ju is live streaming, Jong-un said, interrupting their argument with a calm tone. Chui, still heated from the argument, took out his phone, opened Inju's live stream, and quickly cast it to the TV, saying angrily, "Let's see what Inju is streaming." Chui didn't think Inju was a good person, as she had a similar vibe to Han Sun. Jiang Qiao wanted to leave as soon as the siblings started arguing. He moved closer to Lin He, clearly indicating that the kids could argue while they went back to rest. Pulled by his sleeve, Lin He glanced at Jiang Qiao and then looked at the sofa with a neutral expression. She didn't say anything, but the meaning in her expression was loud and clear to Jiang Qiao.
Sit properly. Got it.
Jiang Qiao dared not doubt her and sat back down. As the head of the Jiang group, he had to watch his daughter's live stream. He didn't care about the arguments between his son and daughter, let alone watch a live stream of a girl he didn't know. Jiang Qiao yawned, his mind wandering to when he could go back to the room and sleep with He. With his thoughts drifting, Jiang Qiao watched the TV absent-mindedly, but then he sat up straight and focused on the screen. What is this girl saying? To understand this, we need to go back to before the live stream. And Ju was quite the actress. Her reason for going live was very kind. She hoped everyone would stop criticizing that blogger. I really wanted to take photos for memories, but I couldn't use my phone because I was working. That brother helped me record a video, and I was really happy. Mainly, he made me look really good in the video, so I didn't feel angry anymore, And Ju playfully stuck out her tongue, looking both honest and a bit shy, which made the viewers find her charming. See how fluent I am now? Actually, I was super nervous, my palms were sweaty. And Ju spread her hands in front of the camera, her timid eyes making her look adorable. Chui squinted. This Inju was much better than Han Sun's live stream. I didn't expect to get so much love from everyone. I've always thought I was really unlucky. Since I was little. And Ju paused and quickly changed the topic, trying to cover it up smartly. But viewers could tell she had a tough childhood. Thinking about it, a girl who is spoiled at this age wouldn't be out working late, which made it even more heart-wrenching. At this point, not only 15 but also Lin He and Chui found nothing wrong with the live stream content. She spoke well and was very likable. But then the topic took a turn. And Ju answered questions from the comments. Yes, the background in that video was at the Plum Blossom Charity Gala. I met a lot of celebrities, and I was so excited. At this moment, fans started asking about their favorite idols, her older brothers and sisters. King and I was so polite. I accidentally stepped on him, and he not only didn't get mad, but also comforted me. I know Zhang Xingxing. She has a song I've heard, and she's really nice. When I thanked her for the drink from my tray, she was especially gentle. Have you seen Ms. Lin He? Is she a star or a singer? I don't usually surf the internet much. Let me look her up. After seeing Lin He's photo, Anju showed a look of surprise. Lin He raised an eyebrow, and a thought flashed in her mind. Could it be that Anju's sudden popularity is because of her? So that fierce and beautiful sister is MS. Lin He. The words slipped out, and Anju quickly covered her mouth, her wide eyes darting around like a startled rabbit. What's going on? Fierce? I knew Lin He was not what she seemed. Young people can say what others are afraid to say. The marketing accounts online are all silent because they fear the Jiang group. Can I say this? I don't want to speak badly of her, but it's just what I saw. It's not really bad, right? And Zhu looked conflicted in front of the camera, while viewers encouraged her to share, saying it was fine to speak out now. They suggested that since the situation was already like this, it would be better to clarify things. Reading the comments, Anju nodded, agreeing with the reasoning. Some viewers were kind, advising her not to say anything to avoid trouble. A user named Free Lily kept commenting, telling Anju not to speak carelessly, as it could lead to problems for her. She explained that those urging Anju to speak were just satisfying their curiosity, and the consequences would fall on her, a young girl who might not handle it well. Anju received many comments, But sometimes she saw comments encouraging her to speak, making it hard to find her own message. Okay, I'll say it. It's not a big deal. You're right, I'm just sharing what I saw. I'm not spreading rumors. Hearing Inju say this, Free Lily paused typing and sighed, realizing she was still too young to consider the consequences. Then, she focused on listening to Inju. While she was curious about the gossip, she also had good intentions. Since she couldn't persuade her, she decided to listen. It was probably during halftime when the edge of my clothes accidentally brushed against the cake, so I went to the restroom to clean up. When I came out, I saw Ms. Lin He talking to another lady at the corner near the restroom. They didn't notice me. Even from a distance, I could sense that their conversation felt serious, so I thought it best to wait a bit before leaving. I stayed for about 5 minutes, but they were still talking. I couldn't stay too long or the manager would deduct my pay, so I had no choice but to leave. True to form, Anju set the scene perfectly before sharing the story, looking very innocent. As I got closer, I wanted to cough a few times to let them know I was there, but then the other lady left, and Ms. Lin He threw the other woman's business card into the trash. At that moment, Ms. Lin He looked quite frightening. Although I couldn't hear their conversation, her expression was very fierce. Speaking of fierce, Anju made a sound that everyone could recognize, even if it was muted. Her expression was a mix of wanting to speak out but also being a bit timid, which made her look quite cute. That's an exaggeration, Chu-yi exclaimed, standing up. Ms. Lin He never showed her emotions when dealing with people. Earlier, she had smiled while handling things with her and Sherwoo. Would she show a fierce expression towards Tuli? That didn't seem right. Anju was clearly trying to entertain the crowd, showing boldness even in front of the Jiang family. Since I witnessed this, I felt a bit scared. Later, when I was assigned to work in the front, I didn't dare to look at Ms. Lin He. At that moment, Anju almost mentioned Sherwoo, but pretended to cough as if she had choked on her words and continued. It was my colleague who went to deliver drinks. I don't know what Ms. Lin He said, but my colleague didn't look too happy. He is a very strong-willed person. He wouldn't say anything when I asked, but I could tell from his reaction that he probably got scolded. Anju sighed and scratched her cheek, saying, I think it might be a misunderstanding. Maybe I got it wrong because when I looked at Ms. Lin He, I found out that the other lady she was talking to is Tu Li, who is currently being discussed online. If they really had an argument, they looked fine when they went on stage later. But I have perfect vision, so I definitely wouldn't mistake it. I was actually quite confused. That's how things went. I hope I've made everything clear, so please don't misunderstand. Anju's words sparked a lively response, and the netizens began to share their thoughts. Family, I think the young girl accidentally revealed a big secret. +1+1. I said that when Lin He took out those photos on stage, she was trying to embarrass Tu Li. Back then, others argued that they had no connection, and I was called a conspiracy theorist. But looking at it now, Lin He doing charity is great, but it doesn't mean she has a good nature. She acts one way on stage and another behind the scenes, two-faced. She seems elegant and graceful, but in private, she indulges in smoking and drinking. This describes Lin He perfectly. Are you all okay? Is what this girl said really true? Without evidence, are you just spreading rumors? After so many years online, do you have no sense? Anju is the unexpected ace that Tuli used to break through Lin He's defenses. Tuli is quite skilled in managing public opinion. Does Lin He need to step down? No. It would be embarrassing for Anju, and facing Anju would diminish Lin He's value. Whether Lin He steps down or not, by using Anju, Tuli is determined to trap Lin He. Do you see this? This is the good friend you defend. Chu-yi directed her anger at Sherwoo, especially since he was just defending the other person. Indeed, her instincts were right. Anju is just like Han Sun. Sherwoo was taken aback. He was present at that charity gala and knew exactly how insincere Anju's words were. During the event, Lin He only had 2 drinks, both of which he delivered. No other servers approached her. So, when Anju mentioned a colleague, was she referring to him? What was his reaction at that moment? How well did Anju know him? Was she exaggerating to make her story seem more believable? Absurd. Sure, Wu didn't know what happened at the restroom, but from the way Anju spoke about him, it was clear she wasn't being truthful. At that moment, Sherwoo suddenly felt that all his efforts to defend the other person in front of Chu-yi made him look foolish. With the artificial hype and leading comments, Sherwoo began to doubt whether their initial meeting was also a setup by her. His expression darkened, and for the first time, he didn't argue back against Chu-yi's reprimand. Chu-yi was defending Lin-hee, and Jong-un was worried about his mother, his cold gaze fixed on Anju's face on the TV. Unaware of your own limitations. Want to be famous? You need to have the luck for it. In the family, the one most calm about the situation was Lin-hee, who first soothed the angriest person. Jiang Qiao. Don't be fooled by Jiang Zong's silence. He was about to explode. What are you doing? Lin-hee grabbed Jiang Qiao, who suddenly stood up. Hee, I'm going to Dongqing for a while. Jiang Qiao's cold expression softened when he faced Lin-hee. Mentioning Dongqing made the chill in his eyes fade away. Tuli thought the Jiang family would deal with Anju? They were just minor players. If Jiang Qiao took action, he would directly eliminate her support. Why did Tuli dare to use Anju to scheme against Lin-hee? Because she had someone backing her. There was no need for investigation. Just by watching the live stream and Anju's words, it was clear that Tuli was behind her. And Tuli's backer was the Wen family from Dongqing. Sending Jiang and to stir things up was to make the Wen family focus their attacks on him. Years ago, when Zhaosheng was quite tough, he would even confront challenges head-on. Years have passed, so why has he shrunk back? Jiang Qiao's attitude was clear. Sending Jiang and was like breaking through a barrier. Come at me, Wen family. But when Zhaosheng backed down, he didn't dare to show up or even contact Jiang Qiao to criticize Jiang for his actions. He chose to retaliate through Tu Li and her husband, which was quite pathetic. Jiang Qiao did not underestimate Wen Zhaosheng. In fact, he overestimated him. Who would have thought that old man wouldn't even dare to make a phone call to hold someone accountable? Hearing Jiang Qiao's words, Jiang then looked up. He had just left Dongqing, and Wen Zhaosheng was definitely furious, tightening his defenses. If his father went now, Wen Zhaosheng would never expect it. It wouldn't just be a simple matter anymore. Thinking back to the recent live stream, Jiang An's expression deepened. He should have used some tricks. It would be great to annoy that old man. The father and son rarely thought alike. They decided to head to Dongqing again. Lin-hee already knew what her eldest son was doing in Dongqing yesterday, though she didn't go into detail. She had a rough idea of the purpose. To confront the Wen family. It was normal for the Wen family to help Tuli retaliate. You can't expect others to just take hits without fighting back. Lin-hee didn't realize that the two of them weren't just unhappy with each other's lack of strength. They were frustrated with each other's weak resistance. Such small tricks were not the Wen family style. Even with the Jiang family's power, they had many ways to maintain their stance without losing face, yet the Wen family resorted to the most contemptible actions. Going after a woman's hairpin. You're not going, sit down. Lin-hee certainly couldn't let Jiang Qiao take risks. After all, they were on someone else's turf. While it wouldn't lead to life-threatening situations, she would still be worried if he got hurt. When it came to her, Jiang Qiao was always a bit impulsive. Letting him go to Dongqing had too many uncontrollable factors. Jiang Qiao frowned but did not sit down. 15 and the first day noticed the standoff between their father and Lin-hee. They didn't dare to speak, worried that it might lead to an argument. I'll say it again, you're not going.
Sit down.
It wasn't that Lin-hee had a bad attitude. Based on past experiences, when Jiang Qiao was impulsive, she had to use a firm and commanding tone, or he would be stubborn. Although Lin-hee looked serious, her heart was soft. She remembered back in college, when he stood up for her during unfair treatment in the student council. Jiang Qiao was always organized and confident, but when it came to her, his emotions often took over his logic. At that moment, Jiang Qiao seemed to overlap with the person she remembered from the past. Reluctantly, he sat down. If he didn't, he would get angry. The nervous first day, who had prepared countless excuses to mediate, and 15, who planned to pretend to have a stomach ache to distract them if they started arguing, fell silent. Wait, was that it? They had overthought it. Their father's temper softened around Lin He. What were they worried about? Jiang'an remained calm. Compared to his younger siblings, he had more experience. After reading the comic in Anne's World, many childhood memories became clearer. When their parents disagreed, it was always their father who backed down. Their mother even made him cry from anger, but he denied it, claiming it was just the wind in his eyes. Was there really wind in a closed room in winter? At 6 years old, Annan had a basic understanding and wrote in his diary that day, Dad cried from anger, but he forgot the rest. He only remembered that when he found the diary again, that entry had been torn out. Clearly, someone was destroying evidence. There's a saying about youthful passion. Back when their father had the worst temper, he was the one who cried.
Now.
He hadn't changed much. Jiang Qiao, do you think I'm that weak? That I'd feel upset over a little girl's words? Lin He shot him a glance and continued, You know I like to solve my own problems. If there's something I can't handle, I'll definitely come to you. You're my... She swallowed the words dear husband in front of the kids, feeling shy to say it out loud. You're my family. You have to trust me. How could I not handle such a small matter? Her playful tone and affectionate gaze instantly left Jiang Qiao feeling lost. Don't say that Lin He is making reasonable points, even if she claims the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, mister. Jiang would nod in agreement. Seeing her father easily calmed by a few words, Chu Yi felt embarrassed. Her father was too easy to please in front of Lin He. She turned to Shi Wu, hoping to find some common ground, but saw him staring blankly at the TV. At that moment, Anju's live stream had ended, and what was said had stirred up a lot of confusion. Do you still consider her friend? Chu Yi asked. Lin He looked over, drawn by the question. Shi Wu, with his head down, was silent for a moment before suddenly looking up at Lin He and saying, Can I handle this? Shi Wu knew that if Lin He agreed, there would be no issues with their father. Lin He hesitated before responding, thinking about whether letting Shi Wu handle it would upset him. Shi Wu thought Lin He was unsure, so he quickly added, A day is enough? No, half a day. Lin He slowly replied, Shi Wu, even though you and Anju are friends, I want you to understand that her actions are her own problem, not your responsibility. You don't need to take it upon yourself. People should have a sense of responsibility, but it shouldn't be blind. Lin He didn't want her son to be a naive fool. Shi Wu realized Lin He was trying to guide him. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. He wanted to express that he wasn't blaming himself because of Anju, but he did feel guilty about the impact on Lin He. Shi Wu, go ahead. I believe you can handle it well. In the end, Lin He agreed. Shi Wu bit his lip and nodded firmly. The next day at noon, a wave of twists and turns awaited the vast online community. The opinions expressed by the other party only represent her personal views. Adults must take responsibility for what they say. The most beautiful waitress reveals Lin He's true face. This was a Weibo post made by Shi Wu using Mr. Zhang's account, and the hashtag was trending today. The post included a screen recording of a WeChat conversation, with the first voice message being sent by Shi Wu. Was that colleague you mentioned during the live stream me? After asking, he quickly received a reply from Anju. Sorry, Shi Wu, for dragging you into this, but I didn't reveal your identity, so they shouldn't know it's you. Anju was being cute and trying to play innocent, saying she just wanted to be fair by sharing what she saw. What right do you have to set the standard for fairness? After finishing that sentence, Anju realized he was angry and quickly called him. They talked for 11 minutes. During the call, Anju explained what happened that day. To gain Shi Wu's trust, she added some negative comments about Lin He. Her choice of words was even more extreme than when she mentioned it in the live stream. If Shi Wu didn't know Lin He might have been fooled, but he didn't know her. Even if he didn't know Lin He as well as on the first day, Shi Wu was sure of one thing. Lin He was not like what Anju described. Before hanging up, Shi Wu said to take care of herself and then deleted her from his friends list. He posted on Weibo just to prove one point. Anju's words were very exaggerated. What she said was filled with strong personal opinions, not objective facts. It was clear from his Weibo post that he was on Lin He's side. Once the post was out, it shocked many people. Soon, Netizens figured out what was going on. Some rumors had a bit of truth. It was said that Lin He had won over Mr. Zhang's children, which seemed to be true. Now, Mr. Zhang, who was gaining some fame online, appeared very straightforward to the public. He was someone who disliked lying and had a strong sense of justice. His image was quite positive. Clearly, the new Weibo post was aimed at that female attendant. The voices of the two in the audio were unmistakable. Everyone had heard Sherwoo's video clarifying things. The female attendant had messed up. She probably didn't expect the young master of the Jiang group to be working. Maybe he was just trying to experience life. At that time, they were just having a normal conversation, no need to add drama. Sherwoo also left a pinned comment. Netizens understood better now. What the female attendant said during the live stream was likely just her interpretation of the situation. For example, if there was a picture of a smiling face, some would say the person was happily smiling, while others might see it as a forced smile hiding sadness. Regardless, it was fine if the female attendant misunderstood, but to say such things in a public live stream was really inconsiderate. After being blocked by Sherwoo last night, Anju was still a bit angry, thinking Sherwoo was misled by Lin He and was being harsh to her for a stranger. She planned to call him the next day to explain things properly. When she saw the excitement online in the morning, Anju felt like she must still be dreaming. Sherwoo was the young master of the Jiang group, the famous Mr. Jiang online? If that was the case, what had she done? No, there must be some mistake. Tuli also felt that something must have gone wrong. Why did Lin He have such good luck? Even at this point, she could still come up with a way to save herself. How could Anju's colleague be the youngest son of General Jiang? It was simply ridiculous. During the call with Anju, Tu Li's request was for her to firmly hold on to Lin He. Anju did this perfectly, with no signs of acting that made most netizens believe her. The reward Tu Li offered was, of course, money, a large sum of money. Money can solve 99% of problems. However, just one night later, public opinion turned sharply. Tu Li was so angry that she threw things, and 2 high-quality imitation vases shattered on the floor. Breathing heavily, Tu Li struggled to calm down, pinching her thumb to regain her composure. Her gaze was cold, like it was poisoned. She couldn't believe Lin He would be so lucky again. At the Jiang residence, Lin He was having lunch with Chu Yi and Sherwoo at the dining table. It was Sunday and they had the day off. Jiang En and Jiang Qiao had gone to work and would return in the evening. Aren't you going to be good friends with Anju anymore? Chu Yi teased Sherwoo with a wink. Sherwoo rolled his eyes and didn't answer, then turned to Lin He and asked, "Is this handling okay? Do I need to do anything else?" It was better to ask Lin He for confirmation. Putting down her chopsticks, Lin He raised her arm and gave a thumbs up, smiling. "You did great." Seeing Sherwoo relax, Lin He thought for a moment and said slowly, "Don't let your father's reaction mislead you into thinking this is a very serious matter." Lin He felt the need to explain, so Sherwoo wouldn't feel too much pressure. In Sherwoo's eyes, Jiang Qiao was certainly an all-powerful figure, and his reaction must mean the situation was very serious. But it wasn't. If she had fallen and scraped her knee while exercising yesterday, Jiang Qiao would have reacted the same way. Back in college, when classmates saw Jiang Qiao looking anxious and rushing out of campus, they all thought something serious had happened to his girlfriend. They even secretly complained about how Jiang Qiao's girlfriend always seemed to have major issues. Later, when Lin He casually met Jiang Qiao's college classmates, she learned the truth. During that time, she hadn't had any major problems. The worst was fainting from low blood sugar and other minor issues like twisting an ankle or soft tissue bruises. But to Jiang Qiao, these seemed like the sky was falling. What does this matter mean on the entire internet? It's just a few casual remarks. Haven't we seen many celebrities exposed by paparazzi or betrayed by their girlfriends and managers? Some people responded, while others ignored it. After a while, new trending news will come up, and everything will return to normal. This situation isn't serious at all. What bothers Lin He the most is probably that she didn't manage to stay hidden like she did in the past. Negative news isn't a big deal. As long as it doesn't cross legal boundaries, the internet is very forgiving. At this stage, these tactics are just a test. Even if it escalates, it won't truly harm her much. Just like how Lin He advised on dealing with Han Sun, it was like playing a game with a child. If it were a life-or-death situation, the methods would be very different. For instance, with the Jiang and Wen families, Tu Li pushed Zhu into the spotlight as a, but she is also a of the Wen family. Online discussions are trivial. Real strategies happen in reality. Last night, Jiang Qiao and Jiang En spent over an hour in the study together. Even though Lin He wasn't there, she could guess what they were discussing. The two were plotting against the Wen family. The back and forth online is just for fun. The real competition among adults happens behind the scenes. With this Weibo post from 15 as a conclusion, the online drama should come to an end. No, it's the drama about her that stops. Others' dramas are still ongoing. Smart netizens have already noticed that topics related to Lin He are losing their heat. It's understandable. Her identity means she won't be discussed constantly like a celebrity. Once a situation has a resolution, the enthusiasm of netizens fades quickly. For a regular person, the gossip about Lin He has become stale. She isn't a favorite celebrity, and once they've seen the news without updates, they lose interest. Given this, along with Jiang Qiao instructing the PR department to cool down the situation, the discussions among netizens have dwindled. Fewer people are paying attention, and most importantly, they can't seem to come up with anything substantial to discuss. The Jiang family is too mysterious. No information can be uncovered. The calmness online relieved Tu Li. She thought Lin He would quickly retaliate, perhaps out of concern for the public reaction, so she temporarily backed off. Tu Li's wishful thinking lasted only half a day. She underestimated Lin He once again. She is not a public figure, so there is no need to create drama online. That's why Lin He confronted her in real life. Sitting in the office, Tu Li tried to calm herself down. I haven't done anything wrong. Why am I being suspended with pay? The chairman spoke gently. The organization believes in you, but you know that everyone must follow orders. They have complaints and evidence, so we have to go through the process to investigate. There are too many accusations to clarify, and the authorities are very strict. Their organization can only cooperate. With the online opinions against her and the pressure from above, the charity foundation will likely choose to sacrifice her. Don't worry, the foundation will do its best to support you. As long as you haven't done anything wrong, returning to work is just a matter of time. The leader said these comforting words without looking Tu Li in the eye. He was just making empty promises. Realizing the situation, Tu Li slumped her shoulders, feeling too exhausted to argue. This isn't just about right or wrong. It's about the fact that an investigation will uncover issues. In the past, she could navigate these problems, but now, hearing the chairman's words, she felt helpless. Tu Li knew that Lin He was definitely causing trouble. Feeling lost, she returned home and sat on the sofa, staring blankly. What's wrong, dear? Lei Han, who came out of the study with tea, noticed Tu Li's distress and hurried over. I lost my job. Everything is a mess. Lin He is different from the other ladies I dealt with. It's not about what I do. She has much more power than I do. Tu Li murmured, not explaining to her husband, but trying to convince herself. She felt foolish for thinking that the online opinions were equal between her and Lin He. Lei Han began to understand the situation from her words. He reassured her it's okay. The charity foundation is just temporarily stepping back. Even if problems arise, you might just be moved to a less demanding department like before. You can regain your influence little by little. Remember our investment in that show? The finals are coming up soon. The production team, along with the sponsors, has set up many voting support events. The fans' purchasing power is incredible, so in the end, we should get a good return. Lei Han gestured with his hand, indicating the potential profits. As one of the three producers, they had invested the least, but the returns would still be quite impressive. Things have happened. Tu Li was feeling overwhelmed, but after hearing from Lei Han that the show was a big success, her mood lightened a lot. There's a saying that when it rains, it pours. When things go wrong, it often feels like everything is going wrong at once. That afternoon, After Lei Han shared the good news with Tu Li, their variety show trended on social media, and it was trending big time. This was a mix of entertainment and social news. One of the sponsored brands for the show was a drink. The production team arranged a voting segment for fans to support their favorite contestants, which included promotional items. For example, to vote for a contestant, fans needed to buy the drink and scan a QR code inside the cap to accumulate votes. The more they scanned, the more votes they got. These votes could be used to support their favorite trainees, and the number of votes would determine who would debut on the final night. Fans of the show started spending a lot of money. To support their favorite stars, fans bought products endorsed by them, which is common in fan culture. The show trended because fans bought so many drinks that they couldn't finish them. It ended up with people buying drinks, pouring them into rivers or on the ground, throwing bottles in the trash, or selling them for recycling, just to keep the caps for voting. This wastefulness is a serious issue. Such behavior to support idols has a very negative impact. The production team was called in for a meeting. Before this, the director was proud of his brilliant idea and bragged to those around him about how great it was, and investors were praising it too. Some other advertisers wanted to know if there were still sponsorship spots available for the finals, eager to join in. This showed recognition. It meant the show was popular. But then, things took a turn for the worse. At 8 p.m., the production team announced that, for various reasons, the finals scheduled for the 27th would be canceled, and the rescheduling time was uncertain. They simply stated various reasons. Fans and netizens heard the news and understood the situation, even though the announcement was vague. It wasn't just a meeting. The production team started facing inspections, and any non-compliance resulted in fines. Brand sponsors began to complain to the production team, saying that canceling the finals was a breach of contract and required compensation. The production team was overwhelmed. The producers were not smiling either, as the losses were all their hard-earned money. Good friends' fates can influence each other. Trouble gathers around Tu Li, and Hu Dai is also very upset. In recent days, Hu Dai has been busy with company matters and hasn't seen Tu Li. She is working hard to get the perfume production line on track. Everything is in preparation, and she plans to create some buzz first. Then a problem arose. There are rumors that the new perfume from Beijing has excessive E. coli, which could cause skin sensitivity. The perfume brand hasn't even launched yet, but the rumors have already reached the public. The rumors spread like wildfire, while explanations move at a snail's pace. No matter how hard Hu Dai tries to restore her reputation, her brand of perfume has already been labeled by the public. Beijing perfume equals dirty. Hu Dai is furious. The economic report also covered the news, commenting on how quickly Beijing is declining. Since the product failure, the company has become restless, making one wrong move after another. Hu Dai gritted her teeth and tore the newspaper to shreds. She doesn't understand why things have been going so poorly for her lately, nor can she comprehend why Jiang Qiao, who saw the letter from Zhou Bai, hasn't done anything. Hu Dai's eyes are filled with madness. If Jiang Qiao doesn't care, what about Chu Yi? Does Chu Yi know what kind of person her mother is? At this moment, Hu Dai has only one thought in her mind. If I'm not doing well, neither should Lin He. That night, Chu Yi received an anonymous email. About your mother. Seeing the message from Hu Dai, Chu Yi sneered. Did you forget to block me in your email? First, there was Jiang Manhwa, and now Hu Dai. These people only know how to use her mother to create trouble. They are just taking advantage of their relationship with her mother to leech off the Jiang family. Her father doesn't fall for their tricks, so they come to her? In the past, she was easily fooled, but she is not the same now. While she was angrily thinking this, her gaze fell on the word mother, and she hesitated. She bit her lip, moving the mouse from the delete button to download, and opened the attachment. Inside, there were many photos, the same ones Hu Dai had shown Jiang Qiao. Tu Li was worried that Chu Yi wouldn't understand, so she included some proof of Zhou Bai's identity. For example, there were daily photos of her, Lin He, and Zhou Bai from school, and group photos from school events where Zhou Bai and Lin He were both student council members. These all prove that Zhou Bai and Lin He had a close relationship during their school days. Aside from the email subject, There were no written descriptions, only photos. It was as if Hudai was telling Chu-yi, I won't say anything. You can see for yourself. The photos point to one thing. Lin He betrayed her family. In the first year of middle school, she had never seen her parents interact, but from her father's careful attitude towards her mother's belongings and his persistent search for her over the years, she was sure that he loved her. Did their relationship have problems before? She thought of Zhou Bai, someone she had complained about to Shiru recently. Her father had told Shiru not to invite Zhou Bai over or play games with him. Shiru was obviously unhappy. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong and was quite outspoken in front of Jiang Qiao.
Why not?
You have no right to interfere with my friendships. Now it was a new era. While parents should be listened to, their words could be ignored if they were unreasonable. Shiru was determined to argue his case later. Jiang Qiao replied calmly, You'll be 18 next year.
Right.
I'll be in college. Shiru lifted his chin defiantly, thinking that he would be an adult soon. Parents no longer have a duty to support their children. Shiru's expression froze, and he lowered his hands from his hips, asking, What do you mean? You can choose not to listen, and I can choose not to care. Shiru thought, That's authoritarian. A dictator. He was frustrated, feeling like a spinning top. Faced with his father's threat, Shiru knew when to be flexible. He understood that he couldn't afford college on his own, and given his father's temperament, he knew he meant what he said. If he caused a scene, he would be the one to suffer. Shiru was smart. He decided to give in. Fine, I won't play. Anyway, Zhou Bai has been busy lately and doesn't have time for games. Chui asked, Have you talked to Lin He about this? Shiru shrugged. It wouldn't matter. His father treated Lin He well, but she wouldn't need to argue with him over this. Chui thought that if Lin He knew, her father would definitely get scolded. She noticed that Lin He had an equal approach to education, explaining reasons to gain their understanding, while her father was more of an authority figure. The clash of these two educational styles showed that her father was often overpowered by the more lenient approach, and if things got bad, he could be quite strict. Chui wanted to discuss this, but Shiru said he was going to practice basketball, and she forgot about it later. Now, she suddenly wondered if her father forbidding Shiru from seeing Zhou Bai was because he had seen something. She had no impression of her mother and couldn't say if she believed the email's content. Chui was more curious about Hudai's intentions. Was she trying to create discord? After opening the email, Hudai received a notification and knew that Chu-yi would definitely be unable to resist opening it. Chu-yi, there are many hidden truths. I don't want you to be deceived. That person in your family may seem familiar, but doesn't truly care. Hudai thought that with this evidence, Chu-yi would be shocked and easy to control. Unfortunately, the email was not sent and was returned by the system.
Chu-yi had blocked Haudi.
The confident smile froze on Hudai's face as she threw her laptop aside. Ungrateful. How could she forget how good I was to her? On the other side, Chu-yi wanted to consult Lin He about the situation, but paused at the door. What if it's true? That would be her mother's privacy. After thinking it over, she decided to go to the study. At that moment, Jiang Qiao was working in the study. He was surprised to see his daughter come to him. Recently, Chu-yi had been going to Lin He for help, and the two had become quite close. Father, has Hudai shown you anything recently? Chu-yi held her notebook behind her, hesitating to speak. Instantly, Jiang Qiao guessed what she wanted to say. Did Hudai talk to you about your mother? Seeing Chu-yi's serious expression, Jiang Qiao added, Did she send you photos? Those aren't real. Hearing the word photos, Chu-yi realized her father had seen them, and she breathed a sigh of relief. So it wasn't true. Good thing she thought to ask her father. Hudai really knew how to hit a nerve. In the past, she would have silently absorbed it and fallen into Hudai's trap. Maybe because of Lin He, she felt it was okay to discuss some things with her father, just like this situation, which could be easily resolved. Then there's nothing else.
Wait.
Jiang Qiao stopped his daughter, saying, Do you believe it? It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. I have no memories of my mother, so I can't judge based on her character. But this kind of thing is always bad. I hope my mother isn't that kind of person. Chu-yi said seriously, pausing before adding, Aren't you going to do something about who dies slander? She had already sent it to her email. Who knows if it would be spread around later? I absolutely won't allow who died to defame my mother. Though my mother can't speak for herself, her child is still here. Chui thought for a moment. She couldn't really do anything to Hu Dai. The tactics she used against Han Sun wouldn't work on Hu Dai. Han Sun cares about this meal, but Hu Dai is indifferent. The other party's reputation online is already poor, and more problems don't make a difference. Beijing is almost finished. To create a brand effect for the perfume, Hu Dai spent most of her working capital, hired celebrities for endorsements, promoted it online, and organized special live streams. The stage was set, but before the big performance, the main support collapsed. First, employees recorded short videos of their lives, which revealed unsanitary conditions with the perfume bottle caps. Upon further investigation, it was found to be from Beijing's perfume line. Then, a blogger tested the perfume and found excessive E. coli, linking back to the unsanitary videos. Next, several people reported skin allergies after using the perfume. With these incidents piling up, Beijing's new perfume became a joke. It was rated as the fastest product to fail this year. Chui hadn't been paying much attention to Hu Dai lately, but when she searched online, she found everything. Beijing was Hu Dai's biggest support. If it went bankrupt, Hu Dai's confidence would drop significantly. Satisfied, Chui planned to find the right moment to take action against her. Just as she was about to leave, she heard her father ask again, "Do you miss your mom?" Chui was incredulous. Her father hadn't brought up her mother like this in years. "Do you really like Lin He?" Chui asked back. The three children didn't rely much on their father. Seeing him once every 10 days or even 3 to 5 months was fine, even if it meant only seeing him once a year. At school, there were often articles praising parental love, like father's love is like a mountain, mother's love is like water, but Chui felt nothing. She was used to the family not being together, accustomed to her father's absence and communicating with the housekeeper instead. So, she learned to solve everything herself except for needing money. Of course, in the past, when she dealt with problems, it was mostly by spending money. There had never been heart-to-heart talks between father and daughter. Chui sensed that the atmosphere at home had changed recently, and the people in the house had changed too. The biggest change was not her, who had gone through so much, but her father. In the past, her father rarely spoke, and his attitude was often conveyed through his eyes. He rarely smiled, and his gloomy expression never showed any relaxation. The whole house was shrouded in darkness. She didn't want to go back to the Jiang house. She preferred to stay outside. Living in the Jiang house for a long time felt impossible to her. At that time, she could never have imagined how comfortable life would be today. Everything changed when Lin He appeared. The house was filled with laughter, something she never thought could happen. So, she did things she would never have done before. She opened her heart and seriously talked to her father, even asking the deepest question she had kept inside. "I love your mother," Jiang Qiao replied. Chui didn't catch the hidden meaning in his words. Her heart sank. Her father didn't seem to feel the same way about Lin He. Not giving up, she asked, "You don't love her, but you like her a little, right?" It was good enough at home, and she hoped it wouldn't change. Chui was sure that if Lin He left, the house would quickly return to its cold state. Her mother was wonderful, and Lin He was great too, but her mother was no longer there. It was selfish of her. Chui wished for everyone who was still here to be happy. Seeing her father silent, she didn't know whether to keep asking or take his silence as acceptance. She looked down and said softly, "I think Lin He is a lot like my mom." Chui wasn't lying. Many times, she felt a sense of having a mother through Lin He, even though Lin He was only a few years older than her. With Lin He as a mother, she finally felt her father's presence. Before, he was just her father, a respectful title without any emotional connection. After moving back home, many things changed, including her feelings for her father. She began to understand the true meaning of a father's love. Chui thought her father would be angry at what she said, but instead, she noticed his expression relaxed and his gaze towards her held. Satisfaction?
What was he satisfied about?
Let's go back to the room and get some rest, he said. Chui opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she just nodded and left the study. As she passed the stairs, she saw Jiang standing by the window in the hallway. Chui didn't try to hide her footsteps as she approached. Jiang must have heard her, but he didn't turn around. Hey, she called out without hesitation. Jiang guessed that Chui was in a good mood, otherwise, she would have stormed off after his deliberate silence. Thanks for the interview. She decided to thank him in person. I heard someone leaked your information. I have someone here, do you want me to help you handle it? Chui's tone was firm. It was the first time in years she had actively offered to help Jiang, and a rare occurrence. After Jiang's identity as the heir of the Jiang group was revealed during a media interview, more people online began to share their insights. Many posted Jiang's graduation photos, and although the words used to describe him varied, the meaning was the same. He is an exceptionally talented person. A commonly used phrase was quiet and reserved. Since school, Jiang has often been solitary and did not have particularly close classmates. His excellence is evident in many areas. He never ranked lower than second in his studies, was directly recommended for university from high school, and even won a gold medal in a world-class math competition during middle school. There are countless achievements to mention, and everyone can provide evidence, such as award photos, public lists, and news reports. Initially, the information shared was quite reliable, but it later became more exaggerated. Some people added a dramatic story about Jiang's first love, claiming his girlfriend died in a car accident and that he has been single ever since, reminiscing about her. Others mentioned he developed a certain patent in his youth that benefited humanity. Various rumors began to circulate about Jiang, similar to how people often misquote famous figures like Lu Sun, pairing it with inspirational quotes. Many people started to share and save these stories. In reality, Lu Sun never said those things. This applies to many celebrities. Moreover, some online users even created a support group for Jiang, starting to seriously edit his photos. They added filters and cute cartoon expressions to screenshots from his interviews. At first glance, it was surprising. One might think Jiang was about to debut as a star. If it were Han Sun, he would need this attention, but Jiang does not. Such things could even become a risk in the future. After targeting Han Sun, Jiang's understanding of the internet as a double-edged sword became clearer. This was also a reminder for Jiang not to dismiss these matters, as they could lead to problems later on. Jiang likely sensed the hidden meaning in her words and would probably decline her help, but that was fine. She just wanted to make sure he was aware. Okay, thank you, Jiang replied, nodding in agreement just 3 seconds after she spoke. Such a quick response? In the past, when they were at odds, Jiang never acted like an older brother. Although he did not provoke her, he did not let her words go unchallenged. She had even prepared for him to respond with a frown despite her softer approach. The result. What happened tonight? Father and Jiang. It seems like everyone's hard edges have softened. In the room, 15 crossed her arms and shouted, "Why should I? I never agreed. I won't." Chui picked up the boxing gloves hanging nearby and threw them, saying, "You have to. Do you think this doesn't involve you? What does this have to do with me?" 15 replied defiantly, pouting at Chui, who had barged into her room so rudely. "Just look for yourself." Chui snorted and tossed her phone over.
Did you know?
That maid is the first love of Jiang's young master. Lin he disagreed, so this whole situation happened. It's revenge. No, I heard that Jiang's young master wanted to take her by force, so the maid said those things on purpose to cut off their chance to be together. What are you talking about? Where did you hear this? It was discussed in Jiang's young master's fan group, and they even formed a chat group. The group is new, and the requirements to join are not strict, so hurry and join. Slander. I will sue them for slander. 15's face changed from pale to green, and finally, she was so angry that her cheeks turned red, wishing she could reach through the internet and grab the rumormongers one by one. Your fan group is full of all sorts of people. If you let them continue, their actions will reflect on you. What they say could be taken as your opinion. 15, in a fit of anger, said, "I never created any fan group." Chui shrugged and casually replied, "Who would believe that?" Taking deep breaths, 15 squeezed out, "I'll post." "How should I post?" "You tell me." Chui smiled, thinking it would have been better if they had just resolved this without all the fuss. Seeing Chui's cheerful expression, 15 muttered softly, "You're getting more and more alike. Even your smiles are identical." She was, of course, referring to Linhee. "I, Jiang'en, hereby declare that I do not need any kind of fans. Please focus on your own lives. If anyone uses my name to raise funds, sell photos, or fabricate stories, I will pursue legal action." This was a serious statement, clearly indicating that he did not want anyone claiming to be his fan or doing anything on his behalf. The examples given were all actions that exploited the fan identity for profit. In short, the main point was clear: do not use him for any kind of promotion. After posting on Weibo, Shiwishi left a comment, "Jiang'en doesn't have Weibo, so I'm using my account. My stance is the same. I don't need fans. It's nice that we're all just internet friends." Shiwishi originally wanted to issue a joint statement with Jiang'en, but Chui disagreed, saying it would overshadow the main point and that leaving a comment on the statement was enough. At that time, she would guide the conversation to prevent anyone from causing trouble. It didn't matter if those fans disbanded. The public would get the message. Their fans were not recognized by the main parties involved. There was no contact between the two sides, so any future issues couldn't be blamed on them. Everything was going according to Chui's initial plan, and no one was trying to undermine Jiang'en and Shiwishi. First, the situation was clear, and public opinion couldn't sway it. Second, these two were the legitimate heirs of Jiang. They were not to be messed with. Once the statement was released, accounts like Jiang and Support Club and Mr. Xiao Jiang Global Support Club quickly disappeared. Some changed their IDs, while others simply deleted their Weibo accounts. Some were genuine fans, while others were just trying to profit from the situation. At first, some stubborn fans didn't want to change, but one fan's words woke up the more resistant ones. When these two are willing to negotiate, just go along with it. Once they flip the table, it will be too late to beg for mercy. Those fans realized that these two were not celebrities in the entertainment industry. Their fans were not important, and they could resolve public pressure in no time. Even if it came to that, they wouldn't need public pressure to handle it. Like what they liked, but no one called themselves fans anymore. We are all just internet friends. Thus, Jiang'en and Shiwishi had no fans online, just internet friends everywhere. In this matter, ordinary people were just spectators, while those in the industry noticed a lot. Who said the Jiang family's children had a bad relationship? This didn't seem like a situation of conflict at all. This Weibo post acted as an icebreaker. The three no longer argued and maintained a strange, but harmonious balance. Linhee didn't expect the atmosphere among the children to suddenly ease. She was pleased with the post and saw them starting to work together. The unity of the three siblings was their greatest strength. This made her feel comfortable leaving the children at home. "School anniversary?" the three said in unison. "Yes, my school has its anniversary next week. I want to visit my alma mater and see my teachers, then stay in Nanjing for a few days. You all behave at home and don't cause trouble." Linhee didn't attend university in B City. She studied in Nanjing. She originally planned to visit the school and found out online that the school anniversary is next week, which is perfect timing. The school's official account mentioned that many retired professors and outstanding alumni would be invited on that day. Linhee graduated and then had a baby, investing her money without a strong career, so she couldn't be considered an outstanding alumna. However, she was particularly interested in the retired professors returning to campus. On the guest list, Linhee saw the names of her former teachers, which presented a great opportunity. Some of these teachers had settled abroad, while others had returned to their hometowns, making it difficult for Linhee to visit them otherwise. The school anniversary would allow her to meet them all at once. She could also seek answers about Hu Dai, Zhou Bai, and other matters. Linhee thought it was time to put a period at the end of the stories and people from her past. "You dad will come with me so you kids can take care of the house," she said. Although there wasn't much to take care of, it was a gesture of trust in her children. Jiang was calculating his work for next week and realized he couldn't get away. However, from what his mom said, it seemed she didn't plan to take them along. He glanced at his father, who was clearly in a good mood, and huffed quietly. There was no need to mention the 1st and 15th days. Both needed to attend classes, especially since the third-year students had a tighter schedule. Now that the first-year student had ranked first, he was under close supervision from the teachers, and his grades couldn't drop. Thus, the trip to Nanchang was settled without any objections. When they had nearly finished their meal, the butler approached. "Sir, madam, there is a young girl named Inju at the door claiming to visit." The first-year student frowned and looked at the 15th. "Did you give her our address?" "Of course not." The 15th shook his head. After what they had been through, he never mentioned their home to outsiders. "I invited her," Zhang Qiao suddenly said, drawing confused looks from everyone, even Lin He, who looked puzzled. "What?" Seeing Lin He's questioning expression, the three siblings were even more bewildered. "She's been wandering in front of the Jiang Group building every day." After learning that the 15th was the son of Jiang Group, Anju fell into a huge daze, followed by endless regret. She was too eager to get away from her brother, leading her to make a very wrong move. In Anju's plan, after taking money from Tuli, she would study abroad, believing that only studying abroad could free her from her brother. "Over the years, I have tried to persuade my brother to turn back, but he is already deep in it. He thinks that with money, he can recover his losses and believes he can turn things around. But that is a bottomless pit. Now that Anju is an adult, she has her own documents and can apply to study abroad. She has been preparing for this for a long time. Everything is ready, except for one thing, money." Tuli promised to give her a substantial amount, enough for her and Sherwu to study and live abroad together. Anju noticed that Sherwu's family seems to be quite wealthy, so she wants to improve herself. If they are together, becoming a better version of herself will help her gain approval from Sherwu's family. Unfortunately, one wrong step leads to another. After agreeing to do that thing for Tuli, she cut off her own escape route. She must find a way to make things right. She is not beyond redemption. She was just misled by Tuli. What she said during the live stream was influenced by Tuli's biases. The things she discussed with Sherwu later were also misunderstandings caused by Tuli. She can explain everything clearly. She needs to meet Sherwu and clarify things. Anju doesn't know where the Jiang family lives, but she knows where the Jiang Group's building is. If they don't let her in, that's fine. She will wait at the entrance. During this time, Anju tried to stop several cars that seemed to belong to President Jiang, but none of them were. She stood at the entrance before all the employees arrived, and even after the overtime workers left, she remained there, showing great determination. Sometimes, idle dramas can be quite misleading. In Anju's mind, she believes that if she appears stubborn, she will earn the admiration of Sherwu's father. Powerful people appreciate the resilience of the younger generation. So, even though she waited from morning till night, thinking about these things made her feel hopeful. Little did she know, she wouldn't spot Jiang Qiao's car among the busy traffic. There was no dramatic scene like in the dramas where a car pulls up and the president steps out with an impressive presence, followed by a line of bodyguards. Most of the time, Jiang Qiao parks in the underground garage and takes a private elevator to his office floor. Of course, there are times when Jiang Qiao enters through the main entrance that Anju is guarding, but not in the past few days. On the first day, Anju wore a hat and mask, but by the second day, she revealed her face. Having streamed live before, many people recognized her, and employees coming in and out pointed and speculated about her. Anju didn't feel ashamed. Instead, she thought it was better for more people to recognize her, as it would help her meet Sherwu's father faster. She had prepared many things to say. She wanted to explain the misunderstandings, share her own story, and talk about Sherwu. Anju believed that once he heard her, he would be moved. However, Jiang Qiao did not give her a chance. Instead, he opened another path for her. "There's a reason for every grievance. I had my assistant tell her that waiting at Zhang's group is unnecessary. If she wants to talk, she should speak directly to the person involved. Jiang Qiao provided Anju the address of the Jiang residence. Thanks to the address written by the assistant, the security at the villa allowed her in. Why didn't you mention it? Lin He asked. Jiang Qiao's gaze drifted. I forgot. He truly forgot. And Zhu felt that her actions would be noted by the staff and reported back to Jiang Qiao, who would be watching her. In reality, that was not the case at all. And Zhu waiting at the door didn't need Jiang Qiao's intervention. Why would someone dismissed by the young master of the Jiang family be taken seriously? After the security failed to persuade Anju to leave, no one else paid her any attention, including the employees of Jiang's group. Once the curiosity faded, it was gone. Everyone had their own lives. The main characters only existed in dramas. In daily life, everyone focused only on themselves. At most, they noticed Anju and remarked that she was still there, and then that was it. When Jiang Qiao passed by the break room, he overheard employees mentioning her and then asked his assistant about Anju's situation. Otherwise, Anju would still be waiting at Jiang's group. This is the result of your request to handle it yourself, and now there's still a loose end? The public opinion had calmed down, but the matter was not resolved. At the very least, Anju was not completely dealt with. I had her come over. You need to wrap things up. After saying this, Jiang Qiao sighed deeply, expressing his dissatisfaction with the carelessness of his assistant. The assistant originally thought that by avoiding contact with Anju, the relationship would fade away, but the other party was still persistent. I'll go meet her. Putting down his chopsticks, the assistant, with a grim face, headed to the living room. Chu Yi, noticing this, stood up and said, I'll go take a look. Under the table, Lin He twisted her hand around Jiang Qiao's waist, feeling that a father could really put his son in a tough spot. In the living room, Anju was very nervous. She was amazed. It turned out that there were truly families that could be so lavish. The luxurious homes in dramas seemed modest compared to this place, where every corner exuded a sense of wealth. Brother 15. Seeing 15 approach, Anju stood up first and politely greeted Chu Yi, saying, Hello, sister. Chu Yi raised an eyebrow and ignored her. The way this person spoke about Lin, he made her an enemy. If Anju hadn't caused so much trouble for Lin He, even if she had tricked 15, Chu Yi wouldn't have been so unfriendly.
15. I'm sorry.
Can you let me explain? Everything is because of Tu Li's instructions to me.
She.
You know my brother has a gambling problem. He got into a lot of trouble, and the pressure on me is too much. I had no choice. Worried that 15 wouldn't give her a chance to explain, Anju quickly shared everything she had rehearsed in her mind. Just like during the live stream, she always appeared innocent, while the blame was always on others. The only negative point she accepted was that due to family pressure, she made a mistake because of a temporary temptation for money. But given her living conditions and the high pressure, it was understandable to make a wrong move, right? As she spoke, Anju looked like she might cry, appearing both fragile and strong, which made her seem very pitiful. Hearing Anju emphasize her brother's gambling, Chu Yi clicked her tongue in annoyance. Another gambler. She thought of Han's father. Wait, she remembered that Han's mother mentioned they had bought a house before, but Han's father sold it, bragging about how much it was worth now. Listening to Anju lament about her brother's gambling and how their parents' house was sold, and how they lived in a village in the city. Could your brother's gambling friend be Hansen's father? Han's mother and Anju mentioned the same neighborhood, a place full of gamblers. They might actually know each other. Seeing that Chu Yi was paying attention to her, Anju quickly listened carefully to what she was saying. Is it that internet celebrity Hansen? Anju's mind was racing. Once she learned that 15 was from the Jiang family, she started searching online for related information and discovered that Chu Yi and Hansen had a bad relationship. She deliberately referred to him as an internet celebrity, as calling him a star seemed like flattery. Now, Anju wanted to please everyone in the room, including the butler at the door. She wanted to leave a good impression. In fact, after asking, Chu Yi felt she might have spoken too much. What did it matter if they were gambling friends? They were all in the same boat, and it was just a reminder that the world is small and gambling leads to bad outcomes. I heard my brother mention that Han's uncle's son became a star. He said if he stayed with the right crowd, he could turn his luck around. And Zhu had heard this kind of talk too many times. Her brother always left with confidence and returned with nothing. Seeing her sister's disbelief, Anju's brother took out his phone and found a video of Han Sun participating in a competition. Pointing at Han Sun's face on the screen, she said, Uncle Han said his son became a star and has connections with wealthy bosses who can spend millions easily. According to my brother, the gambling game should have started yesterday, but when I left, he still hadn't come back. He probably lost everything again. He and Uncle Han must have been set up by someone else. A glimmer of insight flashed in her eyes. With Han's father out of money, he would have to ask his son for help, right? She thought of a better way to deal with Han's son. Write it down. She picked up her phone and opened the Notes app to avoid forgetting important information. Brother 15, can you still forgive me? Seeing that she was no longer focused on them, Anju looked at 15 with timid eyes, her voice filled with caution.
No.
15 replied firmly. I won't forgive you. Let's not be friends anymore, and don't contact me again. 15 coldly rejected her, and Anju's face turned pale as she stumbled back a few steps. Brother 15, I know I've made a mistake. If you're still angry, you can punish me however you want. Just don't ignore me. You're the only one who's been willing to help me all these years. Anju continued to emotionally appeal to 15, hoping for even a moment of softness from him. As long as he softened his attitude, she believed she could break through his cold walls. Then don't repay kindness with resentment. Since you feel I helped you, can you give something back? My request isn't hard. We can just keep things separate. 15 truly did not want to be friends with Anju. She wasn't the person he thought she was. Even though Anju provided countless reasons, 15 believed seeing is believing, and he couldn't accept her true nature. Moreover, he suspected their initial meeting might have been a setup. Continuing to be friends with Anju would bring too much trouble, and 15 didn't want that. So, he decided to be clear. Okay, I understand. Anju didn't press further, as if she had lost all her strength, her posture slumping. She wiped her tears and walked away resolutely. 15 sighed in relief, finally done with it. I think you relaxed a bit too soon. Chui commented softly while looking at the door. Han's son was just like that. It didn't stop him from being persistent later. If she hadn't reacted quickly back then, Han's son would have stuck to her like a leech again, which was disgusting. Her intuition told her that Anju was not someone who would easily give up. 15 frowned, feeling that he had made himself clear, and if the other person continued to pester him, it would just be pointless. Anju seemed to understand the situation and had likely given up. As for 15's thoughts, Chu-yi only snorted and said, "We'll see," before heading upstairs. Not agreeing with Chu-yi's words, 15 sneezed and rubbed his shoulder, wondering why it suddenly felt a bit cold. Your son looks a lot like you, Lin, he said, kicking Jiang Qiao's foot by the small window on the second floor of the villa. After finishing dinner, the two of them went to the second floor, where a small window connected to the living room. They could clearly hear every word from their two energetic kids. Listening to Anju speak was a bit unclear, but from 15's response, they could roughly guess what was said. The attitude of outright rejection was just like Jiang Qiao's when he faced a confession years ago. With his chin slightly raised and nodding while speaking, these small gestures were the same as when Jiang Qiao rejected a confession back then. Lin he had seen it once. At that time, Jiang Qiao's rejection was so cool, but when he turned and saw Lin he standing not far away, his legs felt weak. Just thinking that Lin he might misunderstand made Jiang Qiao break into a cold sweat. You looked as pale as a sheet. It was just a rejection, not a scandal, and in the end, I had to comfort you. Lin he couldn't help but tease, recalling that moment. She hadn't even said anything yet, and the one being confessed to was already feeling wronged. Wasn't I just afraid you'd find an excuse to break up with me? So many years had passed, and now they both had 3 kids. Jiang Qiao finally dared to bring it up. You were so cold to me back then, I was really worried. I didn't even dare to ask you about it, fearing that if I pushed too hard, you would just break up with me. I prefer to keep up appearances and slowly solve the problem. Then you changed back, as if that coldness had never happened. If I hadn't read the private blog I wrote at that time, I would have doubted my memory. Did you not like me at that time? Jiang Qiao finally dared to ask. He didn't mention if he had liked someone else back then. That was impossible. If she had really liked someone else, she would have definitely brought it up. Since he didn't mention breaking up and her attitude was a bit cold, the problem might have been with him. Jiang Qiao could only think of one reason. Did she not like him? So he didn't dare to ask or do anything that he might dislike. It was just unfortunate that someone confessed during that time, and he happened to witness it. He was really scared. Although it happened a long time ago, when Jiang Qiao talks about it now, he still seems like a little dog that has been abandoned, and the hurt in his eyes is clear to see.
He was really scared back then.
Of course not. He remembers that she acted very busy with her studies and even showed Jiang Qiao her class schedule, thinking she was hiding it perfectly, but it turns out he noticed everything. At that time, Jiang Qiao was preparing for his college entrance exams, and she didn't want to distract him. In the end, he felt wronged and anxious, but didn't dare to ask her. Why would you think that? If I didn't like you at all, I would just end up liking you less and less, and we would break up. Look at us now, we're like strangers. He rubbed Jiang Qiao's cheek. We already have 3 kids. Then she let go and looked up at the sky. Back then, there were indeed things going on. Hearing Jiang Qiao's breathing become rapid, he glanced at the person beside her. It has nothing to do with you. Things are not as Jiang Qiao thinks. I can't say exactly what happened. I need to go back to school to find many answers. So, I don't know how to explain it to you. Just come back with me, and you will understand, okay? Since discovering the true nature of Hu Dai and Zhou Bai, he has become more suspicious about things that happened during their university days. Issues she thought were obvious at the time now seem questionable. She needs to figure it out. Okay, as long as you don't want to leave me. Jiang Qiao smiled happily, glad for his past self. Han Sun has been quite unlucky lately. During his first filming, the wire broke. His injuries aren't serious, but the hurt is on his face. The skin on his left cheekbone to his temple got scraped, bleeding quite a bit. He won't have scars, but because of the scabbing, he might have a disfigurement for a while. This was the last scene and the filming angle was from the side, so his injury didn't affect the shoot. After the final cut was called, Han Sun's time with the crew came to an end. Since there were behind-the-scenes cameras recording for future promotion, Han Sun fell, without making a sound. When his manager showed concern, even with blood dripping from his cheek, he bravely waved it off, saying he was fine, and then asked the director if it would affect the filming. He performed quite well overall, but just as his manager was about to praise him in the car, Han Sun suddenly screamed. "Li Ge, what should I do? Am I going to be disfigured? Oh no. I still have to record a show. This is a disaster. Oh my goodness." The manager couldn't take it anymore. Han Sun was the most inconsistent artist he had ever seen. All right, stop shouting. Seeing the manager get angry, Han Sun closed his mouth. "Old Zhang, take us to the hospital," the manager commanded, and the driver turned the steering wheel, heading straight for the hospital. 2 hours later, several marketing accounts with millions of followers posted news that Han Sun had an accident while filming and was taken to the hospital. They wondered if the recording of the variety show could continue tomorrow, claiming he might be disfigured. The marketing accounts were arranged by the manager to create buzz and attract more attention to the variety show. Out of curiosity, people would want to see if Han Sun was really disfigured, right? No one doubted Han Sun's intelligence. The manager had great confidence in him. If he performed well on the show, he would surely gain a lot of fans. Although the manager was initially reluctant to take on Han Sun, now that he was in this role, he naturally hoped for Han Sun's success. If the artist did well, the manager would benefit too. Seeing the online reactions, manager Li Ku was very pleased. Han Sun's personality might not be likable, but he was good at pretending, and with his decent looks and marketing, he was bound to become popular. As for the rumors about the Jiang family's grievances, Li Ku arrogantly brushed them off. It was just young people's conflicts. The entertainment industry was very complex, and it wouldn't be easy for the younger generation of the Jiang family to interfere. The next day, Li Ko was proven wrong. First, the show was revamped, and coincidentally, the episode Han Sun was participating in was among those changed. The content was mostly the same, but the questions had changed. Viewers would now submit questions online, addressing previous doubts about fairness. With a new leadership at the TV station, the variety show Han Sun was part of was affected. To address past audience concerns about the fairness of the competition, the production team made corresponding changes. This meant that the answers previously given to Han Sun were no longer useful. While the exam topics remained the same, the questions could vary. The manager asked Han Sun a few questions, and he answered them all correctly. The manager was extremely relieved that Han Sun was genuinely capable. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. In addition to the change in question format, there were now ordinary people as examiners. The overall format was no longer a solo challenge leading to a final showdown. Instead, there would be examiners competing alongside, and anyone scoring below average would be eliminated, making the competition even tougher. At the same time, it added more fun and uncertainty, keeping the audience engaged. To Han Sun, these were not problems. He comforted his agent, telling them to relax, assuring that he would at least make it through 2 rounds, but he believed he could go all the way. With this confidence, Han Sun took the stage to begin recording the show. The host introduced Han Sun's entrance and then explained the new competition rules. When the lights on the left side of the stage lit up, Han Sun's pupils trembled at the sound of the host's voice. Next, let's welcome the exam assistants. Students from St. and High School. There are a total of 60 students here, 20 from each grade, freshman, sophomore, and junior. This was a surprise set up by the production team. Since Han Sun came from St. and High School, having some classmates compete was a gimmick for the show. This would be the format moving forward. The exam assistants would have some connection to the contestants. For other contestants, it might be a pleasant surprise, but Han Sun did not feel the same. The stage lights were bright, while the area where the exam assistants stood was relatively dim. At first, when the lights flashed, he seemed to see his freshman year. Among the students, about half were wearing masks and some wore sunglasses. The host jokingly mentioned that some students wanted to participate but didn't want to be seen, so they chose to wear masks, while others wore sunglasses to look cool. In the future, exam assistants could dress as they pleased, which might become a highlight of the show. The audience laughed, and Han Sun joined in, showing a surprised expression as he took the microphone and said some polite words about missing St. in high school and his classmates. The freshman thought to herself, "What's the point of saying that to the audience? Why not look over here?" Feeling guilty, Han Sun was not mistaken. The freshman indeed had come. She originally wanted to prevent Han Sun from succeeding in the show, but later heard that the production team was inviting students from the school to create this segment. The freshman had other ideas. Should she maintain her top student image? She could personally defeat him. She aimed to strike him down where he felt most confident, as mental pressure could be the most damaging. This was just one reason. The other important reason was Lin He. After achieving the top score in the school's entrance exam, the freshman received a certificate from the school. She didn't care much about such things and casually tossed it on her desk at home, where Lin He saw it. Lin He cherished it and even took down a painting worth 80 million to frame her certificate instead. She kept praising her, as if being first was Lin He's proudest achievement. So, taking down Han Sun was just a bonus. The freshman wanted to earn a good ranking to make Lin He happy. It seemed this show might even give out trophies. As the host's gong sounded, the competition officially began. Chui thought she had kept her participation a secret, and her family had no idea she was joining the show. In reality, they all knew. In the left corner of the audience, the entire Jiang family was present. Why was Street and High School willing to cooperate with the production team and let the students appear on camera? Because the recording coincided with a National Day holiday, so it wouldn't interfere with their studies. Not only the students, but the Jiang group was also on holiday, so the whole family was free, and Lin He arranged for them to come. Chui had done a good job hiding her participation, but she had a friend who was not so discreet. Zhao Qing posted on social media, saying she was excited to see her best friend shine on the show. The accompanying picture was an invitation to the recording, and Lin He immediately recognized her daughter's hand holding the invitation. At first, Lin He didn't think much of it, but when she refreshed her feed and saw that the post was gone, it looked like a hasty attempt to cover up a leak of information. Thinking back, Chui had been studying at home for the past couple of days, which was unusual for her. When she searched for news about the show and saw that the latest guest was Han Sun, Lin He was almost certain that Chui was going to participate. Lin He messaged Zhao Qing, saying she had seen her post. Faced with her idol's voice message, Zhao Qing realized she couldn't lie. Since the news was already out, it didn't matter if she spoke or not. No fan could refuse their idol's kind greetings, right? Sorry to bother you, Qing Qing. If it's inconvenient for you to talk about this, I won't ask. You and Chui are good friends, and I don't want to put you in a tough spot. Actually, it's fine. I can share. Zhao Qing didn't want to disappoint her idol, and since the situation was already revealed, she said, Chui got first place in her last exam and you were very happy. This time, she wants to win a trophy to surprise you and make you happy. Chui mentioned that you haven't been feeling great lately and seem to have something on your mind. She wants to cheer you up. Lin He was taken aback by this response. She hadn't expected to hear such an answer. After the National Day holiday, she would return to Nancheng for her alma mater's anniversary to meet old acquaintances and deal with past matters. Caught up in memories, she couldn't help but feel a bit distracted. Having not experienced the passage of 15 years, she felt uneasy about seeing old friends again. Jiang Qiao noticed this and tried to comfort her. What Lin He didn't expect was that Chui had also noticed. Indeed, Chui seems carefree, but she is actually very attentive. Qing Qing, based on your understanding of Chui, would she be happy if I secretly cheered for her at the event? She would. Zhao Qing answered firmly. She knows Chui well, and this would be a big surprise. Unfortunately, she has to go abroad for vacation, or she would also cheer for Chui at the event. So, Lin He brought the whole family to the venue. Chui's secret work was so well done that even Sherwu was unaware. When Lin He mentioned him last night, he was confused. If she gets outperformed by Han Sun in the end, it might cause a stir. Sherwu muttered quietly. If Chui finds out they witnessed everything from below, it would be quite a shocking scene to imagine. Jiangmin glanced at Sherwu. Do you lack confidence in Chui? Not really, but if there are any unfair practices, she definitely won't win. No wonder Chui was still studying in the car on the way home from school. She was preparing for this. If she loses, she might feel down for a long time. Jiangmin didn't respond. He looked at Lin He, who was eagerly watching the stage. He thought to himself, if there really is foul play, Mom could the stage up right then and there. The production team should be the ones more worried. The pass rate for our examiners in the first round is 72%. Congratulations to Han Sun for exceeding the average score and advancing to the next round. On stage, the host announced the results of the first round. The students accompanying the exam are not all top performers. They are there to enhance the show, not to steal the spotlight. If the examiners completely overshadow the guests, then why invite celebrities? The examiners invited by the production team are skilled, but most are of average ability, which increases the chances of advancing after answering correctly. It seems difficult, but the standards are not too high. Of course, there are many variables. For example, the more people eliminated, the higher the average score will be in later rounds. Each examiner has a green light in front of them. If the light turns red, it means they have been eliminated. Chui naturally advanced to the next round. Before the recording, the invitation card from the production team outlined the general topics to be covered, which were quite broad and hard to remember all at once. This really tests the knowledge one has stored over time. In the past few days, Chui has been tackling tricky questions, preparing to outperform the bad guy Han Sun in the final round. As the rounds continued, the audience was thoroughly entertained. By the 7th round, only 8 examiners remained. There are a total of 9 rounds, and if there is no result after the 9th round, there will be a 10th round for a tiebreaker. At first, the audience's attention was mostly on Han Sun, but soon they began to notice the exam assistant. They discovered that the girl sitting in the second row with a ponytail was the fastest at answering questions. There were 2 times when Han Sun hesitated and hadn't made a choice yet, and she had already pressed the confirm button. Looking at the green light in front of her, it was clear she had been right all along. Fast and accurate, I really admire her. At the recording site of Han Sun's variety show, I really like that ponytail girl. She's amazing. Someone posted in the show's discussion thread, and many people commented below. I was there too. I thought I was the only one who noticed the ponytail girl. She's really strong, and her hairstyle is so impressive. I envy her ponytail. My flat head can't compare. I noticed her too. I couldn't see her face clearly because she was wearing a mask, but my intuition tells me she's definitely a beauty. Her eyelashes are super long. You guys at the site are so lucky. I had tickets but was at work, so I couldn't go. QAQ. The 9th round is over. Wow, it's amazing. It's just that girl and Han Sun left. At the event, the host's reaction was also intense.
Hanson answered correctly again. Congratulations, Han Kek-sun.
Let's take a look at the exam assistant seat.
Wow.
We still have an exam assistant. I didn't expect to start the competitive round on the first day. Now we enter the ultimate 10th round. The difficulty and content are upgraded. During the hosting, Han Sun looked at the only green light in the exam assistant's area, and he froze. During the challenge, Han Sun focused on himself, only glancing over thereafter answering the last question. The sight of a bright red screen made him breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing the host's words, he realized he had missed the green light at the edge. He didn't expect to have such a strong opponent. Looking over again, Han Sun realized it was someone he thought might be Chu-yi. As the spotlight flashed, a beam of light illuminated Chu-yi's face, and Han Sun recognized her.
Chu-yi.
His calm gaze showed no signs of disturbance, but under the scrutiny, Han Sun felt his hair stand on end. His heart raced, and he coughed as he choked on his saliva. What was Chu-yi planning to do? She had actually answered the questions from the 8th and 9th rounds? When did she get so good at studying? Han Sun felt extremely anxious, worried about competing against Chu-yi and whether the Jiang family would cause him trouble again. Because Han Sun had received the answers from the production team earlier, he suspected that Chu-yi had used the Jiang family's influence to get an advantage from the team. Chu-yi must be here to take revenge on him. Let him be eliminated in the first round? Han Sun got lost in his thoughts and didn't hear the host's words.
Han Kek-sun. Han Kek-sun.
Han Sun snapped back to reality, scratched his head, and gave an awkward smile, saying, "Sorry, I got a bit nervous and was too focused on the last question." It's okay. Let's not think about the last question anymore. A new question is coming. Before that, let's invite the only accompanying student, Meow Meow, to the stage to stand next to Han Sun and look at the question on the screen together. During the Q&A process of the show, it wasn't mentioned that she needed to go on stage, but Chu-yi was not shy at all. She confidently walked up to the stage and stood 3 steps to the left of Han Sun. Chu-yi is really impressive. Now let's look at the big screen together. Each accompanying student had a name tag on their waist. Some used nicknames, while others used their real names. Chu-yi chose her nickname and added classmate to it. The host read it that way too. At this moment, Han Sun seemed calm, but the left side of his body felt cold and stiff. He had always been able to handle Chu-yi well over the past 2 years. Why did he feel intimidated seeing the expressionless Chu-yi this time? She seemed so unfamiliar, so different from the Chu-yi he remembered. What is Chu-yi like about him? He's so skinny, like a praying mantis. 15 rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed with Han Sun. Jiang rarely agreed with 15's opinion, but he said, Chu-yi has a problem with her eyes. 15 nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin He leaned closer to Jiang Qiao and whispered, "The kids are getting along better. I see an N and 15 talking to each other sometimes, which never happened before." Seeing Lin He's so happy, Zhang Qiao said what she liked to hear. The two brothers will get along better. In reality, Zhang Qiao wanted to say that judging by those two boys' expressions, the fact that they could talk so much was definitely because of Chu Yi on the cricket stage. Although their father-son relationship wasn't close, Zhang Qiao understood more about them after spending so many years together than Lin He did. Correct. All correct. The excited host on stage pressed the bell, making a ringing sound. As the host, he knew very well that there were no hidden tricks today. Their success was all due to their talent. All right, the difficulty is increasing. Let's continue the competition. Lin He grabbed Zhang Qiao's hand and happily shook it back and forth. Chu Yi is amazing. If it weren't for the mask, I would have lowered my head and bitten Zhang Qiao's hand to relieve my excitement. In the tiebreaker, both contestants wrote their answers on the white boards in front of them. I choose A. Han Sun revealed his answer board, and at the same time, Chu Yi's voice rang out. I choose B. We have different choices. Who is right and who is wrong? First, a commercial break. More excitement after the ads. Everyone. Host, don't close your eyes while sleeping tonight. Haha, just kidding. Now, let's see the correct answer. A bold black B appeared in the center of the screen. This meant Chewie got it right. The girl with the ponytail who posted earlier updated her comment. Here it comes. The classic sore loser face is back. Han Sun lost again. Is he showing that same expression from when he didn't debut? Which sister is so amazing. I remember Han Sun was quite good at studying. He was specially recruited in high school. Ponytail girl. I knew she would do well. Everyone, get ready for the posts to be deleted. The admin will definitely remove them when they see this. The audience erupted in applause, including Han Sun's fans. They came to support him, but Chu Yi performed really well. Her quick and decisive answering style, along with her confident gaze while thinking, was impressive and hard not to like. Don't you think Chu Yi seems a bit different on stage? 15 leaned closer to Jiang An and started chatting. Jiang An noticed but didn't want to engage with 15, who still talked too much like when they were kids. Not responding didn't stop 15. What about Lin He? That crossed arm pose is just like how Lin He negotiates with the teachers at the basketball camp. That ponytail was styled by Lin He too. As 15 spoke, he felt that Chu Yi had really changed. On stage, the victorious Chu Yi smiled brightly. At that moment, she realized she was happier about winning the trophy than defeating Han Sun. Lin He would surely be very happy. First, congratulations to Chu Yi for winning the Best Companion Award and the Champion Trophy. Han Sun, unfortunately, did not achieve victory and will miss our next stage. The revised show was very strict. There were no revival rounds. If you didn't pass, you were directly eliminated. The manager in the audience looked very upset. Where did this Chu Yi come from? The director of the show said that the examiners had above-average scores, not from the top class. The agent is a bit suspicious, wondering if someone is deliberately trying to trip up Han Sun. Before coming to this show, the agent had done thorough research and found that there hadn't been any extra rounds in the past 6 months. But as soon as Han Sun arrived, they started. He had already secured a short-term endorsement with a trendy brand, which required him to wear their clothes in the next challenge episode. Now that he has been eliminated, how can there be a next episode? This isn't just about the show having less exposure. Some commercial value is affected too. The agent had discussed the short endorsement with Han Sun and told him to perform well. At this moment, Han Sun is also thinking about this. If he doesn't have another recording, does that mean he loses the endorsement too? That was his first endorsement. Having an endorsement means he is a star. It means he has entered the entertainment industry. It proves he is starting to have commercial value. All his current fans are loyal followers who became attached after the hardships. They are ready to support him. But now, everything is gone. The more Han Sun thinks about it, the more upset he feels. Suddenly, he shouts, I won't accept this. Since he is here, he won't let her take revenge lightly. He might as well be bold and seize what he can. First, he cannot let the first place slip away from him. Not accepting? What is he not accepting? Everyone present, including the host, was stunned. Losing the competition means losing if you are not as skilled. What is there to dispute? This shout of defiance lacks the rebellious spirit of youth. It only makes one wonder if he can't handle losing. Do you dare to compete with me fairly? What does this mean? Is he implying that the show has some hidden agendas? The director's face darkened, even more than the agent's earlier expression. The audience's expressions shifted from disdain to suspicion. Is there still a hidden agenda after the revision? In the audience's mind, the previous incident where the show leaked questions to contestants was already well known. The show had fired the so-called temporary worker responsible for the leak. Everyone knew that was just a scapegoat. This time, the revision was significant, yet the old problems still exist? It's truly absurd. I have been fair since I stepped on stage. The underhanded actions come from elsewhere. Chui said this to the audience, clearly looking at Han Sun when mentioning underhanded actions. With Han Sun saying such things, is her response out of line? Who was the one not being fair? Han Sun didn't want to dwell on that. His only goal was to compete again. Are you brave enough to let the audience choose questions randomly from the internet?
Of course I am.
Today, I will make you believe it. The confident response from the first-year student echoed through the recording venue, and applause followed. Han Sun's cheeks twitched slightly. He knew his actions were making the audience lean towards the first-year student, but it was fine. As long as he proved that the first-year student wasn't that great and that his success was due to cheating, the applause would return to him. In every exam at St. in high school, Han Sun always ranked above the first-year student. Many times, the first-year student would come to him with a test paper, asking how to solve the later questions. Han Sun believed that while the first-year student was not bad at studying, he was definitely better. In other situations, he could let the first-year student win, but this show was crucial for his future. He needed to start strong and not give an inch. The first-year student could guess Han Sun's thoughts without trying. He thought she wasn't capable. In the past, she had foolishly let Han Sun win prizes by intentionally giving away points and pretended not to understand questions to get closer to him. Did this guy really think she was inferior? The first-year student wanted to defeat him where he felt most confident. Now that he wanted to compete again if she lost, that would be even greater, and she would be happy to see it. The host noticed the two were exchanging fierce words and quickly looked towards the director's team. The director held up a sign that read, "Continue." Was this a sign to agree to a rematch? The host felt frustrated. Han Sun was such an annoying guy. He could turn on everyone even in a set final. If he was unhappy, did everyone have to join him? The host wanted to finish early, and all the staff in the program shared the same thought. Let Han Sun lose. This offensive guy was truly offensive. If he won, the purpose of the show's revamp would be lost. Even without evidence, the audience would believe in a conspiracy. Their reputation would collapse. They would be in trouble. The first-year student had to win. She absolutely had to win. Even the director was silently repeating this in his mind. With the camera shaking randomly, 6 people were invited on stage, and they were to ask questions from the topics marked by the production team. The questions would be answered by both participants together. Considering the performance of the previous 2 contestants, audience friends, please make the questions a bit challenging. The host reminded them, as simple questions answered correctly would lead to endless rematches, and he wanted to finish work. After the question askers raised their hands, the host walked to the 6 people and was surprised by the content of the questions. Surprisingly impressive.
All right.
Now, please enter the questions into the system. Contestants, look at the screen in front of you. There are a total of 6 questions, and the one who answers the most correctly will win. The 6 question setters had discussed this, so there would be no repeated questions. Some asked math competition questions, some asked classical literature questions, and others asked foreign language questions. After glancing at the questions, Chu-yi continued with his usual style and began answering quickly. Beside him, Han Sun was still reviewing the questions, paying attention to see if there were any traps. Actually, Han Sun was right to do this. It's important to understand the questions correctly, as misunderstanding could lead to answers that are far from correct. His behavior was not wrong, but it was perceived negatively by the audience, who thought he was stalling and unable to answer, like someone trying to do a delicate task without the right skills.
Ding.
Chu-yi pressed the finish button, and the sound made Han-sun, who was still looking at the last question, break into a sweat. How could the other person answer so quickly? Don't they need to think? Two of the questions are quite difficult. Feeling anxious, Han-sun told himself not to be influenced, but he couldn't help it. Plus, the last question was really hard, so he scribbled something down and submitted it. Han-sun thought that Chu-yi would do worse than him. Next, the audience will grade the papers online. Please look at the big screen. The screen clearly displayed the test papers of Han-sun and Chu-yi. On the other side of the stage, 6 online viewers gathered around the table with the test papers, each reviewing their answers. They held the most standard answers in their hands. Without even discussing right or wrong, just the neatness of the papers gave Chu-yi a high score. His handwriting was clear and tidy. In contrast, Han-sun's paper had many crossed-out sections, possibly due to his rush, and some of his cursive writing looked very messy. When the two papers were placed side by side, everyone preferred Chu-yi's. In the audience, Zhang Qiao wasn't focused on the neatness. He was carefully examining both contestants' answers, and so was Zhang. Others were nitpicking about neatness, but it was because they couldn't understand the questions. Zhang Qiao and Zhang could understand them and were closely reviewing the solution steps. Lin He was also a good student, excelling in her major, but she wasn't skilled in this type of targeted competition question. The same went for Sherwu. He could only answer 3 questions on the paper, yet Chu-yi managed to answer all of them. Chu-yi is quite impressive. The siblings, who had not been very close in the past, only knew that each other was doing okay in school, but they didn't know much about each other's lives. Otherwise, they would have discovered long ago that Chu-yi was giving away points. 15 suddenly felt like a clown. Why did he think Chi was so foolish before? He was the youngest of 3 siblings, but was he really the least capable? No, he would go back and study hard. Beside him, Lin He didn't notice her youngest son burning with determination. She nudged Zhang Qiao and said, "Can you see it? Who is better?" Chu-yi. Zhang Qiao and Zhang answered at the same time. This showed they finished reviewing the test faster than the 6 people on stage and got the results. Sure enough, as soon as they spoke, the big screen began showing the grading marks. Chu-yi had 5 checks on his paper. Han-sun had 3 checks, and the last 2 questions had a check with an X above them, meaning half right and half wrong, scoring only half points. Han-sun's dissatisfaction led to a big slap in the face, making him look like a sore loser in everyone's eyes. His refusal to accept the results stemmed from thinking he was better than Chu-yi, but in another fair competition, Han-sun lost again. Nothing could be more embarrassing than this. Gaining fans? Not losing them was already a win. Many fans admire their idols for their strengths, which attract them. The fans present today admired Han-sun for his looks and good grades, but a reality show brought him back down to earth. Reaching the final 10 rounds was already impressive, and admitting failure gracefully is not shameful. Being unable to accept loss and being stubborn only makes one unlikable. Han-sun didn't care about the audience. He stood in shock for a while. Before the scores were announced, he had already anticipated the outcome. He couldn't figure out the last 2 questions, but after seeing Chu-yi's answers, he followed his steps and surprisingly made no mistakes. He had forgotten that physics formula, while Chu-yi used it well. Looking closely at the answers to those 2 questions, he realized he didn't lose unfairly.
So,
was he not as good as Chu-yi? Han-sun, who always thought highly of himself, struggled to accept this sudden reality. Deep down, he looked down on Chu-yi, believing that if Chu-yi hadn't been born into a wealthy family, he wouldn't have such a comfortable life. Even after falling out with Chu-yi, Han-sun regretted the Jiang family's power, not Chu-yi as a person. This quiz competition shattered his arrogance. Chu-yi was better than him?
how could that be?
Let's congratulate classmate Chu-yi for winning the best performance. Please take the trophy to the MVP seat. The host was managing the event, and at this moment, Han-sun should have been clapping and congratulating him. showing grace in defeat. Instead, he stood there foolishly, staring at Chui. The agent below was extremely anxious, not understanding how the usually dramatic Han Sun was suddenly not performing in front of the camera. Now that things were like this, it was important to salvage the situation. Why was he just staring blankly? The frustrated agent stomped his feet, signaling wildly. Finally, Han Sun blinked and noticed the agent below, while Chu-yi was already sitting on the champion's throne with the trophy. Then all the lights focused on Chu-yi, leaving the rest of the area in darkness. Han Sun turned and walked off the stage. He knew he had messed up. Thanks to Fairly Jewelry for their exclusive sponsorship. For jewelry, go to Fairly. Audience friends, see you next time. The host said the closing words, and the first episode came to an end. Led by the staff, Chu-yi returned to the backstage. She was unhappy to hear some bad news. She couldn't take the trophy home, as the champion's name could only be engraved on it. No wonder when she picked it up, there were many letters on the back. Upon closer inspection, it was a name. In the end, Chu-yi reported the initials of her name, her tone slow and weak. She wanted the trophy. Fortunately, the production team also gave her a certificate, so at least she got something. After finishing her conversation with the staff, Chu-yi shouldered her bag and planned to leave. As she looked up, she saw Han Sun at the door. He walked in and closed the door behind him. This guest lounge was large. Previously, dozens of students from Shingen High School had been waiting here, but after being eliminated, they had already been arranged to leave. The production team had assured the school that after filming, they would provide special transportation for everyone to go home. So now, there were only the two of them in the backstage, and the staff had already left. In half an hour, the power would be cut off in the recording studio. Chu-yi, long time no see. Let's not reminisce. You're hard to look at, just go away. Chu-yi had no expectation that someone who had deceived her for 2 years would reflect on their actions, nor did she need Han Sun to cry and admit he was wrong. What she wanted was to slap him back for the slap he had given her. Knowing whether he was wrong didn't matter, she just wanted Han Sun to feel the pain. That was the point. Deep down, Chu-yi completely disliked Han Sun and didn't want to engage with him. He didn't deserve to communicate with her. Han Sun's face turned pale. He had always held weight in front of Chu-yi, but now he was ignored. No, completely disliked. He wasn't used to this contrast. In Han Sun's mind, Chu-yi targeted him because she liked him. Love brought hate, and he always thought that as he succeeded, her gaze would still be on him. The ease of the past 2 years made him think that he wouldn't have to put much effort into dealing with Chu-yi again. Even after experiencing Chu-yi's indifference, he still believed this. Until this competition, Chu-yi shattered his expectations and left him flustered on stage. In reality, Han Sun felt inferior when facing Chu-yi. They first met in an exam room, and Han Sun had seen her the moment he entered. She was beautiful and elegant, the kind of girl who seemed untouchable, having grown up in luxury. For 2 years, Han Sun enjoyed watching Chu-yi run around for him, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. So what if she was a rich girl?
She still listened to him. I'm sorry, Chu-yi.
Han Sun wasn't really apologizing. He was trying to make a move. Finally, he had a chance to be with Chu-yi, and he wanted to seize it. After being scolded by his manager, he was struggling with his emotions and had to face the harsh reality. He had messed up his path in the entertainment industry. How could he make it up? Han Sun went to find Chu-yi. He tried to use his old tricks, but Chu-yi took out her phone and recorded him, saying, "I won because of my own ability. Are you blaming me for winning? Please leave immediately, or I will call the police." After saying this, Chu-yi put her phone away. Do you not understand? If you don't leave, I will really call the police, and that recording will be posted online. Do you think it would be a big deal if someone who can't handle losing harasses a female classmate? Han Sun's lips trembled, and he couldn't find the words to respond. How had Chu-yi become so ruthless? He opened his mouth to say something, but she cut him off sharply. Shut up. I don't want to hear your annoying voice. I will count down from 3. If you don't leave, I will call 110. 3, 2. Over the past 2 years, Han Sun had learned enough about Chu-yi to know that she would actually call the police. He took a deep breath and reluctantly left. Behind the coat rack, Lin He scratched her cheek, intending to surprise her daughter, but she didn't expect Han Sun to show up and ruin it. However, Chu-yi handled the situation very well, clean and decisive. No need to waste words with that little person. As Lin He considered whether to hide for now and wait until Chu-yi left to pretend to run into her, there was a loud, and the fireworks in the hands of the 15-year-old went off unexpectedly. Lin He twitched her lips, thinking about her incompetent younger son.
Wow.
Congratulations to Chu-yi for winning the championship. Let's celebrate. I can't hide it anymore. It has to come out. Lin He scattered golden star confetti, while the other 3 held sparklers. Jiang En and Jiang Qiao stood on either side of Lin He, pulling the sparklers as she had instructed. The person who was supposed to set off the sparklers, Shi Wu, accidentally triggered them early. He quickly picked up the sparklers from the ground and threw them over Chuyi's head. Lin He turned her eyes away, pretending not to see. Fortunately, her younger son was standing at the back. Otherwise, if Chuyi saw him, he would definitely get in trouble. What are you doing here? Chuyi exclaimed in surprise. Their presence in the backstage meant they had been watching the show in the studio. We've been here since the beginning. You did really well. Shi Wu cheered in Chuyi's ear, and Jiang En surprisingly complimented, very good. As for Jiang Qiao, when he pulled the sparkler, the string hit his hand, and he was showing it to Lin He. Lin He casually blew it off, then pushed it aside with no expression, before smiling brightly and hugging Chuyi, saying, "Great job, Chuyi." Mr. Jiang was not happy, but no one paid him any attention. "I told you I'm very smart," Chuyi said proudly, and in Lin He's embrace, her smile was even brighter than when she was announced the winner on stage. "We must celebrate. Let's go eat at your favorite Cantonese restaurant." Lin He waved her hand and took Chuyi outside, while Shi Wu shouted from behind, "Can I order a nice bottle of wine? Just to taste. I'm curious about the flavor." Jiang En pointed out coldly, "You're underage." Shi Wu immediately retorted, "You drank plenty when you were underage." The 4 of them walked happily ahead, completely ignoring Mr. Jiang, who was still sulking and holding his hand. Jiang Qiao quickly caught up. Tonight, he would let He on it. Regarding Han Sun, Chuyi was not shy to bring it up during dinner, and Shi Wu said she still wasn't tough enough. "You should have slapped him in the dressing room instead of recording it so formally. You didn't even need to count down. There was a chair right next to you, just smash it on his head." This kind of. As she got into it, she noticed the family's cold stares directed at her and quickly stopped, touching her nose. After 3 seconds of silence, realizing everyone was still looking at her, she raised her hands in surrender and said, just talking. I haven't resorted to violence in a long time." Chuyi huffed and replied, "I won't give him a chance to get away with it. Han Sun deserves to be punished, and there will be a justified reason for it." Then Chuyi shared the information she got from Inju, saying she had already set everything in motion. This time when Han Sun returned home, his father would ask him for money. Han Sun naturally refused, and his father's temper would surely lead to trouble, with more issues to come. Chu-yi didn't feel any remorse. In the lounge, noticing that Han Sun was planning to use his old tricks, she thought she could be even tougher. Shua listened to Chu-yi's plan, nodding in agreement. Compared to her, his own ideas seemed weak. All right, Chu-yi was definitely smarter than him now. Lin He didn't say much, but reminded her to know her limits. This limit meant not to hold back, but to avoid making a big mistake. Han's father and brother Inju are card friends. They can arrange for 2 people to meet Han Sun. With outsiders present, Han Sun will. Lin He and Chu-yi discussed their plan while eating. At first, Shua chimed in, but then he focused on his food. Because these 2 had pinpointed men's weaknesses so accurately, any man would fall into their trap. Women are indeed not to be underestimated. This was the first time Jiang En heard his mother and Chu-yi discussing such matters. He found it quite interesting, nodding in agreement, thinking it was a good plan, which made Shua glance at him several times. At this moment, Lin He and Chu Yi had no idea that human nature is not so easy to predict, and even the most careful plans can have flaws. They believed that the least likely person, Han's father, would do something so significant. But that's a story for another time. Happy days are always short-lived, and soon the 11-day holiday was over. Chu Yi and Shiwu had to return to school, while Jiang En followed the vice president on another business trip, and Jiang Qiao and Lin He prepared to go to South City. Before they left, Lin He ran into Gu Lily. That maid is too cautious. Gu Lily complained as soon as they met. During this time, she had contacted the maid 3 times but was careful not to meet too often for fear of being discovered. One of the meetings was arranged by Lin He to give them a chance. As soon as Jiang Qiao left, Gu Lily arrived. While waiting for Jiang Qiao to return and review documents, the housekeeper arranged for Lu Jia to serve tea to Gu Lily. Once they were alone in the living room, Gu Lily tried to communicate, but Lu Jia signaled her not to speak. Lu Jia regretted that the first phone call had accidentally revealed her identity. Seeing Gu Lily's inability to keep secrets added another layer to her identity crisis. The more people who knew, the more dangerous it became. In their 3 meetings, Gu Lily tried to learn more about Lu Jia, but the latter was very tight-lipped, only answering questions related to Jiang Qiao. The key was that Lu Jia also wanted to charge for her services. This left Gu Lily a bit confused about whether the other person was part of Zhou Bai's group or was just providing information for extra money. They are in the same group. Lin He gave Gu Lily a definite answer. The more careful Lu Jia was, the more fake she seemed. She wrapped herself in many layers of disguise. Although she was a business spy, she still shared information with Jiang Manhwa and others to hide her true identity. There was a pattern to discover here. Lu Jia wanted money to cover up her close relationship with Zhou Bai. If she wasn't working with Zhou Bai, she might not charge for her information. Since she was introduced by Zhou Bai, she would naturally ask him for money. Her asking Gu Lily for money indicated that she was trying to hide their connection. This was also why Lin He suggested that Gu Lily should interact more with Lu Jia. Sometimes, even if a person is tight-lipped, their eating habits and body language can reveal a lot. Lin He noticed the connection between the two, while Gu Lily had her own discoveries. She had promised to share her findings about Mr. Jiang with Lin He, but the other party hadn't even asked. Gu Lily thought she needed to get some information from Lu Jia to prove her worth. She used all her communication skills and experiences from these years. It's said that ordinary people create their own troubles. Lin He hadn't planned to do anything to her. She hadn't contacted Gu Lily lately because she was too busy with her own matters. But it turned out well. This twist of fate made Gu Lily even more motivated. Do you know Tu Li's husband, Lei Han? Hearing those names from Gu Lily, Lin He raised her eyebrows in surprise and replied, "Of course I know. Didn't you see the news? I've been having issues with Tu Li lately." Lin He spoke frankly. Gu Lily scratched her head. She had seen the news but thought it was just a conflict between 2 women, not involving family matters. Otherwise, if Mr. Jiang took action, Tu Li's name would have disappeared from the internet. Clearly, it hadn't come to that. So Gu Lily naturally assumed Lin He didn't know who Lei Han was. She thought to herself that the information online wasn't complete. Lin He and Tu Li must have a deep conflict if she even knew about Lei Han. "Do you know who my ex-boyfriend is?" Lin He fell silent, and Gu Lily chuckled awkwardly, realizing she was being silly for asking. "Sorry, my mind went blank."
Lin Mo.
2 voices spoke at the same time. Gu Lily. Knowing yourself and your enemy means you can win every battle. Is that concept hard to understand? Lin He was confused about why Gu Lily was so shocked. Isn't it normal to know what shouldn't be done? Did she really think her harsh words in the past were just a joke? Gu Lily straightened up, feeling even more intimidated by Lin He. This person truly meant what she said. When they had their previous argument, she didn't even mention her ex-boyfriend. Luckily, she managed to backtrack quickly. Otherwise, who knows what tricks Lin He might have had up her sleeve. Gu Lily pushed aside her chaotic thoughts and quickly returned to the main topic. Value. She needed to demonstrate her worth right away. Lu Jia's phone wallpaper is of Lei Han. I suspect their relationship is quite close. Gu Lily revealed a connection that he never expected. Lei Han actually has a relationship with Lu Jia. Her phone has a dual system, and the unlock methods lead to different system pages. The regular system is fine, but when she told me about Mr. Zhang's preferences, she sent a list and unlocked the other system. The man on the screen looked very ordinary, not like a celebrity, so I took a closer look. Recently, there has been a lot of gossip online, so I specifically searched for photos of Tu Li's husband. Lei Han has a scar near his eye and a swallow tattoo between his thumb and index finger. Gu Lily remembered these two features of Lei Han. She spotted the swallow tattoo right away, and her gaze landed on the scar. Lu Jia quickly unlocked the screen. It seemed like she looked for a long time, but it was only 2 or 3 seconds. The scar, the swallow tattoo, and his features combined made Gu Lily very sure that it was Lei Han. Lu Jia and Lei Han are from the same hometown. Lu Jia is 3 years older than Lei Han. Lu Jia's identity was fake, but her accent and habits couldn't be changed. Plus, her preference for spicy food made it easy to identify where she was from. Gu Lily indeed brought big news. Lu Jia and Zhou Bai were in cahoots, and Lei Han was Zhou Bai's former brother-in-law. It wasn't impossible for them to know each other. The key issue was the timing. Zhou Bai and the sisters Hu Dai and Tu Li had fallen out. If Lu Jia was with Lei Han, Zhou Bai wouldn't have asked Gu Lily for help by contacting Lu Jia. What kind of situation would lead a woman to set a man's photo as her wallpaper? Love? Family? Both are possible, but it definitely wouldn't be friendship. Whether it's love or family, the relationship here is worth exploring. Could Zhou Bai and Lu Jia have ties to the Wen family? Tu Li and Lei Han are definitely connected to the Wen family. Their traits are quite obvious. Since the variety show was banned, Tu Li and Lei Han have been very quiet, and they haven't posted on Weibo for a while. The situation with the production team has escalated. They are in a lawsuit with the sponsors, and the group debut night has been indefinitely postponed. This is what the director said on Weibo. The show ended poorly, causing significant losses for the producer and Lei Han's caches. When one partner faces difficulties, the other often struggles even more. Meanwhile, Tu Li's investigation results came out, confirming the allegations, and she was removed from her position in the Tu Li Charity Foundation. She was assigned a job to review reports. It seems easy, but in reality, organizing reports from morning to night is tiring and offers no career growth, leaving her with no real power. The leadership has also spoken, asking Tu Li to reflect on her actions. Because of her, the foundation's management started a self-examination and paid a hefty fine, leading to a trust crisis among netizens regarding the Manhwa Charity Foundation. Donations to the Manhwa Foundation have dropped by 80% compared to last week. If this trend continues, there could be an overall decline of 10% in October. Although the foundation's main income doesn't rely solely on donations, such data still indicates a problem. Tu Li's issues have impacted the foundation more deeply than expected. Her new job is tiring and low-paying. After deductions, she takes home less than 3,000, a tiny fraction of her previous income. Tu Li knows this is the organization pushing her to resign, but she refuses to be defeated and grits her teeth to continue working. Due to her previous mistakes, Tu Li not only has to pay a fine but also cover part of the taxes, leaving her with no cash at all. For the first time in years, the couple feels completely empty-handed. At this moment, Hu Dai arrived. She needs to borrow money. When she went abroad to ask an expert to restart the production line, Hu Dai had already mortgaged the company to the bank for a loan. Ideally, if everything goes smoothly, there should be returns this month. However, things are not going well. There's no reason to give up halfway. If she quits, the invested funds will be lost, but if she persists, there's still a chance for a turnaround. To win back, the first requirement is sufficient funds, and now Hu Dai, who is as broke as can be, thought of Tu Li. In Tu Li's living room, Hu Dai immediately asked to borrow 70 million. Sister, 11 is coming soon. I plan to invest in activities on the Luoluo platform. People on that platform don't pay much attention to Weibo, and they watch fewer short videos. so negative news won't affect them much. As long as Hyudi excitedly talked about her bright future, believing that if she just held on a little longer, she would succeed. All she needed was for Tuli to lend her some money. Tuli didn't have any money. Recently, many things had happened, and their family funds were nearly exhausted. Money is hard to earn but easy to spend. Sister, don't tease me. I really need this money. I promise that after Double 11, once the platform pays out in December, I'll pay you back immediately, okay? Not having money means not having money. It can't be solved just by Hyudi's charm. Faced with Tuli's repeated refusals, Hyudi felt embarrassed. After all these years, she had only asked Tuli for help once, and now she couldn't even get a positive response. Did Tuli think she wouldn't succeed? Was she afraid to invest money and lose it?
Fine.
You don't trust me, sister. Forget it. Hyudi left angrily. Tuli was also upset. She believed that her lack of money was why Hyudi was giving her the cold shoulder. The two close friends were starting to drift apart over money. Without money, it's hard to make progress. Recently, Tuli and Leihan were struggling, so they flew to Dongqing to seek help from Wen Zhaoxing. Linny thought through the current situation in her mind. It seemed unrelated, but there was a thread connecting everyone together. Nancheng, with its spring-like climate, is one of the economically developed areas along the coast. If Lin He hadn't chosen to return to B City years ago, the headquarters of the Jiang Group would have been located here. Looking at the building in front of her, which was only slightly smaller than the headquarters and had the words Jiang Group in shiny gold letters, Lin He hesitated and said, "Is this a branch office?" The branch office established its online gaming department 5 years ago, which includes several studios and multiple tech teams. There were many people involved. Then, the headquarters allocated funds, and the Jiang Group building rose from the ground. At that time, other companies around only had one impression of the Jiang Group. They were wealthy and powerful. While they were still renting single-story offices, the Jiang Group had built their own skyscraper. This was the new tech park in Wudong District, where every inch of land was valuable, just like the city center. Later, it was discovered that the land under their building belonged to the Jiang Group, which had been reserved for them when the government acquired it. The land for the Jiang building had already been set aside. The impressive strength and wealth on display left others speechless. As for why Lin He came to the Jiang Group branch, it all started after she got off the plane. According to Lin He's plan, she would stay in South City for about a week, spending the first 2 days having fun before attending the school anniversary. During the anniversary, she would meet with teachers to see if it was convenient to visit them. The two were staying at a 5-star hotel owned by the Jiang Group. The itinerary was well arranged, but plans can change unexpectedly. Mr. Mobier wants to personally sign the contract at the company. The collaboration with the Mobier family was crucial for the Jiang Group branch, as it affected the year-end bonuses for all employees and was the biggest cooperation plan of the year. Mr. Mobier, coming from a noble background, was quite unpredictable. If the contract wasn't signed today, he might withdraw the order. Even if it meant losing a 20% penalty, he could do it. Originally, the branch manager was supposed to go to Europe to sign the contract in 3 days. Who would have thought that the other party would show up in South City while the branch manager was away on business in Jiang Province and couldn't return in time? The general manager contacted the Mobier family, but the executive he spoke with said he couldn't help, as it depended on Mr. Mobier's attitude. The specific terms of the contract hadn't been finalized and needed to be discussed in Europe, so having the deputy general sign was not realistic. The general manager quickly reached out to headquarters, and the assistant, knowing Zhang Qiao was in South City, called him. That's how Lin He and Zhang Qiao ended up at the branch. Mr. Mobier is really quite headstrong. Lin He searched online for news about Mobier. He was known for being unpredictable worldwide, but one reliable thing was that he valued contracts. The so-called spirit of the contract means that written agreements matter, while verbal promises do not. Despite his notorious unpredictability, companies around the world were still willing to work with the Mobier family. For the Jiang Group branch, securing this order would mean benefits for the next 3 years and direct access to the European market, which was a huge opportunity. They had to seize it. Jiang Qiao frowned as he listened to the assistant explain the situation, while Lin He immediately agreed. If she hadn't spoken up, he would have definitely found a reason to refuse. The idea of making money for their own company didn't sit well with Jiang Qiao. If anyone was headstrong, he was just as much as Mobier. Oh, let's visit the branch office. Watching you sign contracts is interesting. As long as we are together, we can be happy anywhere, right? Jiang Qiao couldn't resist Lin He's sweet words, and his earlier annoyance quickly faded away. That said, someone with a keen sense might still put on a slightly unhappy face, so Lin He could comfort him a bit longer. When they arrived at the branch office, the two kept a low profile. Jiang Qiao thought that since they were signing the contract in the afternoon, they should come the morning to check on the contract's progress and inspect the place. In the end, Jiang Qiao reminded his assistant not to reveal any information. So when the branch manager asked, the assistant only said someone from the head office was visiting, and there would be no issues with the contract. The manager felt relieved and simply instructed his staff to treat the head office visitors well, as anyone coming to sign a contract would definitely have decision-making power and wouldn't be in a lower position than him. The employees perked up, not wanting to embarrass him. The manager thought it was the head of the neighboring branch visiting, as they had both joined the company at the same time and were friendly competitors. They often compared performances with remarks like, "My results are better than yours." At that moment, the branch employees noticed a person in a blue suit, as Manager Fan loved to wear blue. In this situation, Jiang Qiao and Lin He, walking in arm, were quite inconspicuous. The manager coming to sign the contract could be one person, or maybe 2, 3, or 4, but definitely not a couple. These two young people wearing caps were likely just small employees from another company coming to discuss cooperation. The fact that they could swipe their cards to enter showed that Zhang's side had given them access. There was no issue. It didn't need too much attention. Thus, everyone let the real big fish in. What can we really inspect like this? Lin He, who had never managed a business, didn't understand how this was different from a teacher observing students at the door. The key was whether the students were paying attention, but as the chairman, he couldn't just check if the employees were slacking off, right? He should be looking at the management's performance and progress. Lin He had never managed a business, but had seen how things worked. The condition of the management and the company's operations couldn't be assessed just by taking a quick look. Her confusion turned into a question. Wait, are we going to the top floor now? Watching the numbers rise, Lin He was a bit unclear about what Jiang Qiao was planning to do. Hey, I'll sell you at the top floor or threaten to drop you if you don't behave. Lin He rolled her eyes at Jiang Qiao, lifted her chin, and said proudly, "Make sure I get a good price. I won't settle for less than my worth." Jiang Qiao leaned down and gently touched Lin He's forehead, smiling as he wrapped her in his coat. "Then it seems I'm the only one willing to buy you." As he said this, the elevator doors opened, and they arrived at the top floor of the Jiang group. The weather was warm today, but the wind at the top was strong and chilly, making Lin He lean closer to Jiang Qiao. He opened his coat wider to cover her. "Hey, you're not just bringing me up here to feel the autumn wind, are you?" The sky was blue with high clouds, and the view was nothing special. Every city looked quite similar. Jiang Qiao gazed at Lin He with affection, resting his chin on her head as he squinted at the distance. He looked up and to the left. To the left, there were 3 tall buildings at the same level as the Jiang Group, all part of the Fortune 500 companies. This area was valuable because large corporations had created a business hub here. Office workers were everywhere, and even a small shop could rent for a high price. Back to the direction Jiang Qiao pointed, besides the 3 buildings, there was a tall TV tower, with light clouds hanging in the blue sky, resembling a beautiful painting. It was pretty, but it was just an ordinary view. What was Jiang Qiao trying to show her? Suddenly, Lin He's expression changed, sadness flickering in her eyes. She bit her lip tightly, tears shimmering, and her nose felt sour. Noticing her tension, Jiang Qiao held her tighter. He leaned down and kissed her cheek gently, speaking softly, "Sometimes I wonder why I searched the ocean and every island but couldn't find you. Did the fairies take you to play in the sky? Did you get lost on your way home because it was too much fun up there?" I've tried every way to reach you, some of them silly, including today's, but since I'm here, I want you to see that my Hehe is back. Maybe the fairies guided you back. Jiang Qiao's voice was a bit hoarse, but his tone was gentle as he spoke. Because Lin He was back, he could forgive everything. The painful memories of loss faded away. Hehe, I love you. This was the view Lin He saw. The hollow patterns of the TV tower, illuminated by light and shadow, reveal the words Hehe. A series of billboards, gradually coming into view, are perfectly blocked by 3 tall buildings, forming the phrase I love you. This is the view from the side of the top floor. If you look down from the sky, the layout of the top floor of the Jiang building resembles a stamp with the letters, Hehe, I love you forever. You used to not believe in ghosts or gods, Lin He murmured, lost in thought. When Fuding appeared, Lin He realized that her disappearance had caused Jiang Qiao to desperately seek help. Now, standing on the top floor and seeing all this, hearing him mention the term immortal, Lin He suddenly realized that the 15 years had been more cruel than she imagined. The sudden wave of empathy made her unable to hold back her tears, which fell in large drops. As long as I can find you, I can believe anything or nothing, Jiang Qiao said, gently shaking Lin He and playfully adding, as long as Hehe doesn't leave me again. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze, feeling Lin He's tears fall onto his hand. Jiang Qiao quickly turned her around, hurriedly raising his hand to wipe her face, doing so very gently, afraid of hurting her. Hehe, why are you crying? Lin He sniffled, wrapped her arms around Jiang Qiao's waist, and buried her face in his chest, saying, I feel for you. A gentle smile spread across Jiang Qiao's face as he softly stroked Lin He's back, his eyes slightly red as he looked at the I love you sign in the distance. He caressed Lin He's palm, his thumb trembling slightly. Hehe, you're back. Yes. The two embraced on the rooftop, not saying anything further. Once Lin He calmed down, she pulled away from Jiang Qiao's embrace and playfully hit him, saying, What inspection? You just came to show me this. She thought, how could a CEO inspect things secretly? It's not like he's catching mischievous students in class. After her words, she didn't hear Jiang Qiao respond and suddenly heard a loud. Lin He looked up, wondering if it was thunder. But there were no clouds. Over here. Quickly control them. A rough voice, out of breath, made Lin He turn to the door, realizing it wasn't thunder but the sound of the iron door being kicked open and hitting the wall. Why choose this place? If you want to end it, don't do it at our Jiang company. The security guard's voice was quite loud. Lin He blinked, confused by the mention of end it. Jiang Qiao's expression darkened. In the general manager's office, 2 vice presidents were sweating profusely. Standing behind them were 4 managers, and next to the managers were 2 supervisors, all too afraid to breathe. This group of people has no dry shirts on their backs. They are all sweating from fear. No one mentioned that Mr. Jiang was coming. The key point is that Mr. Jiang brought his wife to the rooftop to enjoy the view, and the front desk mistakenly thought they were a couple in a dramatic situation, so they called security to surround them. It's ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Flashback to the rooftop, Lin He explained, we didn't intend to do anything drastic. The front desk lady, seeing that security had surrounded them and feeling safe, stepped forward with her hands on her hips and said, when I saw you both wearing hats and masks and couldn't find the card scanner, I started to have my doubts. I was watching the elevator, and you made it all the way to the top floor. The top floor is usually locked. You must have forced it open to do something foolish. If you really want to see the view, go to the nearby TV tower. They have tickets for that. The top floor door was locked with a high-tech smart lock from Zhang's company, and Mr. Zhang opened it with recognition, so there was no forced entry. However, the front desk had a point. The underlying assumption was that Lin He and Jiang Qiao were outsiders. Being the owners of Zhang's group changed everything. Is this Zhang's building? You think you can just jump off? If it's not yours, don't make excuses. If you want to die, don't drag us into it. The front desk was genuinely angry. Recently, there was news about someone who jumped off a building, not wanting to live anymore, and it ended up hurting a passerby, a little girl who is only 8 months old. So while others saw no problem with Lin He and Zhang Qiao, this front desk lady was particularly alert and quickly called security when she sensed something was off. Lin He took off her mask and explained again, "We really didn't intend to do anything drastic." The front desk was about to scold them, but then she paused when she saw Lin He's appearance. It wasn't because she recognized her, but because she was struck by how beautiful Lin He was. Then she took off the hat and mask of the person beside Lin He and smiled, "But this building really does belong to him." Everyone present was shocked. Mr. Zhang? What a misunderstanding. The entire branch was in disbelief. The management was called to the general manager's office, and the news of Mr. Zhang's arrival spread quickly in the internal group chat. The people from the headquarters were the big boss. The regular employees at the branch had never seen the big boss before, including the front desk lady who had just joined the company and called security. She recognized him because she had been following the gossip and had seen the video from the charity gala. Lin He's makeup was different, so she didn't recognize her at first, but she clearly remembered Mr. Zhang because he was the big boss. The front desk had wondered when she would get to see the big boss in person, but she never expected it to be in such a situation. Would she get fired? The receptionist at the front desk hid away and cried. "What's wrong?" Lin He, bored in the office, decided to go to the coffee shop across the street for a drink and a little stroll. After politely declining her secretary's offer to help, she went downstairs by herself. When she reached the first floor and passed the front desk, she saw through in the door that the receptionist was crying in the storage room. "I'm finished. I'm going to lose my job. I upset the big boss." The sad receptionist didn't hear Lin He and thought she was another employee. When she turned around and saw Lin He, her tears immediately stopped, and she gasped in surprise. "That won't happen. He's not that petty, and you meant well. You won't lose your job, so don't worry." Lin He gently patted the receptionist's back to comfort her. This wasn't really a big deal. She actually found the receptionist's seriousness and dedication quite endearing. Hearing Lin He speak so kindly and smile so sweetly made the receptionist's head spin. She blankly said, "The security guard is also crying." After saying that, she wanted to bite her tongue for what she just said. "I'm sorry, I made a mistake."
Thank you for comforting me.
Lin He smiled and replied, "You're doing your job well, it's okay." By the way, the pause made the receptionist hold her breath in nervousness, and then she heard Lin He ask, "Where is the security guard?" The receptionist felt like crying again. Oh my, Mrs. Zhang is such a kind-hearted fairy. She could completely ignore them, but instead, she patiently talked to her and even wanted to comfort the security guard. She declared that if anyone online said anything bad about Mrs. Zhang, she would defend her to the end. How is the other side responding to the drafted contract? What was the verbal agreement during follow-up? Did we mention the copyright renewal issue? In the office, it was like a small meeting with employees related to the project standing around. The executives usually walked through the company with great authority and presence. But now, in front of Mr. Zhang, their confidence seemed to shrink. Hearing the sound of Mr. Zhang flipping through documents, everyone focused intently, and while he told them to sit, it felt more comfortable to stand. They didn't dare to sit properly, feeling like they were in a stance. They were afraid that if they did something unsatisfactory, Mr. Zhang would dismiss them on the spot. Not to mention they were from the branch office. Even at the headquarters, not many colleagues got to work with Mr. Zhang. The impression of Mr. Zhang, both inside and outside the company, was clear. He was decisive and powerful. His fierce style made competitors uneasy, and within the company, no one dared to defy his management. In such a large group like the Zhang Corporation, Zhang Qiao's ability to hold absolute power relies solely on his own skills. If anyone else were in his position, it wouldn't be the same. Seeing the reality and various rumors, the senior management felt a mix of respect and fear towards Zhang Qiao.
Top.
It was the sound of a pen hitting the desk, an expression of impatience. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they looked over, silently hoping they wouldn't be the unlucky one. Zhang, the CEO, glanced at the door and asked his secretary, "Where is she?" "Mr. Zhang," Miss Lin said. She went across the street to buy a cup of coffee. How long has she been gone? About 2 minutes. Miss Lin said she would be back quickly. The secretary offered to help buy the coffee, or mentioned that there was a coffee machine in the break room. But Lin he declined, and the secretary didn't press further, saying she was available if needed, and continued to wait by the door. Miss Lin was very important to Mr. Jiang. The secretary noticed that even though Mr. Jiang was in his office, he looked up to check on Miss Lin every 3 minutes. His attention was quite intense. When she referred to him as Mr. Jiang's wife, he told her to just call her Miss Lin, and he didn't say anything else, as if he was used to it. This shows the family dynamics at play. The secretary felt she couldn't be careless. She wished she could fly to get the coffee, but Miss Lin didn't need that. The black pen tapped the desk 2 more times as Jiang Qiao glanced at his phone but ultimately didn't make a call. There were bodyguards at the door, and he didn't like being rushed, so he decided to wait for her to return. Thinking this way, Jiang Qiao spoke a bit faster, quickly finalizing the contract before heading into his private world with He. There's a saying that the less you expect something to happen, the more likely it is that problems will arise. Just like when Lin he went to buy coffee. The coffee shop was very close, just a short walk across the street, right in front of the Jiang Corporation's main square. Even with this, something unexpected happened, and Lin he felt a bit like she had a detective's instinct. Before buying coffee, Lin he first went to comfort someone whose heart was broken. As the receptionist mentioned, the security guard was also crying. The security guards at Jiang Corporation are different from regular ones. They have good salaries. If they work for 10 years and are over 35, the company will transfer them to another position with benefits that are just as good as those in regular jobs. So, he cherished this job. But then he made a foolish mistake. How could he dare to wave a baton at Mr. Jiang? He must be fired. At that moment, Lin he arrived, and to the security guard, it seemed like she was a fairy coming down from the sky. The same words were repeated, calming the anxious heart of the security guard. Although Lin he didn't need it, she became the second loyal fan at the Jiang Group branch, looking fresh and lively. After comforting the 2 hurt souls, Lin he went to the coffee shop. She stumbled upon a conspiracy scene. Not having put on sunscreen, Lin he had intentionally worn a cap before coming out. Once inside, she felt the atmosphere was great and decided to finish her drink before heading back. She knew Jiang Qiao wasn't trying to be intimidating, but he really had a strong presence when working. Lin he wasn't scared, but the employees were all on edge, making the atmosphere quite tense. The office was nothing like the cozy coffee shop. She could enjoy her drink before returning. The wind chimes at the entrance jingled sweetly, paired with soft background music that was very relaxing. Lin he chose a spot where the sunlight didn't reach, sat down, and casually took a photo of the shop to send to Jiang Qiao. "I'll finish my coffee before heading back," Jiang Qiao replied almost instantly. "Okay," Lin he smiled, her eyes narrowing, and her gaze fell on the photo she just took. In the far left corner, she spotted a foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked somewhat familiar, and suddenly Lin he remembered where she had seen him. She opened her phone to search and confirmed that he was the assistant who followed Mobear. In several photos of Mobear, this man's figure was visible. He was clearly a trusted aide. Why was he not with Mobear but in the coffee shop? Lin he thought for a moment, picked up her coffee, and moved to the last row, shifting 2 seats to the right. There was a flower wall between her and the assistant, creating the appearance of distance, but it was actually close enough to hear their conversation. With few people in the coffee shop, Lin he found the best spot to eavesdrop without being noticed. Their conversation wasn't in English, but in Arabic, which explained why they spoke so freely most people wouldn't understand. Coincidentally, Lin he was one of the few who could understand. Her mother had taught her Arabic since she was young. "Are you sure Feng can't come back?" "He definitely can't. Even by plane it takes at least 12 hours. By the time he gets back, the food will be cold." Lin he listened and sent a message to Jiang Qiao. "What's the name of the branch manager?" Jiang Qiao didn't understand why Lin he was asking this, but he replied, "Feng Jiao." Lin he realized that the phone they mentioned was likely referring to Feng Jiao. She needed to tell Jiang Qiao about this. In the office, Jiang Qiao was getting anxious. After he replied to the general manager's name, he did not respond again. He glanced at the time. He had already left for 15 minutes. He did not reply to Jiang Qiao because she was caught. "Miss, eavesdropping is not a good habit," said Nelson, approaching with a heavy accent. Upon seeing He's appearance, his eyes showed surprise. "Sir, please be more original with your pickup lines. This one is too cliché." "What eavesdropping?" He didn't engage and took control of the conversation. Speaking fluent English, she turned her head proudly, revealing her elegant neck like a swan. Nelson smiled and sat directly across from He, taking out his business card. "Hello, miss, my name is Nelson. May I get to know you?" He glanced at the business card but did not take it. She then looked up at him, her gaze drifting to another young man sitting far away. The man turned his attention this way, rolling his eyes in annoyance, clearly unimpressed. It was obvious that Nelson's flirting was nothing new to him. Recalling some news she had read, he remembered a comment mentioning that Mobir's trusted assistant was who had dated a popular star and ended up cheating. "Hey, I have to go," the man said to Nelson before standing up to leave, having said almost everything he needed to. This Nelson was just as he had heard, unable to move when he saw a beautiful woman. The departing man brushed past Jiang Qiao, who seemed not to recognize him. "Miss, I know you are interested in me too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken my picture." Nelson winked at He, wearing a confident smile that felt a bit. He realized she had been careless. To capture both of them, she had moved her phone slightly, which led to being caught. No wonder Nelson approached her. She intended to send the photos to Jiang Qiao to let him recognize the two. Raising her hand to her forehead, she casually flicked her pinky twice, causing Jiang Qiao to pause. They had many unique signals just for the two of them. This gesture was He's way of telling Jiang Qiao, "Stay still, don't come over." Jiang Qiao chose to be obedient. He took a different route and sat in the spot that he had chosen earlier, close enough to hear their conversation. When he entered the cafe and saw he talking to a stranger, he could immediately tell the man's intentions. Jiang Qiao planned to assert his presence. As soon as he made a small gesture, Jiang Qiao realized that this man was trouble. "Are you living here for work or just visiting?" He still didn't answer and continued to ask questions, her casual demeanor making Nelson eager. It could be both, visiting or living here. Nelson was trying to show that he could settle down here. Of course, he was saying this now, who knows what the future holds. Nelson's life motto was to enjoy the moment. "Are you free tonight? Want to grab a drink at a bar?" He smiled. She took Nelson's business card, flipped her wrist, and tossed it into the trash can. Nelson's expression changed, and then he saw he pull out her phone and display her WeChat QR code. With a bright smile, she raised an eyebrow and said, "When in Rome, we prefer to add this. You should have it, right?" Seeing the woman smile, Nelson's heart raced, and any anger he felt just a moment ago vanished. He quickly replied, "Of course I do." They added each other as friends, and at that moment, Nelson received a phone call. After seeing the caller ID, he said to "Miss, let's connect later." He answered the call and walked away. Once he finished the call, he suddenly realized he hadn't even asked for her name. No matter, he would see her again tonight. She was the most appealing woman he had met since arriving here. "Sir, here is your coffee. Enjoy." The waitress placed the coffee on the table and quickly left. Though she appeared calm, her expression suggested she felt like someone was chasing her. There was no choice. This man was too intimidating. If the scene were animated, he would definitely be surrounded by dark energy. She felt a lot of pressure just delivering the coffee. Jiang Qiao was not happy. Seeing that foreign man eyeing his wife made him want to kick him out. Listening closely to their conversation, he couldn't tell if the man had any special status. Why did he have to entertain him? Wouldn't it be better to just slap him? What made Jiang Qiao feel even more wronged was that after the foreign man left, he didn't come over to comfort him. Taking a big sip of his iced Americano, Jiang Qiao didn't find it bitter. His heart felt even more bitter. He was hesitant because she feared Nelson might come back unexpectedly. Once she saw him get into a car after crossing the street and confirmed he wasn't returning, she prepared to join Jiang Qiao's table, only to realize her friend was fuming. She quickly sat down beside him. "Here's the number I added." Before Jiang Qiao could ask, Lin He explained. Jiang Qiao knew this WeChat account. It was a work account, and the contacts were not close friends, with no personal updates in the moments. "Lin He, who is he?" Jiang Qiao asked quietly. From his expression, it was clear he was feeling jealous, and she couldn't let him act out. Time was of the essence. They had a contract to sign in the afternoon, and business was the priority. Lin He quickly clarified the situation. Mr. Mober decided to come for the signing at the last minute, which might be problematic. She concluded. "Nelson," Jiang Qiao said seriously. He paused when mentioning the name, as if he had something important to say, and Lin He leaned in to listen. Jiang Qiao asked, "Did he say anything offensive or do anything inappropriate? If he did, he should be dealt with." Lin He. She should have realized that Jiang Qiao would focus on her conversation with Nelson and not believe that this jealous person had matured after 15 years. Lin He took a deep breath and said, "I'll give you another chance to rephrase that." With a look, Jiang Qiao's dark aura faded, and he quickly sat up straight, his expression becoming clearer. Oh no, she had crossed a line. No unreasonable behavior during serious discussions. This was one of the rules Lin He and Jiang Qiao agreed upon after Cold War. Lin He, since Nelson chose to meet here, it shows he feels secure and isn't afraid of the Jiang Group employees seeing him. Jiang Qiao began to make amends, analyzing the situation seriously while secretly thinking about how to deal with Nelson for having intentions toward Lin He. The cooperation between the Jiang Group and the Mober family was meant to be mutually beneficial, with Mober in a favorable position. The branch office needed cooperation. The premise was that the branch manager would negotiate, which would secure the best deal. If it were Jiang Qiao, he could choose many local companies to enter the European market. The Mober family was the best option, but not the only one. So, even though they hadn't cooperated yet, Jiang Qiao was already considering drastic measures because of Nelson's actions. If they didn't cooperate, there were other alternatives. He couldn't tolerate someone trying to steal their business. Within an hour, Jiang Qiao identified the person who had coffee with Nelson. First, he obtained a clear image of the individual from the coffee shop surveillance footage and sent the photo to his assistant to forward to the branch manager. The branch manager, being in such a position, was certainly clever. When he heard someone might be trying to undermine him, he naturally had suspects in mind and the means to investigate. Sure enough, half an hour later, the branch manager informed the assistant that the man was the nephew of Vice President Zhang, who had just started as an intern at the company this summer. Once the identity was confirmed, along with other information, Jiang Qiao and Lin He pieced together the situation. Vice President Zhang wanted a promotion, which required getting rid of the current manager. He planned to create a problem with an important collaboration with the Mobier family, which was crucial for the branch's performance this year. If the signing manager couldn't return, the headquarters would surely send someone else, and the nearest branch was in the neighboring province. Whomever they sent would be unfamiliar with the collaboration. If the signing went wrong, and then an employee claimed to have seen the vice president's nephew having coffee with Nelson, wouldn't that suggest they knew each other? At that point, the vice president could step in, saying his nephew was just helping him entertain Nelson, implying he had some connection with Nelson. With his intervention, the signing could be salvaged. Internally, the vice president would save the year-end bonuses, earning the employees' gratitude. Externally, this incident would be noted at headquarters, enhancing his chances for promotion in the future. It was a win-win situation. Jiang Qiao asked the other two vice presidents, who mentioned that Vice President Zhao was on a business trip and should be on a plane, returning by noon. This was Zhao's alibi, making it seem like everything was a coincidence and no one would suspect him. The role Nelson played was worth examining. Did he truly have a connection with that vice president? Perhaps not. But he was certain to gain a significant reward from this incident. This could also strengthen his relationship with the vice president, creating a secret exchange that could benefit them both in the future. The plan was actually very good, almost perfect, as long as Jiang Qiao and Lin He were not present. Vice President Zhao was still on the plane, and the intern nephew, knowing Jiang Qiao had arrived, misjudged the situation and continued with the plan. If Zhao had received news of Jiang Qiao's visit, he would have immediately halted the plan. Unfortunately, he was on the plane. His plan scheme was clearly discovered. Is Nelson highly valued by Mober? Can he help plan the signing date? Lin He brought in Jiang Qiao's assistant. If Jiang Qiao was supposed to sign the contract the day after tomorrow, the assistant arranged for it to be signed today since they were in the city. What was said in the morning could lead to someone resigning by the afternoon. Looking at it this way, the seemingly headstrong Mober didn't seem so unreasonable. Nelson could easily influence him. If he were truly headstrong, those working around him would surely be on edge. Like this guy next to her. Jiang Qiao, who leaned against her shoulder, was like a limp noodle. He didn't resemble the refined young master people talked about, just a clingy person. Mober is a hands-off manager who likes to take it easy. He delegates many tasks to Nelson, who just needs to follow the plan. Lin He frowned. A puppet? No one in the Mober family business manages things better than him. If he has to define a role for Nelson, it's more like a steward. Nelson can arrange the signing time, but he can't finalize the contract details. He's just a planner. However, he knows Mober well, and with Vice President Zhao's cooperation, it would be easy to sabotage the signing if needed. Since they decided to collaborate with the Jiang Group, it shows that Mober recognizes this partner. When the time comes, with Vice President Zhao's help and some flattering words from Nelson, re-signing the contract would be simple. Lin He shook her head and sighed. I really don't belong in the business world. They're all old foxes. Her comic stories also require some thinking, but only occasionally. Most are lighthearted. Someone like Jiang Qiao, on the other hand, is constantly working his brain. If you don't scheme against others, they won't let you off easily. You always have to be alert and guard against the little tricks of internal employees. Just thinking about it is exhausting. Jiang Qiao happily accepted the title of Old Fox. If he weren't a bit cunning, how could he have tricked Lin He, this little bunny, into his arms back then? While they were chatting in the office, the secretary came in to say that Mr. Mober had arrived. Lin He followed Jiang Qiao. She also needed to go to the meeting room. It would surely be interesting for Nelson to see his future self's changing expressions. Meanwhile, a silver taxi pulled up in front of the building, coming from the airport. Vice President Zhao got out of the car, greeted by his intern nephew and his assistant. Only the uncle and nephew knew about that matter. The assistant was unaware. When the intern nephew saw his uncle, he nodded twice. Vice President Zhao smiled, looking pleased. It seemed things were going smoothly. At this point, the situation was mostly settled. Why is Mr. Mober here to sign the contract at this time? What did the headquarters say? Who did they send over? Zhao felt a bit dissatisfied. Did the general manager not trust him enough to let him sign instead of sending someone from headquarters? However, this could work in his favor. If he managed to turn things around, his reputation would soar back at headquarters. He had no idea why Mr. Mober chose this moment to come for the signing. His assistant couldn't answer the first question, but he knew the second. Vice President Zhao, you don't need to worry. This signing will go smoothly. Seeing Zhao looking anxious, the assistant quickly reassured him and was about to mention who had arrived when Zhao said, How can I not worry? This partnership affects the future of our branch. Whether the employees get double year-end bonuses depends on this. As they walked from the lobby to the elevator, it was the end of the lunch break, and employees were returning to their desks. They heard Zhao's words. In the employees' eyes, Vice President Zhao was very considerate of them. Other vice presidents were imposing, but Zhao always smiled, making him seem approachable. The employees had a good impression of him. Just relax, Mr. Jiang has arrived. Our contract is definitely secure, the assistant said cheerfully. Who? Zhao's voice cracked, and for the first time, he lost his composure in the company. The assistant was taken aback. He noticed Zhao's surprised reaction was mixed with fear. The sudden paleness of his face and trembling eyes revealed his unease. What was going on? In the elevator, upon hearing the news, Vice President Zhao's legs went weak. Trying to stay calm, he returned to his office and instructed his assistant to continue with their work, his voice hoarse. Once the assistant left, he lowered his voice and asked his nephew, "What's going on? Why is Mr. Jung here? Tell me everything from the beginning." His intern nephew only knew that Mr. Jung had arrived, but was unaware of the mix-up on the top floor. There was no official order to keep it quiet. Those in the know had chosen to remain silent to avoid gossiping, especially in case Mr. Jung found out. When it reached the intern nephew, he saw the group chat buzzing about Mr. Jung's arrival, but he hadn't seen him in person. Everyone is discussing it. They say the person from headquarters is Mr. Jung. The nephew didn't think much of it. If Mr. Jung couldn't handle the signing, his uncle would, and wouldn't that make his contribution even greater? The intern nephew, just out of school, clearly did not understand the seriousness of the situation, but Vice President Zhao did. He felt extremely cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He prayed that General Manager Jung had not discovered his actions, and then thought that when signing the contract, Nelson would see that it was General Manager Jung and would not cause any trouble. He was a very smart person. If there was no trouble, then nothing would be exposed. Vice President Zhao sighed in relief, thinking that things might not be as bad as he imagined. He did not know that Nelson in the meeting room was extremely anxious. When he saw Lin He among the people coming to sign the contract, he was stunned. Upon learning that the two signing the contract were General Manager Jung and his wife, his mind went blank. Noticing the unfriendly gaze from General Manager Jung, he instinctively felt that the other party knew about his earlier flirtation. The word trouble began to echo endlessly in his mind. Especially when the other party took the initiative to say, "Mr. Nelson, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Lin He's casual attitude confirmed his suspicion. General Manager Jung knew. Mrs. Lin and Mr. Nelson are old acquaintances? Mr. Mober's Chinese was much better than Nelson's. He spoke fluently, even using the term old acquaintance with ease. 2 hours ago, at the cafe across the street, Mr. Nelson invited me to go clubbing tonight. Lin He casually dropped a bombshell, turning the originally formal signing occasion into chaos. Mober knew Nelson's character. He was quite capable, but his biggest problem was his attraction to women. Wait, 2 hours ago? What were you doing at the cafe in front of Zhang's group 2 hours ago? Being straightforward seemed to be contagious. Lin He spoke so naturally that Mober instinctively asked Nelson his question. Vice President Liu from Zhang's group and I are old friends. We were catching up. Mober nodded as if he believed it, but no one knew what he was really thinking. Jiang Qiao sneered at Nelson. He had no intention of doing anything right now. He wanted to finish the signing quickly and enjoy some time alone with He. As for Vice President Zhao's actions, the general manager would handle that. If he couldn't figure this out, he deserved to lose his position. Jiang Qiao's sneer was heard by everyone present. Mober felt that Nelson trying to undermine him was a light punishment. A mere sneer was nothing. Nelson, however, pretended not to hear. General Manager Jiang was on the same level as his boss, and in Europe, his influence in the consortium might even be greater than his own boss's. He would be crazy to cause trouble for the other party. If he had known that the beautiful woman was Mrs. Jiang, he would have been too intimidated to approach her, no matter how tempting she was. Compared to his life, matters of romance were not important. At that moment, Nelson even thought it was better to express his concerns openly than to stay silent and risk not making it back home alive. Suddenly, Nelson's face turned pale again. If Mrs. Lin was indeed Mrs. Jiang, then his conversation with Xiao must have been overheard. Did the other party speak Arabic? Probably not. Mober did not expect to see Jiang Qiao in South City. He had wanted to meet him at the European Business Summit 2 years ago. The contract signing went smoothly, and Nelson was too nervous to make any moves, staying in the background to minimize his presence. After the contract was signed, Mober chatted with Jiang Qiao for quite a while. During their conversation, Mober revealed that he attended the South University anniversary mainly because his second wife was an outstanding alumna of the university. He came along with her. Seeing Jiang Qiao with Lin He, Mober realized that the couple was very affectionate, which made him admire Jiang Qiao even more. He shared the story of how he met his wife. They had met in Egypt, where a small Arabic story sparked their conversation and led to their love. When Mober mentioned the story, Lin he immediately recognized it and named it in Arabic, then briefly explained it to Jiang Qiao. Mober was very pleased. He hadn't expected to connect so well with Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Lin. Mober could be quite rude to those he looked down on, but when he found someone he got along with, he was very pleasant. Nelson, initially hopeful, felt completely defeated when he realized Lin he was very familiar with Arabic. He suddenly remembered Lin he's earlier actions of secretly taking pictures of him, which had nothing to do with admiration but were for gathering evidence. What were these two planning? They mentioned their meeting at the cafe without mentioning his actions. Nelson was certain they had seen through him. You are also going to the South University anniversary? That's great, Mober said happily. He had planned to go to the beach with his wife in the afternoon, but he really enjoyed talking with Mr. Jiang and wanted to chat more. However, he couldn't break his promise to his wife. Initially reluctant to leave, Mober was thrilled to learn he would see them again in 2 days. Mr. Jiang, my uncle's company wants to develop a mobile game. You should know him. He is Duke Roy. If the Mobier family is a big fish, Duke Roy is an even bigger one. Few can catch Mr. Jiang's interest, which shows how significant Duke Roy is. Lin he could clearly see that Mr. Jiang, who had little interest in Mobier, was slightly more engaged now. After sending off Mobier, Lin he and Mr. Jiang left the Jiang Group building, both satisfied with their achievements. About 10 minutes later, Lin he received a message on his work WeChat from Nelson. In China, there's a saying, confess honestly for leniency, resist for severity. If I cooperate, can you consider a lighter response? When Lin he showed this to Mr. Jiang, he received a second message from Nelson. It was Lei Han who asked me for help. I just accepted a little money. I truly mean no harm to the Jiang Group. Lei Han? Lin he exchanged a glance with Mr. Jiang, surprised to discover there was a hidden connection. They intended to scare Nelson since he had overstepped by meddling in Jiang Group's affairs, but they never expected this unexpected revelation. Nelson was genuinely panicking. What is it like to be caught red-handed while doing something wrong? It was utterly terrifying. He was a decisive person. After assessing his situation, he immediately sought to remedy it. Between Lei Han and Mr. Jiang, he knew he had to align with the latter. Regardless of the boss's attitude or the other party's capabilities, Mr. Jiang was not someone he could easily handle. His situation was dire. It was one thing to bully the branch manager without being discovered, but being caught in the act was another. To put it bluntly, even when hitting a dog, one must consider its owner. Mr. Jiang would surely see his actions as a provocation. Remembering what happened at the coffee shop, Nelson broke into a cold sweat in the warm car. He sent 2 messages, but 5 minutes passed without a reply. Feeling anxious, Nelson wondered if he should meet in person to show sincerity when his phone finally vibrated twice. Please write the background and consequences in English. The request to use English was added by Lin he before sending to ensure Nelson communicated clearly in his native language. After all, the saying confess honestly for leniency, resist for severity was already muddled in his message, indicating he was genuinely flustered and his Chinese was quite poor. The willingness to listen to an explanation showed there was room for negotiation. Nelson quickly took out his notebook and began drafting, typing each word with great care at his computer. Mober sat in the back of the extended business car, shaking his drink and looking out the window, paying little attention to Nelson, who was busy taking notes. About half an hour later, Lin he received a lengthy message from Nelson. It detailed the entire situation, including his thoughts and motives, and it was clear that the description was quite objective without any tricks. Did he really send the evidence so honestly? Lin he scoffed, realizing he had essentially sealed his own fate. He's quite clever, she thought. This testimony was not important at all. With Jiang Qiao's abilities, Nelson didn't need evidence to act against him. If Jiang Qiao decided to take action, it wouldn't just be Nelson who faced consequences. Even Mober would have to deal with it. Considering the pros and cons, being humble seemed like the best way to minimize losses. It was unfortunate for Nelson that his actions were known to the branch's general manager, especially since Jiang Qiao had arrived. Faced with someone who could easily command the entire Jiang group, Nelson dared not entertain any small schemes. He's not presenting evidence of guilt, he's trying to make amends. In business, Jiang Qiao had seen many people like this, and such situations were common. While Jiang Qiao spoke, Lin He had also pieced together the situation. Lei Han and Nelson had become acquainted at a party abroad, and over the years, they exchanged emails. Lei Han introduced Nelson to Vice President Zhao. Under the temptation of a large sum of money, Nelson couldn't resist his greed, thinking the outcome would be the same, successful signing without any loss to the Mober family. As for the internal conflicts within the Jiang group, that didn't concern him. With a little maneuvering, he could gain a fortune. So why not? Nelson agreed, without much hesitation. Then he hit a wall. Lei Han has a close relationship with Vice President Zhao. Is he trying to help Zhao take power and undermine the Jiang group from within? Lin He thought, but then reconsidered, realizing undermine was too strong a word for Lei Han. He didn't have that capability. She corrected herself. Is he trying to insert a wedge into the Jiang group? Just some petty tricks, nothing to worry about. Jiang Qiao gently brushed Lin He's hair away from her face and said softly, He, these are small problems. I will handle them. Whether it was Lei Han, the Wen family behind him, or other hidden threats, he would take care of them all one by one. When the tiger is away, the monkeys will play. On the 1st and 15th of the month, the two were having a great time. Because they behaved well, they not only got back their phone privileges, but their allowance also increased this month. Before leaving, Lin He told them to call her if anything came up. The two agreed but wondered what could possibly happen. As it turned out, something did happen. The main issue was with Han Sun. Before the first, he had buried a problem that resulted in his father getting into trouble. Han's father and brother thought they were making a big score, but they were actually set up. Not only did they not win a lot of money, but they also ended up with huge debts. Brother returned home to ask his sister for help, needing money to hide out in the countryside for a while. However, when he got home, he found the place empty, and his sister was missing. Han's father faced a similar situation. Unlike brother, he had no plans to run away. He believed his son could pay off the gambling debts. His son was a star. People online said that big stars could earn millions just from commercials. He owed about 6 million, and Han Sun could earn that back in just a few days. It was only natural for a son to support his father. With this thought, Han's father returned home feeling relaxed. But then he discovered that his wife was gone, and he couldn't reach his son or his wife's phone either. He had been blocked. Using brother N's phone, he tried to call, but it showed that the number was turned off. Han's father realized that the two had changed their phone numbers. They were both in the same situation now. Brother called his sister's homeroom teacher and learned that she was staying at school. He went to the school, but the guard wouldn't let him in. Then the teacher changed her attitude, possibly because his sister had said something. She lectured him about being a responsible brother. When he tried to call again, he found himself blocked. Hearing brother N's words, Han's father got so angry that he kicked a trash can by the road, shouting, "They are blind. We just need a chance. The other tables, mister. Won $1 billion. That's $1 billion. If I hadn't made a mistake on my last bet, I could have had it too." Stomping his foot, Han's father declared, "I will have it one day. Come on, let's go find my son. You can run from a monk, but you can't run from the temple." How could a son not recognize his father? Believe it or not, Han Sun really could handle this. It was unclear how he spoke to his mother, but this time, she was truly determined not to contact her husband. Han Sun stayed inside the rented villa all day, and Han's father and brother couldn't get in. The two circled the villa area for several days, but couldn't find a way inside. With that plan failing, Han's father decided to change his approach and started causing a scene. A media reporter was called to say that Han Sun does not support himself. Brother Zhu was nearby, echoing the sentiment and portraying Han Sun as a notorious son who neglects his father. Han Sun has been feeling very down these days. A reality show he participated in aired yesterday, and the online reaction was predictable. He was heavily criticized. His manager advised him to stay indoors for a while to calm the online backlash and then do a live stream to gain fans. Recently, cooking shows have become popular, so they planned for Han Sun to learn how to cook and showcase his skills during a live stream. However, during this time, Han's father started causing trouble, seeking a show in a certain place to find his son for support. He didn't give Han Sun any time to settle down. "Your father is causing a stir online. I'm in a meeting and will contact you after it's over. In the meantime, do not post anything online." Han Sun saw the message from his manager and learned about his father's situation. To avoid the overwhelming negative comments online, he had been immersing himself in games and staying off the internet. When he finally checked his phone, his face darkened. He then silently smashed everything he could in the room. His anger wouldn't dissipate. He wished he could emerge from in a stone, having never had parents. His mother was foolish and held him back, while his father was a heartless gambler. After all his hard work to get to this point, his family couldn't support him and instead dragged him down. Han Sun's wild behavior frightened his mother. Watching her son swing a kitchen knife around, she didn't dare say a word, let alone ask what was wrong. She turned and locked herself in her room. The sound of the lock made Han Sun calm down. No matter how angry he was, he wouldn't actually hurt his mother. His mother's reaction truly chilled him. Instead of worrying about him hurting himself with the knife, she locked the door as if he were a threat. Han Sun suddenly recalled her harsh words from earlier. "Han Sun, you are terrifyingly selfish." With parents like these, how could he not be selfish? Just then, his manager called. Instead of the expected scolding, there was excitement in their voice.
"Han Kek-sun,
"We have a way to turn this around." His father's actions were clever and timely. Initially, the manager had considered giving up on Han Sun, but after this incident, they changed their mind. The more dramatic events surrounding an artist, the easier it is for them to become popular and make money. Controversy and buzz are conditions that stars can never escape. You are still a minor, so you shouldn't worry about retirement issues. It doesn't matter if you make money or not. Your father's actions show that your relationship is not good. You could say that you gave all the money to your mother. The agent meant to shape Han Sun into a pitiful character, as people tend to be more forgiving towards the vulnerable. "My father is a gambler. Since I can remember, I've experienced debt collectors coming to our door with knives." When Han Sun talked about these things, his tone was flat, and there was no emotion on his face, as if he were recounting someone else's story. On the other side of the microphone, the agent was pleased.
Great.
With such a twisted family background, everything Han Sun had done before could be explained by this. Children raised in high-pressure environments are sensitive and fragile, unwilling to lose. His character was quickly established. In today's society, the divorce rate is high, and there are many single-parent children and left-behind kids. Han Sun's parents are both present, yet his experiences are worse than those of children from single-parent families. Such a background would surely resonate with many people. The agent kept talking while Han Sun listened quietly, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Who would have thought he would one day be grateful for his dark past? "Okay, I'll do as you say." Han Sun thought to himself that he wasn't afraid to reveal his scars. He wanted to rewrite his life. The mediation show aired its first episode, featuring Han's father accusing his son of abandoning him. A reporter took Han's father to visit Han Sun's villa, but they were stopped by security. The security guard explained that the owner had instructed that Han's father could not enter. It was clear that Han Sun knew his father was looking for him and had intentionally instructed the guard to block him. There were all kinds of comments online. Some questioned Han's father, saying that when Han's mother was deceived by paparazzi, there was no sign of her living with her husband, and neither she nor Han Sun had ever mentioned him in public. As a husband and father, he seemed to be inadequate. Han Sun was making money, but he was only 17. Why talk about retirement at this age? Others criticized Han Sun, saying that after becoming famous, he had become distant and cold towards his father, and that as a human being, he should neglect his own dad. Han's father had a handsome face, otherwise, he wouldn't have had a son like Han Sun. He had never done manual labor in his life, and his hands were more delicate than Han's mother's. Plus, he wore clothes bought to impress wealthy clients, making him look quite presentable, which was misleading. This led some netizens to view him more favorably, leaning towards his side. During the holiday, netizens who couldn't go out found entertainment by following the legal battle between this father and son. While everyone was passionately discussing it, new news broke. Han's son appeared. He went on a mediation show. An audience member secretly took a photo of Han's son sitting on a sofa in a white shirt, looking down. He wore black sunglasses, making his face look even thinner and his pale complexion quite pitiful. In the photo, Han's father sat across from him, seemingly very excited and looking somewhat fierce. The gentle expression he had in the previous episode now appeared harsh. All the netizens were eagerly waiting for the show to air the next day to see the outcome of this father-son showdown. No one who attended the live audience leaked any information. Apart from that photo, there were no other details. After waiting and anticipating, the airing time finally arrived. Half an hour into the show, Han's son topped the trending list. Everyone felt sympathy for him, lamenting how such a talented young man could have such a tragic past. No, it wasn't just the past. Having such a father was a current tragedy. Han's son's manager is quite impressive, Zhao Qing remarked. On the 1st and 15th day of the month, the three of them were having a barbecue in the yard, using a projector to play Han's son's show while they ate. Han's son speaks very little, but every word seems to trap his father. It looks like he isn't answering, but he's actually acknowledging another issue. He definitely went on this show because of his manager's arrangement. These questions were probably discussed beforehand. How could his father, with such a foolish mindset, possibly keep up? Chu Yi said coldly. Once a person gains insight, their growth is rapid. Chu Yi now sees these things very clearly. As the show reached its, Han's mother made her appearance. She tearfully recounted her husband's wrongdoings over the years, including his gambling. She talked about how much debt they had to repay, how her husband never changed, and how she regretted not being strong enough to provide for her child. Now, she relied on her son to escape from suffering. Han's mother was quite dramatic. She didn't really want to speak ill of her husband, but her son's attitude was too strong. She even said that if she didn't do this, he could choose not to acknowledge his father or even her. Han's mother was scared. If her son rejected her, she didn't know where she could go, and the comfortable life she now had was something she never dared to imagine before. In the end, Han's mother loved herself the most, which led to this scene in the show. Then Han's son, feeling helpless, reluctantly shared his past. The story of the poor boy brought tears to the mediator and the host. Han's father thought that since his son was a public figure, he could control him. Instead, he fell into a trap and became a target of online criticism. During a dialogue segment of the show, Han's father planned to talk privately with his son, offering to help restore his reputation for 10 million, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. He didn't expect to become the center of attention, with everyone turning against him. After the recording ended, Han's father was still dazed. He didn't get the money? At the end of the show, a legal advisor in a black suit sternly criticized Han's father's actions and informed Han's son that the law would support him against such an irresponsible father. The legal terms echoed in Han's father's ears, culminating in one thought: he wouldn't get the 10 million. He still owed over 6 million. He needed funds to turn things around. With his son not caring about him, what would he do in the future? And that thief, Li Zhaodi. How dare she treat him like that? She really had some nerve. Han's father was furious, cursing all the way home, only to find his belongings thrown outside when he arrived. After Han's son left, the rent hadn't been paid, and Han's father certainly wouldn't pay. The landlord, unable to collect rent, cleared out the house. Han's father wanted to act tough, but when he saw the landlord, a tall, muscular man, he immediately backed down, leaving with his clothes in shame. Now Han's son has not only dealt with his father's gambling issue, but also cleared his name. Many netizens posted support for him, acknowledging his struggles. Some even tried to explain his past actions, saying his determination on the show was to seize every opportunity and his behavior during the live stream was to earn money to pay off his father's debts. His chats with Jiang Muhua were just a naive boy being deceived. What he said was not sweet talk but a reflection of his vulnerable heart. Zhao Qing rambled on, finally throwing her phone onto the sofa, feeling very upset as someone in the know. The filters were too thick. Netizens thought they understood the truth, not realizing it was all fabricated. This was just what Han Sun's manager wanted the public to see. Chu-yi, are you angry? Zhao Qing found that Chu-yi was very calm, as if she had been composed from the very beginning. Could it be that she was so angry she lost her mind? That didn't make sense. Given Chu-yi's temperament, she should have wanted to tear apart that hypocritical person, Han Sun. How could she be like this now?
Why was Chu-yi so calm?
Because she had prepared for various possibilities. Lin He had told her before that nothing goes smoothly all the time, and one should never underestimate any enemy. Even the weakest or most innocent opponent could strike back. It was possible to achieve a surprise counterattack. Just like Han Sun now, who used this incident to clear his name. Chu-yi felt the unexpected change Lin He had mentioned. Things would not always develop as she wished. There are no guarantees. Only those who can adapt to change. She thought revealing Han Sun's father's situation would severely hurt him, but the outcome was completely opposite to what she expected. Chu-yi understood why Zhao Qing was shocked. She was surprised herself. In the face of such an unexpected change, she remained so calm. In the past, she would have been furious. Lin He's subtle influence on her was greater than she had imagined. Compared to the unhappiness brought by Han Sun's situation, Chu-yi was happier that she could accept the failure of her plans so calmly. Zhao Qing, it's okay. Winning or losing is common in battle. This time he escaped by chance, but next time we'll be more careful. Seeing that Chu-yi was not panicking but instead smiling with a good attitude, Zhao Qing murmured, Chu-yi, you've really changed a lot. How to describe it? It was as if her aura was different. There was a sense of calmness that was hard to explain, making people want to look at her longer. When leaving the Jiang residence, Zhao Qing confirmed again that Chu-yi truly didn't care. She wasn't pretending, and then she left. Once in her own car, Zhao Qing messaged Lin He.
Mom, Chu-yi is fine.
She's very calm. Okay, thank you, Qing. Lin He saw what was happening online. She didn't contact Chu-yi, but when she saw Zhao Qing's post about having barbecue at the Jiang residence, she messaged Zhao Qing to ask about her daughter's status. Seeing the word calm, Lin He felt relieved and smiled. Chu-yi was becoming more steady. Since her daughter didn't reach out, Lin He pretended not to know anything. The situation wasn't serious. She would observe for a bit longer. As long as her daughter wasn't discouraged, that was what mattered. However, Chu-yi hesitated about whether to call Lin He regarding the matter, and it wasn't about this incident. It was about the news and Zhu brought the next day. On the way home from school, Chu-yi and Sherwu were each playing on their phones. The driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the siblings to lurch forward. Sherwu's phone slipped from his hand and landed on his foot. Someone is stopping the car. In an instant, Chu-yi and Sherwu doubted if they had heard correctly. Is there really someone who would do something so childish in real life? And who would stop their car? Looking up, Chu-yi clicked her tongue and nudged Sherwu, saying, "It's your romantic trouble." Sherwu frowned, looking a bit annoyed. The driver pulled over, and Anju walked to the car door. When the window rolled down, Chu-yi's face appeared, and she said, "Sherwu is over there." Chu-yi didn't want to be in the middle of their conversation, so she thought about having Anju go around to talk to Sherwu on the other side. Of course, being in the car, she also wanted to hear what they would say. But Anju didn't even look that way. She turned to Chu-yi and said, "I have something very important to tell you."
Huh?
Us? Chu-yi pointed to herself, wondering what she and Anju could possibly discuss. Han Sun's father is plotting to kidnap you. With that one sentence, Anju got straight to the point, short and powerful. Chu-yi and Sherwu's eyes widened in disbelief. Kidnap them? If it weren't for Anju, whom the bodyguards recognized, anyone else trying to stop the car wouldn't succeed. After the driver hit the brakes, 2 bodyguard cars rushed up. It seemed that they only had one driver to them to and from school, but in reality, there were bodyguards in the cars before and after them, responsible for their safety. Chui was torn about this. The idea of Han's father's kidnapping sounded both ridiculous and serious. Is this considered a real problem? Should she tell Lin He? Homeless, Han's father followed Anju's brother, Anlin, to his home. They bought some drinks and found a bag of expired peanuts in the cupboard and started drinking. When Anju returned, the two of them were deeply drunk and fast asleep in the living room, and the smell of alcohol filled the house. She had come back to get her study notes, which she had carelessly left under the mat and forgotten to take when she moved out. Anju was determined to ignore her brother. Especially after seeing the conflict between Han Sun and his father, Anju knew her brother couldn't be saved. After leaving the Jiang family, Anju felt a strong urge to prove herself. She wanted to live her life. She took the money from Tu Li, admitting that she wasn't a morally upright person. She had already lost Sherwu, so she couldn't end up with nothing. This situation led to two outcomes. The bad part was that there was now a gap between her and Sherwu. The good part was that it opened up another path: live streaming. She wanted to seize this wave of attention. With that live stream, she could earn more money than she would in a year of odd jobs. The speed at which money can be made online is hard to resist. With this thought in mind, Anju returned to school. Her online persona is that of a student, and she needs to maintain this image for the long run. An MCN has already contacted her, so she must stay focused. With a clear goal, Anju suddenly felt hopeful about her life. In this situation, she came across a kidnapping plan. The messy handwriting on the paper was definitely written by her brother. Some lines were crossed out and rewritten, likely in her father's handwriting. Anju couldn't help but laugh in anger. Her brother, having had a bit to drink, was being reckless by planning to kidnap someone from the Jiang family. She recalled her visit to the Jiang family, where high-tech security systems, including iris and fingerprint scanners, were everywhere and numerous bodyguards stood outside. If they couldn't even get past Hansen's villa, how could they think about kidnapping someone from the Jiang family? Anju didn't doubt that this was just a joke. Gamblers can do anything when they're desperate, and her brother had truly lost his way. Her gaze fell on her brother's sleeping face, and she felt indifferent and cold. She had always put herself in a box, thinking that losing her last family member meant losing everything. She kept believing her brother was her only relative in the world, so she tolerated everything, only to be met with disappointment. Then she met Sherwu. Why did she like him? Because his presence gave her the courage to step out of that box. Once she did, she realized it wasn't as scary as she thought. My brother, I have always given for you. Shouldn't you do something for me now? Putting the paper with the kidnapping plan back in its place, Anju took her notes and left, as if she had never been there. Her brother's kidnapping plan was her chance to get closer to Sherwu again. Anju knew her impression in Sherwu's eyes had worsened, but that was okay. She would change his opinion, and this situation could be the opportunity. She hailed a taxi and waited by the roadside near Xing'an High School before Sherwu finished class. No need, just let the bodyguards keep an eye on things, Sherwu said, feeling there was no need to contact Lin He. With Han's father and Anju's brother together, they were just a bunch of amateurs and not a real threat. Chu-yi agreed, thinking that even if they told Lin He, it wouldn't help. These two were just planning. Even if they got caught, they could easily claim it was just talk without any real action, which wouldn't be against the law. It was better to let the bodyguards watch and wait for these two to make a move, than catch them all at once and turn them in. How dare they set their sights on them? What boldness! The siblings spoke without hiding from Anju. Chu-yi looked at Anju and asked, "Aren't you afraid your brother will get caught for your snitching? If someone does something wrong, they must face the consequences. My brother has made too many mistakes over the years. If this can help him change for the better, I hope he goes in. Otherwise, he might cause a big disaster, hurting himself and others." Anju's words showed her understanding of the situation. She looked down, appearing heartbroken. Her choice to turn against her brother was a difficult one. "Thank you for your reminder. What do you want as a reward? Money or something else?" Sherwu suddenly spoke, and Chu-yi was taken aback. She looked at Anju, who indeed looked pale. I don't need anything. I just did what I thought was right. I don't want anything in return. Sure, Wu. I accept your thanks, and I also accept your low opinion of me. With that, tears sparkled in Anju's eyes as she turned to leave. After walking down a street, Anju didn't wait for Sherwoo to catch up. She wiped her tears and took the bus back to school, hiding her sadness until she arrived. Meanwhile, Chu-yi said to Sherwoo, "Why did you suddenly act so boldly?" "I don't like her." Sherwoo frowned, feeling something strange about Anju coming to tell them this. Chu-yi understood, realizing that Sherwoo preferred to be disliked rather than risk getting closer to her. This attitude, "You're actually quite similar to your father." Sherwoo shot Chu-yi a glare and said, "When they come back, tell them about Anju's warning. They wouldn't worry about how Lin He and their father would thank her, or what benefits they would offer." Earlier, Sherwoo had wanted to give her a card or make a transfer, but he had no money. His allowance was limited, and he had already spent half of it. Giving away the rest as a thank you would seem too cheap. The siblings exchanged glances, realizing they had to say something. They didn't want to owe anyone a favor, but if it meant spending their own money. No way, let the parents handle it. With drums and firecrackers, red flags waving, and crowds everywhere, Nanda's anniversary celebration had begun. Lin He had already booked her alumni card and a temporary meal card, planning her route for the alumni concert and various exhibitions. The last program of the alumni concert was a discussion with the old professors, where she would finally see her teachers. As the weather grew colder, Lin He wore a trench coat. Seeing this, Jiang Qiao immediately had a matching coat sent over, just to coordinate their couple's outfit. As the two walked out of the hotel, passers-by couldn't help but turn their heads, fitting the saying, "A talented man and a beautiful woman." Jiang Qiao was very familiar with Nanda because he often visited due to Lin He studying there. Walking along the path, he was filled with memories of their past together. There's a saying that enemies cross paths often, and Lin He didn't expect to run into Hudai in the cafeteria. At the same time Lin He spotted Hudai, Hudai also noticed her. A look of shock appeared on Hudai's face. Why did she look like that? Because she thought of a possibility she didn't want to confirm. Jiang Qiao's connection to Nanda was through her mother. Why would he bring Lin He back? Unless, could it be that her previous guess was true? Lin He smiled calmly, realizing that was what Hudai was thinking. That was right. She came to attend her alma mater's anniversary and had no intention of hiding her identity. She was back.